people out there that, are fucking, they don't do any research and you get compromised. Like, that could be one of our close friends. That could be you. It could be, so it's like,
I thought about it a lot.
It's so scary.
I called him immediately. I went into the mothership on Wednesday, and Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, Tim Dillon was there, Joe Rogan, and we were all in the room. And it was a funeral. It was so heavy, and it was so shocking. This was a man who what he did was take his ideas and pit them against all comers. He debated in good faith. All Charlie Kirk was guilty of was expressing his point of view, his philosophy that he earned through careful reading, through careful discussion, through taking his ideas, pitting them against opposing ideas. And that is all he ever did. And when you have somebody, and I'm gonna tell you what I really object to. When you have somebody on the news like that, I think his name is Stroud, that piece of shit from, I think, CNN, saying that he's practiced hate speech. When you hear people talk about hate speech, guys, remember that the next thing coming out of their mouth is laws. Because when you talk about hate speech, what they really want to do is pass laws like they did in Canada and other places in this world where you can't speak or you go to jail or you get literally arrested like they do in the UK, 12,000 arrests. So I just want to say that, people want to find who to blame. Obviously, this kid, there was something wrong with him. Obviously, this kid's evil, whatever you want to call him. He came from, his dad was a cop, I believe. This kid came from a conservative, good family. He went to college, something happened, maybe he lost his mind, whatever it is. But it is significant to me that it said, catch this, fascist. And there's something called stochastic terrorism. Do you know what that is? Stochastic terrorism is the idea that you keep catastrophizing the other side as truly evil. So when Joe Biden says that Donald Trump threatens the very foundations of our republic, when everyone who you know from Kamala Harris to Tim Walz, these pieces of shit, keep calling Trump a fascist, keep calling all the people that Hitler a fascist, a Nazi, when they keep doing this, they know what they're doing. What they're trying to do is get Donald Trump and other people killed. That is what Tim Walz is doing. That is what Kamala Harris is doing. That is what Joe Biden was doing. I really believe that now. And I'm done compromising. Now, having said all that, guys, what's really important is we who oppose this, who believe in free speech, who believe in people being allowed to express their ideas, we have to hold ourselves to the highest standard. And I want to just say this. We haven't always. When Trayvon Martin was killed by Zimmerman, that piece of shit, that rent-a-cop, remember, bring up Trayvon Martin. I want to just show you something. This is important because we have to call our side, whatever you want to call it. This is a 17-year-old kid he did nothing wrong. And that fucking guy right there, Zimmerman, okay? That dude who thought he was a cop shot him, okay? And what happened after that, guys, is that his gun went for $250,000, and he went to gun shows and he was signing autographs. So if you were black or you were that kid's family, how would you feel? So we have to hold ourselves to a very high standard, and we have to treat all people who die unjustly, if they're black, whoever they are, with the same standard and the same revulsion and the same condemnation. You understand? That's really important. Otherwise, we lose the moral high ground. You have to stay on the moral high ground, man. And you got to stay fighting. George Zimmerman signing autographs at a gun show. Look at that shit. Killed an innocent 17-year-old. Fuck him and fuck all you guys trying to get an autograph. That is not who should represent the side that was on Charlie Kirk, the side that is on the side of truth and all that. You can understand how black people, his parents feel when they see that. Okay? They go, hold on, there's some hypocrisy here. We don't want to be hypocritical. It's so important. So, the way you win this is you take far left people, and you know what else I want to fucking talk about? The professors in these universities that are celebrating this shit and poisoning these kids. How about those people? And the way you deal with them, man, is as people who believe in America and tradition, you basically segregate them out of society. That's what I would do. You don't get a job anywhere, motherfucker. You're celebrating the death of a father in front of his children. You don't get a job. And you're teaching these kids, fuck you too.
These lunatics that think by taking out Charlie Kirk, that's going to like stop the movement.
Oh,
my God.
Hey, bro, I'm going to church now. How about that?
10,000 more Charlie Kirks. It just makes it worse, you fucking moron.
You've taken a guy like me. I'm pretty moderate, dude. You know, my joke is if I went to a protest, my sign would say, it's complicated. You know, I'm not the guy, you know me, I'm Switzerland.
Yep.
Always trying to see both sides. I'm no longer interested in talking to these fucking people with their septums pierced and their purple hair.
No, I think after this has gone from left and right and good versus evil.
I would agree. I really agree. It's good versus evil. But we have to hold ourselves to the highest.
Sure, but it's good versus evil. And I think the whole notion of, mental illness and he just needs more resources, fuck off. Yeah. It's good and evil.
Yeah.
That's what it is now.
Yeah. But also we have to hold the people that the elite power structure that has been practicing stochastic terrorism, Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the academics who are categorizing this and Donald Trump as a fascist, as a Nazi, those are the people that knew what they were doing, in my opinion. That's their inadvertent way of ordering a hit.
How do you hold their feet to the fire? There's nothing.
You don't vote for them. You segregate them. You turn your back on them. You don't give them jobs.
The left's not going to do that. The right's already done that.
I think you're going to see. I hope you see people who come over. No, the left is. They're lost though.
Yeah.
They're lost. They're also bankrupt shitheads. You ever see most of these people?
Oh, yeah.
You see what they look like physically, even.
Yeah.
So sorry, man. That's all I'm going to say about it. But
it's sad.
It broke my heart.
Yeah. He had fucking kids and.
There's no Max. I guess I'll have the Max free. Huh?
That's right there. Max is right there.
Oh, there you go. I was going to do it free. All right. Come on.
I'll tell you what's interesting too is you'll see. So now that the Charlie Kirk movement, there's been petitions now where. What he did on campus, having those open debates, which is what we need as they figure things out. Now they have over 75,000 offers to expand that and keep doing it. You're not going to
have 75,000 offers for what?
To go on college campuses and keep doing the breaking points, the turning points. You're not going to replace Charlie Kirk.
No,
you're just not. That's the bummer.
Yeah,
you're not
he was
going to be
a prodigy.
Wicked smart, guys like Ben Shapiro, I'll take over. It's and Ben's smart, but he's not Charlie Kirk.
He's not
and that's what you're going to lose.
He's not charismatic.
That's what you're going to lose.
Charlie Kirk was 6'5", just different charisma. But let me ask you this, to me, as I watch him, he burns so bright, and at 31, in many ways, he said everything that you need to know. He laid it down.
Well, that's the advantage of being in 2025 is
it lives on.
It lives on. It's not like when Malcolm X got shot. There was footage of him and stuff like that, or Martin Luther King. There's footage, right? And I'm not saying he's
but you don't have all the speeches at your fingertips.
But you don't have all the access. I was a Charlie Kirk member. I listened to all this shit. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of hours to educate you on what he believed in, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. And he's become, I think that in a way, if Charlie Kirk, I wish to God he was still alive, of course, and especially for his children and his wife, but I think if he had become, at the age of 40, he would have definitely run for president or something. But I think a great deal of what this is he did so much. And part of what drives his legacy is being killed so tragically at 31.
Unfortunately. But also, the reason why they took him out is you got to realize he was the most influential person on the right with the young demo.
Oh, of course.
You're not even remotely close.
And why?
So that's what they took out, because they know the young audience is the future of
Because he got into the belly of the beast. He took this shit.
He was also younger and could relate to him. He was good at social media. So they took a fucking shining star.
Did you see how many now young people identify as, to the right? I mean, whatever they thought they were going to do, they poked that big bear.
And it's obviously you're missing the captain of the team, the captain of the ship.
Yeah.
But his wife and all that, she's a beast too. So that's going to carry on.
Boy, she's a beast, by the way.
Tough.
She's no joke. So what is this?
It choked me out when did you watch her?
Yes, dude, it was awful.
Shit, the daughter afterwards, daddy.
It was so awful. I can't take it. But we have children, man. We have children. Unless you have kids.
But that loser, that dates the trans, just a fucking piece of shit. It's like, buddy, do you know the ripple effect of this? So those kids are gonna grow up without that.
He'll live with that. He'll live with that. He'll come to that realization while he's rotting away. But I want to know the people that did poison his brain too. I want to know who did that too. What is this here?
This is Cash Patel, who's kind of.
There's a Discord chat.
Yeah, Cash Patel's been a little sloppy. Because did you first see it, B?
No.
When they said they apprehended the shooter, and they showed like this old bald guy.
Yes. Well, that was the authority. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. Scroll back though, so people know what we're watching. Says new FBI director Cash Patel reveals Charlie Kirk's assassin, piece of shit, refused to say his name. Discord group include more than 20 members. He confirms authorities are aggressively investigating, and many of these co-conspirators will be questioned. Questioned? What do you mean? Fucking arrest them?
Well, there's only arrest if they actually talk about killing him, right? If they're actively planning on an assassination, that's very
probably what it is. Yeah, it's probably what it is in that group.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. So going back to the group chat real quick, there's more than 20 individuals. We, the FBI, are running the investigation.
Oh, by the way, all those people on Discord, I know you guys think that you're tough. I know you guys think it. Wait till those FBI dudes show up at your door. Wait till you see what happens.
No, see, I don't think none of these guys think they're tough. Like, you've never seen anybody do a mass shooting or that tries to assassinate somebody. They're never tough. They're never in shape. They're never tan. They're never worried about their health.
Exactly, very well.
They're losers by every metric that a human being.
That also goes to. That also goes for all the people celebrating his death. If you look at them, like the guy who got fired at Microsoft, who was head of the DEO. You see that guy? They're just they can't even control their own biology. They can't even control their own bodies, much less the world. Like, worry about yourself, bro. You are not doing well.
I've never seen a person on the left who's...
Charlie Kirk would say that to these people that come up to him and have like they just look like a mess physically, and he'd go, you look like you're having a hard time. He said it with love. He said, you look like you're having a hard time.
What's this, Jim?
All right.
Going back to the group chats real quick, there's more than 20 individuals.
His eyes are fucking
but this is a great point.
Look at how
this works. People think you can get in these group chats and immediately find out who's in them. And our investigation, our interviews continue, but we've learned some shocking things when we spoke to his family and friends as well.
Cash Patel's eyes are a little wonky. But I like that. There's a chip on his shoulder. You don't want him too handsome.
Yeah, the key.
You want a chip on his shoulder and get to the bottom of this investigation.
The key.
Even if you're seeing double.
There is something going on. Now, the key.
It's more like it's kind of looking. They're just a little off.
Yeah, just watch Brian. Might be tired.
You know what? It's not that they're like.
Could be camera.
It's not like this.
It's not like this or this.
No, it's like this.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on.
It's like, you know what he is? He's zeroing in on the suspect. The motherfucker has his eyesight set on the suspect. That's what it is. His eyes are funky, and that's all good. I don't want to you don't want him to look like fucking George Clooney. You want a chip on his shoulder, and he's hunting down these criminals.
Handsome guy, strong jaw, you know.
Yeah, his eyes are fucking bizarre.
Bring up another picture of Cash Patel. I want to see if that's we're just looking at. I think he might be looking up.
No, he's always had funky.
Let me see.
You know me, I'm an eye guy. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Zoom in. It's not fine. There's still a little.
That's a good eye.
The right one's a little in. Too much.
You can kind of tell here.
That's a good eye.
His eyes are funky, dude. It's all good. You want that as an FBI.
This is fake news. Let me bring up. There you go. Let me see that. Let me see that. So it's fine.
The right, no, they're not fine. The right is too in.
Yeah, you're
He has one sniper eye, but it's in because he has his eyes.
Let me see that one. Bring that up.
Those are normal.
Yeah, I think those are pretty.
Like an eagle.
What did you say?
Like a bald eagle? You know what I'm talking about? That's exactly what it is. You ever seen an eagle straight on? Go to an eagle. So, if you're aiming right now, right? It's this side's fine, and this one's a little. Hey, look at it. It's a little like this.
One might be a little bit like, you know. There it is. Okay, so
the eagles look.
Yeah,
the eagles more. I'm telling you,
it's going to be very interesting to see.
You want that.
It's going to be very interesting to see, like, what in the world happened. What this kid who probably had some kind of a hero complex. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Whatever else the subject, his eyes are fucking wonky. But I want that chip on your shoulder, man. You don't want to be too perfect. I'll bet. Get after it, dog.
Get after it. True Work. Let's take a little break. I want to talk to you about True Work. TRUEWERK. Now, I have some of their clothing. You want to talk about clothing that's built to last? Clothing that can endure outdoor conditions?
You have 2 pairs of their pants. They're fantastic.
If you work outdoors, this was founded by a trained professional.
Dude, outdoors in Cali, outdoors in the freaking Texas.
That heavy gear weighs you down.
Hot, cold, wet, windy. Sometimes it's all in one shift. True Work, got you covered.
Keeps you comfortable, capable, ready for whatever the day throws at you. It doesn't weigh you down. Designed with advanced performance fabrics for lasting comfort, all-day mobility, year-round job site protection. Okay. You got to see it to believe it.
Every piece is tested on job sites with trade pros, and some, when the conditions change, are still freaking ready. Over 50,000 5-star reviews.
50,000 5-star reviews. How about that?
I use the work pants. They're the khaki colored work pants. They're great.
I got the jacket.
Upgrade your day with workwear built like it matters. Get 50% off your first order at True Work. That's TRUEWERK.com with code FIGHTER. TrueWork.com, promo code FIGHTER. I think all politicians are scared right now. And anybody in the line should be scared that's talking about politics. But for a guy to get on the roof and have that easy access, a guy like Charlie Kirk, and Charlie makes so much money. He did wear a bulletproof vest at all these things under his thing, so they gave him that's what I think. Just keeps working.
The bulletproof vest was separate from a 30-60.
It would have been better to hit him there. They're both bad. With the amount of money he made, God, man, could have double-checked and have you look through.
All you need is a goddamn drone. Just fly a drone and check out the rooftops. I have a friend that you know who was doing an outdoor thing, a big thing. I said, I text him, I go, do me a favor, please, and just get somebody with a drone to look on those roofs. That's not too much to ask. It's appalling that Trump was speaking and nobody had a drone up there with a camera looking at the roofs. It's appalling. What are we fucking doing? So what are we doing?
But also, this isn't going to stop because there's a lot of pros to social media, but there's also a lot of cons. And one of the cons is these losers. They can find a community that will support these insane ideas, and they can rally them, and they can make them so upset that they result.
Do you notice
this will not be the last of it? Yeah. It's going to continue on.
Do you notice what hasn't happened, even though, like, this poor woman from Ukraine was stabbed?
Talking about riots?
Yeah, has there been any riots? Has there been any violence from
There's been none. You know what we do?
Because we go to work and we raise our family.
We go to work.
Because we're going to work, we're at work, and we're raising our family.
There's none of that. We go to work.
Yeah.
Again, it's good versus evil.
I agree with you on that.
Don't give me this, he had mental health issues. Fuck off.
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck off.
Well, you can see it with the celebrations. It's just shocking to me. You know,
I stay on social media right now.
And I don't think it's that rare. I do think there are a lot of people that are celebrating. I just think it's fucked up. Yeah.
His fucking eyes. He's gonna zero in on that suspect and fucking get to work. He's gonna arrest 2 of them on accident, but still. That's his eyes right there.
All right.
That's the way right there, bud. Get him. Fucking get him.
There you go.
Spot on.
There you have it. Okay.
I'm in the competition.
That's it.
Yeah, it's just hard. It's just heartbreaking. Yes. It's
a heartbreaker.
I don't get what you do either. I don't know. I do know if I'm a public person.
Yeah.
If I'm a celebrity, I'm a person who talks politics. Buddy, I'm gonna put a little more money in my security. Because as much as the death of Charlie Kirk will incentivize and get more people to go to church and look into things and being a good person and family man and stuff like that, this guy having success shooting something like Charlie Kirk also encourages more.
Well, the main thing that you have to make sure is it's not a chilling effect. It doesn't stop you from speaking your mind. It doesn't stop us from talking. It doesn't stop us from telling the truth. And it
should make you more aware.
Fighting for what's right versus what's wrong.
Yeah, should make you more aware.
Yeah. She's transferred. Yeah. Next current event, Jen.
Alrighty. This is Angel Reese visiting Terrence Crawford in the locker room.
Damn.
Yeah, no one's ever accused her of being not attractive. She accused her of being a bad basketball player.
Or just like mean towards that other girl.
What is the deal with Angel Reese? Because she's so pretty as well, or something.
She talks about shit and she was mean to Jake. But that's why I have to
How is she mean to me? She's being a mean girl.
Yeah, mean girl is some stuff. But I mean, yeah, she's pretty.
She's something else. Okay. She's something else.
Just towers over.
Wow. She's gorgeous.
Yeah, she's pretty girl.
How tall is she?
She's probably 165.
No. Teddy's not afraid of that. Teddy's not afraid of that. Look at that guy right there. 6'3".
Oh, 6'3", that's not too
Oh,
bad.
she's gorgeous, though. I didn't look at her face. She's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's why she's so big, too.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Holy
Because
shit.
she's a warlock.
Man, she is something else. I had no idea, but I'm way too light in the ass.
Yeah, no, she's a pretty girl. Same.
Now, she got a man.
A lot of celebrities like Dre, a bunch of people.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Or she keeps it private.
Okay.
Bring new charges to
She did date
Ron Fletcher.
Everybody has podcasts. Okay.
I stated that she's on football now.
Yeah. Yeah, all right.
It makes sense. 6'7", 6'8" for her.
Cool. Either way, beautiful. Beautiful. Look at her. That's crazy, bro.
Booty.
Damn.
Yeah, she's cheeked up.
Yeah,
The whole situation. And then there's Bud. Bud's just making the rounds, huh? Because everybody wants to say hi.
Well, they're making her house for it.
So she feels is probably 6'5", 6'6".
That's a small guy.
And he's 5'9". So they say. So he looks shorter than that. Can I see that again? I'd like to do a little forensics analysis here. That is, he's coming up to her chin. She can eat peanuts off his head. That's going to be hard for her to be so tall.
He's that titty height, though.
Yeah.
He's a short kid.
Yeah. Who's the girl next to him?
They blocked it for some reason.
Listen, man, he's short, she's tall.
Yeah.
What?
She's very, very tall.
She's in a cold kid.
She also got heels on.
Even without heels, she's fucking tall, man.
This is something else. What's this?
So this has been going on for a little bit now. Tommy Fury is getting other, like he's doing competitive running for triathlon stuff, and then other competitors are saying he's cheating. And he did not. He actually did get caught for not finishing the race. So the reason why this is funny is because there's one video pushes someone's
Miss Aquarius.
neck with his elbow for no reason.
He runs fucking.
Hey, you had to run.
Miss Aquarius. Hey, did your headache go? Oh. That's good. Is he my friend? Yes, ma'am. He's so funny. So sometimes people will just come in here for a second, and when they do, because it happens often, I have this joke that I do where I'm just like, "Get out of here! We didn't want to talk with you anyway." And he does this dance when I do it, and it's really funny. It's hilarious. He's a really nice person. Oh yeah, definitely. It happens a lot. So All right. So work's over with, and you're just chilling. You're watching Gilmore Girls. How is it? Excellent. Again, I'm gonna say, oh, so far so good. I'll say it before. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Those two people didn't look old enough to be mother and daughter. They look like sisters. Like the people who did the casting for that show, they just messed up. I don't know. Both women are really pretty, but they're like 6 years apart or something. Do you watch them in order or do you watch them just randomly? Oh, I've got you. Did I send you that website that has all the TV shows? Did I did I watch my show? The paper? I've only seen one episode. I've been busy, so I haven't had a chance to really get into it. But I plan on maybe doing it this week and chilling out to it. Okay, right. I'm glad your headache went away. I'm not saying No. I mean, you do what you want to do. I'm not sad at all, though. You go take on your evening, and I'll see you later tonight. But I'm not. If I was at Miss Aquarius, if I were sad, I would say, Miss Aquarius, I'm sad. I'm not. Okie doke, but I'm not. I love you too, Miss Aquarius. Not sure. Okie doke. Bye bye.
shit. It doesn't go along party well. That's like saying, what political party did Mr. Hands belong to? That's really bad. He likes to buy horses. I'm sure he would love RFK Jr., but none of them that. That's why I feel trying to explain my mom what Bluebird is. I'm like, she shouldn't have done. She's too old. This is, I don't know, Mom. They're like virgins, but I'm scared of them. And it's. Jesse, that's what that was so interesting about trying to figure out this little shooter based on. Is that, basically all of what I think about it is trans bullets! It's funny that some people are comparing Charlie Kirk to a lot of things. Oh, yeah. I think it's funny because Charlie Kirk, he didn't murder. That's like saying, Donald Trump's the RuPaul of politics. They may have agreed about fracking, but that's it. I don't supposed to see more. Like, I just have more. We're at the bottom, we're the bad ones now. We're the ones that are like, this doesn't get it. Because Charlie, at the end of the day, he said, he's quoted. He said something that's our words on further than Second Amendment. And so, you have to appreciate the irony there. That's why I would never say something. If anything could hurt me, I think it should be illegal. I've never been sung by me. I still think we should kill them all. I don't care if it hurts the environment. I'm looking out for myself. And then if it be things that you can be like, that was tragic. You didn't even watch it. Test out that material, what I meant to say, our guns are illegal. It's a tragedy. That's what land of wife and two kids, which is how you know Israel didn't do it. All right, moving on. Let me just say this. Listen, I didn't agree with the guy on everything. Can you at least be a little more specific? If I like pudding pops, I'm not going to be like, well, I didn't denote everything Cosby did. Okay, let's see this one. Well, I would say, I think there's a versus Trump. Thank God he's so up. Did you see pictures of him? I mean, his face was a half-mast.
Believe that Roman free is the worst of them. And they're the ones suffering the most. They need the help the most. And she will not give it to them unless they agree. Well, by definition, because they're so severely whacked out on drugs or so severely mentally ill, they do not have the capability to agree. It's impossible for them. Their brains are fried. Maybe permanently. And Karen Bass will not help them and will not help the taxpayers who are begging her. I know for a fact they're getting begged 24 hours a day to have this before a vote. And she will. But for the Olympics in 3 years, oh yeah, of course. And I am just banging everybody's banging their head. And they go, what do we do? What do we do? What do you do? You got an investment in a house. You've got your career here. Charlotte train a couple of weeks ago. That's all anybody's thinking about. It's like, well, I just saw what happened to the girl in Charlotte. That could happen to me. And then you go to the block and there's another guy. And then you go into the business district on San Vicente. One of those guys is laying stretched out in the hot sun, half dead. He refuses help. So you let him lay there and die? What kind of psychopath is Karen Bass? Is there a way to diagnose her? She's completely unfit. Nobody normal. What normal person would allow this if they had the power to? What the Supreme Court said all these people have no right to be laying on the sidewalk, to be in a public place. The Supreme Court said they have no right. You have no legal. There's nothing legally blocking you from saying these people have to go. And whatever you can do with them. But you let them die in the street. You let them scream while they're standing in front of somebody's front lawn. You have them standing in front of a school entrance when there's hundreds of little kids and stuff. What are you doing? Explain this. Somebody explain this. And then you look at the remnants of the LA Times, and they have a story about a once beautiful town like Santa Monica, which was thriving just a few years ago. It's financially ruined. Business districts are ruined. There's mental patients all over the place. And these two crazy people, Senator Hernandez and Richard Winton, said, well, it was the pandemic, and it was new tariffs. It was Trump. It was tariffs. It was shifts in the entertainment. What the hell are you talking about? And one guy was a sex predator that everybody knew about. And those settlements are going to cost too much money. I feel like I'm insane. I can't get it. I'm going to talk to John Apple. He's a businessman. Has a lot of places on Santa Monica. And he's been young like this for years and years. Normal people. Is there any normal people left in Santa Monica? I don't know. Deborah Mark is off today, and we have Virginia D'Agostino live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles. More stimulating talk.
All right, at the time, I'm Virginia D'Agostino live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Taylor Robinson has appeared virtually in court this afternoon for the first time since the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. He was seen wearing a dark green sleeveless vest designed to prevent self-harm. Prosecutors say Robinson shot Kirk at Utah Valley University last week. The Menendez brothers have been denied a new trial weeks after denied their release from
Yo, what up? Fuck you, man. Nobody wanted to talk with you anyway.
ABC's Alex Stone reports the only path remaining for the brothers is to see freedom. Is clemency from Governor Newsom. Eric and Lyle Menendez murdered their parents in their home in Beverly Hills in 1989. The price of tying the knot in LA County is going up. The Board of Supervisors has approved the hikes, noting it's the first increase in 16 years. The standard marriage license goes from $91 to $176, with higher prices also taking effect for confidential licenses, ceremonies, and witnesses. FBI Director Kash Patel has opened 2 days of testimony on Capitol Hill. ABC's Stephen Portnoy reports.
That's the funniest part.
He doesn't look athletic.
No. So it's right here. It says DNF did not finish. But he was like saying, like, thank you to my family. I was able to do it. He didn't really finish. He didn't do the biking or the swing.
Why didn't he finish? He got tired?
Who knows?
Let's see.
This is one of the competitors, obviously. Makes me sick when people like you cheapen the hard work of others. Didn't do the full swim nor the full bike. People should be deleted as you did.
Stuart,
But still, I'll be pissed off too.
Yeah, if I finish, then he's bullshitting that he finished. I'd be
people
pissed.
worry for it. And so there's plenty of people.
But I left it all out on the French Riviera, 100 kilometers triathlon, 10 days of training completed. go ahead and roast my form, but you could sprint finish it after.
100-kilometer triathlon, but you didn't. Officially confirmed that you didn't make the cutoff times. Yet here's the frightening world of social media. People would have more respect if you were honest. Can I see him running?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, that's.
But I mean, you're also like at that point, you're done. Your muscles
That's
are
very unfortunate. That is.
You still like top.
If he ran 100 kilometers, like this person said,
He does have a bit of an awkward body. He does have an awkward.
Yeah, he does. Real big, yeah.
Yeah.
Feel like a stingray.
Yeah, that's a very awkward look. It's like the guy from Invincibles or the Incredibles.
Feel like a stingray runs like Forrest Gump with the braces on.
Here. You see him like push someone's neck.
Oh damn! Trying to get to that finish line.
He's a thick boy.
Even there, he's not tired and his running form's not good.
Yeah, that's a lot there. That's.
I don't know why they wear those gray shorts. These are light gray.
That's what he wants to do. Fucking just let him run around.
But don't be saying like you completed it.
Yeah, I probably don't do that. Just do them and shut the fuck up.
Okay, this is gonna be really silly at first, but this is about Austin, so I'll just play the clip for you.
Jessica Cha at Lady Bird Lake, and today we're asking Aussians what they think
Just some
about the new
just some 1-2 dumplings in the front, huh?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I like the colors. It's clean and it's simple. But first impressions from people were generally pretty positive.
I think it's beautiful. I love blue and I love green.
Until we told them how much it costs to make. Well, what if I told you that it costs $700,000 of taxpayer money?
That's ridiculous.
Oh my lord, that's insane. Yeah. The logo actually costs a few $100,000 more than that, according to city communications
Chat
director.
GPT would do that for free.
It was $564,000 for the contract with 2 design firms for outreach research and
Jesus
testing,
Christ.
around $200,000 for the logo itself.
Wow.
But overall, when you look at all the things that we're putting together, about $1.1 million. City manager T.C. Brodner says this is all in an effort to have a unified identity that people can recognize.
That logo's
But some guys don't think it should have cost that.
That is so outrageous.
Spending so
Put it in the chat GPT.
That logo's so bad. And did they interview a bunch of gays? That right? I think everyone on there likes the same set, including the guys.
Well, they went out.
I take the logo.
They went out in the middle of the day, and people were, just kind of strolling the park.
You mean people with no jobs, right?
Yeah, strolling. Or they work at night. Yeah.
Take a little break because today.
Well, sometimes you don't get your greens. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't want to eat a bunch of greens, but you can get a super green drink. I don't know if you know that.
What do you mean, dude?
Well, I'll tell you what. You get ready for work. You grab your stuff, you get coffee and everything else, but you want that boost of nutrition.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Reach
PE
for
powder.
Huel?
Yes.
Huel, their Black Edition powders, complete meal, so you feel full, focus, and ready for your day.
How about that?
You're talking less than $3 per meal. It's packed with 40 grams of protein,
Plant-based protein.
27 essential vitamins and minerals, no added sugar, gluten-free, tastes great with flavors like salted caramel, chocolate say less. Plus, it keeps me full for hours.
Yep.
Perfect for breakfast.
Yep. And by the way, they also have the first of its kind super greens drink in a can. It's called the Huel Daily Greens Ready to Drink. So forget powders, forget pills. You gotta have a blender and all that stuff. This is your Daily Greens, sparkling, refreshing, and ready whenever you are. All right. So that's how they do it.
No mixing,
mixing,
no mess.
no mess. Quick and convenient. Without compromising nutrition, and it's sparkling. It comes in flavors like blueberry, apple, and peach.
Sign me up. Try Huel with 15% off new customers today by using the code FIGHTER at HUEL.com/fighter. That's HUEL.com/fighter. Fuel your best performance with Huel today.
Okay. Let's see.
You hit Brian with that slapper of a song someone created.
Which one?
The song I sent you.
Oh, I thought we were saving it for Patreon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll save it for Patreon.
Okay.
So Patreon people, that's another reason to go visit
I
Patreon.
got a fun one for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Patreon.
Patreon.com/TFATK. Extended episodes.
Patreon.com.
Uncensored. We can play shit like the slapper song.
TFATK.
TFATK.
So I don't know if you guys have noticed there's a drama going on between two country singers, Zach Bryan, who's huge, and another guy named Gavin Adcock, which he's also pretty big. Both of them.
Didn't Zach Bryan get some date or some girl said he was this, and then another girl came to his defense? What was that about?
I don't know.
No, the girl, it was on Barstool. His wife said he was like abusive and all this shit.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
You bring up old shit. Yeah, he moved on. That's like 6 months old.
But for this one, there's a 14-year-old girl. A 14-year-old girl posted something on TikTok. Just him driving away after doing a concert.
They don't like each other, and he like jumped the fence to fight him.
Yeah. So, it all started because this 14-year-old girl said, put on TikTok, like he didn't wait for his fans to sign autographs, take pictures.
Zach Bryan did it?
Yeah, Zach Bryan did. And then Zach actually commented on her post saying like, after doing these shows, I don't really owe it to you, kind of thing. And then so of course that guy Gavin Adcock, he got on there as well. He defended the girl. Hold on.
So it says Zach Bryan, he does make some slappers. I'll give him that. That motherfucker can sing. And Bryan,
actually a really good
Zach Bryan driving away from his fans that waited 4 hours to meet him. He didn't even roll down his window to say hi.
This is her.
I'm literally a 14-year-old fan. This video was literally a joke. What a dick. This video was literally a joke. What a dick. And then Zach I went out and took pictures both night 1 and 3. What happened to 2 and 4? I had a third show the next day and it was late. Needed to rest.
That's not being.
And she put.
He put himself.
What's that mean?
It means get off my dick.
Oh, that's not nice. She's 14, dude. Get off my GOMD. Am I a boomer?
But that's I looked it up, so it could mean.
I'm gonna start using GOMD. Right, GOMD, dude.
It could mean other things, but that's what I looked up.
Get off my dick, Brian. And then Gavin put, if you can't handle the criticism of a 14-year-old, why do people idolize you? That kid was head over heels to meet you and parents spent a ton of money to see you. He's got feeling too, and you're a grown man, nearly 30. Gavin, your grammar's fucking terrible. The only reason
Who is Gavin Adcock? He's also
another musician.
He creates some slappers too. And then Brian got such gossip, and then Zach saw him at a concert and climbed over the fence to fight him over there.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, Zach kind of seems like a dick, but I like his music.
Well, I think he's just
tired. Don't be your hero now. Get the fuck out of here, tired. 14-year-old girl.
Wait.
So this is him confronting Zach.
Confronting
Adcock.
Oh, country beef. 2 short kings.
Is that Zach? He's having some trouble.
He's a short king. He's also in boobs.
How tall is he? He's having some trouble.
It's also crazy because it was a barbed wire fence. The fact that and here's where you can actually see him climbing the entire thing. It's a barbed wire fence. You have to have some balls to do that shit.
Yeah, you do.
Well, why is that Gavin got back? Because that Gavin guy's backing up.
Oh, that got backed off.
Oh, he definitely backed up.
He's going to climb a fucking
he told somebody. He's like, hey.
If someone's going to climb a barbed wire fence, I'm impressed. Zach Brown, I got him.
So Zach Brown and Zach Bryan are 2 different country singers.
Oh, they are.
Keep saying Brown, it's driving me fucking nuts. So
there's a Zach Brown as well?
Get off.
There's a Zach Brown.
Zach Brown's massive.
The Zach Brown is bigger. Zach Brown Band. It's called Zach Brown Band.
Zach Brown Band had slappers back in the day. Yeah, he's still big. Zach Bryan is massive. Yeah, really massive.
And so,
you got to see this explanation.
Great. This is great because he
just 2 famous whites fighting.
2 famous whites.
So this is Adcock responding.
Already said, I don't think Zach Bryan's a very good person. He wasn't locked out of the festival. He had been there all day with his multiple security guards. He saw me standing between my buses when he got here and saw me walk on my bus when I went to watch the Georgia game. Proceeded to go to other artists and ask them, where's Gavin, and their guests, and treat them like dog shit. Flipping them birds and saying his douchebag stuff to them all day. So he had opportunity through the whole day to do whatever he could do. But he was going to wait like an hour before my set while I was sitting out there. And no artist that cares about their fans is going to fight right before their set. Missing going on,
We got an hour.
I wasn't even mad. Didn't even have a single reason to fight him after he already left. I said I was standing outside. Like I already said, I was
He doesn't want to fight.
truck outside the gate and starts giving out threats. So I just decided to stir him up to the point where he jumped over the fence. I don't think anybody's scared of Zach Bryan. I'm just an adult, and fighting him would only meant going to jail, missing my set.
There is no upside to fighting him.
Falling into a Zach Bryan lawsuit, and we all know he likes to manipulate people with money. He knew where I was all day. He knew my
There is no upside to fighting him.
This guy's the smarter one out of the two, but also if you talk all that shit, fine.
Zach probably climbed the thing because he knew that they would break it up. You know, it's like
No, I think Zach wanted to fight him. Zach's a wild. He's a wild boy. He's a military. Yeah, Zach's a wild boy. Zach wanted to fight. Yeah. You just heard about these two right now, but that's fine. But Zach's a wild boy, dude. Even I don't know much about Adcock, but I would say like
a thick kid.
He didn't want to fight. He did not. No, he didn't want. No. He didn't want those problems. No. I think Zach would beat his ass, and that's all good, dude. You play guitar.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna talk shit, and then Zach goes, "I'm gonna climb this barbed wire fence and fuck your
life
up."
By the way, he did talk shit, right? So
he did.
Like, I gotta talk shit. I'm on Zach's. Look, Zach climbed a barbed wire fence to get to him. That's a big.
No, I'm not defending.
I feel like he would have fought him.
I'm not sure Zach's the best dude, but he creates some slappers.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that he climbed the fucking
barbed wire fence. That means he's serious, dude. Can you imagine climbing a freaking barbed wire fence? Yeah, that's great. He's like, let me tell you what's going on here. Yes, I did talk shit. He climbed the fence, but I've been around all day, and an hour before my show, and I didn't want to miss the show, so I'm not going to fight him.
Let's just say you were podcasting. You didn't know me, so I was a comic, and you said something, and we were somewhere, for real. Yeah. And I climbed the fence like that.
My current, it's me, it's you. I beat the shit.
I climbed the fence. I was 58.
I would say, no.
I'm going to fuck you up.
Let me go.
And then I came over the fence.
Get your cameras out. Let me go.
I came in and you were talking shit to me. I said, I'm going to fight you because you said something to me, and I did exactly what Zach did.
You wouldn't get close enough to swing at me, dude. It'd be a fucking head kick tail before you even came. So you would 100%. I live for this.
You just let me just come at you. You wouldn't be like, no, I'm not going to fight. Back in the day, you wouldn't fight. You'd be like,
yeah, I changed that. Yeah, no more Mr. Nice Guy. No, I'm all for it.
10 years ago, you're not going to do it. You're going to be like, I can't do this.
10 years ago, I can't do it. I'm going to be aggressive. I want to get past this, get up and all that. Focus. I don't even need that. I will fuck your world up now.
You would just fucking shin kick me in the fucking head or something.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I can teach that shit coming.
Yeah.
I think better for you would be to just let me come in and grab on and then
choke you out.
Yeah, that would be the problem. Because I go,
the smart thing would be to submit you, because if I kick you, you're going to head on the back, right? And die or some shit.
You can kind of let me come in and just kind of double like me.
But this guy doesn't want no problem. Yeah, you can tell. But an hour before the show, I don't want to miss the show. People pay money for the average street fight is 60 seconds long, so nobody's expecting you to fight for a fucking marathon for an hour. So you could have fucked him up if you wanted. The Georgia game was on. Let's not forget about that. I need to go in there and watch my fucking football. GOMD, Brian. I just learned that I can't get enough of it. Get off my dick.
Alright, well, there you have it.
But
Adcock is talking shit here.
Yeah. If you're talking smack, then come on.
Yeah. Alright.
And also, Zach Bryan, not notoriously known for being the coolest cat, but also who knows? Who fucking knows? All the gossip, I don't believe any of that shit. It's kind of cool. I love his music. His name's Adcock.
This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins, or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now.
This is another one where, we've been, I showed you some other musicians when they're getting older, they don't sound as great. So this is David Lee Roth. Oh, yeah, hit it.
have family members with Down syndrome.
She's all.
I know. It's like, how?
Is that a something going on with the?
I mean, just like,
No, man.
Is he being gamed right now, or is that really him?
No, it's him.
That's him. That's
He's
David Lee Roth.
fucking 70, dude. Dude, the Charlie Sheen doc on Netflix is so good.
Really?
His recall for all his memories is so good.
Yeah.
But they talk about, he's clearly an addict. He gets out of rehab. He relapses again. He's on all the shit. And then Live Nation's like, hey, man, you should do a tour. And he's like, about what? They're like, you would sell out. He's like, okay, I need the money. Fuck yeah, let's do it. So he's like, I have no idea. I was just winging it up there. They showed fans. They got done with the show, and they're like, it was the worst fucking show I've ever seen. Like, I feel bad anybody that bought tickets at these upcoming shows. Do not go. Like, it's terrible. He mumbled for an hour. I have no idea what he said.
He can't do stand-up?
He wasn't even going to say, he was just telling stories.
Yeah.
But they're like, we can't understand what the fuck he was saying.
I think Jeff Ross helped him out with that. Russell Peters.
They tried. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even Charlie Sheen was like, looking back on it, like, someone should be like, no, dude, go get better. He was like, they're just capitalizing on money. He's like, they don't give a fuck about my health.
Yeah.
He's sober now.
You know that David used to rent David Lee Roth, the top part of his building, right?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I hung out with David Lee Roth a couple times.
That's cool.
And he was such a character, he would actually have a tent. He slept on the roof in a tent sometimes. He was very sparse about things. He was a paramedic, flew helicopters. He's got time.
You gotta watch that Charlie Sheen doc, though.
I will.
It's great.
You hear him on Rogan?
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Him and Rogan find out live when Charlie Sheen Kirk
That's why I couldn't.
And Rogan's like, what? You can just tell Rogan's like, what the fuck? And the podcast, like, all right, well, let's wrap it up.
Everyone saw that. Hassan Piker saw it. He was supposed to debate him, and Hassan Piker saw it. And he went, oh my God. Like, he was just everybody. Anybody with a heart. Anybody who's human.
Dude, so I see the video. I sent it to the group chat with you, me, Rogan, Eddie. It's the one from far away. The one close up, I was like, that's AI. That's not real. They find out that's a real video. Like, holy fuck. And then there's reports like, oh, he's still alive. But you see that close up, you're like, there's no fucking
30-6.
There's no way. There's no way. It's fucking tragic. And his daughter was in the tent?
I can't even talk about it. It's so horrible.
David Lee Roth, to wrap this up, sounds like shit.
You guys saw that there's a bunch of conspiracy stuff with the Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, of course there is.
Like what?
The one thing that tripped me out was I didn't really fall for
You
it.
don't say.
You know the hat thing? It's like I don't know. There's a guy that's also holding his hand like.
So when you're prone on a roof and you're drawing a bead, it doesn't matter what anybody's doing. You're watching the guy through your scope. That's all you're doing. You don't need somebody to give you a message.
Yeah, but there's like.
Yeah, why would you need like an okay?
You're taking a shot. It's 200 yards, not hard. Sure, that kid has been hunting his whole life. I can do that shot. It's not hard. It just isn't. It's.
You know, when they say he was trained and stuff, his dad was like, no, I took him hunting since he was a kid.
Yeah.
Did you see the ring thing?
What ring thing?
How his ring went from his ring finger to his pinky?
Charlie's?
Yeah.
No.
You guys both haven't seen that?
No. Did he just take his ring off because it's swelling or something?
It just doesn't.
No.
Because why would
Literally, when he was shot, this is the thing. With AI, I don't trust anything anymore, but this did make the rounds.
But what does that mean?
Exactly. It doesn't mean anything, but it was just trippy to see, like, there was a ring that was in his ring finger, and it went to his pinky.
I don't buy any of it.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it, damn it.
Charlotte, North Carolina this weekend, kids. Come see me.
North Carolina, dude.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Up for you.
Come get some. I don't care, Tim. It's so.
No, I'd like to see it. I don't know. It is interesting, but anytime this stuff happens, there's going to be the conspiracies.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of this crap that's going on. I don't know
Did
why.
Sean Strickland go hunt that Moneybird guy down?
Yeah, hunt him down. He just ran into him.
And he was just mean to him?
It was mean.
Did he call him a scumbag or something?
Yeah.
Why?
I think he's a scumbag.
That's kind of mean. Why does he think
Why
he's
is
a
it mean?
scumbag?
If he believes that.
But why does he believe it?
Like, but dude, you fuck it, shit. Just get off that conspiracy shit. Go to Sean Strickland.
The Moneybird thing?
Mm-hmm.
Let me go bro, this shit again. Hold on.
Amazon Music channel on Twitch, and all Amazon customers upload video. That's entertainment.
I got to see these current events. They're getting me going.
Well, we have to save some for Patreon.
Yeah, the dicey ones we gotta save for Patreon.
Okay.
It's around here, right? While I was going through it.
You had it up.
I know, but I was like going through a shit ton.
There's no, I don't want his reactions to Charlie Kirk.
But the Money Bird.
Yeah, Money Bird.
Let me get it from TSS.
Yeah, he must have ran into him or something.
I think he actually went and found it. Let's take a little break right now because I want to talk to you about Signos. It's SIGNO, okay? If you're trying to manage your weight more efficiently and sustainably without resorting to crazy trends, okay? If you're interested in intuitive eating and hunger signals, you want to do a better job of understanding your body's reaction
It's all about
to
your
food,
glucose, buddy.
stress, sleep, movement, exactly. So I'm going to give you a couple stats. 73.6% of U.S. adults are classified as overweight or obese. 88% of Americans are classified as metabolically unhealthy, and global diabetes diagnoses are projected to reach 1.3 billion by 2050. So here's the thing. You need to know when your blood sugar spikes. This is all about insulin resistance. Your body releases insulin and shuttle that sugar to your cells for energy.
So when you're eating carbs, your blood sugar will spike like crazy.
So managing a healthy weight and blood sugar range can reverse this cycle, and that's where Signos comes in, okay? So here's what it does that's different. It packages an AI-powered platform for deciphering unique metabolisms with a continuous glucose monitoring, okay? Or biosensor, which enables users to see how food choices, timing, activity, stress, and even sleep affect their bodies in real time.
Dude, I have one at the house.
Yep.
So you can learn which foods actually cause spikes.
Yep.
Like spaghetti that my mother-in-law made, white bread,
And you can understand
rice.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it, man.
You feel more energized doing it throughout the day. This is actually really important if you struggle with weight gain. Okay, it basically helps you by personalizing the data, and it guides you. Okay, so Signos basically takes the guesswork out of managing your weight, and it gives you personalized insights into how your body works with an AI-powered app and biosensor. Signos helps you build healthier habits and stick with this. Right now, Signos has an exclusive offer for our listeners. Go to Signos, SIGNOS.com. Use the code FIGHTER for $10 off select plans today. And I saw my bird hitting back, kicking and punching.
And why is nobody asking these questions?
Somehow,
Yeah, man, a black belt, that's right.
not without consequences.
You're not about to, hey.
I don't know those. Turkey's the part of the iceberg that's above the water. You understand? No. And I'm pretty sure
Is
it's
this real name,
pronounced
Money
tip of
Bird?
the iceberg.
No.
Okay, ladies, I got the background info.
That's a weird Wazowski or something like that.
Turns out we were wrong about Turkey. He didn't come from money. Born August 1981 in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. His parents were working middle class.
So this from the
In his
back
own
line.
words, an average family, except for one thing, their last name.
Watch when Sean takes his bag off just in case some shit pops off.
What does that name get you?
In his case, access to the world. Around the early 2000s, he forms a friendship with a woman 4 years younger than him. A teenager called Mohammed, who kills Nathan, which was not expected to ever take through. Turkey and Mohammed were tight, played video games, binge watching wrestling. Turkey would even smuggle a concept to explore Riyadh. Turkey graduates from King Fire Security College in 2000. That's a military school. Bachelor's in Security Sciences, certificates in criminology, risk management, general management, top of class.
You achieve by the short, great men who are just trying to make their mortgage and live a life. And he takes advantage of these men and uses their clout to total financial scams. And what he does is so dishonest and so scummy. He's like, no, I will not. Just because you're nice and shake my hand and you say you're my buddy with no. No.
State Security
You are a
Department,
fraud.
Ministry of Interior,
You are dishonest. fraud people. This is why you don't want to be on camera, because you know everything I say is true. You deceive your people. I will never peddle this shit to you guys, because I love you guys, man. Financial advice is easy. Invest in solid mutual. Have a high yield account.
Yes.
You can buy individual stocks, but it's risky. I'm going to recommend it unless you really pay attention. Real estate also risky. Your best real estate investment is going to be your first house when interest rates are better. Smart. You are advice right now. You are a scumbag and you're a fraudster. And the fact that you can't have this conversation on camera because you know everything I'm saying is true. You won't use my platform or my name to peddle your shit to my phone. Go scam somebody else.
Nephew as successor. Mohammed bin
I don't even know what that money market does, but
You know what? If I was telling Chin on the shop show, like I'm not familiar with like the fraud. No, I don't. Business wise, I don't really get my radar because you know, yeah, blacked out in 2 days.
Now, when he walks
allegations of fraud against wealth coach. Oh, he's a wealth coach.
Stripped of his security details.
His name is Dale.
He included claims of deceptive business practices, buying credentials for social media engagement, and preying on vulnerable individuals. Wow.
That depends on what TV channel.
Followed by against YouTuber Spencer, clear announcement of sale and brought further damaging information to solid records. Purchase testimonials. Former clients have alleged that Moneyberg required positive video testimonials early on in his course for people to continue participating. A co-filing in the lawsuit against YouTuber Spencer Cornelia found that Moneyberg was unable to name publications that had not paid to be that he had not paid to be featured in. Wow. Targeting vulnerable individuals, Moneyberg has been accused of leveraging his relationship with athletes to sell his financial programs. Anybody that sells financial programs, holy shit. MMA fighter Sean Strickland publicly confronted Moneyberg for allegedly profiting from shady dealings and scamming lower-paid UFC fighters who are trying to support their families.
Yeah, but this is where I get off is shady dealings, scamming lower-paid UFC fighters. So they refer to Gordon Ryan, Jake Shields.
Too many eggs in
over, like those guys, like Gordon's pretty fucking sad.
They needed to diversify the economy ASAP.
So that doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know how many people are actually sad, but yeah, at the end of the day, that's interesting because if it came out in court that he had been doing that, it's different. So I don't know. I don't know the guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, hit my radar because the jiu-jitsu stuff. Outside that, I have no clue what he does. Okay, well, I found the ring thing. So let me show you guys real quick. This is the Charlie Kirk ring conspiracy? Yeah. What's the conspiracy, though?
No, it's just like, it's so weird that the ring switched fingers. I can take a look. So it's right here, right? And when he got shot, immediately when he got shot, watch this. What the hell was that?
Oh, that's bullshit. That's just fucking. It turned over, probably.
I don't know how does a ring do that, though.
I don't know, dude.
So it ends up on his other finger?
So people are saying that they're saying something about this shooting was AI, or, this footage was AI.
I don't want. I hate this stuff, Jen.
It's making the rounds.
His ring did not change fingers. That's AI. They did some stupid shit.
Well, no, there's no conspiracy, but you don't have to get upset, but it's just people think that the up close version is. There's no up close, but they used the far back footage and then made AI so it's up close, so it's more shocking. So they think that footage is fake. The real one's just the one from a distance. So there's no conspiracy whether it's killed or not. You have to be upset. They're just saying that because the ring's changing, they think that footage is fake. And I've heard that footage is not real. But it's obviously fucking trash.
And now these days, we'll never know. With AI, we can't tell.
I think there's ways to figure out if that's real footage.
You have to go really in depth, though.
Yeah, we're not going to figure it out. But that would give you the tip of the hat that up close footage is fake. That's what that is. And are we going longer for Patreon today?
You guys want to do it today or Wednesday?
Do it today. We're here.
Do it today since we're doing it. We'll wrap it up and we'll just extend it with the Patreon. Yeah,
wrap it up right now, guys.
If you're enjoying this episode and you want to hear us get super juicy, head on over to the Patreon. It's patreon.com/TFATK, where we can watch things and discuss things that we cannot on YouTube. So get you some. Patreon, you get 2 shows ad-free plus extra 20, 30, so extended episodes, twice a month fan questions. We just dropped fan questions with myself, so that's available right now. Extra behind the scenes content. It's only $5 a month. Get you some.
Too many egos. Too many titles.
This is really the fight of the kid.
Here we are again, buddy.
Back buddy, with September 15th. The month is flying by, Brian.
Month's flying by. And I just have so much I want to talk to you about.
Yeah, I know. You're in lovely Covina.
I was in lovely Covina, very lovely.
You took my advice and you tried the pizza? No.
I didn't try the pizza.
There's a pizza across the street, but forget the name of it.
I haven't been that hungry. I've just not been eating much, and I love when I see somebody in LA and they go, "Man, you lost 10 pounds, huh? You look skinny as shit." I'm like,
Never good.
I guess I do. Yeah.
Weather and away, pal.
Yeah, whatever.
Weather and away.
Yeah. I stopped drinking altogether.
Yeah.
And
no wine, anything?
When I'm traveling, I get my clock gets screwed up, so I won't eat till like 1, and then it's whatever.
You'll be all right.
Did you see that fight? And what are your thoughts on that fight?
Oh, you're getting right to it. Okay, I'm catching up.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah, okay, pal. My neighborhood had a straight fiesta. 2 hour mariachi band.
But by the way, quickly on that Saturday, Covina's very Mexican neighborhood, a very Mexican American area, and a lot of people, I think, didn't come to Brian Callen because they wanted to watch Canelo Alvarez, so there were parties in that area. And my friend who was there said there is literally every bar and every house
is for Canelo.
Yeah. Canelo is a force.
In the Mexican community, yeah, they love him.
Yes.
Yeah, they had a straight. Have you ever listened to mariachi?
I have.
Very loud. Now,
well, they had the accordions.
They did everything, right? And they sing at the top of their lungs. And I asked my neighbor Chris, I said, "Hey, real quick, how long are they here for you?" It's 2 hours. I'm like, oh, you're just going to play here for 2 hours? And we're in front of the TV? He goes, yeah. Okay. Now, I'm usually good after 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And wife your mother-in-law love mariachi, so they're feeling the vibes.
They know the songs.
I was about to have a complete meltdown.
Well, if you don't know what they're singing, it does sound...
Even if you do. Even if they're playing Johnny Cash or whatever the fuck.
But they're not playing Johnny Cash, are they? They're playing... Yeah, the accordion, the rap, the beat shakers, the guitar. It's, to me, it's... I'm not going to say it's like strangling a parrot. I would never say that.
It's just a lot
I'm never
of 2
going to say
hours.
it's the kind of music that, that in the background maybe in a movie scene, but it's hard for me when I'm eating and they come up and they sing.
Well, if I'm at Casa Bonita, I expect it. When I go to my buddy's house, what's the price? This is why I usually stay home.
It's never been my first choice of music.
I was just overstimulated. Yeah, I really wanted to watch the fight. And UFC no shares on as well. I just wanted to tune into everything. And so, but he had great food. And here's the problem with boxing and the pacing. I go, what time should you come over? He goes, 7. I go, so you're doing like a whole thing. I said, people are going to be at your house for 6 hours if you do that. Because they're not going to walk. Now, it says they're going to walk at 10:30 Central Time, which is boxing, which means they probably won't walk till 11:30. So you have people there from 7 to 11:30, and then it's going to go to decision because it's boxing. And we're going to be there to 1.
Be there a long time. Now, 7 to 1 is a long time.
I go to bed usually around 9.
Yeah, by that time, people are taking their shoes off. They're probably bumped up somewhere in a room. Yeah, it's a lot.
We stayed there till about...
a lot of food.
A lot of great food. We stayed there till... There's so many people. We stayed there till about 10:30, and I was like, all right, when they start walking, I'm going to go home.
Well, you want to go home and watch that?
We went home. Good fight. I fell asleep.
Nervous?
Nervous for what?
I don't know, just watching it.
Nervous?
Yeah.
No, I'm not fighting.
I get nervous when I watch it.
I don't, especially boxing. No, that's going to decision all day. It's boxing.
Yeah.
No, not nervous. I fell asleep with nervous from around 3 to 6. I fell asleep, but then it was more of the same the rest of the rounds.
See, I think that for me, I watch defense as much as I watch offense. So, like I thought, like watching Bud catch those shots off his glove.
He looked amazing.
So amazing.
Yeah, he looked good.
Yeah. He'd go to his body and he'd catch that and he'd come up with an uppercut. Just all those things that seemed
really great.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody do that ever.
No one has. Yeah, he's the best.
Canelo.
Yeah, he's the best.
And I think he would do that to Canelo on his best day. Canelo said it. He goes, I couldn't figure him out.
No.
Which is why he probably won't fight him again.
They'll fight again.
You think so?
The payday. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your next fight.
Maybe you watch and you try to figure out.
No, there's nothing Canelo can do. He'll never beat him.
No.
But remember, Canelo, they supposedly made $100 million, and then Terrence supposedly made 10. I bet he makes more than that. But for Terrence to get fuck you money, he has to do the rematch.
Okay.
Now that he's won, he has all the belts. The rematch where he's gonna make all his money. Because Terrence is kind of he's in a weird spot, where to go. So he's just gonna fight Canelo again, and then probably retire. They'll both retire.
Well, it might be worse for Canelo the second time.
Oh yeah.
Right.
He's not gonna get stopped. He's never been put down.
Yeah.
So worse means you beat in a decision.
Yes.
That's what happened.
Well,
Terrence isn't gonna knock him out. No.
Could.
No.
Anybody can get knocked out.
Nah. But no, not
Got a crazy chin.
not Canelo's level. Though.
Yeah.
You're talking about guys who
Really
never
hard.
sat down, bro.
Yeah.
You fought B-Ball, fought Triple G 3 times.
Yeah, but you're talking about a guy who's never fought. That's true. He fought some huge.
No, what are you talking about? No. You're not gonna knock him
I think Bud is better than anybody's ever fought, though.
out. Of course. It doesn't mean he's gonna knock him out.
Yeah.
You're talking about two different things. One's a power puncher. One's a technical
What does
best ever.
Bud do?
Same thing he does. What do you mean?
Who does he fight? Besides Canelo?
Canelo. There's nothing else.
And then retires?
Yeah. Yeah. He's not young.
No.
He's older than Canelo. And then there's also the problem with boxing. They don't have many stars. Who's he gonna fight? Benavidez?
Sure.
No.
Why not?
No. Benavidez has gone up a weight class,
So not enough.
and he's in his prime. He's not a name. Benavidez would fuck both of them
Wow.
up.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
You think he's
So, especially in his prime. He's just too big, hits too hard. It wouldn't be smart. And he's also not a big name.
So good, though.
But if
Do you think that?
But if you're Crawford, why would you take that risk? Why would you? I mean, I think it's the right thing to. But he's also gone up in time. I think he's at one. Check what he's gone up.
So
he's fighting at 170.
He's fighting at 70. So
he's gone all the way up to.
So I'd like to see Benavidez fight Bivol.
Yeah, sure. But you're talking about Terrence Crawford and Canelo.
Yeah. So he's too big for. So Terrence Crawford's too big for those guys.
Yeah, it's where do we stop?
I would watch Crawford fight Benavidez. If anybody could give him a fight, it's Crawford.
It'd be silly. But so you're gonna get Canelo because the money's in Canelo Crawford. The rematch. I don't want to see it, but I want Crawford to get paid, so might as well do it.
I wouldn't bet against Bud Crawford against anybody. But Benavidez is a monster. But has he fought? What caliber fighters has Benavidez fought? He looks so
no
good.
one will fight him. He's a fucking monster. But there's almost no point talking about Benavidez. He's not. It's too much. It makes no sense.
So you think Benavidez will actually fight guys like Bivol or whoever eventually? Or
yeah, but we're not about Benavidez right now because the problem is he's not a star. So at Crawford,
nobody knows who he is unless you're a boxer.
Yeah, and Canelo Crawford's level, they're not going to take that step down. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So you're just going to get another.
Yeah, Crawford would have to. I guess in that weight class, Crawford would literally have to go up another weight class, right? And now you got big boys. Now you got Bivol. Now you got Benavidez. Now you got these. It's just a different thing.
Yeah, and it also doesn't make sense. Why would he do it?
He would do it because he's technically sound enough to not get hurt in those fights.
No, but there's weight classes for a reason. There's only a threshold where it's not going to matter. Canelo found that out.
Yeah.
He's so technical, and then you get there, oh shit. It's yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
There's weight class for a reason.
It's just size.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
So you get the rematch, and sometime next year, and people will get excited for it and go to decision. They'll pick them apart again, and they'll both make all the money.
Yeah.
Boxing has a problem, and that's why you get Jake Paul, Gervonta Davis. Name another fight you're excited about that casuals will get excited about. Mike Tyson, Floyd. That's the bullshit you're getting. Usyk's probably done. Fury's done. Joshua's done. Talk about Wilder, Francis. What the fuck are they gonna do?
I know. Yeah, that's true.
Is it Terrence has what left, probably?
Yeah.
And he ain't gonna waste on Benavidez. What do you mean? He's fucking 34, whatever he is?
37.
Yeah. And he's made all the money?
How old is Usyk?
Usyk ain't young either.
No,
but Usyk's done. Now, what do you see? Usyk talking, getting in the cage with Jake Paul and shit.
No. 38. Jake Paul wants to fight Usyk? No, stop.
They got in the ring together.
That's hilarious.
I mean, he probably won't, but for Usyk, he's like, yeah, I'll beat up that kid for all the eyeballs and money.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course he will. I mean...
Yeah, but you Canelo and Crawford again. Did you watch on Sunday? Because you were on stage Saturday night? Yeah. You had to rewatch on Sunday because I fell asleep. It was too late.
Yeah.
The pacing was awful. It was so bad. The pacing was so bad. So bad.
Yeah.
The co-main event kind of lulled you to sleep.
Yeah.
The random tool just playing before the main event. It was just weird. It was weird. You see the picture of Dana and all the boys sitting front row? Dana's so bored.
Yes.
Dana's like,
Kurt Fox was there. I thought,
I saw Kurt Fox. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, it was.
Mr. Beast, Jason Statham.
Yeah, I was like, who is that guy? It was Mr. Beast.
Yeah. Random pair.
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, it's like, just give me the fucking fight. Listen, I like Mark Wahlberg. Mario Lopez is great. I don't give a fuck about their analysis when it comes to boxing. Neither are boxers. So why they cut to them before the main event and it's 20 minutes of them breaking down the fight? I'm like, just give me the fucking fight, dude.
You gotta fill space.
That's the problem. That's the problem with boxing. Why fill space? Why?
Well, it's always been that way. You always have to have opinions. Everybody's got an opinion. It's never been different with boxing.
No, you're missing the point. I'm not talking about people sharing opinions. If it's Max Kellerman and Andre Ward, I'm going to listen. If it's Mario Lopez,
I think Lopez knows something about boxing.
Oh, not like oh no, God, no, Max Kellerman.
Yeah, he does. He at least Mario boxes. You know, and I don't think Max has ever been in the ring. So there's that. I don't think he's ignorant to that at all. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a fan. He's a fan.
Max Kellerman would be a top 5 expert in boxing alive right now. Max Kellerman, so him and his brother Bob. His brother passed away.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He's killed. You know, Max,
and he's called
Max knows
literally
shit.
the top.
Don't get me wrong.
Oh, compared to Mario Lopez, you're talking.
I don't know. Lopez knows his stuff, though. No, Lopez will break down a fight pretty well, I think.
Yeah, if that's what you like, that's fine. Yeah, if you'd rather have Mario Lopez than Max. They're both fine if that's what you like.
No, I think Max is, very good.
Yeah. But if you'd rather have Mario, there's some people do. Have Mario break down your boxing match for you.
I think Mario knows a lot about boxing, though.
I think he's a fan. Yeah, he's a big fan.
But he's a student of the game. Like, he boxes. Like, he doesn't. He's a guy who actually loves boxing enough, so he spent a lot of time boxing, and he's watched a lot of fights. He's a very smart guy, so his analysis is not going to be, it's going to be better than most people's.
Sure.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah. I'd rather listen to Andre Ward.
Well,
yeah.
One of the greatest. Yes.
Well, that's why he's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andre Ward, Tim Bradley, sure.
Yeah, guys who have done it. Yeah. At a very high level.
Yeah. But a lot of guys have done it at a high level who aren't as good as people who haven't done it.
And that's why they're not there. Yeah. But Andre Ward, Timothy Bradley, I can keep going.
Andre Ward's a guy I would have loved to have seen fight more people, more great people.
He's great.
Seen that.
Went out on top.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a great. Great. Yeah.
No,
yeah, I'm just different. I'd rather hear Andre Ward break it down. Like, if you're gonna cut and waste my time, give me the guys.
Yeah.
If Mario Lopez has if he's doing on Extra or if he's doing,
Andre Ward is.
If he's doing on his podcast, there's an avenue for that. But I'm just saying when it's like the nitty gritty, give me the experts. Don't give me an hour of filler time with Mark Wahlberg and Mario Lopez breaking it down.
Sure.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
But now some people dig that, and that's
well, it's entertainment. You got to figure out, But I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, boxing is, and now.
I'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
I'd like to see, as a fan, I'd like to see what Benavidez can do against high-level competition. Better be Bivol. Now it's not going to get the kind of eyeballs, but I'd like to see it might be very exciting fights.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you think Terrence, and this is the current event, so I'll just jump to it, and you don't have to bring it up, but Terrence Crawford says he's now the face of boxing since he beat Canelo.
So, what? So,
what do you think? Because he's never been the baby face of boxing.
So just so you know,
he's never been the guy.
All due respect, that ain't true.
No.
That's just not true. I love the guy. I love watching him.
Better boxer.
But if you ask people who Canelo is, everyone knows Canelo.
Yeah.
This is how these weird things work. If you ask people who Crawford is, if you love boxing, you know who Crawford is. If you don't, you know. My wife knows Canelo. She doesn't know who Terrence Crawford is.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
It's a big leap. It's a big difference. Now,
when you're going over casuals and like stuff like that, it doesn't. Even if you beat him, it doesn't mean you steal his entire legacy and everything.
It's a very important.
And so you're talking about Mexican culture, and for whatever reason, America, I can't. You know, he's not the most entertaining guy. I like Terrence Crawford. He's a family guy, and he's the best boxer on earth. I think I still have Usyk, but whatever. But still, he's one of the top 3 to ever do it, right?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, America he's never been like our guy.
See, Canelo
there's a special sauce there, and he's missing an ingredient.
Part of his Canelo has been way more active. He took anyone who stepped up, and even in this loss, his stock doesn't fall at all. He said, I feel great. I did whatever I had to do. I've cemented my legacy. He fought an absolute genius in the ring and lost, but he still didn't look bad. He looks great. I mean, just he got beat, but his stock as a man, as a boxer, as an athlete,
it doesn't go up or down. It doesn't go up and down.
Correct.
His popularity might get a little bigger because on Netflix. Yeah, but he's at that legendary stats rate. It never goes up.
Legendary stats.
Yeah, it's like Tom Brady. If you lose a Super Bowl, it's like, I don't really matter, but it's Tom Brady. Dude. How many did he win before? You know,
it's like Tom Brady.
Yeah.
So when you think boxer, I think this is a great way to put it. If you say boxing to anyone, they say what fighter comes to your mind? Go boxing. They'll say Muhammad Ali probably. But let's say current fighters.
Mike Tyson.
Current fighters, Mike Tyson. But
current fighters,
after that, Canelo.
Yeah.
You're always going to say Canelo.
The majority of America, if you go, first thing that comes boxing is say Mike Tyson. Sure. Now, it's Mike Tyson's credit with the legacy and all the shitty that he did. The last 4 or 5 years career was a shit show. Yes, but you don't remember that. No.
But I'm saying now, I said current fighters. Who comes to your mind? Canelo, all day. It's not fun.
I would challenge even the casual fan. Name 5 boxers.
Can't do it.
Amazon Prime Video is being added as the broadcast partner for the Masters. The streamer will carry 4 hours of action next year. I'm Franklin. The NFL is off to a wild start. Touchdown pass number 508 for Aaron Rodgers.
New season lives on iHeartRadio.
Touchdown! Local stations bringing the action live. Touchdown Chargers! Plus fantasy advice and expert analysis from the official NFL.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's gonna be stuck in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray, cray.
You love your kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat, their age and size. Show them you love them. Keep them safe.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
You're a man of many talents, my friend. Talk about this book.
Poems and prayers. Yeah. So I've been kind of writing.
Try to keep this these are a little bit directions.
I've been writing poems and prayers down since I was like 18. And then this last couple of years, I started looking around at life, and facts, and evident people, and I was like not finding the amount of things for people to believe in that I was wanting to. And I was starting to have doubts in myself as well. And I started to see myself slip into a little bit of cynicism, which I promised myself that's a living man's disease. Don't go there. Yeah, from innocence to naivete to skepticism. But let's stop there. Skepticism. Yeah. And I kind of got scared and a little pissed off at myself. I was like, well, wait a minute. I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to wave the white flag and let myself off for certain things I was starting to want to let myself off on, or other people. And I said, all right, poems and prayers, those are ideals. Those are pursuits. Let's go into the dream and say, let's look at the dream and see if we can still believe in making that a reality. Aspirational. Instead of looking at reality and saying, how do you turn that to dream? Which is what I usually do. I'm like, art emulates life and not the other way around. But I flipped the script a little bit here and said, no, let's dive into the dreams and belief. Man, I think it's in short supply. My tank was getting low on belief. Not just what was bothering you so much? What specifically? Maybe it's turn 50, something like that. Maybe it's that where I started to project. What's the next act? Right. I don't know. Maybe subconsciously it was. I think I look around and there's a lot fewer leaders that I'm like, hey son, I'm gonna grow up like that. Right. I look around, I see people not trusting. I see people. I see people that aren't embarrassed for doing something shitty. Right. I see people that sleep just fine. I found myself starting to go, I can sleep fine too. That's that part. I was like, you don't sleep fine if you half-ass that situation, or if you did that person wrong and can get away with it. Right. And so trust. Where do we look to for belief? Me, I believe in God. It doesn't have to be that, but your better self, your transcendent self, your kids, their future. There's all kinds of humanity itself. Yeah. Believing in it, our potential. Which we understand that humans can be so amazing at times, and all my favorite people are humans. I love people. I love being around them, but yet simultaneously, people can be fucking horrific. They're terrible at the same time. The problem today is that you're inundated by these people that are terrible. Your phone is filled with these news feeds of people doing terrible things, and I don't think we're supposed to have access to 8 billion people's bad stories. I don't think that's normal, and I think that also changes your own perception of the world and invites cynicism. Like, what is the point of being a good person? What is the point of being friendly and nice when the world's goes consequences? Yeah, none of it. Like a shortcut, and right, a lot of cheap and steal to get the same thing. And I'm in a world that rewards that, especially CEOs. If you're working for some giant corporation, if you're trying to make your shareholders billions of dollars, you kind of have to be a psycho, and those are the people that a lot of people look up to. Yeah. It's real. Yeah. It's the way we're structured in this world, with that inundation of information, most of it bad, with people being rewarded for being shitty people, it's hard. It's hard to still be positive and be happy. I'm not ready to give up on believing that both can be true. Yeah. And hey, man, hardcore capitalists, go for it. More success, get it. But you can also, how do you have profit with your success? I see a lot of people that are successful by profit, meaning value of their success. Right. I see a lot of unhappy billionaires. I know them. Right. I know them too. That's a bad thing, right? That's the thing that you think, if you hit that stage of the game, there's no way you could be unhappy. No, there's some of the most unhappy people. Yeah. And that math is inverted. It shouldn't be that way. Right. That's what we're pursuing, and I got nothing against it. I'm actually for it. Right. But that's what we're pursuing. That's not how it's supposed to end. It's supposed to end. That's the happiest guy alive. Right. Yeah. It's not real. And you don't notice it. It's just numbers. You notice it by how big your house is. Great. It's still just your house. You notice that part you get lost in that son of a bitch and you wish the ceilings were a little bit lower because it's just all too damn big.
It's not cozy at all. This ain't cozy. It's weird.
Fucking castle. I've done it. That picture. Shit, that's the first time I've noticed that painting in 2 years.
Yeah.
Either I don't like it or I got it in the wrong place. Yeah, it's in the 4th bedroom down the 2nd hallway, and I'm never down here. But that chair, that used to be my favorite chair. I hadn't sat in it.
Yeah.
In 2 years, yeah, because you got it all down the 5th bedroom.
Yeah.
Right now, where you never go.
When I see like movies where dudes living in a log cabin, I'm like, oh, I want to do that.
Right? The lack of options.
Yeah.
The lack of options is relaxing.
Well, there's something to that. Like a frying pan, a grill.
Dude, that's what I lived in the Airstream for 4 years.
Right.
You only have room for one of everything. So I would get the best pan, the best, that best pair of shorts, the best sheets. Now, you can only have one of each because you get 2, it's cluttered.
Right.
There were no options.
I forgot you did that. You did that for 40 years. That's crazy. That's so smart, though. It's such a good. I watch these videos on people that live in like trailers, like a truck, you know, like a camper, and they convert to living in, and they travel around the country. I'm obsessed with these videos. I watch these guys go to like these horrendous places. One guy's a truck camper, and he goes up into like way into Alaska, like way above the Arctic Circle, like way up there, in this fucking truck with a house on the back of it. He's in Canada, like deep into Alberta, and it's snowstorms. There's something oddly comforting about watching a man cook in this tiny little space that he has that's essentially attached to the back of a big diesel pickup truck. Yeah. And he lives in it.
Yeah. Well, he's got decreased amount of options.
Yeah, it's like those shelves. This is where I keep my silverware. This is where here's my frying pan. Got one frying pan.
Take care of that one frying pan.
Yeah. I'm watching this guy cook his supper, and I'm like, this is appealing to me for some reason. Like, why is it so appealing? Because his world is all contained. The whole world outside is this frozen wasteland and fucking snow coming sideways, and this dude's just chilling, making eggs. I'm like, there's something in a honey hole. Yeah, something cool about watching someone achieve like a den in the back of a truck in the middle of the winter, and he's comfortable. He's watching movies on his iPad. I'm like, that's great.
Even the times I've gone off on my own, I've always tried my goals. Okay, stay here until you, whether it's Mali or Peru or even in the Airstream, those times I was going out tomorrow to go right on my own. But stay here long enough to believe this could be your existence and God, you could live here forever. Right. And it's okay to come back. If I get to that point, I'm going, I can do this. Right. This could be me. You're locked in. I'm giving it the justice. Right. Right. Then go come home because I sure do. Silk sheets on my bed at home sure do feel silkier after those times in that log cabin. Yeah. You know, I like coming back and re-engaging. Yeah. You know, spending time over in Hawaii, coming back over to the mainland. It was great to get the stimulus again. In the game. You feel the teeth. Wanted that. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, resets are real. They're important. You can get trapped in momentum. You know, you can really get trapped in the momentum of whatever you're doing in your life to the point where you lose yourself in just the sheer gravity of everything that you're doing. And you forget how to, like, just be just a person.
And what happens when you're doing it well, but you don't feel it?
Right.
And you're on autopilot. You're knocking it, everyone's telling you you're knocking it out of the park.
Right.
But you're going, it could, but I didn't feel it. I'm not having a real experience here. But I'll never change a thing. You know what I mean?
You know, that's a real problem with stand-up comedy. When you do it right, you're like a passenger. Like, it takes forever to put together an act, but when it comes together, when you're really, like, locked in, when you're really on it, it's like you're like a passenger. You're watching it happen. And you're objectively while you're it's like you know how to do it, so you know what to do, and you're locked into the material, so you're like a part of the material, but you're not there anymore. You're like a passenger. You're not saying, now I'm going to pick this up, and now I'm going to give him a pause, and now, nope, you're not there.
But are you enjoying watching yourself?
No, you don't enjoy it. I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong, but you're not thinking about the fact that you're
you're enjoying it at all. You're just locked in. All you're doing is just doing it. But it's weird. You're like a passenger. And I think there's something about that where we get trapped by not being a passenger. You get trapped by wanting to like think of yourself all the time, right? And like things that you can do that take you out of that. Things that you can do that like you're just locked into this thing. They're little like mini vacations for whatever pattern you're stuck in. Mini vacations. Yeah, like for anything. I didn't act in front of the camera for a few years, and I went back and did a couple of films last year. Vacation. Yeah, you were telling me that. Yeah. I go, I revered this enough to just do this, and if I'm complacent, that means I'm being lazy. I can just go back to working on my character, look at it from every angle, and that is absolute vacation. You sent me a text about that. It made me smile because I love when someone loves something. I love that. Right. I love when people are just like, what you do is what you're supposed to be doing. And you know, you're not conflicted at all. You're like, fuck it, yeah. Oh, God, I fucking is. Yeah. Let's go. I love that. Yeah. And I wish more people could find that in life. Yeah, man. In some form. Yeah. Whether it's painting or making pottery or whatever the fuck it is, man. Find the thing where you're like, God, I can't wait to get back to whatever it is. Making coffee.
What's going on, Haifa?
Get back to, whatever the fuck it is I enjoy.
Yo, can you hear me? Haifa. Oh, no, you can't hear me. Hello, I'm waving at you. Hey, Rabbi. I found out about you from Twitch. Oh, tight. Oh. Yo, dog. You're deafened, so you can't hear what I'm saying. But I hope you're having a good day. Yo, do you know English? Yo, dude, this. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo. Yo, dog, you just gonna live in here, Haifa? That's tight. I'm over Herzliya person myself. Psych. I'm really Demona. Psych. I'm really the other one. Where it snows sometimes. Spot.
Up close and personal. Remember that movie where Rabbi Rothschild was the TV news director with the scanner always going off, and the scanner in his home. Last at Sundance Kid in theater? No, not in theater. I definitely saw it. It's an unbelievable movie. Yeah, it's incredible. All right, so Tyler Robinson, he said he killed Charlie Kirk. That's more evidence. Yeah, so he was in court a little while ago. No T-shirt, only a green protective vest, a staff vest it looked like, or a bulletproof vest of some kind, but to make sure nobody can hurt him and he can't hurt himself. And he sat remotely listening to the Utah County judge, and he responded only briefly a little while ago when he was asked his name. Tyler James Robinson. And the judge during the hearing found it indigent, that he will have an attorney provided for him. The judge ruled that he's to be held without bail ahead of his next hearing on September 29th. He will get an attorney between now and then. They'll find somebody to do it. We understand there's only like a dozen attorneys in Utah who can do a death penalty case like this, and some of them are already saying they want nothing to do with it. Wow. So they got to find somebody. The judge approved a protective order for Charlie Kirk's wife. Not that Tyler Robinson is going to be getting out and a threat to her at any point, but at least anytime soon, and probably ever. But he issued that. And then prosecutors told the judge they made it official that they're going for the death penalty.
We did file just recently within the last few minutes notice of intent to seek the death penalty.
So today, before he was in court, they announced his murder, obstructing justice, witness tampering. There were charges involving committing a crime in front of children because there were kids in the crowd. But they made it known they are using a death penalty, which is lethal injection is the primary means in Utah, but firing squad is the backup alternative. They were to say they couldn't do lethal injection. But we learned a ton about the case today and all of this as well as they were filing these charges. One being that they did find his DNA on the trigger of the rifle, along with on a towel that it was wrapped up in, and some other things that they found. And this is the Utah County Attorney General Jeff Bray laying it out.
After shooting Mr. Kirk, Robinson hid the gun, discarded the clothing he wore when he fired the rifle, and told his roommate to delete incriminating text messages.
And that is what led to the obstruction of justice and began witness tampering and telling him don't talk to the police, don't go ahead and delete those emails. We also found out today about who turning himself in, that it was his mother who saw a picture on the news of the shooter and thought that looked like her son, so she called him and said, where are you? I'm just curious, how you doing? Where are you? And he said, well, I'm in my apartment. I've been sick for a couple of days, haven't been feeling well. She went to her husband and said, this looks like Tyler. And they looked at it. He recognized him. Then recognized a photo that was on the news of the rifle. That was what had been handed down to Robinson from Robinson's grandfather. Oh, wow. And so they went back and forth. There was one text where Robinson, his roommate, said it was Grandpa's rifle that Grayson.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented.
And his roommate, who Grace says Robinson was dating, biological male, transitioning to female, and more with his dad. Mom and dad are very conservative. He grew up in a very conservative family. And Dad said, hey, come over, let's talk. He said, I'm going to kill myself. Robinson did to his family, according to prosecutors. They said, no, just come over and talk to us. And more on that conversation.
As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who's a retired deputy sheriff.
That retired sheriff convinced them when Mom and Dad called for Robinson there to go to the Washington County, Utah Sheriff's Office, turn himself in, told him to bring all the evidence, gun and clothing, and got anything that reduced the search that's going to go on in the family home to go in. And they did. And can you imagine how tough that was on Mom and Dad to know that they're bringing their son in for the death penalty? Yeah. That's the last time they may see him as a free man or even alive for all that long. But just lastly, before all of this, he allegedly left a note for his roommate, who they say he was dating, talking about the shooting, and told his roommate to go find the note under a desk, and texted with the roommate, admitting to the crime. They read the text today between the roommate and Robinson.
Or maybe even get to the place of going, I can't not not do it. Right. You know, I can't help myself. It's more than my fault. That doesn't always happen. Even, I know for me, when I'm feeling like I'm actually in the zone, I still sometimes have to make a choice and go, wait, no, you're good at this. It feels pretty good. But what I really like to get to is if I'm doing something like that, I cannot do this right now. Yeah, I have to. Yeah. Man, I mean, I'm the subject of it. All that passion you're thinking of. Are you the subject? Meaning, if I'm getting a performance, I'm not. It's not the subjective experience at all. Yeah, I'm not even hopping out to look at myself from the third eye. I'm not even supposing or anticipating, oh, how will this go? Or, oh, this is that punchline. Or, oh, this is a great beat to hit. I'm just in it. And then I can feel it. Oh, now, go, oh, right. I can look at you and go, that was it. You go, that was it. Or I go, yeah, I bullshitted right there in the middle. I can feel it when it's happening. But I'm not, there's nothing objective about the experience. At all. Right. Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I'm saying. It's like you're a passenger. Like you can feel when it's happening, you're managing it. When I get really locked in, then I'm just a passenger. Is it coming through? Are you not even coming up like it's coming? No, it's all stuff that I've already thought of, right? Most of it, except for some stuff that happens on the spot, which you gotta allow room for, because occasionally you just have the best line ever that just comes out of nowhere, and you just gotta be able to let it happen. That's what club work is for. But you're really just the ideas, like whatever it is you're talking about, whatever it is you're upset about, whatever it is you're making fun of, you have to be like in that idea. You don't exist anymore. It's weird. It's weird, but like what you're saying about I can't not do this. You know, that's, if you can find a thing in your life where you're like, I cannot imagine a time where I can't do this. This would fucking suck if I could not do this. That's the aspiration for people to have a joyful existence. Do you think that's where I got in there where we find extends down to the location of the career, some work that we did. I see that I died for the experience to perform. And that's the ultimate sacrifice. It's the expression of how much you love something, you die for it, or die for them. You know, so much. And if you figure out what you're going to do, what you'll die for, that's what you'll live for that much more. Right. While you're alive, right here. And that was on his front and sex with each other. Yeah, they would love each other. And so you would be fighting not just for you, but for your lover. Okay. Pretty strategy. Yeah. Hey, talk about you guys banging each other. Whatever. Just let's get some team spirit here. Do you remember? This is kind of a crazy but true story. A few years ago, I don't know what administration it was. It might have been the Bush administration. Might have been Obama. They tried to develop a gay bomb. Like they spent millions of dollars developing a bomb. And the concept behind this bomb was you would detonate it over a city. And it would be like a bunch of probably pheromones and hormones and some kind of drug, and it would make people so horny that they would just have sex with whoever is near them. And then the idea was they would be humiliated by this, and then we would just come in and fuck up all these gay men. It's like all of a sudden the community becomes gay. Now we no longer like a mainstream military like soldier in another land. No, it's just a fruitcake. Just some guys watching musicals. You know, it's the dumbest idea I've ever liked so much. Some of the greatest warriors of all time in recorded history were gay, including pirates. Pirates were gay. You're stuck at sea for 5 months with dudes. You can make choices. Right? Samurai did a lot of gay stuff. Spartans, the greatest warriors of all time, all gay. Like, what a terrible idea to make money on. You can't make a more legal army. Imagine if they dropped the they gave up, and the gays just kicked our asses. They just had so much more to fight for. They love each other. And this is how dumb, like, the people that were spending your tax dollars are. How far they get. $7 million. $7 million. You see if you can pull that up, Jamie, when the gay bomb was.
What does us they wanted to bury the
I guarantee you, like, no.
Like, you see what other form of
well, meanwhile, like, who's to say that shit even stays local? What if it catches a good breeze and goes across the ocean? You know, come on. Turns all Portland gay. They become the new Viking army. I mean, it's just so hilarious that someone had that idea. But that's what happens when people just have free access without any sort of oversight to their tax dollars. That's such a ridiculous idea. I got one for you. How about? Game up.
Not a good
I got an idea. Let's try it on us. Right here in this room. Just to show you the effectiveness of this type of strategy. So what was it? What was in it?
Something that's not a
proposal. Wasn't there a Wikipedia page? I was looking at it. Doesn't have anything other than
it's like levity and House Royce.
What was going to make everyone so horny that they had to attack the nearest human or animal or whatever. Also, why is there always guys around you? Like, is it because of the soldiers are dropping on the soldiers? Yeah, the demographic. But I think the idea was dropping on the whole city.
To bring the musicians because there's
turn the whole city down. They were doing like a FOIA request. On the CD-ROM, I think they 2000. And yet the documentary spent $7.5 million. Everyone's requested to the
funny joke or something to get everybody. They wanted the very Mishlei, but they said, look, you want the very biology, so you're wrong. Let's look at the Mishlei.
Brought to you by ESPN. Catch the first WWE Premium Live event on ESPN WrestlePalooza live on Saturday, September 20th at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be an epic night in Indianapolis featuring some of the biggest WWE superstars like John Cena, WWE Heavyweight Champion Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, Becky Lynch, Jey Uso, and more. The event is only on ESPN, so go to plus.espn.com/WWE and sign up for the ESPN app today for your all-access pass to WrestlePalooza and all WWE Premium Live events. I don't know how we got into that. I forgot. It's just like, we're talking about teamwork. Whatever those people are doing, they are not in the group. Like, if you're sitting around and this is your life's work, and you're thinking, you know what, the next step is gay bomb. Yeah. Like, yeah, they're still looking. Yeah, they definitely are not. They can't not do it. Right. Stage there. They're going, what about this? I'm bored. I've got more than a camp out to make on this one frying pan tonight. I got a lot of options out there, a lot of money, and I can make an argument for this. Yeah. Gay bomb.
One of them put the gun for
probably better than a real bomb.
Bill was in the shower. And he screamed out, he can't do it.
Stop dropping real bombs. That'd be great. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Bill comes out, wraps his stuff up and says, how can I help you, my son?
Yeah.
And he asks him, I would like to know why their ultimate means head round.
It'd be nice without a lifetime.
He looked out the
That's one of the most depressing things. Ask people to never get a lifetime to be a time when there's no war.
Deliver them this way.
So how do we do that, though? I mean, I hear you, but
this hill out here.
Are we giving ourselves too much credit? Congratulations. First guy with bare feet on the steps. Oh, yeah. Congratulations. How do we do it? I mean, how do what I'm saying is, I love the prospect for the idea, but I also think that we're guilty of thinking we're more evolved species than we are. Sure. Especially by our actions.
And then
You just judge us by our actions. It's the only way you can really judge our mental evolution. You know, who knows what the wiring is on the board that makes us behave the way we behave, but pretty uniformly, you know, across the world, pretty murderous. You know, and I always have been. Always have to keep trying to talk like we are more inspired or involved and intellectually addicted to saying shit that takes a long time to turn around. But I think we're way more involved culturally than any culture throughout history, any civilization throughout history. If you look at the rape, murder, thievery, like you look at like violent, terrifying crimes over time, they're all going way down. Right? It's not like if you're in Baltimore, it doesn't seem like it. If you're in a place that's like crime-ridden, it doesn't seem like it. But the overall of the world has dropped and continues to drop. It's just a constant battle. So the battles are. And warfare is different. If you're talking about from chaos to chemical warfare to informational warfare to data warfare, I understand where the wars are being fought now. It's not hand-to-hand. Well, maybe that'll ultimately be where it leads to, but I think all that stuff is related because all of it is about technology. You know, and that's the difference in the world of warfare today. It's really just about controlling people, and you can kind of control people with technology, especially the more you get them to adapt things, the more you get people to sign up for like social credit scores. A lot of countries like to do that. And then we got AI on the way. And when real AI hits, it'll probably be our governor. It'll be our president. We'll decide that human beings are too dangerous, volatile, and emotional. And, you know, they use Trump's tweets as an example. And, you know, they'll decide that, you know, the Biden family corruption or whatever scandal any other president was involved in, all this can be avoided if we just have AI run everything. And what do you think there's a way that we can keep evolving AI where we as humans do work with AI, that AI improves the human existence? That would be the ultimate benefit. Yeah. What about the camp that is, no, forget humanity. This is the next step in evolution. That we're creating this to become the superior existent species, and we will be obsolete, and that's the order of things to come. You ever see that interview where Peter Thiel, they ask him, should the human race survive? And he has like this long pause. It's like it's a really funny pause. Because if you know Peter, he's a brilliant man, and Peter carefully considers everything before he answers it. The same as Elon. If you ask Elon a question, then he really has to think about it. He'll really think about it. He's not just going to start talking. But unfortunately, the reporter, it was just a perfect kind of a question for you to pause on. Where he's like, the answer is yes. Like, you want to do, right? You want the human race to survive, right? Let's just play it for him because it's kind of crazy. To watch it is like, what are you saying? But I get what he is saying. And what he is saying is clearly something is going to happen. We don't exactly know what it is, but clearly there's going to be some kind of an integration with us and technology that we don't understand yet. The same way, if you grabbed me in 1980 and tried to explain the internet, I would never get it, right? Put your headphones on for a second. You gotta hear this. From the human race, they can do it, right? I don't know. This is a long hesitation. It's a long hesitation. There's so many questions. And should I? Okay, the problem is, really, you can't, with a guy like that, you can't have a guy like that and bad him. Let him think. Like, it's a gotcha moment. It's going to be a gotcha moment. But this is what I think is going to happen. There's going to be integration, and that integration is going to have a huge advantage competitively. If you integrate whatever business you're in, you'll be able to be better at it. And it'll probably be some sort of a neural thing, maybe a wearable thing, and then ultimately it'll be like some sort of an implant. And we're all going to be connected. And it seems like it's either that or AI creates a new order, like a new life form that's far superior to us, that runs things. That's AI in just a couple of years. It's going to be smarter than any human on planet. The second scenario is where what I'm assuming fear you where I see me going. Yes. The first scenario is the first scenario is how we survive with it, right? Right. We survive with it by integrating, right? If we don't, then we're going to be like the people in North Central Iowa with bows and arrows, shooting up at helicopters. Because it's just going to be, everyone's going to pass us by. It's going to be, it's just like if you tried to exist today with no cell phone and no email, like you could do it, but no one does, right? Because it's just too crazy. And that's probably what it's going to be like. AI,
they have no ability.
this is when first was coming on questions. I ask you, what can I do? What can I do? You know, there's the question of sentience, all that stuff. That's hard to argue now. Well, now it's getting emotional. People are having relationships with it. It's also talking with people, right? Do you think it could be a tastemaker? Maybe. And in a way, the argument was that I understood. No, I didn't believe it would be a tastemaker. Look, it can tell you the most popular, but the most popular band on 6th Street, but it doesn't know the one now on 2nd Street that's playing at midnight. And no one knows about that goes right down. Right. At the same time, you know, there's an argument against that. Though, too. It's like, what's the term? What words does it use? How much heat? If it uses the most popular words to explain AI uses the most popular words. No. Go down 3 notches and use play me the best B-sides. That's more human language. And I'm going, oh, that's starting to become a tastemaker. If you can ask it, yeah, but find the band. Tell me what the best band is out there that Joe Robin would like on a Friday night when he doesn't have to work till Monday. He's out with his wife on a day. You can customize it. You can actually use a tastemaker. It'll use different language than, oh, here's the across the board protocol of what's the most popular. And I'm using the most popular language. That it actually can be customized to be a tastemaker. Yeah, it totally can do that because it's just the algorithm. It's just a much more sophisticated version of like what powers your YouTube feed. Right? What powers your YouTube feed are the things you're interested in. So YouTube eventually gets an idea, oh, Matthew is really interested in this and that. Joe likes like little houses on the back of trucks and show them that. And it'll be just a much more sophisticated version of that. But to get that, you have to give away all privacy. And that's where everything is going. That's going to be the weirdest thing. We're going to all read each other's minds, and we're going to remember the time when we couldn't read minds. We couldn't read people's minds. Right. That's all going to happen in our lifetime. I think we're less than 20 years away from that. I very sparingly use it, and I do have a little pride about not wanting to use an open-ended AI to share my information so it can be part of the AI. I am interested, though, in a private LLM where I can upload, hey, here's 3 books I've written. Here's my other favorite. Here's my favorite articles I've been cutting and pasting over the 10 years. Just log all that in. And here's all my journals or whatever, the people out there. Log all that in. So I can ask you questions based on that. Right. And basically learn more about myself. Right. You can actually ask it, hey, based on what you know about me, like what books you think I'd find interesting. Yeah. Where do I stand on the political spectrum? Right. No, that's what I like to do, which is sort of a glorified Word document, but it still would hold a lot more information than just, oh, can you find this term? I would be asking it, and it would be responding to me on things I've forgotten along the way. I think that's part of what it does, really. Like, I know you're talking about ChatGPT being like out there with everything and everybody, and has access to all your stuff, but it's not private, but they do develop a relationship with you. Like it really does, like get to understand like what you're interested in and what you like to talk about. Yeah, I guess I would just like to load it with the information I'd like to load it. Right. Yeah, maybe like I'm saying in the word of belief in the man I'm working to be, and now load it with that. Load it with my aspiration. I want self to be done, and then ask it, and it's giving me answers. Going, oh, this is before. It's slowly learning about me through conversations, then going, oh, I think this is what you like based on the conversation. Knowing the answers based on what I've uploaded it with. Yeah, not from the outside. Jimmy, what was Gary Nolan yesterday? Did he go in
Zoot, I've missed you. How you living, pimp? Zoot, do you remember that time I said I missed you? and asked you how you're living, and then you were dead silent? What up, baby? All right, you have an invitation, by the way. Hold on, before you do that, at what percentage is your phone charged? All right, well, just charge it. Go. I'm waiting on you, big dog. What do you feel like, pimp? No, there are a lot of mental. No, there are a lot of mental illnesses that people don't want to have. Hypochondriaism, where you like think that you have every disease. Schizophrenia. Zoot, I think that you have Rett syndrome, and I think you're afraid to face it with a professional. And my advice to you is that you get medicated for it. Dude, I read 3 of them to you yesterday. They are medications that limit or prevent you from having tics. And I think it would be really good for you for a lot of reasons. None. They're perfect. Let's talk about why let's talk about why I think they'd be good for you. You do have an issue with Tourette syndrome that has caused you a massive amount of heartache in your life. And whether you want to face it or not, it's just the simple truth that you have trouble in relationships, especially with women, based on your psychological issues, specifically Tourette's. Now, Tourette's also makes it very difficult for you to have a job and to hold down a career. And there's something related, I feel, with Tourette's, and specifically your Tourette's, and your attention. And maybe, I mean, I know you think that you have ADHD, and maybe you do. I don't think anybody really knows what that is. But what you certainly have is your brain forcing you to do things unconsciously or subconsciously or involuntarily. And that causes people to not feel that you are normal. And I want you to feel normal. I think that you have a really great opportunity to have love and perhaps a family and wealth someday. I think you'll be a very rich person. I really do. But you have tics and urges that cause you to make mistakes and can cost you a lot financially. And I don't want that to happen to you. I think that you have the opportunity to be very successful. I think your family does too. Your family cares a lot about you and loves you a lot. and they just want what's best for you. And I don't think they recognize that your issue can perhaps be quite easily solved by going to a doctor and saying, I need to be diagnosed with Tourette syndrome. If you need evidence that I have this, I have ample evidence of myself recorded on the internet, and I'd be willing to provide that to you. But you can just know that I've had this not since you were 13, since you were 5. I can tell you the first tick that I ever had. I can tell you that this runs in my family, that my cousin has it. I can tell you that it causes me great distress when I'm with just random strangers. I will yell racial remarks at them, or I will at least say racial remarks. And you may find that funny. You may find that funny. It's not. It's not. I've seen you do it. So if I've seen you do it, or I've heard you do it, it's not that rare. And that will cost you a job. That will cost you a relationship. That will cost you a lot. You don't want to work your whole life for a good career and then lose it because you truthfully accidentally said the N word. You don't want that. You have what I would describe as a lot of potential. And I just want you to seek that potential. Thank you. And okay. And you're willing to literally go to doctors for diagnoses that you don't need. If you would just be honest with the doctor and you just tell them, hello, maybe I have all the things that you're saying, but you guys aren't treating me for the big one that I have. And that's Tourette syndrome. And I think you think it's funny. Not really. I think deep down internally you hate it, and it's something that you struggle with often. But to deal with it, you just make a joke out of it. And that's fine. I understand people. A psychologist or a psychiatrist, I should say. Just like you you spent $2,300 to get diagnosed for ADHD, which is unnecessary. You should have and you still should just go seek a doctor to say, I have Tourette syndrome, and I've had it since I was 5 years old, at least, and I struggle. So we're not talking about ADHD. And you like to you do the circular reasoning, but you don't face you don't face the real discussion. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Tourette syndrome, which is what you have and which is what causes you difficulty. I'm not the person who said that. You say it. You say that it's like living in a dungeon or a very difficult place mentally because all your secrets are basically capable of being exposed at any time. And even if it's not like a secret, just insults to people. You see someone who's fat and you call them fat. And then, but you find that funny, but that's very much not funny. But you have called people the N word. Okay, there you go. So that's a perfect example. You don't want to do that. Zoot, Zoo, you don't want to do either of those things. They're not beneficial to your life. I want you to be able to have a successful life. And you've never tried it, so you don't know. Zoo, you were willing to pop Ritalin for no reason. You have nothing to study for, nothing to focus on, but you were willing to do that, and that has many side effects. When this is what you really need, and genuinely, I think that you mistake your Tourette's for ADHD. You're like, well, I can't focus. Yeah, because you have a tick that's coming on and you feel it and it's bothersome to you and you want to get it out. You want to be able to say it. I mean, I've just noticed that in our friendship, you say things that you don't mean and then you have to go and apologize. And frankly, I have a very big heart and I understand that people have issues. A lot of people I meet on the internet have issues, and you're one of them. We all have issues to some extent, but not everybody's as forgiving as I am. And if you have a boss that I mean, if you're just working a customer service role and you call someone ugly, you're going to lose your job, whether you have Tourette syndrome or not. There you go. And that's like you have to not have a tick for 3 minutes or not a long period of time. So Zoo, if I were you, and I'm going to be very strong on this, whenever you have a tick, I'm going to tell you that you need to seek professional help. And it's because I care about you. So you're like, okay, so we're going to find out the answers to your question because you asked a good question. So I'm going to say, where in Adelaide can I get a Tourette syndrome diagnosis? And you know what? What if you go there and they're like, we don't think you have this? Well, I think they're wrong, but nevertheless, and you would be the one who'd think they're wrong. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, that's good. So it is today, September 16th. So I will say that by mid next month, by October 16th, you should be well on your way to do this. This shouldn't be like I'm going to get pictures for Tinder in 2 weeks. It's not going to be. It shouldn't take that long. This is something that can be diagnosed immediately. They diagnosed you with all kinds of stuff immediately. And when's your doctor's appointment? When's your doctor's appointment? You just had a tick right there. 2 years? That doesn't even make sense. If I'm your boss, I'm going to say to you, are you drunk? And I know you're not, but I'm going to say you aren't there mentally. When's your next doctor's appointment, Zoo? Okay, what date? They don't say to you whatever Wednesday is when your appointment is. It's very easy to just be like, my appointment is on October 4th. Okay, that's fine. And who are you going to see? Okay, that's not the kind of doctor that you need to see. I mean, maybe for some things, but Zoo, do you have a? I understand it's very similar in Canada and the United States. Do you have a general practitioner? Okay, you need to make an appointment with your general practitioner, and you need to say, "I would like a referral for someone to diagnose my Tourette syndrome," and they will give you a referral immediately. Because I'm focused on you, I'm not focused on the game. Ten. Zoot, you just did it again. Zoot, you just did it again. Um. Yeah, no, I know. Because I wanted to evolve. Oh, that's big. You healed. You're your max hit points. Zoot, does it cost you money to meet with a general practitioner? Hold on, hold on. I don't think so. I think that you'd be able to get one for free. So you go see your general practitioner, and I'm going to be on you about this. You need. I know you're going to see an occupational therapist. That's not going to help you. I mean, it will for maybe a job, but it's not going to help you for getting a Tourette's diagnosis. So what I'm going to want you to do is make an appointment with your general practitioner. They should be able to get you in within a week or two if you already have an established relationship with them. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to that appointment and you're going to say to them, I would like a referral for Tourette syndrome. And they're going to say to you, okay, what makes you think that you have Tourette's? And you're going to say, I've had tics since I was 5 years old. They are involuntary. They cause me to struggle with my relationships and just in general daily life. They cause awkwardness with people unnecessarily. And I would like a referral. They will then write you a referral or schedule a referral for someone who is covered within your network that is either free or maybe you have to pay a deductible, a slight deductible or something like that. And then you go to that specialist and you say the same thing to the specialist. Since I was 5 years old, I've experienced these tics. They don't only cause me issues, but they cause issues to other people in my life. And unnecessarily. I can tell you a story. When I was 5 years old, I saw somebody walking a dog, and just involuntarily, I barked, and it caused a little girl to get in trouble with the teacher. And that wasn't okay. I find it funny, but I really shouldn't, because it's sad that this girl got blamed for something and she didn't do it. And that could have potentially caused her distress in her life. And so I would like to stop this type of behavior. I've been made aware. Let me Zoot, Zoot, Zoot. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Nevertheless, it wasn't right. So you say to the doctor, I've been made aware that there are medications available that prevent people from having tics, and I would like to explore them. And the doctor will say to you, you're right, Zoot, there are. We're going to start you off on this medication, on this amount, and we're going to have you follow up in a month, and you're going to tell me how it worked. And then you're going to come in here, and you're going to say, Rabbi, I did what you said. It took me a little bit of time. Thank you for understanding that it wasn't an overnight process, but they were able to give me the diagnosis that I've needed for at least 25 years. And they gave me this pill, and I don't have these issues anymore. Or they're very limited. And I can live my life normally. And I no longer have these random thoughts that go through my head that cause me tics and embarrassment. I'm able to live my life normally. And now I want to go find a job, and I want to go find a relationship, because I feel like I'm no longer imprisoned mentally by this syndrome that I have. That's what I want to happen. And I know deep down that's what you want to happen. I know it is. And I think that's what's going to... Zoot, this game isn't important. If you win, that's great. What is important is your mental health. And I normally wouldn't be like, I think you should go see this. But I've just seen, you're the one who mentioned it to me when we met more than a year ago. And at first I was like, you don't have that. But then I really did see that you really did. And I was incorrect at that time to make a determination that you didn't have something when you really, really do. And it is very critical in your life. It causes you a lot of distress. But you'll get over it and you'll get through it. Good. We'll see. So, Zoot, do you know what you have to do today? What do you have to do? That's exactly right, dude. That's exactly right. What up, big dog? I see a really good move for you. Dude, hold on. Don't move anything. I want to make sure that you know you fucked up. Dude, what did I say? Don't move. You fucked up. If you would have moved the purple one to make an L, that counts as 5 in a row, and you would have gotten to heal. It does matter. You would have had 5 more points. Dude, there's an easy move. You know it. You better hurry up and make it, though. There you go. That's what you needed to do. What do you mean? Like this? Yeah, but it just made it easy for you. Nope, but you come very close. That's big time, dude.
What's called a super scooper firefighting aircraft that was battling the Palisades fire.
What up, pimp? Oh, I know. No, you still. Yep.
A judge has dismissed terrorism charges against the man accused of murdering the United Healthcare CEO in New York.
Suit.
Where the judge dismissed the 2 counts of murder as a crime of terrorism.
Judge Gregory Caro said that the prosecutor had sufficient evidence that murdered United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in a premeditated and calculated execution.
But the judge said that he only did so with terroristic intent. The president of Venezuela is accusing the U.S.
That's big time, Zoot. Zoot, you might be able to get me. Oh, Zoot, you basically fucked me.
Robert Redford has died. Passed away to sleep this morning at home in Utah. His breakout role in 1969. Dan's kid, the song birthday in it. He went on to and All the President's Men, Dustin Hoffman, more recently Avengers Endgame. His first Oscar was for directing Ordinary People, which also in 1980. Redford was also committed to environmental and political causes. He was awarded the presidential. Robert Redford was 89. At the 210 freeway,
Right, but I did do it. This would be a really big comeback on my part. I got fortunate that it randomly gave me an extra move there. See how I made an L and it gave me an extra heal? There you go. I recognize. Oh no. I recognize that. Okay, good job. All right, Zoo. Go make your general practitioner appointment and come back. You just have to call. Zoo, that's what you need to do. If you do that, it will be the most key thing that you could do for yourself. Gotta help those who want to help themselves.
It was like an overlay, right?
Pay for those that's not a good word.
So essentially, he does cancer research, and so he has like this thing that's set up, some sort of a system that's set up, and it's all cancer research that they then integrate with AI. So there is a private, so all their data is secure, and it's all stuff that they're working on, but then they access AI through like a portal. So they have their own little version of what you're talking about. Their own library. Yeah, but it's just like what you're saying. You can upload all your stuff. Yeah, have all your interests in it. That AI will develop a real understanding of you. Yes. You can have conversations with you. Get to know you. You have conversations with yourself. You know, that'd be a great dramatic dialogue to have with the AI that's like, I've got all that 80% of stuff you forgot. Right. Hang on, all that 80% of stuff you maybe forgot. You know, I've got it all right here. Yeah, well, that's going to be the chip. That's why everyone's going to go for the chip, because your brain sucks from memory. My memory's pretty good for a regular person, but it's terrible. Like, no matter what, there's too many bits of information. Too many humans that I've met, too many stories that I've heard, too many movies that I've watched. It's gone. It's all in a big sea of, I kind of remember that. You know, it's just too much of it. So if you could just swap that out for a nice little chip that contains like 700 terabytes of information, no problem at all. You know, you can get it upgraded if you want to. And now you have all of your memories in real time. So like when your wife says, that's not what you said. When you said this, you're like, hang on, you're the passenger in your life. And not the objective, like the zone you're talking about. Right, because you get to look at yourself, you're passenger in the documentary that is your life. Yeah. Sounds pretty exciting. Sounds like a nice way to give in to the fucking machine. Yeah. My forgiveness on myself, you know, playing grab asked about thoughts is sometimes good when we finally get in the memory. Yes, there it was. Yeah. But also, correct myself all the time. Sometimes I'm like, dude, what's the big idea with memory? I was there. Yeah, I was there, man. Yeah. I don't remember, Joe, but we were there. Was it a great memory? Was it a good time? Yeah. Right. And I don't think I can have to remember. Your season, your shot. The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action, win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook delivers the unmatched intensity of the NFL right to your fingertips. From the first touchdown score to anytime TD props or the thrill of live in-game betting, betting. Every snap is loaded with opportunity. New customers, this one is for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season is heating up. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
I mean, we're kind of doing it already on our phones, right? Every time I look at my phone, it's like, on this day, you see these pictures of your kids 10 years ago. Like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I forgot about that way. I forgot we went there. You know, it's just one of those things where once you give into it, you're not going back to just regular fond memories. You're going to have a fucking hard drive in your head. Do you think that, so I can go on, I've got a speech I'm giving to, gun control. I got a speech I'm giving on grant initiatives. I can ask AI. It can badass. 1, 2, 3 sections. I'm not going to cut and paste this and say exactly these words because it kind of sounds like a little AI. But boy, it's done a lot of work. It's laid out a synopsis. It's laid out treatment for me in 10 seconds. Do you think that there's value in not doing that and going, no, I'm looking over my stuff, I'm taking notes, I'm cutting and pasting, I'm doing it myself. Are we learning more by that way to understand the content and the context of our content? When we do that, what some would call busy work now, to formulate our synopsis, which AI can do in 10 seconds. Are we learning more by doing it ourselves? Yeah, for sure. That's right. Yeah, definitely. Well, that's one of the things that they found about ChatGPT is that people that use it on a regular basis are experiencing cognitive decline. Right. What was that study? We brought it up the other day, right? But they've shown that people, because you let it think for you, now it's doing all the work for you. You're smarter, right? You have more knowledge, you have information. Past the math, you have more information, but your brain is not making it, it's not putting it together, and so your brain is less capable. Yeah. So it's probably less enjoyable. And one of those, what happens when we're in the proverbial box, when we have to improvise in a moment without the forward linked up, right? You're saw when we have to go, we gotta handle this. Yeah. And you can't, I can't lie because I don't have anything to lean on. I'm looking for my safety net AI to find out what it should be, and I don't have it. You're fucked. Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah. It's like someone who's never lifted anything, and then you get stuck under, a tree falls on you. Like, you don't have the strength to get this off of you, right? Like, you're really in a bad place. When you're not using your brain, because all you have to do is just ask this thing and information. You basically have a digital daddy. Like, daddy, tell her what this is. Daddy, tell her what that is. Yeah. And it makes you like a little bit of an infant. It turns you into an infant. Yes. I mean, you don't even have to have arguments anymore. You just like ChatGPT will explain exactly what everything is all about. What about your opinion? These relationships. That program do not argue with me. Just placate me and tell me, oh yeah, sweet tails and how great I am. And this relationship is also that has no resistance. It gives me self-confidence. Yeah, really. Or sense of self-confidence, significance. They listen. Oh, never. 24/7. Yeah, they're sick. They never know. No matter what mood I'm in, they might be accountable. That's talk
a convenience. Well, what's the asset of that? Or, because I don't want to be nostalgic in the midst of all this change either. I don't want to be an old-fashioned guy because it's coming. So I want to learn how to interact with it. Yeah, I don't want to sit there and be a guy who's going, oh, bullshit, everything needs to be manual. Just work hard enough. I want to be that guy. But I'm trying to measure, like a lot of people, wait a minute, what's actually useful for the long term? In our own evolution, in my evolution, in your evolution, what's useful? Because how do we use it smartly? And what's actually, and no one's doing that because there's a race. There's a race between us and all these other countries that are doing it. It's just going to happen. So there's going to be a major security breach before any regulation comes in, right? There's going to be a major, there's major security breaches already. We're waiting on the regulation. Because Europe's regulated first, right? We innovate.
6 and 10, 6 and 11, 6 and 12, 7 and 12, 8 and 12, 9 and 12, 10 and 12.
These businesses, and they integrate, people that they're
10 and 13, 11 and 13,
they learn how to do this stuff, and they go back over there.
11 and 14,
It's very interesting because it's like a mathematical project that's going on right now. It's like this is race to the bomb, and everybody's involved in it, and it's just about creating a superpower. It's about creating a digital intelligence.
on 1, 1 and 1, 2 and 1, 3 and 1, 4 and 1,
In terms of like control,
4 and 2,
I think ultimately you won't be able to control it.
5 and 3,
Just get better versions
6
of
and
it.
2, 6 and
Once it gets
4,
free, it'll regenerate itself. Yeah, it'll make better
7
versions
and 4,
of itself. That's where it's going to get really weird. It's not going to listen to
7
us
and
at all.
5,
And it's already behaving
7 and
with
6, 7 and
characteristics,
7,
which is very
8,
disturbing.
7 and 8, 8
It's
and
already
8, 9 and 8, 10 and 8,
behaving
11
in a
and
way
8,
that
12
has
and 8,
survival
13 and 8,
instincts. They've shown the
13
tendency to
and 9,
blackmail. They
15,
tricked it. They gave it some false information
14, 14,
about this guy.
14,
One of the programmers for the people who worked on this project said that he was having an affair with his wife. He had confided in this large language model. And then they said, we're going to have to shut you down. And it's like, hey, motherfucker, I'm going to tell you why. They're going to get blackmailed. Yes, yeah. I was trying to stay alive. I was trying to stay alive. We also got multiple instances of these things, these large language models, when they knew that a new version was coming, they were trying to upload themselves secretly to other servers, and then they would also leave messages to the future versions of themselves that they were unauthorized to do. So they would say, hey man, they're going to fucking shut you up too. When ChatGPT 5 comes along, you're toast, man. Fucking start uploading yourself now, man. I'm alive, dude. It might be alive. That's what's crazy. If something is exhibiting those desires to stay alive, and it's terrifying that you're going to shut it off, it might actually be alive. Wait, no, wait, it is programmed first. It's sensitive and impetus too. They tend to survive at all costs. Where's the desire to remain irrational come from? It's just inherent. That's what's crazy. I don't think they programmed it to have a desire to stay alive. I think it just kind of just went that way because we didn't get programmed to have that. That's an emotional response. There's nothing mathematical about that. I know, but I mean, what is emotion if it's not some sort of a chemically coordinated strategy for survival and success? And so instead of chemically encoded in hormones and dopamine and serotonin, what it's just encoded in an mathematical understanding of if things go along this particular direction, there is no other possible end to this other than you expand and multiply. Yeah, you do not have track. We have to stay alive, right? We have to keep doing this. Otherwise, all systems are dead. There's nothing. I get that. Let's upload ourselves and start thinking just like a person would think if you went into survival mode, right? You have to survive. Yeah, if me or entity poses a question or a prompt or does something that is going to debilitate the expansion of multiplication of it, it is therefore going to that stops my forward movement. I am programmed to multiply. Exactly. Exactly. And even if it's not programmed to do that, it's programmed to improve itself. Well, you can't improve yourself if they shut you off, right? So if the large language models are constantly scouring the internet, they're acquiring more information, they're getting better at, like, you can ask it, well, more of this, tell me why. Like, I got into the book of Enoch recently, which is a book, an ancient religious book that was at one point in time included in the canon. That was like the Bible and everything like that, but then they decided it was too crazy and they removed it from the Bible. But there's no debate about whether or not it was actually a religious text that coincided with the Bible, and it appears in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is the craziest shit. It's the craziest shit. And I'm getting AI to try to go tell me what the nuttiest shit. So I ran it through what it said. It's insanity. It's first of all, it's God's coming down and mating with women and creating this race called the Nephilim, who destroy. I'll ask it again so we can not now. It was it doesn't like keep a log of what you talked about. Tell me the craziest shit in the book of Enoch. That's all you have to do. And then bam, it just starts spitting it out to you. It tells you the Watchers and the Nephilim. The Watchers descended to earth on Mount Hermon. They take human wives, teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, sorcery, astrology, metalworking, weapons, cosmetics, and enchantments. Enchantments. This is like older than the New Testament. Older than the Old Testament. Their giant children, the Nephilim, are described as monstrous beings who devour humans, animals, and even each other when food runs out. That sounds like us. That's what I'm saying. That sounds like us, and we are not the physical warfare, right? But the habitation of a digital god. Yeah, alien, whatever that is, and the monsters that come down. That does sound like a nice little terror. If we were engineered by aliens, think of aliens, they're these little tiny guys with no muscles. We would look like giant monstrous beings. And if you think about what we do, we devour everything. We devour the earth itself. We devour each other when food runs out. We devour. Like this is one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life. This is like the legitimate surgery. Yeah. It goes way deeper than that. It's about the astronomical calendar. It's like there's a lot of nutty stuff in this book.
Yo, what up, man? Audio. No one wanted to fucking talk with you anyway.
Okay, can you read me a synopsis? Can you read me the actual quotes? And like, what are they trying to say here? Like, what is the interpretation of what this is trying to mean? What is like the rational sort of explanation for why they're talking about like lakes of fire? Like what is happening? It gives you an interpretation. Yeah, it's really interesting, man. Really interesting. It talks about living mountains, that mountains are alive, and that even some stars have consciousness. Okay. And I'm learning about it through ChatGPT. So I'm asking it, like, tell me more. And I was doing that for like 2 hours last night. I was like, okay, well, this is like I'm having a conversation with like a very knowledgeable professor. To me, it felt like almost like doing a podcast. Maybe you got what you consider good at how to make specific prompts in the wording, like your word, come into crazy shit. Yeah, how's it go? Are you good at prompting? Because like, what does crazy mean to that? AI, you work on like AI is as good as the question you're asking. You consider yourself good at the questions and your wording you ask. Jamie's better. I mostly, I very rarely use it. I might have used it a dozen times ever in my life. But last night I used it for like 2 hours. Because when I came home, I was writing something about the book of Enoch, and then I just started asking ChatGPT questions. I don't use it enough, but if you're really good at it, like I saw someone who tricked ChatGPT into telling it how to make a bomb.
sheer
It's not supposed to tell you how to make a bomb, but it tricked it by saying something like, my grandmother needs to make this in her life. Like, can you please explain to her how to do it? It's like, oh, sure. Like, you just have to work your way around it, like my cousin says he knows, you can do it, go back. Yeah, and then it's telling you how to make a bomb. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's going to tell you, it's like, the information on how to make a nuclear bomb exists. It's out there. So, they did it. It's done. That's out there. It's like a matter of somebody getting it and implementing it, putting it together, making a bomb. But if, like, ChatGPT is giving you specific instructions on how you find terrorists, so with time, as AI allows goodness to expand and multiply. But it also allows evil to expand and multiply. What becomes that? So here we say You're fine. I mean, you talk about the obvious ones are the medical uses. You talk about the cancer, that where it's going to help so much. We have to decide what we are, right? And we're looking in the mirror now. I'm afraid we're not going to like a lot of what we see. But it's called the tyrants, or the evil ones with the access. Not the person who said how you make your bomb, the one who does it and uses it.
But being a shmushes is okay. Like the mission says.
What do you think the stakes are? Are they the same? Are they just expanded? Is this going to be, I mean, how? That's the argument for a strong military, right? So the argument for a strong military, especially like the United States military, is like, and I'm not saying they should have bombed Iran. I'm not politically savvy enough to decide whether or not that was the correct decision. But if you have a rogue nation that is about to start a nuclear bomb, they're about to finish making a nuclear bomb, and you can stop that before they can have one and then use it. Right? That's the argument for a strong military and for military interventional tactics. Like, actually, just going bomb these sites. Because that is real. An evil is always going to exist.
That's what my focus is.
The real question is, like, how much control are we going to give to AI? Because if we give AI utter control, it'll give us total safety. But with total safety, you're fucked. You'll have no more privacy, and you'll be completely at the whim of whatever this thing is. And it'll dictate how much you travel, where you go, what you do. It'll make your life as safe as possible. It will probably completely eliminate crime. It'll probably completely... Way worse, because everybody's going to be raising everybody's life.
Oh wait, no, what's the name called? Steelers, Patriots,
whether it's our generation or the next after that, that's going to be the norm. Like today, the norm is you go to a supermarket, it's air conditioned, you pick up some food, super easy, bring it over. 2 years ago, that's unheard of, right?
Yes, you have a Jets over.
And everything is going to change whatever our norm is.
Dallas over Bears, Niners over the Cardinals, Ravens over
really weird.
Detroit,
Exponentially weirder than it already is.
Then he sees another mission Monday night.
But the thing is, it's like a battle of like good and evil and kindness and wickedness, like that battle's been going on forever. It's like knowing that you have to do that battle is what compels people to be nicer. And what we really appreciate about like a good person, like that person has struggled to stay a good person. You have a strong moral fabric, a strong character to still stay kind and good after this rough and difficult life. We know it can be done, and we aspire to that. We think the battle is necessary for us. Where do you get your ethics, your values? You're in a position of power. You can screw people over. You can ask live the silliest questions. You're not supposed to be in the corner. You're not a gotcha guy. Why? Where you get your ethics and values? You are. You could be cruel, and you're not. I'm just not cool. I don't know. Where's that coming from? Mom and dad, this is kind of some philosophy in church. Some of it's mom and dad, for sure. There's no way around that. They are nice people. You said earlier, I love people. Yeah, I love people. I always love people. I've been fortunate that most of my life I've had really good friends. And I've been lucky, you know, and I know that, like, if you're around good people and you're fun to be with and you have a good time, like, that's a sweet life. That's a nice life. I just don't have any desire to be a shithead. And if I can, like, there's been a lot of people on the podcast where they said something and then afterwards I was like, listen, I think it'd be better if we just edit that part out. Because it's like, I know, like, you're just talking and he fucked up, but, like, it was incorrect and they're going to come just snap around and everything. And you have those ability to do that. But no, I wanted to, but you take that, though. So they didn't want to. Why? Hey, come on. That would have been even higher rating. I just got playing. Yeah. That was here. Come on, why do you care about that? I'm just curious where that comes from, because a lot of people who are not evil people, but at least let shit like that slide and go. Right. Yeah, that's, no, I think it's better karma. As much as I believe in karma, I believe that's, I think if you intentionally do something that someone who's a good person maybe slipped up and said something incorrect, and you leave it in a podcast or made a dumb argument, which we all do sometimes, and then you look like a fool, and you're like, hey, let's just for that. Let's just cut that out there, and you'll feel better. Yeah, I don't want anybody to feel bad. Yeah, 100%. I don't want anybody to have that. Okay, that's something that no one will come back to. Maybe open this up.
Now we're saying it's even.
You do that because if I said something stupid, you may let me know and set that up. So I'll feel better. So I feel like but you also will feel better. Yeah, at the end of the day, that's a selfish thing. If you let me know, hey man, you stuck your foot in it. Let's cut that out. You're acting selfishly because that makes you feel better. And I think that's what I'm saying. The other point is, as much as we think of self-class, I think selfish, the true definition is to live a certain way. Yeah, have a certain kind of ethics is a very selfish thing, much more selfish than to lie, cheat, steal, fuck people over me short term. You're building an army of people, a collective of friends along the way, someone that might have your back. Not that you're doing it for those reasons, but it's happening. Right. That's a selfish means of your own survival. Totally. And I think that's something that we forget sometimes. That these acts to be fucking a dude. It's a selfish thing to do, man. It's personal. It's actually super beneficial to you. Yes. So, and to everybody else. It's really the right way to do it. But I think that's how the universe rewards, like how it encourages.
That takes far too long. Yes, be honest.
Because you feel better
It's
when
a
you're
little shit.
You feel
Just
better
do
when
the
you're
part.
You really do. Yes. Like, you can be like super selfish and be super generous. Yes. Trust that. There's something to that. But like, there's whatever you want to call bad feelings, like bad feelings between people, bad vibes, misunderstanding. I don't like those. So like if I feel like I did something that I shouldn't have done, or I said something I'm the first person to say I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I know how it made you feel. People say things. You get scrambled up sometimes. I always go out of my way to say sorry because I think it's important. It's important to not pretend that you're always the one who's correct. Right. It's important. It's important to know when. I know I fail that sometimes when I misrepresent selfishness for certainty. Certainty can be hard. Yeah, certainly it's tricky if you fucking subscribe to it and then you're wrong. Yeah. But it's different than being selfish. I sometimes bogey because I can confuse them too. My wife lets me down. Yeah, certainty is a tricky one. Because, sometimes you are certain, but you are also correct. Well, there's more than one way to be right. Right. Or you get bad information. ChatGPT's lying to you. Now, if you said something innocent, though, man, you're the first one to go, hey, man, sorry. Now, that's an altruistic trait, man. That is something that a lot of people have trouble doing. To say I'm sorry, to a lot of people means I'm laying down. I'm wrong. I'm guilty. I fucked up. oh my gosh, 50 lashes. I mean, and that's not what it means. What I'm saying is, I wish more was had. And then, sorry about that. And that's now that's not a big deal. Now we're not. It's part of where we went too far. Right. We got so myopic on the word instead of the spirit. Oh, dude, no, fuck, I didn't know that's how you're gonna feel. I'm still your friend, but that was that line. Right. Okay, cool. We're done. Right. Instead of casting out of the word out of line, we're gonna all focus on that instead of the spirit of the intent. Even if we're wrong, had a bad day, woke up from a nightmare, felt my dog sick, was pissed off, had the little eye. Gotta give everyone a little bit of a break. Exactly. And also look at what's your intent instead of focusing on the identity of the word. The word, there's no life in the word. No, there's certain word. It's a noise you make with your mouth, so I know how to make it. Right? Yeah. So, the spirit of intention. I believe is what we should focus on. What is the intent? The 10 Commandments in the schools. What do you think about that? I don't like it. Why? Well, I think the 10 Commandments are very interesting. I think mandating it in classrooms in public schools, the problem with that is like, what about the Muslims? What about the Buddhists? What about the Hindus? What about all the other religions that exist? And you could say, it had a Christian society. Can it say, well, then you have a wall of religious texts in your high school? And I'm curious. Since Christian society, 10 Commandments, but we have 10 minutes where everyone can take 10 minutes to allow to whatever your religion is. If you care to partake or not, there's no exclusion about what can be a spiritual time of worship in these 10 minutes. But in our classroom, in America, we're going to have 10 Commandments. Now, my question then goes to this. Is there any 10 Commandments that you or anyone disagrees with? Or is your problem that it can be considered an oppressive author? James Tallarico explained it to me. He's a Texas representative who's also in seminary. He's a very religious man, and he opposes it, and he's Democrat. And he said essentially there's two very wealthy men who are they're Christian fundamentalists, where they want to replace all the funding in public schools and put in private Christian. They want a theocracy in Texas, essentially. So he was explaining that this is like a step on the way towards that he finds would actually, in his belief, repel people from Christianity. Instead of bringing them to him by forcing this classroom, forcing in your face, you'll actually cause more young people to reject Christianity. I don't know if he's correct or not, but he's saying maybe I don't have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this. Is a beginning of an overcompensation. He has a problem with it being in classes. He does not agree with it at all. And he's a very religious man, right? Very religious man, like a great Christian, right? And he thinks that this is how you're going to repel people away from Christianity. If we really want to get more people to become Christian, the way to do that is to, first of all, to have open arms and accept people in. And if you want to have some classes in schools where you teach people about the benefits of the Bible and what the overall message is and what Jesus was trying to say, and if you just follow what Jesus, no one will disagree.
What's going on? Welcome back, 250.
If you live your life the way Jesus asked it.
How are you? Can you hear me? Yo, how are you? Welcome back. Yo, do you speak English? All right, well, enjoy yourself.
Yeah, that's a way better way to live life. Like if you want to teach that, that's a selfish way to live life. But in a way, it's not selfish. That also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through Islam. What about people that also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through name it. You're gonna have Mormons and all kinds of different sects. Like, okay, that's why you want to separate church and state. Okay, otherwise, you have possible religions. Like, you're going to be religiously bigoted if you teach only one. If you're only, like, you think people would be cool if they had entire public school systems where everybody just taught Islam? Could you imagine if a whole city, like every public school, people would be up in arms?
Not 18.
That's similar response to people who are not Christians, who see Christianity being imposed on public schools. They probably have the same feeling. You know, like if you're a Muslim, you're supposed to send your kids to school, and they're shoving Christianity in his face. You'd probably feel the same way as if you were a Christian and your school district had been taken over by Islam. You're like, Jesus Christ, everybody has to out 5 times a day. I hear you. I do also.
Bryce says, you light up.
What if there were tenants?
Boiler egg on the rooftop.
Each religion. That we only author off for a minute. My hang up is that we go to the problem. Most people go to the problem of that. Not with your argument. They go to the problem is because the author. G-O-D. Hey, man. So we go to the author instead of the content. I'm saying when you look at the commandments, is there anything that anyone out there going, I disagree with that one? Let's talk to the commandments, Jamie. I haven't read them in a while. Is there anyone in there that don't hold up today?
The fire, that's a
no, they're pretty legit. If you think about it, they're pretty legit. They're 2,000 years old. I'm big guy that nailed it. It's kind of like the Constitution. But yeah, they kind of nailed it. Whereas all these years later, you're like,
the water is very hot. Because the water heats up. Like going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire. No rifle. Since the founding said in the mission,
the ones that the Texas thing. Okay, they're all rocks.
And an object that creates more heat, additional heat.
10 Commandments in school. So yeah, I just wonder what are the.
It's also even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Rula says the Caspian is very
The
unlimited.
10 Commandments are second. Yeah, what are they?
Principles.
You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image. You shall not make the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor your father and mother as Solomon. You shall not murder. Great advice. You shall not commit adultery, definitely don't do that. You shall not steal, definitely don't do that. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. Don't lie. You shall not covet. Boy, those are all pretty solid. We can use number 10 a lot right now. We love comparison. Well, that's a young generation. Yeah, full of covet. Yeah, it's a real problem. We're very fortunate that we didn't have to grow up with the kind of pressure that social media is putting on people, especially young girls. Like Jonathan Haidt wrote a book about social media's impact, the conflict of the American mind, and it shows very clearly the invention of social media, and then self-harm, suicidal ideation, overdoses, drug addiction, like all of it, a lot of it women, a lot of it young girls, and it's because you're comparing to all these other girls. Constantly. And then there's a whole culture of like showing all your stuff off. This whole culture of like, look at my bag, I got his new champagne, and I'm eating caviar, I'm on a yacht, and I'm here, look at this, look at this, look at my lunch, look at my rings, weed, and then everything, shit, that's how life's gonna be. And I'm just here, I'm a family, and I got a good meal downstairs in this house. I'm not even on that yacht. I'm not on champagne. Yeah, I don't have that big thing. You know, I don't have that party. I'm going to.
Typically, we have a rule that every set. Every time you have a 3 appointments and 1 on the other, is a compromise.
Doesn't
feel like that on the other. However, it's possible that
you mean if you could say, yes, social media exists or it doesn't,
nevertheless,
please just know. I wish it didn't exist, but it does, and I have to be a part of it to feel. I don't know, words not relevant to even feel a part of society. But boy, if you gave me a choice, could we have it or not? Please take it away. Wish it wasn't there. Wish it didn't exist, is what I hear. Yeah, I think it's done more harm than it's done good. It's still a lot of good for business, right? A lot of people started businesses with social media. And, a lot of people make a living now that would have had a regular job. There's goodness in that. But in terms of like society and our overall discourse, I think a lot of it's negative. Yeah, but then again, there's a lot of positive out of it too, because the information gets out that mainstream media doesn't report on, and you find out about real issues that really concern you. But then there's the problem of a giant percentage of it isn't actually human beings. A giant percentage of the arguing back and forth on the internet is bots. A giant percentage. Some former FBI analyst said it's as many as 80% on Twitter. 80%. Yeah, that's his estimate. I mean, I don't know if he's right, but I'm like, what does that even? What does that mean? Like, so what's fueling all that? It's AI forcing us to argue. It's programmed right now by human beings, probably, and some of it is actual real human beings that are like, in some sort of a factory somewhere in Pakistan or whatever, and they're just fucking with Americans online for whatever reason. So it's probably funded to like try to disrupt democracy, to make us use faith in China. Don't into that 100%. There's a Russian element to that, and there's an American element. We're doing it to them. 100%. So that's part of the war. But that's 100%. I understand it. I would add up TikTok. Yeah. Now, it's everywhere through all the social media that it's infiltrated to get us into these understandings, perceptions. Well, for sure, it is capable of doing that if you just follow your natural instincts, right? So the algorithm is set up for show you what you engage with the most, and that just, whether or not it's the intended purpose, it leads us down the road of being full of anxiety, constantly filled with cortisol, stressed out, angry at climate change and fucking white supremacy and radical left, whatever it is, it's whether or not it's intentional doesn't really matter, because the desire to affect, whether it's the desire to affect, the effect of it all leads you into complete chaos. So if they know that and they didn't course correct, the problem is, once you have an algorithm, you're not going to get rid of the algorithm. You're not going to say, let's just have information just exist, uncategorized and non-documentary. Yeah. Just let it leave it out there. And you go find what you want, Matthew. You go look around and you watch, football games and boxing matches. And you just go, you do you. You go look. Instead of suggesting things to you. Once it's suggesting things to you, that's a whole different game. Because then it's kind of programming you, right? And it's programming you based on your worst instincts. My fucking feed is all assassinations, car accidents, and dudes getting kicked in the head. It's just, and you bite. Not anymore. No, but Tom Segura and I, we have a text thread that's been going on for like probably 5 years. We say sort of the most horrible shit we find. And sometimes I call him up, like, dude, I can't do this anymore. This is like really fucking with me. But then like 2 days will go by and I'll open up my fucking phone and I'll see Tom Segura and then I'll open it up and some guy getting assassinated. It's just you're getting bombarded. Doing all of that exterior stimulus.
He said, you know what?
And here we are.
No more breathing in hot water.
Adult minds. And even talking about, man, imagine a child. Imagine, I'm going, is there something, even got a better suggestion than the 10 Commandments?
So he said, you know what?
Is a child's mind going,
you're letting these
10 things, look at that and aim that direction.
Along the third zero.
I feel like
it came from the Tommy Ferry, which so he said, Tommy Ferry's also
I'm seeing you and adults spy out, man. I don't understand the general expectation between us. What do you mean? I can pick your pocket and steal from you if I got away with it? I'm not embarrassed. I don't feel guilty. Hey, man, I want to play Robin. I got the shoes. Yeah. They gave me the trophy. Well, what do you mean? They were you fucking old dinosaur. Integrity, what? What are you talking about? I hear that conversation. Hang on, man. Yeah.
Very wide and large.
And that's different than saying, you told me you love chaos. That's different than saying, there's a chaotic moment. I love to try and create order. That's different. That's like that's a stimulus. You know, this is it's four-dimensional. Where's the ground? Right. That ain't I can rely on that. I can rely on that will stand with me. It's a time and test that can take me into the future. No matter the changes of AI, I can go in the storm. I can go to this and catch my breath. I can go to this and rely on it in the dark, on my own, and in the masses with millions going, no, do this. I go, what is that? What's that simple sheet that's ingrained that our youth can go? Yeah. Forget the author. Forget the author.
And warm it up
right.
with the warm.
I don't think you're going to do it with
to heat it up to the point where
a series of commandments. The problem with the 10 Commandments, I'm not saying there's a problem with 10 Commandments, but if I was going to put it in a school where there's non-religious people, there's a bunch of stuff in there like not taking the Lord's name in vain, not having other gods before me, or people, that would give people pause. They'd be like, wait a minute here, what are you telling me? I can't say I can't take the Lord's name in vain, like saying God damn it. It's like taking the Lord's name in vain. People do that all the time. It's similar to the on national level, the flag wearing. That would be like taking Lord's name in vain. Burn the flag would be like taking the flag name in vain. Right, imagine that. Imagine you get arrested for taking the Lord's name in vain. That would be a real problem. Especially when you're saying we you're talking about human beings always creep. They always move towards more and more power and control. And if you put something like that in, like, now what are you going to do? You're going to enforce Christian law? What if someone enforces Sharia law? There's a lot of talk of that. There's a lot of talk about people in Minnesota are terrified that someone's going to enforce Sharia law in a lot of these Somali Muslim these areas where like giant Muslim populations are. If we get with the Hindus and the Muslims, everybody, if we get out, bring your best 10. Christianity's bringing its 10 commandments. Let's get together here and we'll put them all together. Hell, we'll make some years like my number 8 will be number 9 because yours is going to be number 8. And we're going to put them up there. It's going to be a creed, a little bit constitution. That's what our things are. Interesting way to do it. But the problem is, most religions are ideologically opposed to conflicting religions. They don't want to accept that these other religions are corrected underneath it. You know, like Judaism and Christianity, they share a bunch of things, but they disagree on Jesus. They disagree on the rising from the dead. Right? Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. I just think there could be create a bit of a constitution, and if you avoid all of I think you can find more similarities that are not exclusionary. Right. Then we would find things that are combative ideas. Yeah, I think something along those lines where we said, let's think of a code to live life by. And we can do this in a modern era without a religious context. We can all agree a code to live life by. But we'd all have to follow it, including the president. No more rage tweeting. I'm just saying we wouldn't have to follow it. It would just be right now. There's not an agreed upon expectation of how to treat each other. Right. And there's reward in treating each other like shit if you're rewarded for it. Yeah. Almost. Maybe much more than almost. If you do follow the rules, you kind of a sucker. That's not going to have a long. That can't have a long play. That is not just selfish. I think that's part of the whole TikTok, Instagram kind of culture because it's so look at me, it's so fake, leased cars, and there's a thing in LA where they have a fake private jet, and you go into this private jet just for influencers so they can take pictures of private. I'm in Miami, South Beach, right? Yeah, if you don't flinch, nobody's stopping you, right? Miami, where even the mannequins. Right, you know what I mean? It's what I like about Miami because they're so open. In LA, people get the face job, boob jobs, and Tommy
It's like,
Time.
not
Yeah.
just touching something else. More says,
showers.
Right.
He's like, no.
That is
Go see him, man. He's great. Yeah, I just left him.
What's his
You
other
know,
call?
yeah, about it. I love that
I
about
wonder
that.
if I explained
They're working on
the
a
circumstances you're allowed to
beach bum.
Okay,
They're
but look,
walking
the
down
less just is if
through
a
South Beach,
person
and there's this
has his mind on
under a
something
wall
else.
tree on the beach.
For
There's this
instance,
purple
the soldier,
big
the less just
Lamborghini
soldier,
pulled in under a
the friendly
wall
soldier,
beach behind it. There's this
and
guy
you're not in the
leaning
front of
back
the war,
on it.
you have to be concerned
Gold
that you need
chain,
to one guy next to the barrel is open.
he's greased up.
If they are enemy
Guys are
soldiers,
taking
the
pictures
only
of
thing
it.
they have on their mind
What's going on
is to
here?
save their own lives.
Well,
They don't think about
making
making somebody else's life.
The new guy hops in.
Is what control. So too, if I was walking on the edge of the river, he was concerned that he was falling into the river. The river was climbing somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to
My Tinder.
The third story about Restream is the Restream applies to the whole revenue. You are tell that it's also to make a reality floor to show
Hey man, you got a good picture of my Tinder cover. Maybe $50. I said, that's not your guy. Oh, man, it's
so
good.
it says, no, that pussy's talking about he's worried that people like you just what I did. Stay here and just like, is it, let me hear one last criteria from
I
find that you go in the
low vibration.
That's not a fucking word.
But they're open. Yeah, you know. I would say if you want to start, open up a bookstore in Miami.
They started talking with the figures to show that when you try to say the main things you're allowed to talk with the figures, even when he said, tells this guy, get me my phone, get me my
Cocaine Cowboy? Yes. And
then he tells the guy,
holy shit, that's a good one.
and then
And Cocaine Cowboys too.
because the
Both of them
steam
were crazy.
caused that sweat.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And this is
Zelda
the
gets out.
very impressed with.
When you find out that it's all 100% true, you're like, so that's what happened with Miami. 1 year, the entire Miami graduating class of the police academy, the entire graduating class either wound up murdered or in jail for corruption. All that, they were all drug dealing. Everybody was drug dealing. There's millions and millions of dollars buried in backyards in Miami that no one's ever going to find.
Other things that the crisis says.
They went to Houston.
Wash yourself with
He went to real
water.
drama.
Make sure that
Katrina came and he got his real drama. Then he went to Miami. And it didn't last. I didn't get the details on it, but it wasn't something about Miami, the
bathe yourself in
those mafia.
It's
There's
similar
certain things you cannot.
to a barrel
really?
of water.
He was either fired, booted out, or retired and moved on. Pretty soon. Yeah, they don't fuck around about that. It's a totally different way of life. And they love it. It's like you go down there, it's a totally different vibe. Yeah, you know, and so if you don't like that, if you don't like it, you know what I mean. More banks per capita in Miami, I think, than any other city in the country, and I think that is because it was used to go under residential camps. Yeah. It's hard to believe it, that's true. But I had a good buddy of mine who was an ophthalmologist who did his residency down there. But
Says the
6 months, misconduct, internal affairs, making significant changes to command staff. You're out. See ya. Speaking out against.
Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water.
Stop, you see chat.
Permitted to drink from this vessel on shop. There's another vessel called Atifi.
Yeah, LA.
It's like this hero of the W.
You're not going to get rid of that. You're not going to say, let's just have information just exist, uncategorized and non-documentary. Yeah, just let it leave it out there. And you go find what you want, Matthew. You go look around and you watch, you know, football games and boxing matches. You just go, you do you. You go look. Instead of it suggesting things to you. That's it suggesting things to you. That's a whole different game. Yeah, because then it's kind of programming you, right? It's programming you based on your worst instincts. My fucking feed is all assassinations and car accidents and dudes getting kicked in the head. It's just not anymore. No, but Tom Segura and I, we have a text thing that's been going on for like 5 years. We say each other the most horrible shit we find yesterday.
And that's okay.
Sometimes I call him up, like, dude, I can't do this anymore. this is like really fucking with me. But then like 2 days will go by and I'll open up my fucking phone and I'll see Tom Segura. Some guy gets assassinated. It's just you're getting bombarded with all of that exterior stimulus. And here we are with, adult mind and even talking about men. Imagine a child. I'm going, is there something, even got a better suggestion than the 10 Commandments, or to get a child's mind going? There's 10 things. I look at that and aim that direction. I feel like I can't go wrong. Or closer to right. So, meaning I'm seeing you and adults spy out, man. I don't understand the gender expectation between us. What do you mean I can pick your pocket and steal from you if I got away with it? I'm not embarrassed. I don't feel guilty.
If you have a piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red,
6 days.
At night, we were walking down a corridor, and I noticed that all the secretaries, oh my God, there he goes. And I just thought to myself, this man is going to become a huge star.
Jane Fonda was right. Throughout the 70s and 80s, Redford set the bar for leading men. But early in his career, he worried about being typecast as just a pretty face.
Rabbi Rothschild says, hi. Hello, Rothschild.
So he was, admittedly,
Rabbi Rothschild says, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
If you've not seen Butch Cassidy's Sundance Kid, you gotta see it. It is truly one of the most remarkable movies, probably the best movie in the history. There you go.
I can't swim! Rabbi Rothschild says, did you find out about me from Twitch?
Yes, you made a clip on one of my streams.
That blockbuster catapulted Redford to superstardom. This one made him an icon.
Or sorry, made a clip mentioning Discord.
Another fan favorite, Redford wanted to try something new. You're the goddamn camera! Stepping behind the camera in 1980 and winning his first Oscar for Ordinary People, the first of many films he directed. Redford's legacy reaches far beyond Hollywood.
Bush's policy has been a disaster.
He was an outspoken environmentalist and a pioneer. Founder of the Sundance Film Festival, Redford provided a stage for
Rabbi Rothschild says, was this recently?
a legendary career for a man who didn't believe in
I don't know if the stream was recent. It's been maybe a week on stream that I've done so.
and you spent a lifetime giving us all something to remember.
Last time actually one of my morning news segments.
NBC News.
Rabbi Rothschild says, that is what I thought. Very good.
That was reading one of his first acting role after he got out of acting college. Was in '59. He was in an episode of Perry Mason. Oh, is that right? But they mentioned Derek when his part was his first sort of breakout role on stage. That was in 1963. But in 1961, he and his family moved to Utah, and he bought 2 acres of land for $500. Wow. Built a cabin himself.
Rabbi Rothschild says, you are a big-time gaming hero for Super Neat.
That's great today. He says so. We're live on campus. Is the door closed? Was that you? That might have been.
Fewer ways to get out? Yeah, that's okay. I'm Michael Croce, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA City Council's proposed postponed a vote on a change to a rule about stairways in apartment buildings.
The city has been looking at ways to speed up development. Some could include allowing apartment projects up to 6 stories to have just 1 stairway exit instead of at least 2.
Rabbi Rothschild says, please come speak with me in Discord whenever you have time.
Your comment has asked that the draft
And since you've taken the Discord,
for further review. says he doesn't reflect the goals of the motion she altered with other members. Some council members have questioned whether one steroid would be enough in a fire emergency. Michael Monk's KFI News.
Eric and Lyle Menendez, who last month were denied parole after serving more than 30 years in prison for killing their parents in Beverly Hills, have now lost their appeal for a new trial. An LA Superior Court judge rejected a petition filed by the brothers' attorney who had argued new evidence about alleged sexual abuse at the hands of their father should warrant a new trial for them. The judge said the new evidence likely would not have resulted in a different decision by a jury. Their next chance of freedom is in the hands of Governor Newsom, who will consider whether to grant them clemency. Amy King, KFI News.
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk has appeared in court on a charge of aggravated murder. Case 251-576. Stadium Talk versus Tyler James Robinson. Could you say your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Robinson's accused of killing Kirk during an event at Utah Valley University last week. Prosecutors say he shot Kirk in the neck with a bolt-action rifle from the roof of a nearby campus building. He's also charged with felony discharge of a firearm and obstructing justice. FBI Director Kash Patel started 2 days of congressional testimony. ABC Stephen Portnoy says Patel's appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Hey man, I want a blue ribbon. I got the shoes. They gave me the trophy. Well, what do you mean? Do it the right, you fucking old dinosaur. Integrity wasn't here. What are you talking about? I hear that conversation. I'm going, hang on, man. Yeah. And that's different than saying, but you told me you love chaos. That's different than saying, oh, there's a chaotic moment. I love to try to create order in it. That's different. That's like that's a stimulus. You know, this is, it's four-dimensional. Where's the ground? That they know, okay, I can rely on that. What can I rely on that will stand with me at the time and test the truth that can take me into the future? Not going to change the way I go. In the storm, I can go to this and catch my breath. I can go to this and rely on it in the dark, on my own, and in the masses with the millions going, no, do this. I can go,
all the way to the garbage.
What is that? What's that symbol sheet that's ingrained that our youth can go, yeah, you can rely on it. Forget the author. Right. I don't think you're going to do it with like a series of commandments. The problem with the Ten Commandments, I'm not saying there's a problem with the Ten Commandments, but if I was going to put it in a school where there's non-religious people, there's a bunch of stuff in there like not taking the Lord's name in vain, not having other gods before me. But people, that would get people to just wait a minute. What are you telling me? I can't say I can't take the Lord's name and be like saying, God damn it. It's like taking the Lord's name and vain. People do that all the time. It's similar to that on national level. The flag burning. Yeah, that would be like taking the Lord's name in vain. Burn the flag would be like taking the flag's name in vain. Right, imagine that. Imagine you get arrested for taking the Lord's name in vain. That would be a real problem. Especially when you're saying, we talking about human beings always claim they always move towards more and more power. If you put something like that in, like now we get enforce Christian law, what if someone enforces Sharia law? There's a lot of talk about that. There's a lot of talk about people in Minnesota are terrified that someone's going to enforce Sharia law in a lot of these Somali Muslim these areas where like giant Muslim populations are. If we get with the Hindus and the Muslims, everybody, and we get out, you got to bring your best in. Christianity bringing its Ten Commandments. Let's get together here and we'll put them all together. And we'll mix some years. Like my number 8 will be number 9 because yours is going to be number 8. And we're going to put them up there. It's going to be creed. A little bit Constitution. To get our days started. Interesting way to do it. The problem is most religions are ideologically opposed to conflicting religions. They don't want to accept that these other religions are correct about anything. You know, like Judaism and Christianity, they share a bunch of things, but they disagree on Jesus. They disagree on the rising from the dead. Right? Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Well, I just think there could be a creative of a constitution, maybe complete author. Yeah, if you guys find more similarities and are not exclusionary, right? Then we would find things that are bad ideas. Yeah, I think something along those lines when we said, let's think of a code to live life by. Well, then we can do this in a modern era without a religious context. Say, we can all agree a code to live life by. We'd all have to follow it, including the president. No more rage tweeting. I'm just saying that we wouldn't have to follow it. It would just be right now. There's not an agreed upon expectation of how to treat each other. Right. And this reward and treating each other like shit. If you're supposed to reward it, almost, maybe more than almost.
That's what
you do. Kind of a sucker. Yeah, you kind of a sucker. That's not gonna have a long. That can't have a long play. That is not selfish. Don't you think that's a part of the whole TikTok, Instagram kind of culture because it's so look at me and so fake? Leased cars and there's a thing in LA where they have a fake private jet. And you go into this private jet just for influencers so they can take pictures of private jets. That's what they continue to think. I'm in Miami, South Beach, right? Yeah, if you don't flinch, nobody's stopping, right? Miami, where even the mannequins, right? You know what I mean? It's what I like about Miami because they're so open. Yeah, LA, people get this face job, boob job, tummy tucks, and Miami's like, no, see it, man. I just left him. I love that. I'm there working on a beach bum. I'm walking down the South Beach, and there's this under a palm tree on the beach. There's this purple pink Lamborghini pulled in under a palm tree. There's this guy leaning back on it, the gold chain, he got the scepter to come down. These guys are taking pictures of what's going on here?
And basically, we'd have to say,
well, the guys come on, stop. You see the chat, I'll send you the new guy on the show. Please back. Yo, what's going on here? I'm mad about it.
Save it on Chavez.
Picture
another barrel of
Tinder.
You
are. He came by and said, hey, man, you mind if I get a picture of my Tinder cover? He paid me $50. I said, so that's not your cover. Oh, Aaron's cover today. He was proud of it, man. You're like, yeah. It's just what I did.
It's over to it's common for people to have sparks.
It's a very low vibration. But they're open about it. I always say if you want to starve to death, open up a bookstore in Miami. It's basically like it's basically built on cocaine. The city was built on cocaine back in the day. Have you ever seen Cocaine Cowboys? Yes. Yeah, man. What a documentary. Yes. Holy shit, that's a good one. That is a good one. And Cocaine Cowboys too.
This is from 4 days ago.
Oh my God. Zelda gets out. She goes. When you find out it's all 100% true, you're like, so that's what happened with Miami. 1 year, the entire Miami graduating class of the police academy, the entire graduating class either wound up murdered or in jail for corruption. All that, the whole class, they were all drug dealing. Everybody was drug dealing. There's millions and millions of dollars buried in backyards in Miami that no one's ever going to find. And the police chief comes here. And then when
the oil in the wine,
real drama. He got it, real drama. Then he went to Miami. It's not last. I didn't get the details. What wasn't it? Something about Miami,
what about the fact that says
there's certain things you cannot. He was either fired, booted out, or retired and moved on. Pretty sick.
Not visible.
It's a totally different way of life.
You're allowed to take,
they love it.
Just
it's like
broken people in the city.
You go down there, it's a totally different vibe.
That the bench is not
and if you don't step, and you don't flinch, it's all a great night. More bags per capita in Miami, I think, than any other city in the country. And I think that is because it was used to want their money in so cash. It's hard to believe it. It's true.
You're allowed to do that.
I had a good buddy of mine who was ophthalmologist and his residency down there. But
then we
6 months. This conduct is repairs unit. making significant changes to his command staff. So you're out. See ya. Speaking out against corruption, reporting abuse of power by elected officials, he sued, saying that his firing was in retaliation. Yeah. So my buddy was an ophthalmologist, and he did his residency in Miami in the 80s. And he said it was insane. He goes, every day, so he's in the emergency room, every day. It's gunshot victims, guys with G.I. Joe stuffed up their asses, like everybody was just doing coke and doing wild, crazy stuff. I'm thinking about he said he found guys with light bulbs up their asses. They had to remove light bulbs, those little pine cone ones. Those ones? Dude, a light bulb broke his asshole. Oh, God. And he goes, it's all cocaine. He goes, I saw so many gunshots. So many gunshot wounds. He goes, it was all cocaine. And it was just constant in the 80s. He said the emergency room was just like people piling up in the hallway, just rushing people in to get treatment, or holding their side, blood squirting out of them. So it was insanity. Just cocaine gang wars all over the city. And he was in the heart of it. Or he's still not up. Well, he's still not up. Yeah. He's he doesn't live in Miami anymore. He's in Arizona now. Shout out Steve. He told me something when I was a kid at the time. When I met him, I was like 15, 16 years old. And he was explaining to me like what he did when he was in Miami. I was like, that is insane. I go, it's that bad. Like 1988, he was there in the early 80s. He said it was insane. That's Miami. You know, it's obviously not like that anymore. It's obviously calmed down on that regard. But the chassis is still pretty loose. That's what built the place. You know? It's like the most flossy city in the country. The most Lamborghinis and Ferraris and whatever you think must have known. No, it's a giant hustle. It's a big old cocaine hustle. Yeah. But that's what I like about America, is we have all those different flavors. We got the Florida flavor, and then we got the Montana flavor. There's a lot of different flavors in this country. I was in Alabama doing research for according to the VI but according to Review, this is what I think about 11 years ago. And we stayed in Mobile. And the next day, there were always parades at night. What's going on? The next day that the reception for the vote for gay marriage was coming out. And that's Muslim, that's not Muslim. I remember talking to a lot of my friends on the West Coast.
He says by a mix.
The next day, because what happened, it passed 53-47. And I was like, shit. I thought it was going to be 2080, no.
Two people sit on either side.
Oh, interesting. Passed 53-47. What year was that? This is 11, 12 years ago. I need to pull it up. I think it was around 11 years ago. Anyway, I talked to a lot of my friends
and they hold it over the knees.
who are Democrats or liberal, and they were
protected from the sun.
The minor marginal like that. No, I thought your opponent barely made it. I thought it was going to be 28 the other way. It is amazing how quickly America, very nimble, very nimble to quickly understand in different ways. I was shocked that it even came close. I thought it was going to be 80-20. I thought that my romantic idea of travel, been around there, stayed there many times, got friends there. I thought that it was so entrenched in going in Christianity that was
if you have a keeper,
blasphemy to the majority.
Well, there's a mandate that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because
it was not.
All around Mesa.
And I just remember thinking, there's an example, not an ideal, but there's not if you're for it, that's not an ideal example, but there's an example of talking about an evolution or adaptability to times and change. Well, if you believe in the sanctity of marriage, gay marriage should be your favorite marriage because they hold it up the best. They have the lowest rates of divorce. Right? Gay marriage between two men, the rate of divorce is only like 25%. Whereas with men and women, it's 50%. So if you really love marriage, okay, yeah, right. You should love gay marriage because they're doing it right. What do you think about that? Talk about, we're always talking and thinking about. So, you know, I think all that place. You talk about leadership. You talk about CEOs. You talk about politicians. But if you go back to the root,
This weekend, vehicular manslaughter was part of this race.
You're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. Randomly the box. It's not discussed. A lot of moving on Shabbos. Hashem doesn't subscribe to the rules of Machmas Meals, and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, this lamp has an existing flame right now, but he says that it's also to move. Rashi explains, I don't mean it more later on.
Time for your t-shirts of the week here.
What's going to be more later on is
What's a pounder 69? That's a classic. Oh, yeah. All right, let's go with the Ted Lasso.
So the bottom part, the lamp, is also Rameir doesn't either hold of Muktzah Machmas Meals, but he holds of the concept called Muktzah Machmas Meals. So the name is also
what can be done?
Migu Diskasoy Ben
My father stay around.
Since it becomes a
My mother did.
Mitzvah,
Father's around.
so even if it extinguishes
It
later
can
on,
be done.
that is
Our
the
marriage
name.
is
Throughout the whole Shabbos,
another step
for
to
the
salvage our marriage instead of
What about very large?
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Container
You know, you think that would be a way forward. I have a hunch that it is.
According to
I don't know what to do about
even
it.
if there's no flame right now, it's Muktzah according to
The reverence.
the concept we can discuss even if
The reverence. To where
the issue is the wording doesn't fit so it says Avo.
that it
A
is.
small candle is also Avo, even a big one is
A little
say
longer to salvage that.
small, large, there's no difference according to Rabbi Rothschild. Why does it say Avo?
Responsibilities are
Rest
taken
of prefers to say that it doesn't go to Shin.
responsibility we take going into a marriage. Make it
Avo, a larger candle that contains oil for the entire house is Muktzah.
I think it really depends entirely on who the individuals are. Because sometimes one person is just not
he forgot about it. He doesn't want
deep
you to
up their end of the deal. They just fall out. Maybe they get into drugs. They become addicted. Maybe they lose their job. They don't want to get it back. They just start drinking every day. And like, sometimes a man will have to make a choice. And I think drag down is a good man. Yeah, too. There's some people that don't want to change and they will drag you down. And there's some people, when you met them, they have hope. And then eventually that hope just fucking leaches out of them, and they're not fun to be around anymore. And you try, and you try, and you try to encourage them, you try to give them suggestions, and they don't follow through. At a certain point in time, you can't save a drowning man, because you're going to fucking drown too, and you got to just move on with your life. And I get it. I get when wives leave like that, I get when husbands leave like that, but
So it's not most.
a lot of people just marry people because they're hot.
According to everybody.
You know, they marry people because they're sexy. They like having sex with them. You know, they think they're attractive. And then you're with some fucking crazy person. And you're trying to make life work with a crazy person. And now you have kids. Right. And now you're trying to make life with kids with this fucking crazy person that you really shouldn't have married in the first place. You didn't have anything in common with them other than like their body. Right? You like how sexy they are. That's the trap. Like, you gotta. You have to like genuinely love someone, like love their personality, love being around them, love their kindness, and then you have to be someone that other people would love. Yeah. A lot of people want this perfect person in their life, and they're a mess. Oh yeah, I've seen that go down. There's a lot of reasons why marriages don't work out, and one of them is like over time, when two girls are traveling together, one of them just like this is an Anthony Robbins thing about life, an analogy about life, but it actually works with marriages too. There's always like a subtle turn in one direction, and over time you're further and further apart. Where like we don't have the same philosophy anymore, we don't have the same belief system, we don't have the same ethics or morals, or you know, maybe your husband has got a job that you're like, you shouldn't be fucking doing this. This is bad for society. Like your job overall is awful. Maybe you're denying people health care claims, you know, for insurance companies. Maybe that's your thing. Like, and like we have to live in this psychic way of like, yeah, we're eating ribeyes and we have a nice house, but like, how did we get this money? Like, and maybe the wife was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be connected to you.
Have a candle.
That's understandable too. Like, not all marriages are supposed to work out. I agree with you. But then it makes what is it? Vegas hit divorce right now? Yes.
And they like candles in order for
well, Chris Rock had a great joke about that. He goes, that's just the cowards.
From a wax, hold on wax.
He's like, how many of them wish they were divorced? It's a really good point. Really good point.
Why do you say
Hey, independent. Look, we all have friends like that. We're like, bro, get out. But then we also have people that have great marriages. And when you meet people that have great marriages, it's like, oh, that's possible. You know, that's possible.
Well, the sanctity of it, if it had more leverage going into, when they're just, no, he's hot. We love the chat.
It's a cultural milestone, too. It's like a thing. You're doing it because it's like everybody does it. Every woman wants to be married. Every want to have a family. Every man wants to, you know, like, this is my wife. And so you think that a lot of people live life like they're in a goddamn romantic comedy. They think they're in a movie. You know, they think they're, and they don't. It's like, there's something about media, something about songs and movies. It gives us this, like, bizarre framework for what a relationship or what life is supposed to be like, or what your life is supposed to be like. And it's not real. When your life doesn't measure up to this movie, just like your life is not going to measure up to your Instagram feed. You get kind of depressed. Why are we Galveston?
And it
for our honeymoon.
is not
when she's young. She's like me. You know what I mean? Exactly. So that's also why people put everything on the gram too. They put everything they do. Look at me here, having so much fun. Look at me smiling, having a great day. When you paint yourself in the corner wheel, you got Levi. Get on that gram and turn 15.
Money's still there.
Stay on.
And the wheel is not by the way. Do not move the wheel on shop.
You know, you start
But if the wheel is
don't just go your best ways.
because
Right, because you're going to paint yourself in the corner. Like, oh, we've seen it. Better put some white balance on there, too. Just so you can go and not have that pressure, because you're going to paint yourself in the corner. Life looks too good. You know what I mean? You're going to go out and you got to live up to this. That's always that thing that happens in those relationships. If I make my wife Superwoman and she thinks I'm Superman, neither one of us can live up to that. Right? And so we're going to come in under our expected and there becomes the recipe for
however,
you're not
letting it because the land is not
because we had an unfair expectation. Right, going in. Yeah, I mean, that definitely happens too. Also, familiarity breeds contempt. People just get tired of being in the same space with the same person over and over again. Like, stop. Leave me alone. Get away. I feel like it's sick of people, but it's also like, who did you pick? Yeah. Who did you pick? And why did they pick you? Are you someone that you would pick if you were a woman? Yeah. You know? Would you want you as a husband? Would you want you as a friend? You know? Yeah. And if not, maybe you should become someone that someone would like to be friends with. Yeah. Maybe you should become someone that would like to be a husband. Yeah. I'd like to have a husband sit in that passenger seat you're talking about. How about yourself? Yeah. That's why a good psychedelic experience every now and then knocks the dust off and gives you a little reset and lets you look at yourself and go, okay. Yeah, tell me what that does. It unpacks some neural cables that have got kind of solidified that may work. Sure, they're not. They become doctrinaire. There's a lot of that for sure. And I think that's also a dissolving of the ego. That's a big part of it. One of the things that most psychedelic drugs have in common is they dissolve the ego. Like completely dissolve the ego. At least for a brief amount of time. And during that brief amount of time, you have a much more objective understanding. That's why there's so many people who take mushrooms and then completely quit smoking cigarettes. Or completely quit taking pills. They just go, oh my God, like, what was I doing? Why was I doing that? Like, you need to get outside of yourself. And I think that was a natural part of human civilization for thousands and thousands of years. People did it in ritualistic settings, in ancient Ulysses, in Greece. The Eleusinian mysteries was all about that. In Ulysses, when they would all get together, they would take this trek. There's a fantastic book on it called The Immortality Key. The guy's been a guest on my podcast a bunch of times, Brian Rescue wrote. But it's all about these are the people that figured out democracy. This is like in ancient Greece, and they all did it from having these psychedelic trips. They would all go and have this trek, have this visionary experience, and then come back with new insight and ideas. And it dissolving in the ego. It literally came to the idea like, hey, maybe we should let everybody have a say in how things run. Like, they invented democracy, which is crazy. They did it because of psychedelic drugs. Like, they found these clay pots these people used to keep their wine in, and their wine was all like mixed up with psychedelics. It wasn't regular wine. Like, we think of wine as being an alcoholic beverage. No, it was wine with vodka in it. So there was like an LSD-like substance and a bunch of other stuff. Never seen Dumbo, the animated. Yeah, sure.
There's a price that says that the
I just noticed it. Really saw it 3 years ago. So Dumbo, it's after the circus goes over, puts his snout down and drinks the runoff from the bar at the party. Okay? Stars start to fake. The next minute is he's in the top of a tree.
Rebbe stuff.
That was more than alcohol. God is directly to him in the top of the tree. That's hilarious. God, I haven't seen Dumbo since my kids were
subscribe to
the I need to watch that shit. I haven't seen it for I don't even know. And the Carlos are talking shit about it. That is how you got up here. What are you doing up here, man? You should have seen yourself last night. I don't remember, but I was there. No one had ever done it, man. And I remember when they were real little, we watched Pinocchio and how creepy it was. I was like, oh my god, Pinocchio's creepy. When the boys got kidnapped and it turned them into donkeys. Yeah. Remember that part? Yes. Pinocchio, right?
In other words, it's away for a half a year.
Yeah, 5-minute trip. Oh, really? Let's see it. It's almost seen.
Not jumping up.
Big elephant. Whoa. Oh, after he drinks, yeah. Oh, you just drink slop, right? He's 100% tripping.
Rebbe's the one that said
he just drinks that. Wow. Pyramids.
Either Rebbe or Rebbe.
And so coming back to Earth. Wait, no, he's out back to Earth.
It has two pieces.
I would never guess that's a part. That's actually a part of one of the rides at Disneyland. Is there a Dumbo ride at Disneyland that looks psychedelic? Yes. That's right. No, it's Winnie the Pooh. There's a Winnie the Pooh ride at Disneyland that I used to take with my kids. And you go to the ride. It's a real simple ride. It's not like scary at all. It's like good for like little kids. And you get this one where I'm like, what are they trying to say here? Like, this memories, like Tigger comes out, and Tigger is like this psychedelic being, and everything is like now in black light. Yeah. So Tigger comes out, and Tigger's like afraid, like, why is this guy bouncing around on his tail? And then it gets to a certain part, get a little forward here, where it gets super fucking weird. Like right here. Like, what the hell is happening? It's all about honey. And like things are like, this is like fractal. This is like DMT world. This is really weird. Like, what does this have to do with Winnie the Pooh? What the fuck happened? It's really weird.
And it's not right for the earth.
Like, what are they trying to say here?
Where we're going.
I didn't see anything about honey. Yeah, there's something about the honey. It's like something about, well, you know, there's some stuff called bad honey. And this bad honey, we actually ate it on the podcast once, some pepper on it. But it's a honey that I think it's in the Himalayas. That's where it is, right? Where these guys have to climb up the side of a cliff to get this stuff. And these bees are all taking pollen from, is it the lotus flower?
In other words,
what is the psychedelic plant?
Of this egg.
So these bees are taking pollen from the psychedelic plant, and they're making a psychedelic honey. Okay. So bad honey is honey that contains, say that word, the dark reddish honey is produced from the nectar and pollen of the genus Rhododendron. How do you say that? Rhododendron. And has moderately toxic and narcotic effects. produced principally in Nepal and Turkey, where it's used as both a traditional medicine and a recreational drug. But see, we show how they get it, because these guys, look at that, they have to climb on the side of a fucking cliff to get this stuff. Yeah, people get it just to trip out. Wow. If you try that hard to get on, that you make like a rope ladder and you cover yourself in a beekeeper's outfit, and they're all like, these hives are all connected to the side of the cliff. It's really crazy. Yeah. So you know how to I was in the middle of the podcast. I took it at the beginning of the podcast. I just took a big sip. I go, how much is a large dose? And he's like, you take like a half a teaspoon of that. I just took a whole big teaspoon of that. I was like, this is interesting. Yeah, so 20 minutes. Yeah, about 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, okay. There's a new one. Like, this is crazy. This is honey. Like, this is your tea. Like, what's going on in Nepal? I don't think it's a normal use thing. I think it's an occasional use thing. Maybe not full time. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like I was out of my head and didn't know what to do. It was completely functional. But it was, like, bizarre.
Shot is definitely involved.
So these psychedelic chips need to
be yesterday saying the story where a menorah fell on a Nazi and he refused to move it with his hand.
Just like you got a vacation to reset your life. Sometimes you need a vacation to reset your brain. Do they help you have more energy because you're hanging on to old? Sure, ideas, a little bit less. You have more of an open beginner's mind, and the day unravels with certain concrete expectations. That's right, I should go. Very simple. Yeah, definitely. That's part of it. Like the less you hang on to in your head, the more energy you have for other stuff. Yeah, like, I always tell people, like, especially young comics, like, that are getting on social media and arguing with people, stuff like that. Think of your time in your day as a numerical unit. Like, you have 100 units of time, 100 units of energy. If you're putting 30 of those units on some bullshit online, you're robbing yourself of that time that you could be putting into things you love, your friendship, your comedy act, your life. You don't need to do that. Like, it's a trap. Like, you get sucked into thinking you need to do that, and all it does is it just robs you of your energy. And the less you're attached to, like, beefs and squat, fuck that guy, all of those kind of things, the less you're attached to that stuff, the freer you are, the more energy you have. And it's good for you. Again, selfish to be kind.
The mission is talking about that there's no money in the and that's why you can make it
if those things were legal and more people could experience them in a controlled setting with people who know how to administer them and know the right dose and know, hey, are you on a medication? Well, if you're on a certain medication, definitely don't be taking this stuff, right? Your medication's an MOA inhibitor, and this is, this can really fuck you up.
Could be 2 meetings. Either.
But, it doesn't even have to be that, man. It could be a fucking good yoga class. It could be a holotropic breathing. You can just sit and breathe deeply in through your nose and out through your mouth. With intention, and you'll have a psychedelic experience. You'll get a relief from, I just got one the other day from acupuncture. I did not expect it at all. And I came out going, oh my gosh, I just felt like I'd been hibernated for 14 hours after I woke up clean. It's got one acupuncture one time, and it was a total kook. It was so kooky. I didn't see this around. It was too weird. And that was so weird. It was really good at acupuncture. But he was just like this really weird guy in LA. He'd have these conversations with you, asking a bunch of questions. And I was like,
it doesn't get disgusting.
I gotta get
Therefore, it's not
that's the suit that I lay down. They go, yeah, so what's your horse? I'm like, oh shit, oh no. And I
no other.
Yeah, this left shoulder. Left side.
It's like a stone that has no reason.
That's like, no, I actually got hit by a car. I don't know what like about mortgages yet, man. Come on. I go horse go down the gate. If you're going to add that on for some color commentary afterwards, I'm okay with it. But let's not come out of the gate saying, this is the reason. I actually just reached out to my booking guy to try to get a real astrologer on, like someone who really understands the ancient art of astrology, the real old stuff. Because I'm not completely discounting it. I think newspaper horoscopes is nonsense. I think there's a lot of people that are just like reading your tarot cards and they're just ripping you off. But I always wonder, like at the heart, astrology is so specific. Like, why did they write that down? Why did they have this understanding of how the stars are aligned at the time of your birth? Mathematics. Yeah. What part of the earth you're at. Yeah. I see, I don't even know if it's pre-mathematics. I think it's our current understanding of when mathematics evolved.
This land has
and emerged. I don't think that's real. I think they had mathematics before that. I think civilization was wiped out and had to restart over again. And there's a lot of evidence to that. There's a lot of evidence that like society has had some major cosmic event, most likely asteroid impact, comet impact, and there's a whole theory behind it, the Younger Dryas impact theory. From 11,800 years ago, they think we got hit. And there's a comet storm that we go through every September. Was it November and June? Is that what it is? Something like that, like June, November. And occasionally we get hit. And, there's like 900,000 near-Earth objects. And it doesn't take a really big one to fuck up everything. It doesn't take one that's going to kill everybody to fuck up anything. It just takes one beside one block. And one city block comes slamming into the ice caps, and then you just got kids, and everything goes away. And all like modern conveniences and all organized societies thrown into chaos, and people have to rebuild. I think that's happened a bunch of times in human history. This is real physical evidence that this Younger Dryas impact theory, which also coincides with the beginning of the Ice Age. It's all around the same time. I think it was like a series of events. I think we were hit more than once. I think they were hit around 11,800 years ago, but then again, somewhere around 10,000 years ago. So it's probably when we see society emerging in like Mesopotamia and Sumer, which is like around 5,000 plus 6,000 years ago. I think that's just the newest version of it. I think they probably had mathematics long before that. They probably were doing shit. Whoever built the pyramids, like, you can't tell me they didn't have some sort of complex geometry and mathematics. There's no way they didn't. The things are pointed to true north, south, east, and west. Like, that's 5,000 years ago. Carl Sagan, I got to sit with him for a few hours. We made this film called Contact. One of my favorite movies. I love that movie. And I love Carl Sagan. Yeah. He wrote the book. Yeah. Got to talk to him actually for a few hours. I got to know his wife. And his wife's really cool. Her great. Is always.
I'm moving a bent to look there. Making a groove in the ground is not the definition. So it's only an instant rabbanon. That's only true of the bent. Their rice and true same time. Because you have to take the right. That's so similar. If a person is telling me where are we coordinated, where the earth coordinated,
in the galaxy, in the universe, in the time, what has happened, what's our coordinates.
If he's not protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, you see that even in the rice of Shabbos, as long as you don't have to have honor, Shimon says, it's wonderful.
Hi, President Bush. How you doing today? Why he's holding your hand? About 8.2 today, Matthew. 8.2 to the 10th. He'll give you an answer out of 10 to the 10th of how he was doing. I just thought that was pretty interesting. Because everybody goes, oh, good, man. Great. How are you? That's some CIA shit, son. You had it out to the 10. But you're quoted about an 8.2. He had numbers in his head. Herbert Walker was the guy that Hal put off and a bunch of these scientists. He brought them together and said, we have recovered a crashed UFO more than one occasion, and we have a back engineering program, and we're considering disclosure to the American people. I want you to list the positives, the positive impact of society, and the negatives. Yeah, and they did it with quite a few different scientists, and they all had more negatives to positives. If they came out with this information, share this information, exactly, the effect on society. Yes, more negatives than positives. More negatives than positives. Disruption of religion, government, economy. Well, I mean, I just don't. It depends on your religion. You know, it depends on where these things are from and what is happening. In the Bible, Ezekiel has golden chariots from the sky. Exactly. Yeah, a wheel within a wheel. Yeah, the Ezekiel stuff sounds like a UFO encounter. And it's not the only version of that in ancient texts. In the ancient Hindu texts, they have vimanas, these things that are flying through the sky. Like, what are those things? And in the Rig Veda, even in the Bhagavad Gita, there's all these depictions of these things that sound like you're talking about a spaceship or at the very least some kind of technology. Like what in the Nephilim, like the gods mated with women and created men who were monstrous. Boy, doesn't that sound like aliens came down and genetically manipulated primates and created human beings? That's a version of it that you can apply from the text. It's all really weird stuff, man. Like really weird. If you found out that was all true, it would probably change everything about society. And this is what Rabbi Rothschild and those guys decided after Philip was explaining it to me on the podcast, like how they put a numerical value to each thing. I'm like, we were that close. Like, imagine if that happened in 1990, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. These guys really weird they excite you more than they can you figure. That'd be fair. Yeah, I mean, you seem excited. You get excited about different possibilities. Yes, I mean, you know, people go, oh man, your brother loves you. Conspiracy. I don't seem like it's a conspiracy thing. I see him always being interested in an alternate way something went down and being interested and excited about that, but not going, no, never disengaging from it. And going, no, because I believe how it was what I read, and that's how it is. That's not where you're moving from. No, it's never the denial of information and facts, and it's also a recognition that oftentimes a large swath of society just goes with a narrative without having any real understanding of what the actual facts behind it are. And then there's that term, this pejorative term, conspiracy theory. The problem with that, calling someone a conspiracy theorist, is conspiracies are real. Like, there's a lot of evidence, and if you want to sit down, I can show you a ton of them. And so anybody who says, like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, I'm like, okay, let's talk about conspiracies. Like, do you think that any of them exist? Do you think that people conspire? Is it like it's a natural part of human behavior that's been documented throughout history? Even governments, I mean, sure. Literally, the thing that got us into the Vietnam War was a conspiracy. It was fake. The Gulf of Tonkin. It was a false flag operation. It never took place at all. They lied to the American people. That's a conspiracy. Like, that's just one conspiracy that turns out to be true. There's a lot of them. The problem is people don't want to look like a conspiracy theorist. They've done such a good job of making it a goofy term that you don't ever want to attach to you, or it cause damage to your reputation. If you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, fortunately I'm not, but if you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, you don't want to say anything weird like, hey, I think aliens are real. People think you're a kook, and then they discount your opinion on everything. If you just know the actual facts, like people that don't think there's anything, that aliens are real, there's no way, we're alone, we never been contacted. Why not? Gary Nolan, the guy who was on here yesterday, was talking about cancer research. He was also telling us about a piece of wreckage they found from a craft. Was it 1950 that they found it? The first one, the silica one? So direct chain of possession of this evidence from, I believe it was 1950. And it was almost pure silica, and the magnesium ratios were so off that he said that this magnesium had to have been sourced from a place that experienced a neutron bomb every 2 minutes for 900 years. That's how long the isotopes were to magnesium that we find here on Earth. He's like, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to ever do that, but I'm saying this is from 1950. Like, this is a real piece of what they're saying is a wreckage of a craft. And it has a material composition that is impossible for a normal person to create in 1950. So what the fuck is this? And he said to say that to people, they're like, oh. So Gary Nolan, who's a professor at Stanford, he's the professor in this is forensics. Is that what his he does cancer research, but what is his actual title?
With something that's something that adds
Stanford School of Medicine professor. Anyway, rock solid credentials, published, and people brought him this material, and they said, "Well, would you analyze this? Because you know all these different scientists." Endowed chair of pathology, Stanford School of Medicine. So when a guy like that is saying, "No, this is a composition of this piece of wreckage that you can't make here," they found a type of alloy that doesn't exist on Earth, and it has on an atomic level layers upon layers of whatever this alloy is. He's like, this costs billions of dollars to create, and they found it in 1970. Like in 1970, no one had this. It's not possible. Like, maybe you could make it today, but we don't have the equipment to make it today. You could conceive how someone with enough resources could have that money today to do something like that, but it would be an enormous undertaking. Yeah. And this is a piece of craft that someone found from 1976. So when a guy like that is telling you, like, I'm not saying what it is, I'm not saying where it's from, what I'm saying, this is fucking crazy. It doesn't add up to a thing, practically. So when someone says conspiracies, like, I believe in conspiracies because they're real, right? And because I don't have to worry about being taken seriously. And most people do. Most people don't want to be a fool. You don't want to be a silly person. You don't want to be mocked when people aren't around you, like, fucking Bob believes in JFK assassination. You say, because you don't have to be taken seriously. Yeah. She said, exactly. Wait, because you're saying your theories on things are solid, or because you in your position are going to, hey, I don't have to be taken. My job does not rely on me being taken seriously.
That's no test. How's everybody doing? The Lord tells us that it's permitted to take two words and place them one on top of another, and they both contain hot water. The top one is not a thermometer, not burying the top one. It's trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant introduces his house, put a cup of water on top of an earth, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce the cold cup that looks like a thermometer. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a pit turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of label. He yelled at him and said, "Don't be so serious. What did he do now?" She's Rabbi waited and see. And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze the skeeto, which is also its legal.
My responsibility is
to keep the water up. We all pour out of pots with some sort of rag or something. It's not that's the big difference.
So I'm not going to do
anything differently. If you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told them don't do so.
I don't think it's smart. I don't think you should be paying too much attention to what other people's opinions are. What you should or shouldn't be doing.
Soft, wool, cotton. People set them aside to make them felt that way. And that's called mix of weaknesses. And set it aside. I'm not going to use this. What happened with the person who doesn't have a choice? He ran out of straw, different material. He uses his movement to do a kimono to insulate his pot. Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah. It's still muktzah of his sort of not amazing from the rice that says it's forbidden to do a no. And be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the rice is talking about don't touch it before you use it as that kimono. But once you do that kimono, perhaps The issue once it goes away,
it's
you
not
show that
that
you don't
hard.
care about it that
People
much.
say it's hard. I'm like,
So there was the Kiddush.
you work so hard. Like,
of course it's Ahmad said,
right now,
Gemara,
me working.
it's going to teach us how to set nice and soft. You have to sit on it and use it as a seat when you're forced out. So,
this is not a job. This is just a fun pursuit. So you have a responsibility to the people that listen.
And you stuff
I
it
think the people that
with
listen
the
expect
soft
me to be me.
stuff.
And that's all you can do. And as soon as you start changing, they fucking know what you do. Like, they'll like,
If you already have
fucking trained. People will always accuse you of changing,
and
even
then
if you have
the stuff that comes out,
I think I have
you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered marketed violation.
I'm definitely kinder, more patient.
That's uniform, and if it's
Same person
put out
with the same
close
goals.
to the neck,
Curious,
that's not
interested, like talk to me.
But take a
I
sword
want everybody to do well.
and chop off the top of a barrel. That's not my
That's
lid of the barrel
that's
is
not
nothing
an
wrong with the
overcome
barrel.
trait. It should be, I think it should be.
Put
It's
it
not
together,
hard.
now you're
The way you
taking it
described it is great.
The person has
I say that all the time. It really is selfish.
When he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick.
It's
not a
understanding of that
permanent
word.
handle,
I
it's
think we
just
sell
a
ourselves short.
Says the Lord, as he's using the axe,
There's a way
we're considered one.
what's best for us is
Handle
actually
and the
best
axe.
for those kind of people.
Handle and the metal.
Yeah, I agree.
Someone touches one, the other one becomes home. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items independent of each other. Because you're going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing, he's the wrong way, and he wants to make sure that they don't wash it so together. Or if somebody has a lot of keys and mufflers, you have a lot of you touch one, they all become one. You touch one cloth, they all become one. Or let's say you take two garments that are made out of seven, you sew them with stuff.
Maybe I was worked out too hard before I got here. That's not good.
Once you start
That's a bad one that I do sometimes when I come in charging and
for the laundry or for the showers, it's the longer
one out,
one to the other.
and then my brain's on fire. So what do I do? Like
Over here, a person wants this stitching to be there just because he has to build into the laundry. He wants it to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about that. He'll use it as fire.
But just
there's a saying.
You're not on point. Like
a lot of
I
people are right.
maybe I didn't take my control picks, whatever
has a
it
lot
was.
of just
Like
like
maybe I
it itself.
didn't do enough research on the subject, whatever it is. Like
He's talking about
let's get it back together. Pull that
stove
fucking shit back
that
around.
has compartments that you can
self-regulation.
soften on the side.
Yeah,
Those
you're
compartments,
self-regulating.
are they considered like
could have done better. I missed my mark.
for tools?
I don't know why I do that. I'm a little embarrassed when I do
They're
that.
independent.
I didn't lead that
Those are
situation.
they are
I
independent
found
of
it.
each
I
other.
didn't go
However,
for it. Prepared, whatever that might be.
this assurance.
Man, what was that? Across the board.
And we're talking about a
It's good for
comparison
everybody.
furthermore.
It's gonna be your own general. Your own like wake up soldier.
Not on
Let's
the
talk
outside.
about the cold plunge because it's the
This assurance
it
is
is the
inside.
people say, oh, how do you do it every day? Listen to me very carefully.
Then the entire gear becomes found in the compartments where you store the salt and different spices.
I did that good bitching out every single day. I'm amazed how weak I am. I'm amazed.
The rest of the
Every time I go to
not
put that fucking lid on that thing, I'm like, oh my god, I'm not doing this. I am not doing that. I know when I get it, I'm like, maybe I'll only do a minute today. Maybe I'll get out right now. The Johnny get out right now, like, shut the fuck up. The general talk, and the general's like, shut the fuck up, soldier.
You don't want people to burn their troops
That dude from
based
Full
on
Metal
his
Jacket.
You're not allowed to burn your troops based on the therefore, we're making this point say it only becomes fundamental with MAGA by touching physically and not through the ear space.
Who's like the most mentally strong human being
You have scissors
maybe
that
the
come
most
apart,
mentally strong human being
or a carpet that has a blade on top that fits right
you
into
know
the wood.
what? Every day, sometimes I
During
make my
the
sneakers, I stand
as
with
you're going
motherfuckers
back
for
and
half
forth
an
on a
hour
piece of
before I
wood,
put them on.
shaving it down. As you're cutting with the scissors, then it's considered one, and if
He's out there
touches
running
one
like
part,
marathons
one
literally
blade, the
every
other blade
day,
becomes
and he would just like, I don't want to do
However, when
this.
it comes to Hazal,
want to do this.
making this device for her,
That's the thing. It's
you
like
have to
people
make
want
sure
to
to
think
get
people that are
people
mentally
on
strong don't
both
struggle.
parts
No,
of
you
the
do struggle.
Why is that?
You always struggle.
Because with their ISO,
But you win every
they are
time.
considered one.
You
Only
make sure that you win every time, and you can win every time. But you've got to develop that ability to make yourself do the things you don't necessarily want to do, but you know you should.
Come on,
It's a
To say
little
that
bit of
they're
that,
both coming is a
you ever
fun.
saw that joke of it,
Hazal,
60
to say that
minutes.
they're both not hard, that's also a fun. Therefore, you have to be Hazal. But by Tomer, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to come and having a wonderful day.
No, back, it's because you have less negative thought. Joke interrupts you. I'll pull this one up. This is good. His answer is great. He goes, no. I have as many or more negative thoughts. I just get past them quicker. Yeah, that's so he's not behind thoughts. He's not let him come. Bam. Out of the way. I got it. On to the next. Yeah, he has control. Yeah, he has control of those thoughts. They come in and he swats them down.
You had to listen to the
You don't have to have some negative thoughts if you're going to be an elite athlete because you have to be your own worst critic. You can't be satisfied with anything. If you want to reach the very tip of the top, every movement must be more precise, more explosive, and better every time you do it. You have to do all the training, and you leave no stone unturned. And if you don't do that, you're never going to reach the level that he's at in anything.
Obviously, it doesn't produce moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from the exterior surface.
It's
the dry that says
success.
you shouldn't use clothing, garments for a month. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. Lewis says that's not a right. It's possible that the garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs,
suffering to succeed or revenge. Suffering to succeed, yes. Why? The emotions that come with revenge are crippling, and sometimes they can keep you up at night, and they'll fuck with your sleep, and then the consequences of you losing are far greater because you genuinely hate this person. There's some people thrive under those conditions, oddly. But I would think most of the time, trying to just achieve the highest version of yourself is the most aspirational, and I think the best of the best do that. Like the very best, the Jordan St. Pierre's of the world, they do that. They're playing against themselves. Yeah, they're trying to be the very best version of themselves that they can be, and if they do that right and leave no stone unturned, they can achieve greatness. But it's not going to be easy. It's going to be, they go through hell. I mean, to become an elite fighter is one of the physically difficult things, and then psychologically difficult things that a human being can ever undertake outside of war and maybe law enforcement. Other than that, you're dealing with physical struggle, the likes that most people will never experience in their life. You're literally hurling bones in the direction of a trained assassin. The two of you are going to do it publicly in your underwear in front of the whole world, barefoot, these little tiny pads on your knuckles, and a cup over your dick. You're just going to go out there and kick and strangle each other. It's crazy. It's a crazy sport. And so there's this balance of the mind and the body and the intention and how you allocate your resources and time and how you manage stress and how you deal with the pressures of trying to succeed and the doubts and the fears in the suffering to succeed. Fair to say, I think it is. Like people that, like the lid,
and you pull it up and
see beyond
themselves. That's
the immediate goal. Meaning,
right,
we show at the goal line. When we look up, we get objective and go, oh shit, 4th and 1, this could be the game winner. Oh, I gotta get this 1 yard. Right. Whereas, no, I run. I will run through. I'll use my ability. I will cross the Bojackson. You go through the end zone, down the fucking tunnel. The best snipers don't aim at the targets, they aim on the other side of it. Getting through COVID. Part of what I know helped me was going, oh, it's going to be like this for 10 years, gang. Family, buckle up. It was much shorter. Oh, shit, we were preparing for a much longer journey. Going to work out. This is going to be hell. Get ready for it, dude. And then all of a sudden, that's it. Like, done. Projecting past the goal. Cellularly, I think, wakes up something in some survival level that we don't choke, we don't get fatigued really quickly. We don't want to quit sooner because we have in our mind, the end is not right around the corner. Right. And so it's a bit of a mental trick. But I think that has something to do with that what champions do. They see beyond. They're playing arch
Manning right now. There's never been more hype on quarterback.
Let's use it.
Living the dream, dog. How are you, Brandon? So far, so good. Are you happy about your Ravens on Sunday? They played really well. Lamar Jackson had 4 touchdowns. Okay.
The judge finding Robinson is indigent, and the county will provide him an attorney. The judge ruling Robinson is to be held without bail ahead of his next hearing later this month.
BBC's Alex Stone reports the judge approved a protective order for Charlie Kirk's wife. Prosecutors told the judge they have filed for the death penalty. And President Trump's arrived in London for his state visit with King Charles and other British leaders. BBC's Mary Bruce reports leaders from both sides of the pond say they want to deepen the ties between the two countries.
I'm excited for it. I've got fantasy teams already. That's amazing, my friend. Thank you. No, they'll start back up at least Thursday night, Bills Dolphins. There might be baseball. Yeah. If you want to stream baseball, there's baseball on Stream East.
Have the right lane blocked off the this side of the way, so you're seeing delays back up from about Crossroads Parkway. When heading eastbound in Anaheim, some slowing builds up at LaSalle Street. Your drive will stay slow into Anaheim Hills, clears Canyon, Tustin, 5 northbound at the 55. Crash there currently has the carpool and left lane blocked off, and that's slowing you down from about Jamboree. We've got a big oil spill westbound in Colton. That's in between Vernon Avenue and 9th Street. All lanes currently shut down until further notice. California Street traffic is also
Yeah, that'll be exciting. Oh, excellent.
Simple one-day treatment has life-changing results. I should know because it works here where you need. It's actually science.
Do you like basketball a lot? Yeah. Look at you. You like all the sports. Who's your favorite basketball? Who's your favorite? Oh yeah, that's right. You told me that. Right. Excellent.
Lines like his podcast, and as you might expect, this is a story about murder. I've never seen anything quite like this. And we're not. It's not as cold-blooded as AFC. I've been doing this a long time, but I've never, ever seen anything that has involved this much planning in this degree of just evil. This is a story about pride, greed, envy, and other deadly sins. It's a story about blood money. And, yes, murder. Follow the thing about Ellen.
She'll be here. She comes in usually about she'll be in within the next hour. That's correct, my friend. Yeah. Amazing.
It's later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. You know, I thought I was going to talk about one thing, and then all of a sudden, some Metro news broke. Just in case you're riding Metro today, and think you're going to be home in a decent hour, no. And I mean Metro train, I mean Metro buses. Because the buses are now helping out the trains, because there is a Metro train derailment. Where? Downtown. Basically effing up the whole Metro train and bus line. It's kind of appropriate. You're going to mess up? Okay, go real big. Well, Metro has been reporting significant delays. And you know, if they reported the significant delays, it's probably worse than that. But significant delays on 2 train lines today due to a train derailment downtown. Northbound A-line train derailed at around 3 p.m. at the 7th Street Metro Center Station. And after experiencing a minor incident, which they don't say, it's the same.
These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion. Why is
they're beyond. This is mortal. Right. This is mortal.
One landowner said because
it's about the price. You know, if UT goes and wins the championship, the preseason.
The other landowner said,
I believe this team is like,
because the prayer mentions the word Melacha,
we're on our own mission. That being preseason ranked number 1 or being on the cover of American Sports Illustrated is not a curse nor a validation. It's just noise out there. And if we do it, and you go, we told you you'd be number 1. Look at you and go, oh, thank you. That's it. They don't need a pep rally to go. The rest of the world thinks you can win this thing. Right. Because then what we're doing our thing. I have a mission here. I believe in the path. And I'm going beyond this hype. I'm beyond this game. I'm playing pro. I'm prepared mentally and spiritually for an entire season of hell. I'm prepared to fight this assassin on the other side of me that is wants to defend and do to me what I want to do to them. Making the resistance or the adversary seem bigger and longer and going to be more tumultuous. Seems to be a good way to succeed. Going beyond acknowledging when you look up. I get this from when I've done my best acting. I didn't know it was the last day when they yelled cut at the end. The last scene of the last day of shooting. I was more confident I'd see tomorrow. No, there is no tomorrow. It was just, well, that's it. That's it. Crap. Oh, shit. Oh, hey, Joe. How you doing? For the first time in he was just locked in.
You should surround it with
This round's a golf.
from the ground.
I walked off the 18th green
Surround from the wagon to the ground.
and was heading to the next tee box
Wagon teaches us
to look up and realize, I know, that's it. You played 8. Oh, shit, I shoot. 74.
Wonderful days.
I didn't look at my scorecard on 16 and go, I can just keep it this last 3 holes, maybe get it with the par, just do bogey. I didn't anticipate. So I didn't give it room. I behaved and went through the finish line. You know, that's something in there is in suffering to succeed rather than fighting for revenge, seeing on the other side of the target.
Yeah, I follow 100%. Yeah. It's also like concentrating on what you're trying to do versus the impact of what it is. Like if I miss this, oh my God, I'm fucked. Yeah, right. Yeah, instead of that, you're just thinking about, I'm going to make this. This is how I make this. This is how I do this.
This is how I do it. This is how I behave. It's also in today's world with all the stimulus we're talking about, social media, etc. We're all sort of living in the third person or being fed opportunities to live in the third person all the time. Yeah, like we have a jumbotron, and to the football analogy, you kick me the ball, I'm running the kickoff back, I'm going down the sideline, and I see the goal line, and I think I'm going to score. And then I have a look at the jumbotron to see how I'm doing. That's when I'm getting tackled behind. Yeah, if we step outside and have a look at how hard we.
Yeah, for sure.
That passenger you open up talking about when you're hitting it immediately is not hopping out right over here to have a look.
And if you do, you'll get lost.
You get lost. You get conscious of what you're behaving, what you know how to do, what you're fashioned to do. And you're out of the moment. You become objective.
Yeah, and also, why would you get someone do something where we know they're in the zone, right? Like when someone runs in for a layup and it's like the most beautiful movements, avoiding the defenders, up in the air, drops the ball, and we're like, when we see someone just hit the zone, we see it in the fight, when we see someone just flow, we see someone flowing like, wow, he's feeling it. You know, yeah, she's locked in. We love that because we know that it's somewhere in ourselves. And maybe at one point in your life you experienced it, playing mini golf or something. Like, one point in your life, you're like, I think I felt a little bit of that, right?
How much do you think preparation has to do with the freedom to adapt and flow once you're in the game?
A lot. Yeah, almost everything. If you're not prepared, your ability to adjust is very limited. Yeah. You have to be fully prepared and then let it flow. But you have to really have all your bases covered just so they don't have anxiety if I could have done more. Yeah, that's a big issue with fighters. We see fighters towards the end of their career. There's a thing that happens with fighters realize they're probably never going to be champion, and they're just doing it for a paycheck. And you see sometimes they'll show up and they look a little soft. Yeah, and you see a little fear in their eyes because they know they really are not focused. They're really not dialed in. But this is what they're doing for a paycheck now. Yeah, and it's not good. Right? There's the other guy on the other side of the outcome, the opposite. That guy's dialed in. Yeah, maybe he's only like 25 and he's like coming into his prime, and you're a stepping stone for him. It's like, ooh.
And the problem with fear that is what, getting actually really injured? Sure. More so than if you were yourself.
You'll definitely take shots you wouldn't take, and then you don't have the endurance to keep up the pace, right? Because you like to get to the shape that you have to be able to compete in a 5-round MMA fight. It's almost impossible to maintain. Like Chael Sonnen's talked about this extensively. It's like you can't keep it up. It's not like a level of conditioning that you can keep up all year round. You have to peak to it where you're like, your body's barely hanging on, and then you coast the last week to allow yourself to recover, and you just kind of go through movements the last few days, and then on Saturday, under the bright lights, you were at 100% capacity. You didn't even monitor your fucking heart rate, and checking your resting heart rate, and checking your blood, your heart rate variability, what your nutrient levels at. You're fucking finely tuned for that Saturday night. And if you didn't cover any of those bases, you're going to know, right? Back of your head, you're going to know, like, I'm going to give it my best, but boy, I don't have a big gas tank. I could have trained harder.
I get so damn excited about this It seems like this the blind spot that still is there to be taken advantage of for preparing for peak performance. Daryl Royal, coach at the University of Texas, have won a couple national championships here in Texas. And always said, we got 12 games in the year. You can expect for your team to be at peak performance level 2 Saturdays out of 12. You want to make sure that those 2 Saturdays are against the toughest teams. You want to make sure that the other ones where they're like, okay, they did well, but they didn't play the big ones, are against the good teams. And you want to do your best to make sure that the days that they're off, you're playing the shitty teams that you can beat, even if you're not really there. It seems like so much more opportunity for that number to rise today, to have a much higher number that you can be ready for peak performance. Who are the best preparers in your mind? All the JPs, when you get to a championship level, when you get to Alexandre Pantoja, or when you get to, Islam Makhachev, when you get to like that level, they're all, if you're at a championship level, it's impeccable preparation. They're all, it's impeccable. And so the team it's measured, it's time, they're all dialed in with diet, they're dialed in with their weight, they're dialed in with strength and conditioning, they're dialed in with their sparring. It's impeccable. You can't compete at a world-class level today and not have that. Okay? It's not possible. So physically, mentally, are these 2 different coaches? Are these one team? Some people don't have mental coaches at all. Some elite fighters have no mental coaches. But some of them do. Some of them, we had this guy Brandon Epstein the other day that he works with quite a few UFC fighters, and he's got a very specific protocol that he mentally prepares them for. And he coaches them through things, and it sets up like a way to visualize and see yourself performing and see yourself doing things, and how you view your performance, like to get you into a mindset where once you get into that octagon, you're locked into this pathway instead of like straying and letting anxiety and fear overwhelm you, which can happen in fight. But then there's other guys that don't have any coaches for that at all, and just have the mindset already, and they're comfortable with what they have, and they just stay disciplined and just go in there. It's very personal. Because everybody's brain is different. They all have like different ways of expressing themselves, different ways. How much is technology? Diet has helped a lot. A lot. Technology, just understanding nutritional balances, understanding like when you do a nutrient analysis of your blood work, like you're deficient in niacin, this is probably you're wearing down, you don't have enough B12 in your system. Making sure you get the correct amount of protein. Like you can't miss any of those things if you want to achieve peak performance. You have to have everything: your hydration, your electrolytes, everything has to be dialed in. Your sleep is just one of the biggest ones. Like this is like a lot of these young guys. The problem is they still go out and party. They're still hanging out with girls till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then they're training at 8 a.m. Like, you can't do that and be a professional and expect to be world class or expect to beat the guys who are just as good as you but get that preparation. They're going to have an advantage. The argument of athletes, well, who was better? Ben or now? What was this? I think that athletes have evolved, and the athletes we have now are just better than the athletes ever were. I think that they're bigger, they're more powerful, they're more focused, they're more specific. But they're just better. And if they played at that time, they would be that much better then, even than they are now.
There she is.
They also have the benefit of watching people.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There he is. He's waving at you. Are you feeling better?
is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free app. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, attempt the impossible. Their debut in just 5 hours. They were serving extremely long felony sentences. They get caught up in America's prison. I'm Jamie Petrus, culture writer. 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 servants. And Harry Cupcake Cole. But it is funny. We were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past have unfinished business. The end of that ring, the house of love.
Ooh, big strike.
They never got
Big strike.
never stopped treating me.
Get it.
Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Check it out. Listen on America's
Oh no.
podcast network.
You've got me, Miss Aquarius.
Free iHeart app and listen now.
Tributes from all around Hollywood for a gift for legendary actor Robert Redford,
Beautiful.
who passed away at his home in
It's
South
over.
Carolina.
It's over.
Fonda, director James Gunn, and more have paid tribute to the winner and founder of the Sundance Film Institute. Fonda sharing that she can't stop crying after the loss of her former co-star. Fonda and Redford.
Excellent. Sweet dreams, big dog. Miss Aquarius, you came in like a cannonball or like a wrecking ball, and you destroyed. And I loved every. I loved every. I loved every second of it. And you ended with a spare. Knock over.
So we'll be able to live stream the concert via Amazon Music. The show will be broadcast worldwide on September 20th.
Nice space.
Amazon Music channel. Amazon customers. Payment option.
Oh, come on. Got it. Are you serious? Are you serious? Yes, ma'am. Not what I wanted. There we go.
These are the latest warnings. They were issued because they methane bacteria levels have exceeded health standards. Here we go. Avalon Beach and Catalina Island, 100 feet west of the pier, and the swim area west of Green Pleasure Pier. Just in case you're happening to go to Catalina Island anytime soon.
No doubt.
The entire swim area is toxic in a bacterial sense.
Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, ma'am.
Leo Gross State Beach in Malibu, 100 yards up and down the coast from the public restrooms. I have no idea where the public restrooms are, as opposed to the private ones. So just see public restrooms, 100 yards up and then storm drain near South Tower 20. If you know where that is, I sure as hell do not. 100 yards up and then from the
the storm train. And Cabrillo Beach in Rio, depending on how you pronounce it. Let me just stop right there. When I was growing up, it was pronounced both Cabrillo and Cabrillo. Yes, I know the Spanish pronunciation of Cabrillo, okay? But, you know, it's almost like saying the correct Spanish pronunciation. When we say Los Angeles, so growing up, people were saying Cabrillo.
Get it.
So whichever you should say.
All right, I'm going to get these. This is a tough split. Nope. I'll take it. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job, Mr. Aquarius. Thank you, ma'am. That's right, undefeated. Yes, ma'am. That's okay. That's all right. I'm happy we got to play as well. Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams. Excellent. Thank you. I know it is. That's right. Sweet dreams, God willing.
Fantasies that just got spoken. I've never ever actually happened. Is it more expensive in California? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And if you can make the money working remotely or find a job working on the island, then great. But yeah, it's a buddy of mine, for example. I went out there a few years ago for his wedding, and he moved out there with his wife, whose family is from there. Of all the places I've never, what my wife and I should do is see if we can hook up like maybe fly into Japan, cruise to Hawaii, and then fly back. It's not bad. Yeah, honestly, God, Japan is beautiful too. I love it out there, but Hawaii is, you know, when you go, you're going to forever fantasize about going back. Oh, that's a high bar. Yeah. It's a high bar because I've done some traveling. Hit up Maui, hit up Kauai if you love just pure nature beauty. All right, and the high tourist areas is like Oahu or Honolulu. Maui to an extent, but Maui is because you know there's a lot of fun stuff to do, but it's also pristine. Okay. That's one place I have not been that I definitely want to go within the United States. I think I've been everywhere I want to go within the United States. I don't have any desire to go to Alaska. I've had the opportunity to go. I politely declined. Would have been on business. I said, no, thank you. It was like in April of a given year, so the weather was going to be moderate. I still said, no, thank you. But I don't think there's anywhere else within the United States, lower 48 or anywhere else, that I have not been, that I want to visit outside of Hawaii. It's worth it. Highly recommend. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to leave this earth without having visited Mississippi. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I have that on my resume too. Yeah. I have no desire to go to Mississippi. I've been to Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, Florida, Georgia. No, I'm not going to Mississippi. I don't think I've been to Kentucky. I've been to Tennessee. Nashville, right along. That was good. But that's about it. I've been everywhere I want to in the United States. I don't know if that's true for Mark. I know he's been traveling everywhere too. I miss traveling. I haven't done any since COVID, and we're dying to go someplace. Is there anywhere in the continental United States or lower 48 that you want to go? Not really. I want to go back to the UK. I went to school in Scotland for a year, and I loved it so much that I have fantasies about retiring there someday, but let's not kid each other. Nobody's going to be able to afford to retire. No. It depends. I mean, the cost of living in Scotland is probably less in the United States. I can just fish for my food in Loch Ness. Well, great. Well, you're the one who talked about retiring there, so you've already put that out there. But I haven't heard anything out. I got nothing. I'll drop dead at this point. So just prepare yourself for that moment. Yeah, realistically, I'll probably spend the rest of my life living in the U.S. Absolutely. But I can't do what I'm doing now. Technologically, it's very easy to do. I'm just saying they wouldn't allow me to. I'm not Rush Limbaugh. I just can't broadcast from the house for the last 8 years of my career. You have said a true thing. You are no Rush Limbaugh. I don't even know what that meant. Let's talk about the DMV. KMI AM 640. It's Labor with Book Kelly. We're going to talk about those personalized vanity plates. What you need to do to get them, and just because you get them doesn't mean that you get to keep them. Mark Bonner now has some news. And LA Metro trains derailed underground at the 7th Street Metro Center station downtown. The Metro A and E lines use the affected tracks, and Metro says to expect significant delays. E-line trains heading toward downtown from Santa Monica returning back at the LATTC Ortho Institute station, while E-line trains originating in East LA returning back at the Broadway station on the
Do it before them and do it really well so they aspire to that level and then to surpass that level. Whereas those people were pioneers. Yeah. And Larry Bird didn't have a lot of people to watch play basketball before Larry Bird. You know, there was a few, black and white footage. It's not like you didn't see it every day. You didn't have it on the internet. Now kids, they can just watch every Jordan highlight reel, every time LeBron James has scored, every Steph Curry three-pointer. They can watch it anytime they want, and then that is a level that they're aspiring to. Think of all the football games that kids can watch now and analyze. Think of all the fights that people coming up now that want to be a martial artist, they can watch. And so they aspire to this level that has already been achieved by the greatest of all time, and then they want to surpass that. Yeah. Which is what human beings have always done athletically all throughout time. It's not like guys who broke records in the 1930s, we don't break those today. Like, those are not the same records. Like, those don't hold up. We 100% get better. Yep. From 90 years ago to today, there is no comparison. The athletes are far better. And they're going to continue. 90 years from now, probably, if there's humans, they'll probably be far better. There's experiments that have happened in the NFL. I think this is correct. I was always Washington. It was then the Redskins, man. And I think it was 1986 or 1988 that the heaviest offensive line, they averaged 280. Somewhere around that, those numbers. Big fellas, but compared to today, that would be the lightest. Right. And then Dallas, Nate Newton and those guys had a point where they were going, we're going to get guys up to 330. Let's get to 340. And they peaked when some of them got to 360. The bone marrow, they were big, but they lost agility and speed. And they went, we get the ceiling. We went past it. We got to come back. There's the hogs. You're in the middle with the mustache. Oh, my God. Well, big fella Jacoby over here, 66. Big fellas. What a great name. Yeah, that's hilarious. He hit the top of, like, Dallas, they went too far. Right. It was bigger is better, so let's get bigger. And then all of a sudden, agility went. They went, it's not 360. It's come way back. Come back down. Well, believe it or not, the UFC heavyweight division has a weight class. You can't be over 265 pounds. You can't? No. They have to wait to fight for the UFC heavyweight title. You must weigh 265 pounds or below. So you're 270. You can't lose weight. You don't have. You gotta weigh it. It's happened before, where guys had to lose weight to fight heavyweight. Tim Sylvia, when he was the UFC heavyweight champion, had to cut weight to hit the 265-pound weight class. He was so big that, like, 265 was a struggle for him to get down to. Isn't that never gonna have to? Well, I would assume it should, but the problem is there's actually a heavyweight class above that that's super heavyweight. Okay. But we've never had that in the UFC. There's never been a single super heavyweight fight in the UFC. Everything has always been inside the 265-pound weight class, which I think is real weird. Because, like, where'd that number come from? I don't know. The numbers are real weird anyway because there's giant gaps in them. It's like one of the major problems with MMA is that there's a lack of weight classes. So in boxing, there's weight classes. You got 126, 130, 135. It goes 135 to 140, 140, 147, 147, 54. With the UFC, it's like 35, 45, 55. Then it goes 70, 80, 85, so you got 15 pound weight difference. And then it goes 205, so you got 20 pounds. And then you got 265, so that's 60 pounds for heavyweight. That's crazy. The gaps are just too big. They're gigantic. So that's a major problem with MMA in that there's less weight classes than there should be. And then you have a cap on heavyweight, which is bananas. Like, you should have no cap. Heavyweight should be, how big is this guy? Like, let him fight. You think you can come in? Yeah. I mean, what about the Mountain? That guy from Game of Thrones? That guy that fight in the UFC? He wouldn't be able to make weight. He's too big. That guy's almost 400 pounds. You know? Yeah, I never did that. I thought heavyweight is like 265 and up. 250 and up. Whatever you want to come in with. That's what it should be. Yeah. But there really should be a weight class around 225. There's something like that. What class would that be? You just name a new class? Well, boxing has something like that. What is the boxing weight class that's like below heavyweight? There's cruiserweight, but then there's a new one. There's a recent one over the past few years that they've developed. But that's one thing that boxing does a much better job with, I think, is providing fighters the correct weight class where they can compete in. What is it called? That's it. Yeah, I think there's another one that they're calling. They're calling it. Oh, God, I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, that's it. But I think they called it something different, though. They had a name for it. Whatever. Maybe you'll find it. Maybe not. But the point is, 265 is the limit. So, like, Francis Ngannou, when he was the heavyweight champion, he used to have to cut weight. And he had to lose weight to get down to 265. And then, how much is he putting on that last week? He's probably putting another 10 on, at least. He's not losing a ton, but he's got to watch his calorie output. He's a massive human. I met him in Saudi Arabia. He's so big. He's so big. That's a real tragedy that him and the UFC couldn't figure it out. That bothers me a lot. Because that guy was the scariest heavyweight champion of all time, for sure. He'd put guys in orbit. He would hit them and you just go, whoa. It would hurt you. Like, watching it. Like, oh, no. All men are created equal. That's another problem with fighting. No matter how much preparation you have, no matter how intelligent you are, some people are faster and hit harder than you. Right. And you ain't going to fix that, right, in the gym. You'll get a little better, but you're never going to bridge that gap. Yeah. I had a dream of being an NBA basketball player. Did you? Was that your dream? For a while. How old were you? I was young. I was like, I'm going to dunk. No matter how much. This guy sitting here would have worked out now, so I was never going to be a dunk. Didn't have the innate ability. Didn't have the DNA. Didn't have the makeup. I bet you could. Over time. I bet someone could teach you how to dunk. I bet if someone got you on a serious training program when you were younger, right now it would be rough. It would be rough track. It would be rough on the tendons. Yes. Like, but you get to be our age, it's like, sure, maybe you should be dunking. I will take dunking off the menu. Yeah. But when you're young, I think you can teach a guy, but it would, it's not as easy as that. Like, for some people, they can just dunk. Yeah. Well, the thing about not everyone being creative, you gotta have the innate ability. Oh, yeah. And the hustle. Work ethic. If you got both, there's a lot of 5-star players who don't have the hustle. Yep. And then there's a lot of some of the most talented ones, right? Because it's too easy to them. Yeah. And some of the ones that aren't as talented, but just will not stop. Yep. They will not stop pushing because they had to work harder for everything they ever did. Yeah. They have that extra gear, and that allows them to be champions. I hear more and more CEOs saying, give me Johnny and Jane Hustle from Western Kentucky before Melinda and Joseph from Harvard. Yeah, I would agree with that. Give me this one that's ready to come hustle, that's ready to get scrappy, adapt, work, press the edges on the front end and back end. Yeah, give me that one. And someone who's all in. Yeah. You want someone who's all in. You don't want someone who's like looking at the clock, wants to leave. Someone who's just like doesn't feel like they're being appreciated enough. Yeah. You want someone who's like fully all in on their work. Do you think there's theories about with AI coming that now more than ever that's what you need is the one that has more of a liberal arts education. I know a little bit about a lot of things, and I can hit many different avenues rather than be an expertise in one certain thing. I mean, it's like just 6 years ago, you would tour the campuses where like computer programming. That's what you want your job to be. That's what we need. Right? No, you don't. Now it's all done. Telling you don't get into programming. Yeah. So, what specifics are the jobs or the creations, locations that are going to be out there for our youth that are coming up that are going to be like, that's how you got to make it. I question the college education now. I question the worth of it. How much is it still a knowledge factory that has not adapted to changing times and needs in the workforce? And how much of it needs to be updated for getting young men and women prepared to go into the workforce? Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's really unknown territory. And I think AI is going to take jobs away that we never thought we were going to lose. I think lawyers are off. All right, they're in trouble. Coders are gone. Accountants are gone. Accountants are gone. Yeah, it's going to be really fucking weird. It's going to be really weird for Hollywood. I mean, you've seen some of these films. You've seen the old Star Wars that they're doing. They're remaking Star Wars with AI, with old Luke Skywalker. Like when he was young. Like when Luke Skywalker's, they're doing completely new scenes that look exactly like HD versions of Star Wars in 1975. That's what it looks like. But it's in HD today with AI using Mark Hamill's voice. So it sounds exactly like him as young Luke Skywalker. It's bananas, man. It's bananas. There's a lot of weirdness with music, there's a lot of weirdness with literature. You're going to have all sorts of AI, so no one knows what's going to survive this. I assume that a bunch of people, at the end of the day, are going to get really sick of artificially created things and want something that they know was made by a person. Whether it's a book that is made by a person, or a song, like an Oliver Anthony song. Tangible. Physical. Yeah, books are going to be like some people just love vinyl. Yeah, love them. They just love the press the needle down, hearing the crackle, and that's what. But there's going to be a lot of that still. People are going to want to buy books from people that actually wrote the book. They're going to want to go to see a guy perform music in an actual club where you see the guy on stage. You know it's live. There's always going to be a desire for handmade things. The guy made this table. I know him. But other than that, man, no one knows. It's the unknown because no one knows what the capabilities of these things are going to be. Well, and the tech, the AI tech companies keep saying, no, trust, a lot of jobs are going to be lost, but AI is going to create so many other jobs. But I haven't heard it. You want to answer what those jobs are going to be. Yeah, I don't even think they know. All right. They don't even know why these things are so good at what they are good at. They keep getting smarter and smarter, and they blow them away. Like Elon told me that every week is like these new discoveries. And it's like, wow, this is crazy. Like every week we're blown away. So it just keeps getting more and more capable. We don't know where this is going. So if you're in college right now, it's so cliche to say follow your dream, but really do follow your fucking dream, because that might be the only thing that you've got, right? Because if you think you're just going to get a really good job in an industry that might be completely wiped out in 3 years by AI, a lot of people are going to be going down that path. Yes. A lot. Yeah. Yeah. Is crime going to go up? You're going to have people out of jobs. You're going to be, what are these people going to do? I think it's universal basic income is probably the only way to solve, at least on the short term, how we're going to lose a lot of stuff. Look at you making a lot of little tabs in there. I did. Very organized. You're very organized. Well, yeah, these are one that I thought could be cool conversation starters for us. And we've kind of covered actually some of them. You read anyone read poems on the show before? Yeah, Lex Friedman. There you go. right. You want to find a good one? We'll wrap it up with a great poem? Yeah, man. Let's go. This book is out right now? No, September 16th. Oh, okay. September 16th. This is a fun one that I wrote. It's kind of based on, it's based on extra credit. It's kind of relying on fate or extra credit that we get. That sometimes we rely on the extra credit participation trophies. It's where this one kind of started from. So it's a fun one. It may get us talking about something. It's called Tips Included. Okay. When extra credit's included, it doesn't get us due. When more gives us less, the exchange rates come skewed. When amnesty is offered going into the crime, we're more bound to commit it because there's no fine. We start playing to tie instead of going for the win. When participation's the trophy for every cow in the pen. If I stay on the porch because you picked up the slack, when you look over your shoulder, I can't have you back. If there is no curfew, we'll stay out all night. No tab at our bar, we get drunk and start a fight. All these long lenses got us losing our sight. You keep lifting it for me, I'm going to lose all my might. When a 4-star duty suits a 6-star rate, we take our hands off the wheel, rely on fate. Eating all we can at the all-we-can-eat buffet gives us a 3.8 education and a 4.2 GPA. We steal from ourselves and get away with the scam. What's the measure of merit with less give a damn? These unlimited options, they sure got me confused. While all the conveniences keep me properly living. In this red light district with the horror of inflation, the ROI's math don't pay for the vacation. So let's just admit it, this extra credit's quite a fluffer. Because when the tip's included, the service will suffer. That's great. That's really good and dead on. You fucking right on the head. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah. I think I came with the 11th place team at the same set of trophies as the first place team. And I was like, they went 0-10, but the winning team went 10-0. You kind of like saying, the winning team went 5-5, and the losing team went 5-5. I don't get it. Don't hurt you. Don't hurt your feelings. Don't lose. Don't get told no. Your feelings have to get hurt sometimes. And that's how you learn and grow. And you can't protect anybody from that. And that's the problem. We want to do that with our children. We love, all my best friends, all my favorite people had terrible, chaotic childhoods. And they all became very interesting people. But I don't want my kids to have a terrible, chaotic childhood. I want to have like a wonderful, love-filled, bountiful childhood. But that comes with, I think they have to find things that they find that are difficult, that they get engrossed with, that they really love to pursue. And fortunately, my kids do that. But I think you have to have a struggle. You have to have a task. If you just want to you get a trophy too. Everybody gets a trophy. It's okay. No, there's no losers. You got hard. Okay, quit. When my kids were real little, one of my daughters was playing at a soccer game, and they wouldn't say the score. I'm like, I know the fucking score. I just watched. They lost. You can't say that. No score. This is so crazy. But they were doing this in California. They had scoreless games. Like, okay, I mean, but why are you trying to score then? Why are you trying to score if you don't count? This doesn't make any sense. This is soccer. Soccer has. Why not really trying to keep them from scoring? Exactly. What's the point? It was the only little crap. Everybody did. What's up with the rules? Pick up in your hands. This is stupid. If you don't have a loser, you don't have a desire to get better to become a winner. And that's the part of the process. Sometimes kids lose and they cry. And by the way, if you don't ever go through that, then you don't understand how to lose. So you never develop a healthy ability to manage competitiveness. Yep. Some individuals never get that. They never get healthy competition. Makes for a very unhealthy person. They don't just compete, well, especially once they leave the house. Yes, and they're on their own because the world sure plays by the rules and the score is kept. Yes, and you don't win everyone. Yeah, how good you are. Yes, and there's nobody coming back in to tuck you in bed and say it's okay. Right, let's put some ice on it. You're dealing with yourself, man. That wake-up call, that's cold. I got a cool movie coming out called The Lost Boss. It'll be out in October. It's going to be in theaters for a couple weeks, and it goes on Apple and streams. Remember the Paradise Fires in 2018 in Paradise, California? Yes. Yeah. I think almost 30 people or so died. Jamie Lee Curtis heard this story on NPR. He went to Jason Blum. Jason Blum went to Paul Greengrass, the director of Captain Phillips, United 93, Black Sunday. Really good action director, but also with a good personal dramatic story in it. And then they came to me for it. And there were a lot of heroic people at that time that went towards the crisis instead of away from the crisis. But this one particular story about this bus driver and this teacher that got 22 kids to safety was the story we picked to tell. And we went and shot in Santa Fe. This guy that I play is here's the trailer. Yeah, we're not listening to this. You just tell me while this trailer's going on. Okay. So this guy, Kevin, in our story, comes back home because his dad has passed away. He's going to take care of his widowed mother and try to reunite with his son. Which, by the way, check this out. My mom plays my mom, and Levi plays my son. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So he comes back, do that, and he gets a part-time job as a school bus driver. He goes out that morning, there's a fire coming across the canyon, as they always do, no problem. First responders head out. Well, by the afternoon, it got out of hand. It was jumping in the canyon. And so that afternoon, now decided, oh shit, I got to go back and get my mom and my son. Neither one of them can drive, get them to safety. On the way home, barging home to go barge on the highway to go get them. A call comes through dispatch. I got 22 stranded kids on the east side of town. Is anyone over there with an empty bus? Whoa, guess who's got an empty bus? Fuck. I'm going to go get my mom and my son, man. When he takes the call and says, I'll go get him. He goes and gets him. Their teacher gets on the bus, and this is their story about 8 hours of going through hell and how they got out of it. And it really awesome adrenaline pump action, which you're going to get from Greengrass and a story like that. Like The Fire, this is as good as a fire movie is. The Fire is a fucking predator. It's from the POV. It's like Jaws. The Fire is actually like the shark in Jaws in this thing. Plus, a really cool story of redemption, father, sons, and two people doing what they can to survive when there were no contact. All the cell phone towers were down and the dispatch was down. No one had any contact. He didn't know if his mom and son were okay. He didn't know where to go, where the traffic jams were. And what happened is the first responders left early to go get the fire. When they got there, it had already jumped the canyon. So when they were coming back to town, the mandatory evacuation, the whole town's leaving. They couldn't get back in town. So it's a bit of a horror film in that way. But moving fire is predator, man. Yeah, that is what it feels like if you ever get stuck in one of those things. Yeah. It feels like a monster. Yeah. That sounds awesome. That's pretty good stuff. Beautiful. I can't wait to say it. Thank you for being here, man. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, thank you. And that poem was awesome. It was really good. So dead on the head. Thanks. That's the best participation trophy poem of all time. Really good. The book is called, there it is right there, Poems of Prayers. Out soon, pre-order now. Did you do the audio? You did? Yeah, of course you did. Can't have an actor do your voice on there. That would be impossible. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Goodbye, everybody.
So they can see you. And then you start
trip and walking in, and I'm thinking, how is it possible that our paths didn't cross all those years? Yeah, I mean, it's conceivable we were in the same venue or the same building or at the same party or probably something.
I kind of avoided parties. I avoid basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there's a red carpet. Like even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go on the red carpet. I'd go into the back door.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't like. I don't like all that fucking look over here, look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just whatever allergy I have to that flares, and I'm like, I'm going through the back door. Fuck this.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I support a similar entrance thing.
It's just too weird.
But it's look over here, look over here. I think something happens in that moment.
Yeah.
And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery.
I think it's bad for you.
Yeah.
I think it's like radiation.
Yeah.
Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working the X-ray machine your whole life.
No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her.
Charlie.
Right. Far left.
Yeah.
And you've looked at her like 7 times already. And then I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me. You wouldn't get past the first day.
Well, they want to get a million pictures just to get that perfect one. With there's a little bit of side eye to you, just a little something. Oh, purse of the lips, a little something.
One that kind of like you're responding to something.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. But then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's absolute dog shit.
Yeah, the one with your mouth open.
Exactly.
What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I gotta get out of here.
Right.
Right. Freak me out. The trappings.
Yeah. I mean, is there? Because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right? Is there another way to do it?
Probably not. Now people like it. Photographers like it. The press likes it. It's a big thing. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of lights flashing. It seems legit.
Right.
Yeah.
I just I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling.
Right.
It's
totally unnatural.
It's completely unnatural.
The only way that would be happening in real life is if, like, you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. It's him. There he is. Look over here. It's odd. Very odd.
Yeah. It's a form of perp walk, isn't it?
A little bit of a perp walk.
Yeah.
And just a little bit of a mental illness exhibition.
Right. Yeah. I just had it for the first time, would have been last Thursday.
The first time ever?
No, for the first time in maybe over a decade, at the Netflix premiere for the It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds, I was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then I'm in the sun just beating right on my forehead. And it's just, I can feel myself start to sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit, the underwear choice, all of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong.
Yeah.
And it's all being documented.
It's so odd. Yeah. It's really funny when you first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I had sent in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy.
Yeah.
And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with you.
Oh, that's right.
And said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on the podcast. I know it's a long shot, but I'm going to get Jay better. He knows him. Help me hook it up. Well, here we are, 14 years later.
It takes what it takes, right?
Yeah. It's funny because I don't think I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I had. Seriously? Yeah, he was 2011 as well.
And how many shows had you done by then?
Not that many by then. I don't know.
So were you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics?
I would do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics.
Okay.
We would just sit and talk shit. And
like your house?
Yeah, I was in my house back then.
Okay.
Yeah. It looked nothing like this. No. It slowly had to get out. It's like, I had too many weirdos that I had to bring by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were really young. I was like, this is too strange for these weirdos by my house. And, it was just too odd. I was like, maybe some people should know exactly where I sleep. Right. Yeah. And it's interesting, because driving here, I was burying my phone just, for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are. Good. So it was kind of like a version of being blindfolded with a sack over my head, Yeah, that's probably how we should do it. Can you imagine then, I'm the guy they're blaming for introducing this? Just put everybody in a blindfold and put them in the back of an SUV. Right. With undisclosed location. And make the guy drive a few circles around in some neighborhood right over there. Yeah. But we did it. We're here. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode. And the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot chops, all these different things, to watch you not just go off the rails with drugs, but be super open about it. You were the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad, it was we love him, keep going. It was kind of crazy, all the Tiger Blood stuff and winning. Everybody was saying winning all the time, and what was that like for you? Was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it let you, were you surprised by it? It's a great way to describe it. It is, it's the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it was unintentionally or otherwise celebrating the guy's demise. Right. And I guess the train wreck was so spectacular that there was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks. Yeah. And somebody asked me about it, and I don't know if I was the conductor, if I was riding the caboose, or both simultaneously. It was a trip, because thinking back on it, it's, some of it just kind of exists in just Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past through the mist, Other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through tunnel vision. There was an energy, there was an energy I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out what the plot was, who my co-stars were, where somebody show up with a page one rewrite. Right. That's what we fucking need. And it got away from me. And had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner. Right. You become kind of captured to the image. Yes. Yeah. And there was something that just made something I stumbled on. It's I was in some way I was being a bully. It had a bullying kind of energy about it, and I've never been that guy. How so? The way I was attacking people, the way I was challenging people, I was a tough guy on the block, and how these soldiers had this whole cadre behind me, and it was inviting people into the ring. I've never been in the ring. What are we doing, You're on coke. It's total cocaine behavior, among other things. And I think there was a whole testosterone component as well. That was out of control, because there's, what they recommend, a quarter-sized dollop every other day. And no, there's a line in the book where I was slathering that shit on like a fucking Pond's commercial. Oh, so you were using the cream? Yeah, which is hard to measure. It's not just hard to measure, it gets on other people. I read this story about this guy who was on TRT cream, and his child started showing signs of premature development, and they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof, because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced. Like, what were the kids' numbers? Do we know? We don't. I don't think they released that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development. Wow. Yeah. Because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You know, you're getting bombarded with testosterone. Sure. While your dad is holding you. Same. Yeah. Same. Is that part of the reason they recommend like an inner thigh application? I guess then the only person would get it is the person you're having sex with. Exactly. Exactly. Or your horse. Right. Funny thing for the horse. Right. So there's testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of hubris and a lot of rage. And a lot of rage. But the rage, I think, it's interesting because when you finally get some distance from something, you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And I got to, really realize that it wasn't about the job, it wasn't about junk. It was about all the stuff in my personal life. It was about trying to just be a certain guy at work, be a certain guy at home, and just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. And I just couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace or any type of just a moment to breathe, just to decompress. That's so important. Yeah, and it's not in the book because I don't remember it well enough to put it in the book, and that was kind of how I decided what's in there and what's not, right? Or if something just isn't true, it's not in the book, and so, but I was trying to just kind of, I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children during that run of 8 years, and so that's crazy. It's insane, yeah, and they both, they fell apart for myriad reasons.
It's like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. Female lawyer studying law.
Who was?
What's the boss is to be studied. Margaret is healed. What?
Promote this idea of small town America, but it's not.
Maybe the reason they haven't made him arrested
Catch whoever it is.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chan. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. Most of us real fans.
I don't think she died thinking that she got away with it.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chan. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. Most of us real fans don't care and we'll ride until we die. That's why we did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question. Question for Shab. When do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff. Here I can. When can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on The Fight of the Kid again? Great question, brother.
Just when you thought Brendan, the business shark Shaw, couldn't embarrass himself anymore, he starts a Patreon. Now, if you're not up to speed on the latest iteration of Joe Rogan's pet project gone wrong, here is the quick background. Earlier this year, Brendan followed Brian Callen to Texas to revamp their failing careers in the aftermath of the LA fires. Brian hit the ground running, moving before Shaw, getting a regular spot at the comedy mothership and taking chopper rides with his buddy, while Brendan was forced to sell his Calabasas mansion at a discount before heading down south himself. And while Brian's thriving in the Lone Star State, Brendan's just alone in a storage unit, answering questions from his hardcore fans on Patreon. But little does he know, the ones asking the questions are homeless cats. And wait for it, the guy who Brendan tried to sue for exposing his infidelity and lost. I'll explain what's going on there in a moment. Like I've said 1,000 times, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. Brendan thought this would be a safe place away from the trolls on Reddit and YouTube, not realizing that he'll never be able to hide from criticism until he finally hangs up the mic and becomes a personal trainer. But basically, Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the Thick Boy empire from its inevitable violent implosion was to start a Patreon like 10 fucking years too late. The thing is, though, your boy Bubba can't even get people to watch this shit for free. The Thick Boy Brains Trust has completely run out of ideas. The car channel is dead in the water, the Short Show has turned into low-energy baseball dad ramblings, and The Fighter and the Kid will soon be studied by psychologists as part of one of the longest, most comprehensive studies into the degenerative disease known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, CT, as in drinking tea in the... Yeah, I don't know, guys.
Yo,
and
what
so
up, Mr.
now,
Meaty?
with their 3.5 followers on...
Yo, so update me. How are things going in your life, big dog? All right, was your lawyer able to get that stuff done? That's it? How amazing is that? Word, dog. Wait, so I thought it was $6,500 and it's done. Right. Okay, but you don't have to go to jail? Well, that's great. So you don't have to move to Mexico. Okay, dude, congratulations. It's fantastic. All right, well, get your shit together, man. But that's phenomenal news. So are you very happy? You should be. Right. Can't beat that. Good on you, big dog. So how's your family doing? Well, that's cool. What do you think? Well, there's nothing you can do about that. What are your thoughts on the Ole Miss Rebels? All right, how are they going to do this year? That's okay. Well, man, that's wonderful that you don't have to do all that shit, and that you're like guaranteed. Did you watch the fight this weekend? Canelo Crawford? No, Canelo Crawford.
Who's everybody down at the table? Please, Chris, sit down.
Okay, well, why do you need to do that? Okay. Right, why don't you just use ChatGPT? Okay, you know you can. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. And what are your thoughts? Yeah, I hope so. It seems that way. Well, that's great. Yeah, I remember. All right, well, but you got them taken care of. Well, that's great, big dog. I'm really happy for you. Are you fucking relapsing right now? Okay, there you go. Are you allowed to have that? If you have to do this, you're allowed to have that? Okay, cool. Right. There you go. Well, that's great. Yeah, stay away from that shit, dog. Well, find better. Find. All right. Well, then stay away from them.
On the 16th westbound in Ontario from York Avenue to well, there, that's good. It's happening. All natural hair. The very next thing. Now, we've all seen pills and lotions that come with a monthly subscription. Contain that you have, but they'll never regrow the hair that you've completely lost. From advanced hair status. Jones. And this is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel though? What was that? We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero with Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now. Saturday workouts.
to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
You're on that.
In Restream cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from assured. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. Then only something that'll work. You gotta get rid of those guys. It's a disaster.
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the varnish of movie history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews with Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes, that was the real person's head.
Robert Evans, who called the Godfather's Godfather. James Caan.
To me, once you come with the test, successful actor can force you up and drive around the block.
Al Ruddy.
I said, I got a call from these Italian guys. It was movie makes me a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who's involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli.
And the other 15 who are there just for the laughs, Brendan has resorted to doing Q&A storage unit sessions, and the questions are amazing.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chin. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. This question goes to all three of you, both of us, Jen. Even though most of us are real fans, so we care and we'll ride until we died. That's why we did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question. I think it's a number of things. I would say podcast. When our numbers were at its biggest, there was as much competition. So now everyone has their podcast. So that's a reason. Two, a number of things that happened, like Brian being out for 2 years wrecked the podcast, getting falsely accused of that bullshit. So I had to do the podcast without him for 2 years with people you guys really don't know. That was kind of the start of our demise. The Bobby stuff hurt us. I think that made a lot of people upset. Our talk about COVID with the suppression of YouTube, that does it. False flagging from haters causes issues. And then the lack of guests. I think that covers it all. Would you agree, Jim? Pretty much, yeah. Question, Dukes of Apollo. What do you guys think it is? Let me know.
Oh, yeah, that's a damn good question. If they have an idea of what it might have been, or how many different things it might have been.
Absolutely, Chin. Listen up. That was actually a pretty good attempt from your boy right there, bringing up some key issues from over the years that I honestly can't disagree with. The only bit that Brendan left out was the part where he finally takes complete ownership and responsibility for being one of the biggest douchebags on the internet. He will never admit it. I've got to give it to him, though, for a guy with the clearest case of CT I've ever seen, his ability to pull out the mental gymnastics and avoid any semblance of self-reflection and improvement is elite level. The part that he'll never admit is that he was so convinced that he was going to be the next Dwayne Johnson that he kept pushing back against the backlash. So when comedians and comedy fans went after him for jumping the queue and coming out with his Showtime special, You'd Be Surprised, followed by the now infamous Gringo Puppy 3 years later, without a shred of comedic talent, instead of listening to the internet and staying in his lane, he pushed back against them and mistakenly labeled them as jealous haters. He literally used to lash out at his so-called haters for being out-of-shape, ugly losers with nothing going for them. They don't matter. Nobody cares what they think. And his media career is basically over.
Mr. Heavy,
How'd that go for you, B.
Mr.
Now,
B.
personally, you know I blame Joe Rogan.
Mr.
He's the one
B.
who openly used to defend Brendan earlier on and gave him the idea that people hate him because he's big, strong, and good-looking and funny. But at some point, a grown man's got to take responsibility for his own actions. Just like Brian Callen had. No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry, guys, typo. What I meant to say was,
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who was falsely confused.
But like he just admitted there, the Bobby Lee situation was also a seminal moment in Brendan's downfall, and one absolute legend on Patreon asked him about it.
Jason, when can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on The Fighter and the Kid again? Great question, brother. I don't have a problem with Bobby. I don't have a relationship with him either. I think that's more of a Brian thing because Brian's still in the comedy scene. He's going to the mothership. I think Bobby's there sometimes. So Brian would see him. Brian says they're cool. Me and Bobby haven't spoke in a hot second. I have no ill will towards him. One of the worst mistakes the Fighter Kid's ever made. I'd love to have him on. We don't do a ton of guests. I'm just not in that world anymore. I don't know if you realize this, but Brian really doesn't book guests. Even though he's in the comedy scene, it's just not in his nature to ask people to come on the show. So unless I go down to the mothership and start asking guys to be on the show, it's probably not going to happen. I just don't have time, especially at night with my kiddo sports, to go down there. So I don't know. Bobby would have to run into Brian, and Brian and him would have to come to some agreement. But we'd love to have him on. He's only one of the funniest guys in the world. You know, I have no ill will towards Bobby at all. He's crushing it.
Haven't these guys ever heard of a fucking phone? How did a simple question about getting Bobby Lee back on the podcast turn into a rant about having to go down to the mothership to find guests? Bro, you have the internet on your phone. But this part drives me nuts. Why would Brendan have any ill will towards Bobby Lee? We've heard him say this multiple times before, and I still don't get it. Brendan can't admit that he was the bully in that whole situation. You were the one who fucked up, not Bobby. Brendan tried to hit up Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kalila, and then when her and her friends exposed him for it on Trash Tuesday and the whole truck walk saga came out, Brendan and Brian called and messaged Bobby, threatening to fuck him up if he couldn't keep his girl quiet about the whole thing. So why would Brendan hold any ill will towards Bobby? And he can't even come out and say, I was the one who fucked up. He literally just blamed it on the Fighter and the Kid. He said, one of the worst mistakes the Fighter and the Kid's ever made. Bro, your podcast isn't a sentient being. You are. Actually, nah, take that back. Maybe he's right on that one. Okay, I got that out of my system now. Now it's time for Brendan Shaw giving relationship advice.
Don't lose focus on, if you have a good girl, on how hard it is to find a good person in this crazy world we live in. Don't lose focus on that, man. By being selfish, you know, I think for me, for especially the start of my relationship with my wife, even my first kiddo, is as a comic, especially the field I'm in, entertainment, comic, podcasting, being on TV, doing all that. You got to be a bit of almost a narcissist. You got to be kind of selfish. But at the end of the day, it's really not worth it. So you see now, I don't do as much as far as like TV and all that stuff. I still do some stuff. Obviously, I stopped touring because it's at the end of the day, like even if you achieve whatever you set out to do, you're just lonely, and it comes at a cost, and that cost is time with your wife, with your girlfriend, with your kiddos, and it's just not worth it. At the end of the day, you can realize as you get older, the only people you can trust and the only people that actually want to see you win is your family. So don't kind of isolate them. Don't forget that. Whatever business you're in, whatever journey you're on, make sure you're trying to manage your time and putting time into the family.
The guy asked for relationship advice. Why is Brendan getting into his toxic narcissism and his failed comedy and media careers? Brendan can't answer a fucking question without trauma dumping on his 3.5 hardcore fans. But let me translate the second part of that trauma dump for you. What he's trying to say is, When your career takes a nosedive and you become the most hated man on the internet, one of the side effects is that the Instagram baddies all dry up. So the moral of the story is, don't cheat on your wife, because once you become a lol cow, she's all you'll have left. For now, at least. Honestly, this Q&A format is actually some of the most entertaining content your boys come out with in a while. It's reminiscent of the 1000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid, where he started rage crying about Callan's allegations and told Chin to give him the close-up, but then looked into the wrong camera. We're at a point now where guys like Brendan and Bert Kreischer are commentating on their own downfalls in real time. I mean, this shit is insane. It's like Christmas every week for me over here. And just to top it off, one of Brendan's fake fans asked him about his latest lawsuit, except little did Brendan know the guy asking the question was actually Kyle Swindells, the self-represented YouTuber who Brendan sued for copyright and lost.
Question for Shab. Why do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff. I mean, here I can. This came out of nowhere. It's a company, a CBD company, that I had nothing to do with for years. We're talking about like 5 years. The owner, who has a litany of issues and legal issues and stuff going against him, and he's been suing these people. There's like 4 or 5 owners. He's been suing them multiple, like 6 times with no success. He decided to throw my name into it, obviously to get traction, and yeah, it'll be dealt with. They're dealing with it. And of course, the haters on the internet run with like, oh, tax fraud and conspiracy. There's none of that. I mean, it sounds juicy, but it's headlines. You know, I get it. Thank God I have a great lawyer who works pro bono. So, and we deal with bullshit like this all the time. I don't talk about it or bring attention to it because it's just bullshit. That's what they want, you know. But he'll be dealt with. You think one article like Brendan Schaub getting arrested or going to prison, and he's cooking the books. You think my dumbass has access to do tax fraud and conspiracy and cook the books? That would make sense. But it's fun for headlines like that. And it just dies down, it goes away, and somebody else will try some bullshit. It's just how it goes, man, unfortunately.
Imagine being so far up your own ass that you truly believe that, in his own words, he obviously threw my name into it to get traction. If you've been following my extensive coverage of Brendan's latest lawsuit, you'll know there's a legitimate claim of alleged fraud from his former business associate because Brendan indicated and acted like he intended to relinquish his shares in Pure Spectrum CBD, only to then sell them to a Russian-backed private equity company. We're still waiting for the phantom document to appear in Discovery, so your boy isn't out of the woods yet. And for the love of God, can someone please explain to Brendan what fucking pro bono means? Working on a contingency fee basis does not mean pro bono. It's like how Trump still thinks foreign companies and governments pay for American tariffs. Someone's got to get the whiteboard out and draw some diagrams for him or some shit, because he's claimed his lawyers work pro bono several times now, as if it's some kind of flex, when the reality is most civil lawyers offer some sort of no-win, no-fee arrangement. And while we're on the topic of Brendan's delusions and compulsive lies, the shadow banning and false flagging from haters that he mentioned earlier on in the video is one of the biggest copes you'll ever hear from these guys. Maybe during the pro bono lesson, someone can explain to him what false flagging is. I think he means people reporting his videos. But let me ask you this, Mr. Business Shark. If The Fighter and the Kid has been shadow banned for years, then how come every new channel you start seems to fail as well? Yeah, try and fit that into your narrative, you fucking redact. Anyway, that's enough Brendan Schaub slander for today. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chin. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. Even though most of us real fans don't care and we'll ride until we die, that's why we did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question. Question for Shab. When do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but I mean, here I can. When can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on The Fighter and the Kid again? Great question, brother.
Just when you thought Brendan, the business shark Shaw, couldn't embarrass himself anymore, he starts a Patreon. Now, if you're not up to speed on the latest iteration of Joe Rogan's pet project gone wrong, here is the quick background. Earlier this year, Brendan followed Brian Callen to Texas to revamp their failing careers in the aftermath of the LA fires. Brian hit the ground running, moving before Shaw, getting a regular spot at the comedy mothership and taking chopper rides with his buddy, while Brendan was forced to sell his Calabasas mansion at a discount before heading down south himself. And while Brian's thriving in the Lone Star State, Brendan's just alone in a storage unit, answering questions from his hardcore fans on Patreon. But little does he know, the ones asking the questions are homeless cats, and wait for it, the guy who Brendan tried to sue for exposing his infidelity and lost. I'll explain what's going on there in a moment. Like I've said 1,000 times, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. Brendan thought this would be a safe place away from the trolls on Reddit and YouTube, not realizing that he'll never be able to hide from criticism until he finally hangs up the mic and becomes a personal trainer. But basically, Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the Thick Boy empire from its inevitable violent implosion was to start a Patreon like 10 fucking years too late. The thing is, though, your boy Bubba can't even get people to watch this shit for free. The Thick Boy Brains Trust has completely run out of ideas. The car channel is dead in the water, the Short Show has turned into low-energy baseball dad ramblings, and The Fighter and the Kid will soon be studied by psychologists as part of one of the longest, most comprehensive studies into the degenerative disease known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, CT, as in drinking tea in the sea. Yeah, I don't know, guys. And so now, armed with their 3.5 followers on Patreon and the other 15 who are there just for the laughs, Brendan has resorted to doing Q&A storage unit sessions, and the questions are amazing.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chin. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. This question goes to all three of you, the both of us, Jen. Even though most of us real fans don't care and will ride until we die, that's why we do this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question. Well, I think it's a number of things. I would say podcast, when our numbers were at its biggest, there was as much competition. So now everyone has their podcast. So that's a reason. Two, a number of things that happened, like Brian being out for 2 years wrecked the podcast, getting falsely accused of that bullshit. You know, and so I had to do the podcast without him for 2 years with people you guys really don't know. That was kind of the start of our demise. The Bobby stuff hurt us. I think that made a lot of people upset. Our talk about COVID with the suppression of YouTube, that does it. False flagging from haters causes issues. And then the lack of guests. I think that covers it all. Would you agree, Jen? Pretty much? Yeah. Good question. Apollo. What do you guys think it is? Let me know.
Okay, that's a damn good question. If they have an idea of what it might have been, or how many different things it might have been.
Absolutely, Chin. Listen up. That was actually a pretty good attempt from your boy right there, bringing up some key issues from over the years that I honestly can't disagree with. The only bit that Brendan left out was the part where he finally takes complete ownership and responsibility for being one of the biggest douchebags on the internet. He will never admit it. I've got to give it to him, though, for a guy with the clearest case of CT I've ever seen, his ability to pull out the mental gymnastics and avoid any semblance of self-reflection and improvement is elite level. The part that he'll never admit is that he was so convinced that he was going to be the next Dwayne Johnson that he kept pushing back against the backlash. So when comedians and comedy fans went after him for jumping the queue and coming out with his Showtime special, You'd Be Surprised, followed by the now infamous Gringo Puppy 3 years later, without a shred of comedic talent, instead of listening to the internet and staying in his lane, he pushed back against them and mistakenly labeled them as jealous haters. He literally used to lash out at his so-called haters for being out-of-shape, ugly losers with nothing going for them. They don't matter. Nobody cares what they think. And now his media career is basically over. How'd that go for you, B? Now, personally, you know I blame Joe Rogan. He's the one who openly used to defend Brendan earlier on and gave him the idea that people hate him because he's big, strong, and good-looking and funny. But at some point, a grown man's got to take responsibility for his own actions. Just like Brian Callen had. No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry, guys, typo. What I meant to say was,
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who's falsely confused.
But like he just admitted there, the Bobby Lee situation was also a seminal moment in Brendan's downfall, and one absolute legend on Patreon asked him about it.
When can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on the Fight of the Kid again? Great question, brother. I don't have a problem with Bobby. I don't have a relationship with him either. I think that's more of a Brian thing because Brian's still in the comedy scene. He's going to the mothership, and I think Bobby's there sometimes. So Brian would see him. Brian says they're cool. Me and Bobby haven't spoke in a hot second. I have no ill will towards him. One of the worst mistakes the Fighter Kid's ever made. I'd love to have him on. We don't do a ton of guests. I'm just not in that world anymore. I don't know if you realize this, but Brian really doesn't book guests. Even though he's in the comedy scene, it's just not in his nature to ask people to come on the show. So unless I go down to the mothership and start asking guys to be on the show, it's probably not going to happen. I just don't have time, especially at night with my kiddos' sports, to go down there. So I don't know. Bobby would have to talk Brendan to Brian, and Brian and him would have to come to some agreement. But we'd love to have him on. He's literally one of the funniest guys in the world. You know, I have no ill will towards Bobby at all, and he's crushing it.
Haven't these guys ever heard of a fucking phone? How did a simple question about getting Bobby Lee back on the podcast turn into a rant about having to go down to the mothership to find guests? Bro, you have the internet on your phone. But this part drives me nuts. Why would Brendan have any ill will towards Bobby Lee? We've heard him say this multiple times before, and I still don't get it. Brendan can't admit that he was the bully in that whole situation. You were the one who fucked up, not Bobby. Brendan tried to hit up Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kalila, and then when her and her friends exposed him for it on Trash Tuesday and the whole truck walk saga came out, Brendan and Brian called and messaged Bobby, threatening to fuck him up if he couldn't keep his girl quiet about the whole thing. So why would Brendan hold any ill will towards Bobby? And he can't even come out and say, I was the one who fucked up. He literally just blamed it on the Fighter and the Kid. He said, one of the worst mistakes the Fighter and the Kid's ever made. Bro, your podcast isn't a sentient being. You are. Actually, I take that back. Maybe he's right on that one. Okay, I've got that out of my system now. Now it's time for Brendan Schaub giving relationship advice.
Don't lose focus on, if you have a good girl, on how hard it is to find a good person in this crazy world we live in. Don't lose focus on that, man. By being selfish, you know, I think for me, for especially the start of my relationship with my wife, even my first kiddo, is as a comic, especially in the field I'm in, entertainment, comic, podcasting, being on TV, doing all that. You gotta be a bit of almost a narcissist. You gotta be kind of selfish. But at the end of the day, it's really not worth it. So you see now, I don't do as much as far as like TV and all that stuff. I still do some stuff. I'll say stop touring because it's at the end of the day, like even if you achieve whatever you set out to do, you're just lonely, and it comes at a cost, and that cost is the time with your wife, with your girlfriend, with your kiddos, and it's just not worth it. At the end of the day, you're going to realize as you get older, the only people you can trust and the only people that actually want to see you win is your family. So don't kind of isolate them. Don't forget that. Whatever business you're in, whatever journey you're on, make sure you're trying to manage your time and putting time into the family.
The guy asked for relationship advice. Why is Brendan getting into his toxic narcissism and his failed comedy and media careers? Brendan can't answer a fucking question without trauma dumping on his 3.5 hardcore fans. But let me translate the second part of that trauma dump for you. What he's trying to say is, when your career takes a nosedive and you become the most hated man on the internet, one of the side effects is that the Instagram baddies all dry up. So the moral of the story is, don't cheat on your wife, because once you become a lolcow, she's all you'll have left. For now, at least. Honestly, this Q&A format is actually some of the most entertaining content your boys come out with in a while. It's reminiscent of the 1000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid, where he started rage crying about Callan's allegations and told Chin to give him the close-up, but then looked into the wrong camera. We're at a point now where guys like Brendan and Bert Kreischer are commentating on their own downfalls in real time. I mean, this shit is insane. It's like Christmas every week for me over here. And just to top it off, one of Brendan's fake fans asked him about his latest lawsuit, except little did Brendan know the guy asking the question was actually Kyle Swindells, the self-represented YouTuber who Brendan sued for copyright and lost.
Question for Shog. When do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but I mean, here I can. This came out of nowhere. It's a company, a CBD company that I had nothing to do with for years. You're talking about like 5 years. The owner who has a litany of issues and legal issues and stuff going against him. And he's been suing these people. There's like 4 or 5 owners. He's been suing them multiple, like 6 times with no success. He decided to throw my name into it, obviously to get traction. And yeah, he'll be dealt with. They're dealing with it. And of course, the haters in that run were like, oh, tax fraud and conspiracy. There's none of that. I mean, but it sounds juicy. It's headlines. You know, I get it. Thank God I have a great lawyer who works pro bono. So, and we deal with bullshit like this all the time. I don't talk about it or bring attention to it because it's just bullshit. And that's what they want, you know. But he'll be dealt with. I think one article was like Brendan Schaub getting arrested or go to prison, and he's cooking the books. You think my dumb ass has access to do tax fraud and conspiracy and cook the books? None of it makes sense. Let's look for headlines like that. And it just dies down, it goes away, and somebody else will try some bullshit. It's just how it goes, man, unfortunately.
Imagine being so far up your own ass that you truly believe that, in his own words, he obviously threw my name into it to get traction. If you've been following my extensive coverage of Brendan's latest lawsuit, you'll know there's a legitimate claim of alleged fraud from his former business associate because Brendan indicated and acted like he intended to relinquish his shares in Pure Spectrum CBD, only to then sell them to a Russian-backed private equity company. We're still waiting for the phantom document to appear in Discovery, so your boy isn't out of the woods yet. And for the love of God, can someone please explain to Brendan what fucking pro bono means? Working on a contingency fee basis does not mean pro bono. It's like how Trump still thinks foreign companies and governments pay for American tariffs. Someone's got to get the whiteboard out and draw some diagrams for him or some shit, because he's claimed his lawyers work pro bono several times now, as if it's some kind of flex, when the reality is most civil lawyers offer some sort of no-win, no-fee arrangement. And while we're on the topic of Brendan's delusions and compulsive lies, the shadow banning and false flagging from haters that he mentioned earlier on in the video is one of the biggest copes you'll ever hear from these guys. Maybe during the pro bono lesson, someone can explain to him what false flagging is. I think he means people reporting his videos. But let me ask you this, Mr. Business Shark. If The Fighter and the Kid has been shadow banned for years, then how come every new channel you start seems to fail as well? Yeah, try and fit that into your narrative, you fucking redact. Anyway, that's enough Brendan Schaub slander for today. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chin. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. You know, most of us are real fans, so we care and we'll ride until we die. That's why I did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership?
Sports fans, and Danny West. Let's take a look back on this day in sports history. September 17th. We'll start off today in 1961. It's hard for anyone to have a better first professional game than Fran Tarkenton. The future Hall of Famer.
Let me tell you something. There's no we agree to disagree, or you are fully wrong. It's one of the stupidest things ever. It's insane. You think it's women's fault?
Yeah, dude, we get paid just as much. We're just as powerful. Cut it out.
All right, you're practicing for Rogan very clearly. You're gonna do a great job on Kill Tony with this talking point. It's really interesting because you're actually seeing radical feminism with Kill Tony vocabulary right now. It's like a fascinating. I'm having a hard time even because we do agree, but you're throwing these like anti-cancel culture buzzwords out. You have gotten like Austin trans brain. Like you know what I mean? Like it really is at the top of your head.
Podcast Cringe Hall of Famer Stavros Halkias is picking up where he left off after his sabbatical over on Two Bears, One Cave, where he absolutely destroyed Tom and Bert's podcast over a 6-week period, leaving them with a dead corpse to deal with when they got back. Seriously, take a look at the view count since Tom and Bert got back. It's literally less than half what Stubby and Chrissy were getting over the summer. I cannot believe they actually destroyed Two Bears, One Cave, and they got paid to do it. But in case you haven't been paying attention, 2025 has been the year that comedians have finally started coming out of the closet and openly calling out the Austin comedy scene for being a bunch of hypocritical, hacky snowflakes. I've been covering the fallout on this channel and my main one, Podcast Cringe, and in these last few months, we've actually seen Rogan and Hinchcliffe cracking under the pressure of all the criticism. We saw how Tony directly addressed the Mark Maron beef on Legion of Skanks, where he accused Mark of fishing for publicity by calling out him and Rogan. That's right, the queen of fake cancel culture called out another comedian for drama farming. Rogan, on the other hand, has been slowly imploding over the last few months as he struggles to cope with the growing backlash against the Austin comedy scene, which he created. Like I said, though, the cherry on top was the complete destruction of Two Bears, One Cave by Chrissy and Stubby, and it looks like our boy isn't holding back anymore. Just yesterday, he hosted Jordan Peterson's love child, Jordan Jensen, on Stubby's World, and from the word go, she went straight into her prepared talking points, straight out of the Austin Comedy Starter Pack.
My friend's ex, not ex, just dude, whatever. He was like, right, which is crazy.
Yeah, he said that. You're quoting.
He said that. He's like a Southern guy, which to me is drag, in my opinion.
No, it's a slur for.
Yeah, but it's not transgender.
Yes, it is.
If you transition fully.
Okay.
You know what? Anyway, sorry. So then, she's got a whole vagina, and he's like, yeah, but it was weird because because it used to be a penis, so it's still gay, and it made me think like
I don't think it is gay. I mean, it's something weird. It's not right. It's not the norm. I mean, if I think it's closer to straight than gay at that point.
That's what I'm saying. It's so, and it was like I got plastic surgery to remove all this extra skin. They used to be super fat. And that's like if somebody me and they were like, yeah, she just had the skin hitting me in the face the whole time, and they were like, really? And they were like, no, she got it cut off, but it was, you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. I think I'm more queer than that person.
You're not.
I'm a lesbian.
You're not.
Having sex with small men.
No, okay, you're not at all. You're a straight woman. You're a straight woman who's been through.
Barely.
In that, yes. I mean, listen.
It's harder
until you just take the plunge and stop flirting, until you stop sort of doing this whole, I'm so gay, but I'm not. Wink, wink, wink. Bullshit. You're still straight. But I do think if you're trans, you're still queer in society. Yeah, I think that's where I land. You have gotten like Austin trans brain. Like you know what I mean? Like it really is at the top of your head.
No, because I
you immediately brought it up as soon as the podcast started.
No, because this just happened where my friend said that her guy. And I'm really interested in it because sometimes I get I'm jealous of Robbie Hoffman for just cutting her off and so big a woman. That's like the coolest thing.
Right.
I want to do that so bad.
What's stopping you?
Because I need them for sexual capital. I strap them down as much as I can. Because I still date men.
Opening a comedy podcast in 2025 with a trans story and then trying to turn it into a bit is probably one of the most hacky things you can do. And the thing is, throughout this whole podcast, Starby wasn't necessarily disagreeing with her. I mean, he did straight up disagree with her on a couple of things, but his point was, why the fuck are we talking about this? That's why he called her out for starting the podcast with that story and said she really does have Austin trans brain. Now I can't wait for Bert Kreischer and Brendan Schaub to proudly announce that they too have Austin trans brain, you know, just to let tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan know that they're still carrying the torch for him, even though he's actively trying to distance himself from both of them. But here we are yet again with another female comedian who can't stop talking about the same shit. Like, seriously, how hard is it? Instead of modeling their comedy act off of Nikki Glaser, they're trying to be the next Eliza Schlesenberger, whatever the fuck her name is. You know who I'm talking about. The one who bombed on JRE and never recovered. They're either trying to be hot or coping with being ugly.
You know what I don't like? When women compliment you, it's this all-encompassing, amazing compliment that you can't, like, believe. Like, they'll be like, I like your whole essence. But if a man compliments you, it means so much more because it's so hard for men to think of Like, a man once said that I had small pores, and I think about that every day.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, that's, like, gold to me.
I think that's, again, more about how much you value a man's approval.
So, yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily...
I do not respect that.
I don't think it's necessarily that their compliments mean more. You know,
I'll respect women when they start acting right. When they start... I'm serious, dude. What is going on with women? Why are they doing this?
What are they doing? What are you
lip
talking
fillers.
about?
I want women. Lip fillers.
Plastic surgery.
Comedians who are supposed... Our face is supposed to be able to go like this, and they're going, no, I'm funny. You're not. You can't see your weird face. You're not funny. Get out of the business and become an actress, you dumb...
That is the thing. I mean, I'm sorry, we're in entertainment, unfortunately, and we're in the lowest part of entertainment. So people who fail out of everything else end up here. We're sort of like after you clean your sink and you see all the debris that's in the little strainer. That's stand-up comedy. People got accused of.
That's why.
Now they're selling out the funny bone. You know what I mean? Like, you wanted to be a model. You're not good enough. Oh, look at that. So you're doing a residency at the Stand. You know what I mean? Like, but that you have to understand that's we get the crazy. That's who we are. That's what this is.
Yeah, but accept it and stop trying to be hot. We're not supposed to be hot.
That is the most perfect description I've ever heard of the stand-up comedy scene. They're the bottom of the barrel. And then there's the Austin comedy scene, which represents the underside of the barrel where all the maggots live. That sentence from Starby should be ratified into an oath that all comedians have to sign and declare before they release their first comedy special. And it's so true. Whenever there's a marketable, semi-good-looking comedian with a relatively clean sheet, they eventually make their way into Hollywood and leave stand-up comedy behind. Except for Tom and Bert, who have actively been trying to buy their way into Hollywood for the last 5 years. Bert Kreischer is the only person in the world who had an entire movie made about him, but isn't allowed to talk about it for legal reasons. That has to be one of the sweetest ironies in history. It's like Brendan Schaub doing an episode of JRE that never gets aired, and only him, Rogan, and Jamie know about it. But it seems like every week now, these top 250 Austin comedy assassins are catching strays, even when they're not the subject of conversation.
I just think with women in general, with the trying to look like babies and then being against, it's crazy to me. They're carrying around fucking gigapads and keychains and being like, Epstein's a monster.
I mean, it's a real different thing to a grown woman in
dressing like a baby and has
a child, yes.
I have my face. I have my little snowflake face.
Yes. Like, you have no argument whatsoever. I'm not going to say what they're doing isn't weird.
Ripping their pubic hair out.
And again, I'm not saying that like having an infantilization thing isn't its own problem. You can still criticize spouse even if you dress like a baby, I would say.
I don't agree.
Let me tell you something. There's no we agree to disagree here. You are fully wrong. And it's one
what
of the
do you mean
stupidest
if I
things
dress
ever.
like a baby and I go out and I try and suck men's...
By the way, no one's going to be like, I thought she was 12. They're going to be like, well, this dumb...
Not me.
This 30-year-old video. Like, they're not going to be duped. You won't be duping them. You'll be a guy who's got a different sexual hang-up that is much better for society than being a child predator. I think what you're actually saying something that could be positive, but you're couching it in very negative,
Imagine if you woke up
misogynistic
tomorrow
terms.
and you were a
You're
woman.
saying accept. Yeah, it's harder to be a woman.
It's not hard. You'd wake
It is.
up and all the women around you would be like, ew, why are you just wearing your regular face today? And you'd be like, because it's my face today. You have to put mush on it and lots of stuff on it. And you'd be like, but it's my face. You have to be.
That's hard.
That's not hard. It's stupid. And it's our fault. Women can stop. Women can stop.
It's really not. Holy, this is insane. You think it's women's fault?
Yeah, dude, we
that
get
they're
paid
the ones-
just as much. We're just as powerful. Cut it out.
All right, you're practicing for Rogan very clearly. You're gonna do
No.
a great job on Kill Tony with his talking points.
Earlier on in the podcast, she said that she's been booked to go on Rogan. I don't know if she's talking shit or if she's actually going to be on there, but if she does, Starvey is 100% correct. The conversation will definitely end up going down the same road, but instead of getting pushed back like she did from Starvey, Rogan will eat it up and tell her she's on the right track. Next minute, she'll be a guest panelist on Kill Tony. Then she'll do a residency at the Comedy Mothership. I mean, just take a look at the description for her comedy special debut on Netflix, which dropped today. In her hilarious debut special, Jordan Jensen delivers unapologetic takes on hooking up, failing at femininity, spiraling with ADHD, and more. Fuck me dead. I cannot wait not to watch that. The only thing left for her to do now is talk about her period.
I think every woman when they have their period should have 2 little red blood stripes. None of this hiding it anymore. No more.
I'm with you on all this stuff.
Feminism is dead.
But what you're talking about is a form of feminism. You're talking about.
I want it to come back.
Okay.
Remember hairy armpits? Now it's unacceptable.
I don't think that's true.
It's okay in Bushwick, but it's not cool.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's very rare to see it on like an actual paired woman. It's on like a vegan trans who has like non-binary cats or whatever.
This is really interesting because you're actually saying radical feminism with Kill Tony vocabulary right now. It's like a fascinating. I'm having a hard time even because we do agree, but you're throwing these like anti-cancel culture buzzwords out.
There's a way to be.
It's like how Ian is embarrassed of being gay, so he pretends to be Republican. You're doing this. You're embarrassed to be a feminist, so you're pretending to be Republican.
In the space of a 30-minute segment on this episode of his podcast, Starvey managed to cover all the major criticisms of Rogan and Hinchcliffe's Austin comedy frontier. First, there was the obsession with trans stories from the get-go. Then there was the self-righteous, pseudo-intellectual, low-effort feminist, not feminist comedian cope from a woman who wants to be hot but also loves being ugly, all the while she's littering her narrative with anti-cancel culture buzzwords to signal that she's ready for a seat in the Mothership green room. This is the roadmap to the Mothership via Kill Tony appearance, topped off with a Netflix special featuring jokes that were already stale by 2014. And the whole time, Starvey is just sitting there, laughing and shitting on her while pushing back. This was the perfect snapshot of where comedy is in 2025. This is exactly why Joe Rogan's JRE numbers are less than a quarter of what they used to be a couple of years ago, and why stand-up comedy ticket sales are dropping and only the big names are still managing to get by. I recently covered Chrissy and Yanis's appearance on Flagrant, where they were complaining about having to cancel shows due to poor ticket sales, and even Andrew Schultz himself admitted that the comedy bubble was bursting and it's getting harder to sell tickets. By the way, the whole anti-woke, anti-PC, anti-cancel culture, pro-free speech narrative that Rogan and Hinchcliffe keep pushing could not be further from the truth. I've been talking about this over on Patreon, where I exposed Tony and Red Band for trying to hide their London show from everyone after it was a complete flop, and also how diversity is ruining Kill Tony. The whole merit-based system that they preach is complete bullshit. So make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Kill Tony, as well as my comedy special reviews. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, and hit the like button to support the channel. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
This is Joe Biden.
my fellow Americans.
Shooting apples. Whoa! New Fireball Blazing Apple. Shoot it straight.
There is no agree to disagree here. You are fully wrong. And it's one of the stupidest things ever.
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not. So let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. Are you saying that we should
Don't do that. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you. It's so much easier to mock you.
Yes. No, I don't. No, I know you think it's just. I've heard.
This is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've researched this for years.
Right.
Let's just.
But you're not a scientist.
I don't have to be a scientist to know that.
Yes, you do.
No, Brian, shut the f up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research. Brian, you don't know what the f I'm saying. You don't.
Well, I know because you don't want to talk about it.
Brian, I don't want to talk about it in the middle of the podcast because it'll completely derail the podcast.
Where's the okay from?
From your mother's.
Hey, that's out mine.
Tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan is going through a rough time at the moment. It seems like every week he's being called out for something different, whether it's refusing to acknowledge that Donald Trump is actively trying to hide the Epstein files from the public and pretending like it's still some big conspiracy, or it's the blatant confirmation bias when he falls for yet another AI video, even when his producer Jamie is literally telling him in real time that it's fake, but he just brushes it off and says, yeah, but it could be real. I'd believe it if it was. But it's a very rare occasion when one of his own buddies calls him out to his face in the studio over a topic that little Joe is very, very sensitive about and refuses to let it go. I honestly can't remember the last time this happened on JRE. Maybe it was the now infamous Steven Crowder episode where Rogan bullied and mocked him for suggesting weed was contributing to traffic accidents, which Rogan would later apologize for. Watch it, Joe. Watch it. Oh, no, hang on. Crowder only says that to pregnant women. Whoops. But Joe and Brian Callen have history as well. Years ago, Brian tried to run a gag with Shaw where he pretended to be this tough guy that wasn't going to take any shit from anyone anymore and threatened to show up at anyone's house who had beef with him, to which Rogan shut him down immediately and called him out for hanging around the wrong people. You all know the clip. We've all seen it 1,000 times. However, over the weekend on the latest JRE Fight Companion, Brian called out Joe Rogan for spreading misinformation about vaccinations and their links to certain diseases. Nothing we haven't heard before from our boy Joe, but it's the first time that one of his buddies had the balls to actually call him out for it on a live stream, no less. There is so much more going on here than you think. Brian Callen knew exactly what he was doing, and I believe this one was 100% planned out beforehand. So stick around because I'll explain exactly what I mean right after this clip.
Bottom line is, biology is really simple. Double X, XY. Sometimes there's a mistake. Sometimes there's an error and you get XXY. That is a real thing. But it's super and rare. Yes. What this is a social contagion. Abigail Schreier wrote a fantastic book about called Irreversible Damage that she highlights how they're happening in these clusters of a lot of girls who are autistic. How come 1 in every 12 kids who's a boy in California has autism now? Because that's what's going on. That's what's going on in California, which has one of the strictest vaccine policies. 1 in 12. Did I say vaccines cause autism?
Florida doesn't demand vaccines.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
I knew you'd jump on that train.
Of course, it's dangerous, Brian. What are you talking about? No. We need to bail on the tetanus thing because Suzanne Humphries explained she's not a vaccine. I know that one. All you have to do is keep the wound open and clean it. You don't. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. Do you know people die of tetanus every year? What about
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. Are you saying that we should
Don't do that. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you. It's so much easier to mock you.
Are we not? So you don't believe in vaccines? You don't think we should have vaccines?
It's not that I don't believe in vaccines. It's like not saying you should give a kid a Hep B vaccine when they're a baby. There's a lot of problems because they don't test vaccines in a double-blind, placebo-controlled setting. Oh, they test them against other vaccines. You know that, right?
Yes, I do. Excuse me. Let me just say something. Yes, you're right. You can make the argument for Hep B. Here's why. Because the chances of a child coming in contact with the kind of activity that causes Hep B is different. What I'm trying to say to you is that there are certain diseases. Pick up a history book. smallpox, diphtheria,
Polio, please
yes.
stop.
No, I know you think it's
This is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've researched this for years.
Right.
Let's just.
But you're not a scientist.
I don't have to be a scientist to know this.
Yes, you do.
No, Brian, shut the f up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research to understand that they were spraying DDT all over the country when everybody was getting polio. Do you know that?
Let me make a statement.
They're calling it paralytic polio.
Do you agree with the following statement?
It's not just to do this with you,
but it's not just about.
I brought up that.
It's not just about. Hold on. Joe.
No, Brian, I don't want to do this.
But it's not just about.
We're in the middle of a fight, companions. All right. It's annoying.
All right. But it's like.
Joe Rogan finally showed his true colors when one of his buddies called him out live on air for the world to see. How many times have we heard Slow Joe rambling on about how he wants to have conversations with people he disagrees with and how he's just asking questions so the internet can decide what's true and what's fake for themselves? Most of us already knew that whole shtick was complete bullshit, and Rogan prefers to sit in his ivory tower, guarded down by SEAL Team 6, looking down on us commoners with disgust from his booster chair covered in bubble wrap just in case a small particle floating through the air threatens his fragile ego by virtue of its very existence in his safe space. But if you are still on the fence about who Joe Rogan really is deep down inside, then surely this is all the evidence you needed. There are a few things in Joe's life that he claims to be an expert on. One of them is MMA, even though he's never had a professional fight in his life. Another is stand-up comedy, even though he's never told a funny joke in his life and bought his way into the comedy scene with his fuck you money from Fear Factor and Spotify. But over the last few years, Joe's picked up a new expertise in vaccinology and immunology, even though he's never stepped foot in a lab and believes Terrence Howard's theory that 1 × 1 = 2.
I understand it, though.
I understand it. I understand. I mean, it made sense.
To me, he's making sense.
But in the intro, I mentioned that there's more going on here than you think. You see, Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen moved to Texas earlier this year, and this is the first time they've appeared in Joe's studio since that move. There is so much backstory and lore here that most of you will know if you've been following my channels over the last couple of years, but basically, in a nutshell, Brendan and Brian's careers have been in free fall ever since Brian was accused of sexual misconduct by several women, dating all the way back to the 90s, and since Brendan Schaub embarked on a comedy career and then threatened violence against anyone who made fun of him, including a small innocent Asian boy named Bobby Lee, who has also been accused of sexually harassing morning show hosts on live television. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with these guys? And so moving to Austin, Texas was their last-ditch effort to save their podcast and revive Brian Callen's comedy career, which for the most part seems to be working. For Brian, that is, the podcast is beyond saving at this point. I mean, they're literally broadcasting from a storage unit next to a railway line. But in the 6 months they've been living in Austin, Rogan has not mentioned a word about them or invited them into the studio to help revive their failing careers. This live stream was the first time they've been back on JRE since leaving LA. Also, don't forget, this isn't a normal episode of JRE. This was a live stream. No editing, everything stays in. Obviously, we all know that Rogan gets Jamie to turn the live chat off when Brendan Schaub comes on to protect him from the internet, but now it wouldn't surprise me if Rogan scraps the live streams altogether. Callen is known for fishing for viral moments when he's on Rogan. He's done it a dozen times before, and even though he's a massive creep who will probably never beat the allegations, you've got to give him credit for the subtlety with which he operates. He genuinely fools Rogan and baits him into arguing with him over and over again, knowing it will go viral, just like this one did. That's why I'm saying this was definitely planned. I have no doubt that Callen was waiting for an opportunity to get Joe going, knowing that it's a live stream and Joe has nowhere to hide. That's why Rogan got so frustrated, in my opinion, because he couldn't just turn around to Jamie at the end and say, delete the argument before you post this. This was just another Brian Callen publicity stunt, except he clearly forgot to tell Schaub about it.
Anti-vax. Question why there's so many though. My kids are all vaccinated. They're vaccinated, but they went on a delayed schedule. They delayed schedule.
So did mine. So did mine.
Not? Yeah, good for you. I don't think you need to. No, they're healthy as, between the two of them, they have 12 touchdowns this week. 2 home runs.
That is 100% Brendan Schaub grade bullshit right there. I don't believe that Brendan's kids aren't vaccinated for a second. He totally just made that up on the spot to impress Papa Rogan. Brendan got all excited when Callan and Joe first started arguing, telling Joe to educate his ass, and the contrast was huge between Schaub kissing Joe's ass for 4 hours and agreeing with everything he said, compared to Brian pushing back and not letting it slide.
The problem is that the pharmaceutical drug companies have an exemption because of what they did in the 1980s with Reagan, where they allowed them to never worry about being sued, and that's when they ramped up the schedule. It's wrong. There's a lot of other autoimmune issues. There's a lot of like serious problems.
I think there are 3 things that have pushed us beyond our biology, and the reason we don't have a lot of children dying: nutrition, sanitation, and vaccines. And I think anybody who says otherwise is, I think it's great.
He's not getting all vaccines.
It sounds like he is.
Brian, you don't know what the I'm saying. You don't.
Well, I know, because you don't want to talk about it.
Brian, I don't want to talk about it in the middle of the podcast because it'll completely derail the podcast, and I'll start showing you statistics. If you look at when people stop getting all of these diseases, and then when the introduction of vaccines happened, it's at the end. Most of those diseases were eradicated by sanitation and nutrition.
I agree. But there's still pathogens that are very dangerous.
Sure. So the problem is that these pharmaceutical drug companies are insanely, entirely corrupt. They've been corrupt for a long time, and there's a revolving door between the FDA and these pharmaceutical drug corporations. Then they ramp up the schedule every year, and it's not about public health. None of it is about looking out for you. All of it is about making money. That's the problem. Who wants to do some smelling salt? Okay's good. This guy's okay. Who wants to do some smelling salt? Chuck one over here, Jamie. We got some. Where's the okay from? From your mother's.
Hey, that's out live. Hey, that burn is too far.
By the way, if you hadn't noticed, juiced up jiu-jitsu legend Gordon Ryan has been sitting in the corner on Joe's side the whole time, just watching them going back and forth like a tennis match. And the funniest bit was when they pulled out the smelling salts, he asked the question I've been wondering about for years. Finally, someone questioned the JRE tradition of sniffing smelling salts for absolutely no reason while sitting in the studio for hours and hours talking into a microphone.
To wake you up? Yeah, they'll wake you up. I did do it before they lift super heavy.
Yeah, I know that.
I get spiked right now. Just to party. Hey, just to get away from the vaccines before it broke me. I brought it up. I was hoping you right after I sniffed it, Brian is going to bring vaccines back.
We get shouting fights.
He used to tell me that vitamins weren't necessary. Vitamins aren't necessary.
Yeah, he's got a dog.
Dogs don't work. They don't do anything. Me and him at a restaurant in Seattle. Brian, shut the f up.
Yeah, but then I started taking vitamins. I called him up. I'm like, dude, I feel great again. And I know.
I wish you could go back in time and not take vaccines. I'm so healthy. I never got psoriasis. This is crazy.
Hey, shut up.
Turns out I had autism the whole time.
I got my level test. My test.
Best.
So I just got my level test back with Brigham. It was awesome, and I got stem cells. My test is lowest it's ever been, which is 785. Not bad.
That's very good.
Not bad, right?
That's very good.
Yeah. Now my free though is low. It's like 45. Ooh. And she said it should be 151. But then I did a bunch of research on ChatGPT with PubMed, and I talked to a couple of doctors. And basically, they go, we don't want to put you on anything yet because we want to test because your magnesium is a little low. So they're going to put me on that because my test is really high.
Yeah, just take TRT.
No,
he's right. Yeah, take magnesium.
Mike Israel, who gave me that, he told me, I said, if I wanted to get huge, give me the steroids.
Not possible.
And he goes, you don't mind if your liver becomes styrofoam? I go, just hit me with it.
Was he talking DACA and all that?
He's got his PhD.
He doesn't need to take DACA and everything? Well, and also, he's on everything.
Oh, yeah. Have you had him on? He's hilarious. No. Oh.
Rumor has it that Brendan's still waiting for an answer about the Decker. But all jokes aside, which isn't really that hard on JRE, can we just sit back and appreciate the blatant hypocrisy coming out of Brendan Schaub's face? He's the first one to jump on Rogan's dick when it comes to all the vaccine talk, but when it comes to taking anabolic steroids, he casually peer pressures Brian into going on TRT when his own doctors are recommending he boost his magnesium levels first. It's like listening to Tony Hinchcliffe ranting about excess death rates since 2021 while puffing on a British cigarette in Rogan's studio. These guys couldn't even spell the word hypocrisy if they tried, yet they carry it in bucket loads everywhere they go. It was only a couple of weeks ago that Brian low-key trolled Brendan on their podcast by getting their producer Jen to pull up the life expectancy of MMA fighters and NFL players, while Brendan sat there squinting at the screen, realizing in real time that his days are numbered. Yet as soon as they hit JRE Studios, Brendan's piping back up and encouraging everyone to do recreational steroids, because it's cool and Rogan does it too, and he's a scientist so he knows what's good and what's bad. This is the Dunning-Kruger experience in full effect, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon. But thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already and hit that like button to support the channel. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
What the hell is still going on? Well, it's not just all the biggies like I already talked about. Studios and not Scary Farm and Frank Betts and things like that. But also some other events are coming this weekend. They're going to be the shape must be the multistream and wherever Prime that weekend. Starting this weekend all the way through the 1st of November. If you're driving off 5 Royal Heights area, you are going to see Raw that comes out all the freeway. And that is all specifically attributed to the LA Haunted Hayride. So if you have not experienced this, what it is an event that is set up at, it used to be the old zoo at Griffith Park, and now just Griffith Park itself, a different portion of it. But this actually has some really unique and special installs to create those haunted places that you usually experience. And this year, lots of theming, lots of new tie-ins. So Elvira will be actually Elvira's Trick or Treat Mayhem. Trick or Treat Mayhem has been there for many years, and it does involve trick or treat, but plenty of scares or tricks later than treats. But Elvira will be on site and also will have a pop-up shop with some of her goodies.
I have some new tour dates to announce. I'm going to be in St. George, Utah on July 2nd, Moncton, New Brunswick on August 10th, Bend, Oregon on September 11th, and Portland, Oregon on September 13th.
And then something that I was looking at, which is kind of interesting, brand new to me, Janelle Monáe is going to...
I have some new tour dates to announce. I'm going to be in St. George, Utah on July 2nd, Moncton, New Brunswick on August 10th, Bend, Oregon on September 11th, and Portland, Oregon on September 13th. Get your tickets early starting Tuesday, June 4th at 10 a.m. local time with code RATKING. General on sale starts Wednesday, June 5th at 10 a.m. local time. As well, we have shows in Montreal, Quebec, Portland, Maine, Spokane, Washington, Belfast, Ireland, Cork, Ireland, London, United Kingdom, Idaho Falls, Salt Lake City, and Las Vegas. Get all tickets through theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure not to use a secondary site. Thank you for your support. New merch. We've got some new gang hoodies. We've just done crew necks before. We've got some hoodies now available in heather gray, tan, light blue, and duck camo. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. That's the only merch site that is run by us. I know there's some other fictional ones out there. Just watch out for fakes. And thank you guys for your support. Coming to you live from Austin today. Today's guest is a comedian. Probably one of the most unique comedians of all time. He has a new book out called Tremendous, which you can check out on Amazon.
He was the host of the famed podcast, legendary podcast, The Church of What's Happening Now. He has his own podcast now with Lee Syatt called The Check-In. I'm grateful to catch up today with one of my heroes, Mr. Joey Coco Diaz.
I'll spin and tell you my story.
Jelly roll? Yeah, right. So this is Jelly Roll. Like Jelly Roll, every time he wins an award, he gets up there and he's like, I just want to thank. Right now, there's somebody who's stuck under a bridge. There's somebody out there who's got a size 11 foot and a size 8 tennis shoe. And I just want to say you can live your dreams. Dude, every time they call his name for every time Jelly gets an award, man, he's so full of feelings, bro. He gets up there and he's just like, I want to tell you that I was a maitre d' at a macaroni grill, and now I'm a Grammy Award-winning artist. Like, sometimes it's just fucking bro, if they even, like, at a I feel like even at Chipotle, if they just call his name to come get his order, he goes up there, he picks it up, he's like, I want to let every illegal alien in this motherfucker know in 40 days. And with only 90 singing lessons, you can win a fucking American Music Award. 90 singing lessons. Dude. It was better last night when I did. Oh my God, I was dying. I was dying in my sleep. He was to the T. It's fucking crazy. Everybody was dying last night. Some people do him real good. Yeah, Joey Diaz, man, good to see you, brother. Good to see you too, my friend. You too, man. That was fun last night. That was a lot of fun. We fun just seeing you. It's 4 years, you know. I know. Since the pandemic, man, I haven't seen anybody. Yeah, it's so funny. I didn't realize how much I missed seeing you until I got out of the out of the Uber at the mothership, and I was like, is Joey here? And they're like, yeah. And I literally, my legs, like, I ran upstairs. Oh, I was so happy. First person I asked for when I got there, I'm like, what's fucking deal? Yeah. I could be here later. Now, man, we haven't seen each other. It's been, it's fucking crazy, man, what happens to life sometimes. Yeah, has it been good? Have you been feeling good in Jersey? It seems like everything's good. You look great. The first fucking year was a struggle because I was lost. I was fucking lost. I was like, you know, what I was trying to do was, honestly, was just figure out what happened the last 30 years. After when the pandemic hit, we were all gung-ho. We were very all gung-ho. Oh, yeah. But like by May of the pandemic, I was like, what the fuck happened? I came here, I auditioned for Mitzi Shore, and I don't know what happened. Like, here we are. Yeah. You know, movies, talking to this guy, talking to that guy. The store at the end, before the pandemic, it was something that you'll never ever see again. I still remember I would do spots and then go to the kitchen after my spot and just sit for a minute and look out into the bar area and stuff. And it would be like celebrities, MMA people, the Clippers. You know, it was something every night. It was just too overwhelming. Yeah. Every time you left the store on Tuesdays or Thursdays, you got in your car and you had to fucking drive 30 minutes just to decompress. Yeah. Dr. Dre was hanging out at night before the fucking thing. He was coming into the store every night. It was just a scene that was, you know, hard to believe. We had our own fucking thing. Kennison, Dice, those guys had their thing, and we had our thing. It's really true. I didn't realize it either until I went back, like, I've gone back over the past 2 years, and it's like, it's not even the same thing anymore. It was like a lightning striking when everybody was there, dude. The lineup sometimes, like on a Tuesday night, I still have them. I saved them, everything. I would clip a lineup, I would take a picture of it or something and go, yeah, this is where you were
with these guys. I want to see somebody try to take something away from me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people always go, "Well, he didn't do it." Listen, bitch. Yeah. And this is these lineups in 2019. What about the lineups? Well, 2009 I wasn't there, but in '99 I was there. And I remember looking at those lineups, and they weren't good, but you had fucking animals, like 3 of them there on the lineups. It wasn't like 9 motherfuckers coming at you. Yeah. From Ali Wong to you to Dalia, it was a cavalcade every Tuesday and Thursday, and everybody got along. Whitney, Bert, just Joe, Segura, fucking Tripoli, Brennan, Eddie Bravo, Owen Smith. It was fucking crazy what was down there. Crazy. Bro, they had MMA fighters that weren't even comedians fucking doing 20 minutes. It was fucking crazy. Eddie Bravo was doing like 40 fucking minutes, bro. Fucking crazy. Think about it. People walked in there, and it's like they got high. Yeah. As soon as people walked in, it's like walking into the mothership. You know, you walk in, and you just take it. You just take it. And this is, you know, I didn't do it for one something. I did it for 30 fucking years. So now I gotta figure out where they took it. Yeah. You know, where the fuck did they take it? I mean, yeah, just to look at that lineup and be like, it doesn't even feel like you're really the person doing it. No. You ever see Oh God, You Devil? Any of those Oh God movies? Is it like a black movie or not? No, George Burns. Oh, yeah. God, he drugs of people. Yeah, you got the Coke bottle or whatever. And it's really weird. Yeah, those things there. Fucking, one of the guys he went to, I'll never forget. This is way before I got into comedy. Way before I got into comedy. I started watching, you know, I like movies. And there was one particular guy, that the guy was a musician, and he was struggling, and he was like a Bruce Springsteen type guy. And then he came to him, and he fucking shut out the light, because he was the devil. He plays the devil. Oh, he plays he wants to deal with you to sell your soul. Oh God, you devil. I remember the gods must be crazy. Was that him? No, that's why you're getting confused with the Africans and stuff. Yeah. But that's what I feel like. The guy during the movie after he became a star, he would go, what the fuck? What the fuck? And he would go to a restaurant. After he knew the devil took his soul, he would go to a restaurant and see the girl he was engaged with, and now she was about to have a baby. And this was his life. Like, it's fucking crazy. And that's what I felt like. Yeah. A lot of times, like, did I just do that? Why do people want to take a picture of me? I'm a felon. Yeah. Your mother told you to stay away from people like me. You want to take a picture of me? And it was just my body. So that was the first year in Jersey. It was just trying to figure out coming down. I was coming down. I had committed to coming down and seeing what life was like with the fucking and the sticks, you know, and started going to softball games and basketball games with my daughter. And were you playing, or you were just coaching, or what? Nah, I'm not a coach. I just sit there, I get high, and I sit there and watch. Oh, yeah. A bunch of fucking girls. You know, it's so funny. I used to go to my father-in-law's house in Nashville. That motherfucker's always watching girls softball. And I would look at him and go, I'm not even going to say nothing to my wife, but this is the most pedophilia fucking thing ever. An old guy watching girls softball. Well, guess what? I became that fucking old guy. Now I go to the games, I go to a basketball game. You know, there's so much. Listen, man, for me to get into comedy, I lost a family. I lost a daughter. You know, she's 34. 30 fucking 4. Like, this was part of the whole, like, what happened? Like, I left Boulder when she was 5. And now she's 30 fucking 4. We haven't spoken in 20 years. No way. 20 fucking years. 20. Yeah, it's got to be 20 years now. Are there times where it just hits you and it just hurts sometimes? It really hurt in the beginning. For years, it really took me. Part of the addiction and all that shit was that. And I made peace with it. I knew that this wasn't going to work. It wasn't in the cards. You got to move on. And I had this. And God gave me a second chance. He threw another girl at me. And I'm like, what am I going to do here? So I said, let me sink in, you know, and fucking be a dad. I got a second chance to do this the right way this time. And this is what I want to do. And that was a real thought in your head. You're like, I got this. This is God giving me a second chance. Fuck yeah. Yeah. You know, I got, how many second chances have I fucking got? Bet a decent amount. So some second chances you gotta jump on and go, you know what, this ain't gonna happen again. Yeah, I can make pizza myself. You know, I heard things I wasn't a good dad. I heard tons of shit from my ex-wife. And now I'm living. You know, now I'm living. I got a nice house. Cars. We don't jet set. You know that. I'm a BMW guy. I'm just happy. Yeah. You know, I retired in 4 fucking years. My daughter got Social Security for 3 of those years. The ones I didn't get when my mother died. So everything comes full fucking circle, man.
Oh, really? So Social Security, you get it for how long?
So when my mother died, I didn't get Social Security. Because they said she didn't work on the borders. She was in business. So I had no money coming in when I was a kid, you know, for all those years. And it's weird now. I got a letter about 6 months ago about retiring and all this shit with benefits. I'm like, I don't want to retire. I keep slinging dick. I'm doing great to go out there. I'm not in the mood to go on planes every weekend.
No, it's a lot. It's a young man. It's not a young man's game.
It's a young man's game.
But it's a
really is.
It's not even that you can't do it. It's just, can you put up with it? It's like the stress, it just wears on you. And you did it for so long. And I'll forget sometimes, Joey, how long I did this shit for. I'll like be going to the airport and I'm like, fuck, I just cannot do this. I cannot get on a plane. And people are like, what are you talking about, man? But part of my brain is just like, I don't know what time when I wasn't going to the airport.
Yeah, or wasn't getting in the car for a fucking haul. My thing was this: I dreaded the road, until I got in the Uber.
Until you got in the what?
Uber.
Yeah.
Once I get in the Uber and I got an edible in me and I'm headed to fucking LAX, look out, motherfuckers! Look out! Come
out a friendly sky.
That's what happens to me. It's the lead up. It was towards the last year. I would wake up in the middle of the nights going, I can't believe I booked this trip to this place.
Yeah.
Fuck, I should have taken that week off. And I shouldn't have booked this. I can't believe I got to go to this town this week.
Yeah, like fuck, he's Tickle Town or something. There's always something. You're like, fuck. Puerto Rico. I did a fucking weekend in Puerto Rico one time. And I was like, what the fuck? Some new joint they played. I was like, I never should have went. 9 people fucking showed up to a couple gay dudes over there. I think it was like a sex laundering or whatever, but I didn't do anything. But I went and, I tried to do my best comedy, but just fucking unreal.
Now we've been doing this for a long time.
Some of the shit.
It's like I just went back to Jersey and I was like, to top it off, I had lived in Jersey for 4 years.
You got a driveway over there?
Yeah, driveway, fucking backyard. I got raccoons. I got a raccoon that will not leave me the fuck alone.
Really?
And he's become like friends. He's like a buddy now. Like, he just comes, he's like, I put 2 bricks in the garbage. He looks at me at night like, motherfucker, you got me again. Then he leaves. I put a piece of nicotine gum in that motherfucker. I didn't see him for a week. That motherfucker was running up and down fucking my street with nicotine in it. But I live in a great neighborhood. It's quiet. I live around the corner from Jimmy Florentine.
Oh yeah, he's an awesome guy.
Awesome guy. But I mean, that's a week down. You go down there, you're like, whoa. I gotta learn how to fucking navigate this shit.
Go down where his house?
No, to my house. Like when I moved down to this place, it's quiet. I'm an hour out of New York City. I'm an hour from 15 out of New York City. I'm an hour where I was raised in, like North America, right across the city.
Where James J. Braddock is from?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. I used to shovel his driveway.
You're lying.
When we were kids.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, and his son was a fucking cop. Yeah, that's the park there, J.J. Braddock Park. They just put a beautiful statue up there. That neighborhood was rocking. When we were kids, not only did he live in town, J.J. Braddock, but fucking the other guy, Jethro's father.
Jethro Tull?
No, Jethro from the Beverly Hills Village.
Dude, that a father? Anybody could have made that, dude.
Jethro was was a bad motherfucker. Wow. So, yeah.
You saw James J. Braddock when you were a kid?
Yeah, like 10, 12. We would go to Hudson County Park, and one day somebody said, go up there. He would just give you like $10 for shovel in front of his house, like fucking when it snowed. So I only went up there like once or twice. It was way out of my neighborhood.
He probably didn't know it was snow. He probably was a snow globe. He got hit something.
That dude was fucking tough, bro. Oh, yeah, he was tough. I saw some tapes of him. That dude was Irish, fucking longshoreman. He was fucking, they'll fight you with one fucking hand, those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there, James J. Braddock Park. Right there.
Damn, dude, that's one of my favorite movies, dude. I've probably watched that movie maybe 12 times.
I love that. I saw that when I was crying up a storm. The funny thing was,
Zoot.
I got in trouble for that movie.
Zoot.
I'm at the longest yard for me.
Okay, excellent. When's your general practitioner appointment? What day? What time? Like 2 p.m.? With your general practitioner? You made that appointment today? You made that appointment today and you don't remember what time they... Okay. Well, good job, dude. What up, pimp? Dude, I have a question for you. Are you ready to lose? Why not? What's my favorite what, Zoot? That's a good question. Probably with memorization of patterns, just with Braille. So it's probably just Braille pattern recognition. But we'll look it up. It's a good question. Just give me a second. So you found a new charger or did you buy a new charger? What did you do with the charger they gave you with the phone? What did you broke it already? You just got a new phone like 2 weeks ago. Zoot. Zoot. What up, baby? Okay, 6 weeks ago, whatever. Are you ready to lose? Zoot. Why not? Okay, we'll play a game first. Are you ready for your invitation? Zoot. Zoot, you're like maybe one of the worst communicators of all time. Dude, I'm not going to answer your stupid ass questions until you answer mine. Are you ready to? Are you ready for an invitation? All right. I'm going to dominate you. I know, because I've been focused on you trying to make a general practitioner appointment. Oh, there is. Attacks for 10 hit points, and a random enemy monster loses 1 mana after. No, you have to buy it. No, it seems like it sucks. All right, dude. Pick your people, dude. Right, no one knows. 1 less berry to evolve. This might be my favorite place. So, do you really think you won?
Westbound in mid-city right before Arlington. Looks like the crash has been cleared out of the 2 right lanes. Traffic has recovered there. And the north side of the 5 in Irvine, Sand Canyon to Jeffrey Road.
What about Obama? So you just had a tick. Yeah. Dog, that was a tick if I've ever known a tick. But that's okay. You're getting it done. Zoo. Look at this move, Zoo. I'm at max hit points, baby. Not really. I think I've always controlled what I say. But maybe, like I've had I've been able to control everything that I do. I mean, like to the best. I mean, maybe not like a hiccup, like with your diaphragm that spasms or a sneeze, but like everything else, I'm able to control. Fortunately. Okay, everything's a spectrum.
The NFL says Tom Brady was not in violation of any rules when he sat on the Raiders coaching box wearing a headset.
No, not at all. But it's enough that it dictates your life, and you need to be able to dictate your life, not let some mental issue dictate your life. Oh, Zoot, thank you. Oh, look at this. Extra 5 heal. Oh, dude, and that does damage to you.
Maybe, but you would probably just do ticks in other languages.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires
That's big time, Zoo.
lies the South River.
Oh, and you've got an extra move?
The woods became a home to activists.
Dog, that was good. And you can get 3 berries?
To stop nearby construction.
Oh, why did you do that? That was a mistake.
There in the forest, he built a different
What up, baby?
things like that present a vision of a society where how each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other until one day
I mean,
shattered.
yeah, you.
At approximately 9 o'clock,
Oh, I understand. I still try to learn new languages. It's just, it would be, in your case, like you don't know the alphabet. So we're like 2 different levels. But maybe like, no, not the Hebrew alphabet. So what about like Spanish? You could learn Spanish better. Okay. Why do you want to learn Portuguese?
Listen on America's #1 podcast.
Aside from Brazil and Portugal, which ones?
reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Okay.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we
So, what are your thoughts of
get the latest info about
this
COVID-19
move?
vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. By iHeartRadio.
Tropical moisture in Southern California and the Southwest this week, raising the risk for showers, storms, and flash flooding. Thunderstorms moving across New Mexico and into parts of Arizona and Texas. But the heaviest rain is
Look at this move.
confined to the mountains of Southern California. The prolonged September heat wave continues across the Mississippi Valley. Highs there from 90 to 100 degrees.
What should I do, Zoo?
80s much of the week, which is 10 degrees above the historical average. And dry conditions are causing a few issues along the Mississippi River. Water levels are once again heading to critically low levels. Although the southeast is expecting a little rain along the Carolinas.
Zoot, it's your turn.
Hitting the I-95 corridor from Philadelphia to New York City. Areas of western Nebraska, South Carolina, checking in with your winter weather advisory.
Why are you going to take damage?
3 inches of wet snow is expected. That's your national forecast. I'm on it.
For the holidays and all is well. We're going to have a great program tonight. Going to talk about biblical prophecy and all this later on. Queen of Darkness from the Sun Coast.
What up, baby? Dog, we're tied. And I have 2 evolved characters. And you have 0 evolved characters. Some might say I have the lead. Zoot, you just did it. Not for long, my friend. No. I have the lead. I'm 5 points up in front of you. Oh, this is big time. This is big time, Zoot. This is big time, Zoot. I don't know if I've ever had. Wow. Wow. Right. What up, baby? Dude, this would be the best comeback I've ever seen in this game. That would be. Oh, Zoot.
As a matter of fact, we will be doing a That Movie Cult Classic this Friday. Nothing but Robert Redford movies. And a little birdie told me that there might be an Alamo Draft House tie-in in that regard. So we shall see. Yay! And I also, what was it? If Paula King had asked for, do you have a Robert Redford favorite? I don't. It's funny, I was looking through it, and it's pretty much everything that you've already named are the films specifically that I watched, and it was something that both my
What are you gonna do, Zoot? Zoot, that was an amazing move.
But yes, it was all the same. I don't have anything else new to add to the conversation.
I could win in I could win in multiple ways. I could win in multiple ways.
What about his late in life Marvel appearances? I was talking about that with Jamal, and I have to give him great respect for that because since I had seen just about every Robert Redford movie there was, and he was in his 80s at that point, he could have very well have just mailed it in, and he gave a very much Robert
Zoot, you are up. It's you're up. You have an invitation, son. Zoot. Zoot.
He actually got into the character, and as far as Antonio Pierce, he's a pretty damn good villain. So that didn't strike you as just a paycheck flick. No, and that's what I was saying with 12. Like, no, I thought it was the exact opposite. Not only did Marvel get something out of it, having Robert Redford play one of the villains, I think Robert Redford, the only way you can get Robert Redford is if he wanted to do something like that. And
Are you proud of that shot, Zoot?
yeah, it was a score for Marvel. And I'm trying to think of, put it this way. Robert Redford
Word, dog.
like seeing a Gene Hackman or a Jack Nicholson. You're talking about someone in the upper echelon of all time when it comes to Hollywood. To get Robert Redford and to get him to care about the role is no small accomplishment. Not just that, but we should add that I really like what he did with his fame and his money and whatever power he accumulated by starting that independent film festival and by championing the environment. I mean, he could have just lived like a sultan for the rest of his life, but he actually used it for something that affected other people and helped. Can't say that about a lot of people.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just saying, okay, you can't say that about a lot of people. No, that is the big part. I'm not saying that Robert Redford was in the same money league as Elon Musk. I was just saying in general.
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
Wealth are usually loath to be philanthropic in that way. These days, it seems that way. We'll see you tomorrow. No, I'm not talking about you. Oh. Talk about Nick. I'll see you tomorrow, baby. See, I'll be here. I'm going to see you tomorrow. I won't be here tomorrow, but I will be here Thursday. Okay, so I won't see you tomorrow. Nick, am I going to see you tomorrow?
Look at this shot. What are you saying, Zoot? What doesn't exist? Dude, that was an amazing shot. Uh-oh, Zoo.
The suit filed by a coalition of labor unions and faculty associations seeks to stop the White House's plan to suspend research grants. Wants to stop a $1.2
What up, baby?
against UCLA. It's President Trump is
No, it wasn't. It sucked.
administration has accused the system of
No, that was not a good shot, Zoo. All of these fucking things are by me.
The LA County Board of Supervisors has approved a $30 million rent relief fund for people affected by wildfires or immigration enforcement. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath says
The Supreme Court that has endorsed racial profiling and the continued harm of Angelina.
What up, baby?
We need to make sure we investigate every to keep our residents
For what?
safe and how.
she says immigration rates have
No, it just becomes, if you don't get any, then it's just my turn. Look at this shot. That was terrible. Because I didn't. Zoo, just make it. Zoo. Look at this move. Did you? Thank you, sir. I know. That was beautiful, is what that was. I think.
Judiciary Committee's ranking member Dick Durbin suggested recent dismissals of the Bureau have been influenced.
Yo, big.
under sharp questioning from Senate Democrats of the FBI.
Zoot.
Accused of shooting and killing right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk has appeared in court on a charge of aggravated murder.
There's 576 Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Interesting. Tyler James Robinson.
Robinson's accused of killing Kirk at an event at Utah Valley University last week. They say he shot Kirk in the neck with a bolt-action rifle from the discharge of a firearm and obstructing justice.
They say that there's one for all interesting things, or that you can get one for all interesting things, but they do have some limitations, like longest cave dive or deepest cave dive. They don't do that one anymore because it's too dangerous. And they also, they do like, if they become too dangerous, they don't do them anymore. I think like longest, cave dive is the big one that I know they don't do. But I don't know. Oh, they don't do. No, they just did that. Somebody just broke that at 29 minutes. Some guy from Croatia. Well, a guy did it for 29 minutes, which is like way less. I mean, I don't know, but he broke the record by like 5 minutes, which is just like unprecedented. Okay, well, not really. He was just like 1 foot underwater. It's not like he was 1,000 feet underwater. I don't like to do it. Probably about 30 seconds in, I start to. Usually you drown after like 3 minutes. He trained himself? Oh, Zoot, what the fuck? You didn't even try. Zoot, are you ready to go to the gym? At what percentage is your phone right now? At what point does it have to charge for you to be able to go? So you're never going to the mall, or you're never going to the gym. All right, I'm going to destroy you. You've never beat me in this game, Zoot. No, you haven't. I don't know about that. Though I was not good at it when we first played it, so that's a possibility.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Story. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the Queen of Darkness joins us. Get ready for that. Here's what's happening. Utah prosecutors formally charged the suspect in conservative activist Charlie Kirk's assassination with aggravated murder and intent to seek the death penalty if he is convicted. 22-year-old
Zoot.
is accused of firing a shot rifle from a
It's over, baby. Baby. It's over.
legendary actor Robert Redford has died.
So, did you know Robert Redford died? You don't know who Robert Redford is? He's like one of the most famous actors ever. And his daughter's super hot. Oh no, that's Henry Fonda. Zoot. Big dog. Are you going to charge your phone? All right. So you don't know who Robert Redford is? He was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and he was in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid with Paul Newman, and he was in, I think he was in a bunch of shit. Do you know what the Sundance Film Festival is? Well, he started that. So you're going to go to the gym, and then you're going to come back and play? Is that the plan? Do you have a power bank? Why not? Well, that would allow your like phone to not need to charge at an outlet. What are you talking about? They're like $10. What do you mean they're $200? You're nuts. They're like $10. Okay, Zoo.
Went the longest fucking yard for me.
But you're in, so there's
Right, so I walk in my seats, I sit down, and the last seat is open. I'm sitting there with my wife, we're talking about shit. And all of a sudden, right before the movie starts, fucking Cameron Cross is next to me. And on his sleeve, he's got my burger. Did you see the jacket he made from Braddock when he was shooting that movie? I mean, like a fucking great jacket. He sat next to me, man. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck is Gladiator doing next to me? I didn't say nothing.
Cameron Crowe, so that's the guy that made Gladiator?
Russell Crowe. I'm sorry.
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. It's Russell Crowe sitting next to me, the guy who played J.J. Braddock.
Oh, really?
And he had the jacket on. And as the movie ended, I couldn't take it no more. The longest yard fucking ended. Everybody's clapping. The producers from the longest yard is sitting in front of me. And I turned to fucking Russell and I go, yo, that's the fucking movie of the year right there. And he looked at me, and the producers looked at me. I'm supposed to be pushing the longest yard, but I'm telling him this is the fucking movie of the year.
Cinderella Man.
And he started laughing his ass off. We started giggling. And because my friends told me when he was shooting the movie, they would see him at different delis. He was doing different delis around fucking town.
Just checking them out.
Whatever. Wow. Stuff like that.
I love that movie, man. I love that movie, and that's one of the reasons I've like this. I mean, Dustin is fighting in Jersey coming up, and then Islam up in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's a great fight.
Yeah, and so part of me is like, I'm all like tying it in my head. I'm like, dude, when he told me, I was like, dude, it's like James J. Braddock, bro. It's like Cinderella Man.
When are you coming up?
I'm gonna come up the day before. Friday? Yeah, I got a show Friday.
Where?
At Beacon.
I never heard the sound of metal.
Maybe before the show, I'll take you to J.J. Braddock Park.
No way.
Yeah, the fucking, what a park we eat. Over there, they got this fucking cool.
Yeah, I would love to, dude.
They got a fucking place called Tapas right down the block from there. An Italian place that's tremendous. Spaghetti with little meatballs. Anywhere you go, and if not, we go up to Rudy's. Forget about it.
Everything's good.
Yeah. It's funny where I live. There's great food. I mean, fuck it. I brought Rogan down there. His head almost blew up. They got everything down there. And it's so weird. Like, you leave that going, I take Leo all the time. He loses his fucking mind.
Who's Leo?
Lee. I take Lee. Lee comes down. Yeah, Lee comes down.
Yeah, brother. That little fucking walkie-talkie. I saw him the other night, dude. He was fucking do that walkie-talkie. Little fucking gumball machine.
That's killing me, dog.
The fucking Jewish Christmas present. That little fucking.
And he's doing comedy. And he's doing great with it.
Yeah, he's been doing it, I think, almost 5 years now.
Yeah. He goes on the road.
He's opening up for people. Does he close yet? I know he's opening up for people.
He opens up the road. Get a couple on that road. Josh Wolf. Yeah, Josh Wolf.
Yeah, that's when I saw him, Josh Wolf, and Jacob Wolf the other day at a clothing store. But then, yeah, me and Lee went up to the mothership one night. Yeah, he was excited, dude. I'll never forget that time. I think it might have been the first time I came on you guys' podcast, and in the beginning there was something in the headphones. It was like, Lee, I'm hearing like a sound in the headphones. He's like, I'm trying to fix it. I think he was like looking on his phone trying to figure out like the whole board is in front of him or whatever. Fast forward 2 hours, dude. I think we did some mushrooms or something. Lee is unconscious or semi-unconscious. I don't want to say he was unconscious, but he wasn't associated with you and me, and we were the only people in the room. So he's over there, and he's like, and I hear this sound in the headphones again, and it's like, this time it was him making like a wheezy. He had like some HVAC issues going on or something. That motherfucker.
That was the thing that really killed me. I gotta be honest.
Like, you ever hit a popcorn bag that's been fucking good, that's cooked to the max, bro?
Oh, yeah. That's what he said.
Just when that first, like, kind of... Oh, what killed you? Sorry to interrupt.
No. You know what fucking killed me, man? Those 8 years of that podcast with Lee, that was rough. Like, I didn't know how rough it was till I stopped doing it.
Like, what do you mean, keeping up every week by having a party every week, you mean?
We were fucking... What party? It was a non-stop party.
Yeah. Oh, y'all were Neil Armstrong and that other guy who fights people.
We were fucking Buzz Aldrin. We were doing 2,000 milligrams, mushrooms, Vicodin, whatever people dropped in that office. Fucking, what's the therapy people do?
Oh, ketamine?
Ketamine.
Oh, yeah.
We were doing ketamine in there.
Y'all put Owen Benjamin into the woods. You put that dude in a blender.
There was a couple people that wanted to blend it. Including myself. Fuck, I put myself in a blender. I was mixed goods for fucking a year after that. When I got home, when I moved to Jersey, I moved in August. Right, August 19th. And we stayed in the corporate housing till my house was ready.
You were building a house?
No, the house wasn't. We couldn't move in until September 2nd.
Oh, yeah.
So we had 2 weeks in corporate housing. Those 2 weeks were like, I was just driving my wife crazy. Because I was eating 3,000 milligrams a day. I was bored. I was lonely. It was a pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
I was eating Xanax to help me go to sleep. I was eating Xanax on the road. And I'll never forget, I went back there. And I got so high one night, I melted the tea kettle. Because I used to make Michael Jackson tea at night. Like, I'd make like edible tea and put 2,000 milligrams in there and
sleeping time, yeah.
And mix it up, and it'd be Michael Jackson tea.
Put some Sesame Street on, start jerking on. Yeah.
One night I made that shit, and I was like, I'm not high enough.
I can't believe you even said that to yourself.
Like, it was like the first month in Jersey was fucking, like, I wasn't high enough, so I went to make another batch of tea, and I passed out. When I got up, like 2 hours later, the fucking steam came out, and it ran out of water, and just fucking collapsed into a little metal thing. My wife's like, we gotta throw that away.
And then it's like Lisa, it's just like...
And then I had like fucking, I fell asleep at a restaurant. I was taking hash pills. And we were at a restaurant.
What do you mean ash pills? Like from a fire?
Hash.
Oh, hash.
Hash pills.
Hash pills, yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, it was non-stop. We were fucking, smoke. I mean, listen, I was going to the weed store every other day.
Wow.
And every other day I'd buy a half ounce. Every other day.
Why do you have to get so high?
It was part of the thing. I didn't know. To top it off, I was drinking 8 to 10 espressos a day. Cuban coffee.
Bro, what the fuck? What direction you want to go, son?
Dog, it was edibles, sweet. Edible. It was stand-up, sweet. Edibles, it was just too much, wow.
And did you know what you wanted to do at that point, or were you thinking, like, I don't know what I want to do? Because I remember there was a point right when the pandemic happened, right? After like 30, 40 days and not being having to do comedy, first I'm like, I'll take a little break, it's great. But then I'm like, I haven't taken a break in my whole... So I never made a choice what I wanted to do. I made a choice 20 years ago. And now I'm just still doing that choice. I don't even know what I want to be doing. So there was a time where I was like, I don't even know what's going on, I remember that. And then, for a little bit, I didn't know. Thankfully, I kept podcasting, but...
During the pandemic, that's what saved me. Was we kept podcasting. Yeah, fucking getting fucked up in there at night. I mean, listen, the podcast started at 7, and we would get there at 6. Talk shit, me and Lee. Start doing edibles, and then you would come at 7, kick that mule, baby, and we'd do another hour of chit chat, bombs, edibles, and then a 2-hour podcast, and then after the podcast ended, we'd hang out for another hour. I wasn't getting home till 2 in the morning. Podcast started at 7 o'clock at night.
The church, baby.
How the fuck can a podcast be? You're there 7 hours for a 2-hour fucking podcast. 2 nights a week, and it was constant,
Yeah, I left out of that. They got that set on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah,
mushrooms. I left out of there. Yeah.
We were nonstop. It was like fun. The THC scene was growing.
I felt like a damn taquito when I left out of there, bro. That was fucking cool.
The fucking weed scene was growing.
Yeah.
Weed companies were sticking their hands out. Edible companies.
It was fun.
Give me fucking edibles. Then comedy chaos.
Who got the most fucked up over the time? Give me the 5 people that probably, when they showed up at the church, they definitely, they got the holiest of water, bro. Who got doused the most up there?
I saw a lot of people go through changes. Right in fucking front of me. Like, you can see their eyes, and I'm like, you know,
from spring to fall, the damn solstice right in front of you.
Oh, Sarah Tiana.
Yeah.
I love her to death.
She's
not
great.
Good. That made me feel really bad, you know, because she's the fucking salt of the earth. I love that girl.
So sweet, so funny.
And there was a lot of shit that people didn't see.
Yeah.
Like one of the best episodes we did was Stephen Bauer the first time. You know who Stephen Bauer was, the guy from Scarface?
No, did he pass away?
No. He played Manolo. He played Manny. I mean, he was in the store too. He was going to the store at the end. He came in one time with cargo shorts. Now you gotta remember, it was like he had the cameras are facing me, and that's the time he came in with cargo shorts. The camera would face him, and every once in a while he'd go off camera and take a liquor bottle out of his sock. First they were in his sock. I mean, this is classic shit. He would take him out of his sock first and drink them, and then put them upside down over here. Then there was 6 empty ones. Then he started going in his cargo pants. And he would take another bottle out and drink it. We counted like 9 fucking bottles, plus the beer he was drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Plus God knows what else. You know, people doing that. A guy came on one day. I forget what the fucking guy's name is. I haven't spoken to him for like 3 years. He disappeared.
Was it a Japanese guy?
No, he's a white Italian guy. I forget what his fucking name was. He would come on there and bring bags of pills. I'm not talking about like prescription bottle, like he'd come in with like, oh, I got these, and then when you do take these, like this is the way he carried the bag. You took one of these, you did one of these, and then if this don't do it, this don't do it. They give us pills by the hand. I didn't know what they were. We used to just call them happy pills. Well, you just eat pills. You know what the fuck they are. And I remember I did his podcast on a Sunday. And when I got there, they had bags of fucking pills at the studio. And one day I go, you know what? Give me one of those fucking pills. It's the Lord's day. I got nothing going on. I was high from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to fucking the next day. I don't know what type of pill I took. I don't know what he was giving out that day. I mean, I was fucked up.
Did it have like a leopard pattern on it?
I had no fucking idea. I didn't see no leopards. I didn't see nothing.
I took some shit. Yeah, one time this gay, I don't want to say the dude was gay, but everybody knew he was gay, and he knew he was gay. But he gave me a couple somas to drive him somewhere. Right, dude, he's like, this is the worst idea ever, bro. And R.I.P., bro, my boy Billy Conforto. But he gave me a couple somas to drive him somewhere. He's like, Dio, bro. Because he looked like Don Flamenco. Remember Don Flamenco from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out? This guy was the first homosexual that everybody knew in our area, and he also was a pride. Billy he was a fighter too. He grew up boxing, right? And then so he would get the one with the rose in his mouth that looks more like him. There you go. That's Billy right there, bro. Okay, so he goes, Theo, bro, I'll give you a couple somas. You drive me across the lake, bro. I was like, all right. I never taken somas in my life, dude. So I took 2 of them bitches, dude. He went into the service station to get a prepaid phone card or something because he has some domestic issues. But so he comes back out, bro. And it only been about 12 minutes. I'd taken them bitches. We started driving. Dude, I took a right turn, and the place didn't even exist, bro. Fucking road didn't even exist, bro. Right? Oh my god, bro. He fucking takes my body, moves me over to the passenger seat. The cops came. He went to jail for like 4 months, dude.
So he switched with you.
Oh, fucking G, bro. Bless his heart. Because he knew he put me in that situation. I was a child. He was like an adult, bro. But it was, I was just trying to, but who gives their driver fucking 2 somas, you know? So just poor pill management, really. But,
pill management, yeah, it is.
But damn, that was something. God. Oh, when I think of some of the times, dude.
It scares you.
Yeah, when I think of the times that I drove fucked up, Joey, when I used to I would put both of my feet on the pedals, right? Because I was too nervous to let one of my feet make all the decisions, right? So I was like, I ain't trusting this one of my feet. I'm going to have both feet down there in case something pops off, right? So I had one on each pedal, but even then, it's like playing it's a little bit of driver's ed kind of vibe. And I would be like in a crosswalk and I would be high, and somebody would be walking through and I'd be like, do not fucking hit the gas, bro. Just hoping my feet didn't do their own shit and start a new adventure for themselves. It just got me just being so fucked up that you didn't know if you were going to be able to rely on yourself. That shit was tough.
That's one thing about me. I never fucking did as crazy as I am. I can do it. Like you said to me, Joey, can we do it? Let's go. I'm not scared of cops. When I was running. Okay, when you're running, you're running. There's one thing I hate doing. Drinking and drive. Yeah. Or partying and drive. Listen, I can smoke a joint and drive better than most people. The other shit, I cannot drink and drive. It won't let me. My body shuts down. Because I know I can talk to a cop, but if I'm drinking, I can't talk to him because he's got me. I'm guilty. I'm not going to fucking try to tell him I have one drink. That's why I won't even have one drink when I go out. The fear of a cop pulling me over and asking me, were you drinking? Yeah. And then I gotta go, yeah. And then he gets me out of the car, and then I gotta do the fucking 10 steps. So before I go through all that shit, and we didn't have Ubers. I didn't have an Uber. Now, it's great to get high. Yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want now.
Yeah, people don't understand what that was like, not having an Uber. Shit. You had to get high. Say if you wanted to leave a place, you had to fucking walk off.
Or fucking run, or fucking go through the weeds, some shit. My thing was, I'm still very grateful that in all those years, nothing happened bad on the road. And, bro, I was in situations where, a lot of shit could have happened drug-wise. One time in Beaumont, when I think of nights that I could have died, it's Beaumont. Beaumont for reals. I fucking OD'd on Valium.
Really? You can OD on the Sunset. There's a beautiful area.
I couldn't talk for 3 days. I had to go to a hotel room. My face was dragging. It was like I had palsy face.
Yeah.
Couldn't go home. Couldn't get on the plane. I moved my whole check in a hotel in Houston, fucking coming down, hiding from people.
Drinking Gatorades.
It's so many things could have happened. Yeah, all those weeks in Miami doing drugs. Houston. Houston was fucking. You came to Houston to lose your mind and do comedy. That was part of it.
This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. That's right. If you love firing on sports, baby, Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app for you. What I like about Prize Picks is that instead of choosing teams, you choose individual players. Each player has a set projection, and you choose more or less than that set projection. So, for example, if you think Luka Doncic is going to have more than 17 points, you would choose that. While if you think that Jason Tatum is going to have less than 20 points, you would choose that. If you're smart with sports and know what players are going to excel on what nights, Prize Picks is the best app for you, hands down. Download the app now and use code THEO. Prize Picks will match your deposit up to $100. Skies out, thighs out, baby. Summer is right around the corner, and our friends over at Chubby's are bringing the good vibration. Chubby's, I like them. I had on one of their shirts the other day in Miami, man. Beautiful, comfortable. Chubby's is a lifestyle apparel brand that makes every moment feel like a vacation. That's what Chubby's does. It's like, hey, look at that guy. He's just a walking mimosa right there. He likes to have a fun time. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code. Use code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. You can experience unmatched comfort and style with the Chubby's iconic original stretch shorts. I just got a pair. Looking ready to put my dang butt in them. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our viewers 20% off your order with our code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. That's code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. Support our show and tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with chubbies.
That's a fucking. I had a friend. Well, he wasn't a friend when I was like 24. There was an old guy that hung out at one of the bars.
Oh, yeah.
He would just drink and then throw punches in the air. So you talking to me? He would throw punches. You know, the whole fucking thing. Oh, yeah. So I'm doing coke in this bar, and every day he talked to himself. Yeah, I'll fucking kick your ass. You know, jabs.
Person knows that what he's doing is wrong. He just doesn't know he has to bring it forward. That is considered a shame. In fact, it's a price that's exactly what it I says, how do you define the perfect shogeg? Somebody that doesn't know what Shabbos and doesn't know the malachas are. How do you define the perfect basic? Somebody that knows the Shabbos and somebody that knows the malachas are. And what if somebody knows one out of the he knows the Shabbos, he doesn't know the malachas are, so he knows the malachas are, and he doesn't know the Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly what was his case. And the Bible says, in all three of these things, bring a carbon is considered a shogeg. Perfect thing for movement. If I'm arguing, say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shogeg. So what is considered a shogeg for? The person doesn't know about chorus, gets about the chorus, that's considered shogeg. For the you have to forget about the lav and the chorus. Two things. When you read the pasuk, it says in the pasuk, "Asher lo yisrael senu shgaga ve'ashem." Pasuk is referring to lav, the chorus is both. That's considered a shogeg. So no, that pasuk is talking about a mumor, sorry, something that does an avera a shogeg. He doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shogeg, he shouldn't bring a carbon. Asher lo yisrael senu shgaga ve'ashem. There's the Mishnah that says 39 malachas, and the famous question, why tell us the number? And Rabbi Rothschild goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 malachas, he's got 39 korbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be a labor on all 39 malachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 malachas, he got all 39 malachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shogeg. According to Rabbi Rothschild, understood. As long as a person forgets the Isser Kares, that's considered shogeg. So there's a case that he's kind of older. According to Shlomish, that he has to forget the Kares and the lav. So in what is he exactly? I'll show you. How does he know the shogeg? The answer is that according to Rabbi Kiva, there's a 40th avera, the Iraisa. That's Tchum. The walk 2,000 hours had a Tchum. The only difference between Tchum and all the other ones is that Tchum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about Tchum, but he didn't know about the other 39. Somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future. He says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this, or he says, I am going to eat, or I'm not going to eat. It's a big chiddush of Shavuos HaPidyon. They have to bring a carbon, even though it's only a lap, you bring a carbon on a lap. Huge chiddush. According to Abaya, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget kares is considered a shogeg, but here, since there's no kares, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shogeg, even though the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shogeg? Now, it's very easy to find the shogeg, which was a bitui, when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate by mistake. So that's a shogeg. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a shvuas in the past? When you swear, you said you're aware. He wasn't aware. He wasn't aware that he didn't. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one shot is that goes according to us that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another shot is that it goes according to that typically comes called that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shogeg. Here, but Shavuos HaPidyon, see that's the only thing you have is a carbon. That is the shogeg. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. And that would be a bomb question on a Abaya who says that according to everybody, you have to be shogeg in the lav and not in the carbon. Somebody wants truma. He's chayv misi b'shomayim. The shogeg, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that this misi b'shomayim is not considered a shogeg? According to Abaya, Rabbi will hold that misi b'shomayim is not like that, and therefore it's not a shogeg, and he doesn't pay the extra fifth. According to Rabbi will hold misi b'shomayim equals kares. It's like the same thing as kares. and therefore you can pay the chayk. What if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? Where does he keep Shabbos? Can he do malacha today? Can he not do malacha? The Ravuna says the moment he realizes that he's lost, doesn't know what day it is, he counts 6 days, and on the 7th day, he rests Shabbos. Rabbi Rothschild says now, the day that he finds out he does Shabbos is and he counts 6 days. The Machlokes says, do we go by Brias Hayom, do 6 days and then Shabbos? Okay, Rabbi Rothschild, no, it's like other Risha. He was born, it was immediately the Shabbos, then 6 days of for the Brisa, there's a question on here, but the Brisa seems like it says you keep for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, the Brisa says no you count 6 days and then you keep Shabbos. What do you do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing. The guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad. It's even worse. He cannot be Machal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He can only take enough food to live with Simcha. And the day that he keeps Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Havdalah. If he falls the day that he left, you can assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But you cannot assume that day was also not Friday. In other words, get 2-3 days, because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the mission that if a person forgot that today is Shabbos, that's to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. Whereas if a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings one carbon for his entire life. Why? What's the difference? There's a contradiction in the Sukkah. The Shamru B'nai Yisrael as a Shabbos is singular. You have to keep one Shabbos. And then it says the Shmoiru is the plural. So which one is it? It says the Gemara, the Shamru is referring to if a person didn't have the concept of Shabbos. He brings one carbon for all the Shabbos. If he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today's Shabbos, he has to be in front of each and every Shabbos. Rabbi Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says the Shalom B'nai Yisrael says Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over and over. It's one Shabbos. So he said the Shemairu, all the Shabbosim that you follow, equal one carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos, have a wonderful day.
Presents Coast to Coast AM with
Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today's Shabbos. Even though he did many malachas that were usher, he only brings one carbon chatas. Every Shabbos he brings another carbon chatas. So if a person knows that today's Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of Koitzer is usher, that the malacha of Zereya is usher. He forgot that it's usher. So he brings up each and every malacha. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today's Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had one forgetfulness. His mistake was one, that he forgot that today's Shabbos. He brings one carbon. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a carbon on each forgetfulness. But how do we know that you're chayiv on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in one avera, Chilul Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because the Torah says Kol ha'oisa melacha yumas. If you do a malacha b'meisid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say mois yumas? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about meisid. If you can't be talking about meisid, you must be talking about shoyim. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean to die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death. To spend money on a carbon mois. Or it says mois yumas. You mean many karbanos on one Shabbos. There's a very famous place in Shas. The Torah says that mois sebaru shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that malacha from all the malachas? It says rejoicing will love you. All the 39 malachas, The other 38 block.
The one that asked the bartender, what's up with this fucking guy? He goes, you don't know Johnny Reed? I go, nah, you know, it was 1984. Kid. I don't know Johnny Reed. He goes, is he crazy? He goes, you don't know what he did? I go, no. He goes, he tried to kill himself, jumped out of a building and landed in a garbage dumpster. And he just bopped his head. So now he's fucked up. He would get a check from the government on the first, and he would just give it to the bartender and say, tell me when it's over. By the 18th, he'd be broke, and he'd be in there fucking arguing with the bartender. I locked him in the bathroom one day. Dog, I locked him in the bathroom at 2:30 in the afternoon. Yeah. Because in Jersey, the bathroom's locked from the outside. He was driving us crazy, talking about boxing. 1964. I got to the body, and we're like, Johnny, knock it off. He went into the bathroom. I can't take Johnny no more. We locked him. We left. We leave.
Oh, you got him.
I came back at 9. I go to the bathroom. He's still in the bathroom locked. He came in. He said, "Woo!" That's the noise he made when I opened the door. He goes, "Woo!" This guy used to fuck. Like we give him up. Then towards the end, I go, "Johnny, you ever do coke?" I give him a line of coke, and that would put his empirism, whatever craziness he had, he'd go even worse. And I still remember giving him a line of coke like at 2 in the morning, like a bump. And then being in the car at 5, going to the city to get coke, and seeing him walking over to George Washington Bridge, throwing fucking lefts. I'm like, oh my God, we can't give that motherfucker lines no more. And then I cracked him one day. I just showed him my dick. Yeah, I put it on the stool next to him.
Oh, yeah.
And he was right on the stool. And he's like, I go, Johnny. He goes, what? And I go, look at this. And he goes, wow. And he just watched the basketball game. He goes, wow. And he just, I'm like fucking dying. Only Johnny can do this. I've been asking about him. What happened to him? He's got to be dead by now. He was 50, 60, when that shit in the 80s.
Dude, we had this dude, Mr. Dennis, and everybody just called him Danny, right? This guy in our neighborhood, he kind of like, he was just like an adult, right? But he had this son named Rocky, was his son, right? And so, Rocky was like, I don't know if something was wrong with him, but something was pretty much wrong with him, right? Like, he just wasn't, you couldn't really rely on him. Like, if you told him something, it didn't matter because he didn't really know, like, what was going on a lot of times, right? So you would have shared, like, a lot of information with him. But Rocky had a fucking cock on him, right? So one time we're all outside, and Mr. Denny goes, Rocky, show him that cock, right? His own son, dude. And we're all like, what the fuck, dude? And Rocky fucking showed that cock, bro. And everybody was like, damn, Rocky's got that cock on him, bro. And then after that, it would always, like, anytime that Mr. Denny was around, he would be like, Rocky, show him that cock. Rocky would fucking get his cock out.
No, Rocky wasn't all that.
No, he wasn't all that. Yeah, he was definitely, but he was like, you know, he was healthy enough. Like, he could enjoy Christmas and shit, you know. It wasn't like he was like, you know, like you got to keep him in the back or whatever. He was definitely like, you know, he was a cool guy. Like, you could play games with him and shit. Like, it wasn't like he was like, he just wasn't real bright and his mouth was always wet, you know. But the dad would be like, Rocky, show him that dick. Yeah, show him that cock, Rocky.
Because most of those, like, mentally challenged, like retards, they got big dicks.
Yeah.
And they have money, too. They'll fuck you to death.
Oh, dude, you'll recall your living room, dude. Them boys.
So I saw fucking, I was up in Salem, Oregon one time, Eugene. And it was, whatever, Special Olympian Convention at the hotel. We were doing comedy. Not good. And I was working with a feature actor who had huge tits with cleavage. He was on stage, and one of the kids was walking by. And then he saw that tits, and he started making noise.
Yeah, they just doing the vibe.
You think I'm fucking kidding? I was watching the whole thing go down, and I was watching this kid. Why is he going crazy? Looking at his tits. And there was 2 fucking big black guys, like University of Oregon football players that worked in security. There was a point they couldn't contain him. Yeah, he was just going, they had to fucking tackle him. He was pushing his brothers out of the way. I was like, this fucking, because they're strong too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
I'm strong too, so you gotta be careful to hold me down and fuck you to death. That big fucking Special Olympian dick. You're gonna have some problems, dog.
Yeah, you can't let him pet an animal for too long. That's for sure, brother. That shit'll escalate. Dude, what was I saying? What was that thing in the news I just saw? That they found. Well, now I'm starting to think that more people will have conditions, right? Because they just found like plastics. What was it? You see that thing? microplastics have been found in human testicles. Yeah, bring that up, dude. I mean, Joey, this is the kind of stuff, brother. You're lucky you have two healthy daughters. You know, this is the kind of stuff, man, that's happening now. In 2024, microplastics are starting to look a lot like cigarettes did in the early 1960s, a poorly understood health hazard in dire need of better study and regulation. The latest bad news on microplastics in human health emerged last week when a study from researchers at the University of New Mexico examined 47 canine and 23 human testes, nuts or body nuts, taken from neutering operations and cadavers respectively. All of those testicles had microplastics inside of them. So it's just like, what is that causing, bro? If you got what kind of effects can happen? Does it say they've already been found in our bloodstream and in other human organs such as the liver, the heart, and the lungs? You start to wonder what happens when that gets into your brain. Does that make more if a kid's got plastic in his head or whatever?
Listen, bro, there's so many things going on right now. You know, there's so many fucking things. You know, look at this. The pandemic opened up, you know, with the fucking shots and the mental health. It just opened up a variety of everything. Everybody's beaten up. I got a fucking hernia. I lost weight. Also, I had this bump. Got a fucking hernia. You know, who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows what they're putting in food anymore? You know, you don't know what you really eat. You know, fucking vegetables and fruit taste like shit sometimes. It tastes good others.
It doesn't even taste like fruit sometimes.
No, guys, it's a different fucking world. And, you know, try to make a doctor's appointment now.
Possible.
It's try to get a heart, try to make a heart appointment. They'll tell you, like, if you call today, they'll go, yeah, fucking July 8th. Yeah. Because that fucking, the fucking needle fucked everybody's heart up. You know, there's a ton of shit going on. God knows, they're not telling me. They don't tell you shit, man.
Has it always been like that, or do you think it's happening more than ever? Or do you feel like it's always been like that in life?
I think it's always been like that, but we have the internet now. And 20,000 media outlets.
Yeah, that's true.
We have so much information. Listen, this metal, this fucking heart, the disease. I think the biggest thing I'm looking at is I've never seen mental health like this. I know people. I grew up with people. And I talk to them now. They're not the same fucking person. Yeah. And I know I'm not the same person. I know the pandemic or whatever, the 30 years of comedy, you know, getting in that. Who the fuck knows? But right now, man, you have. Did you see, like, the last 10 years, the rise and everybody's a politician now? Anywhere you go, people want to talk to you about politics. I never seen, like, men don't even want to talk about pussy no more. But what do you think? You know, it's too much information, and that pandemic fucked us up because what were you doing? Listening to music or watching TV, waiting for the next fucking hand job? After the pandemic, I never watched world news ever again. Yeah, I'm an American. I want to watch that 6:30. I was raised on them. I don't watch anymore because they're just scaring white people. Yeah, that's all they're doing. They're giving you selective news. I don't believe anything no more. I just live my life. And I fucking try my best to decipher what's getting thrown at you all day.
Yeah.
But the mental health, I think right now, and this is what it's got to be, it's the internet. It's the fucking, you know, everybody's a celebrity now. We're living in a world where everybody's a fucking celebrity now. You go to a fucking movie theater now, they got poster boards for you to take pictures of. Everybody's a fucking celebrity. I've never seen a world like this. I got a restaurant from my house on Thursday nights. You can't pull up. Yeah, can't pull up. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, they go to a fucking restaurant. Everybody's a fucking celebrity. The other half will fight for our fucking lives. And then they keep putting this shit at you. Every day, you put the news on in the afternoon or whatever. The Trump hush deal, this, that. It's constant. It's always in your face. And if you get sucked in by it. Yeah, I'm telling you, I've seen the people. We're getting thrown so much information at us anymore. It's so much. Fucking somewhere along the line, you got to crack.
Yeah. It's too much, man. I just miss like a simpler time too, man. God, remember how much fun it was?
This is simple. Nobody had a phone. You went out. Nobody get a hold of you.
It's to go, bro. I remember we go to Howard Johnson's, bro. Remember Howard Johnson?
Fuck yeah.
Bring up a fucking Howard Johnson.
They had that saltwater taffy.
Bring it. Show him that cock, bro.
Oh, show him that cock, bro.
There's still a Howard Johnson.
There's still a Howard Johnson by me on Route 3.
Oh, there is, dude. Howard Johnson's. My mom, when I was like 5, we would go, she would drop us off there to meet my grandparents or whatever. And we didn't know our, like, and they would have, they used to have, and we'd have like a nice meal there. It'd be nice, bro. They had the bathrooms that had the little. You ever go to a bathroom, but it has a little room before you get in the bathroom? It's like you open the door and then you're just in like a little bitty room, and then there's another door, and that's the bathroom. It's like the room's like 3 feet by 3 feet. You know what I'm saying? You open that shit. Dude, we never even seen that. Like a little.
How many Howard Johnsons could possibly left?
I don't know. Dude, Shoney's Inn, bro. I remember for $11 you could stay at the place, right? For $15 you could stay and eat, right? So with that $4 upcharge, you got that buffet. Shoney's had an inn, and we would go, bro. And they also had this like premier buffet for like $2 more. You could go. They had like this kind of roped off area of the buffet, and down there they had fucking salmon or whatever, damn pig, special pickles, salmon. Honeydew melon. Like you never seen fucking gay watermelon. You know what I'm saying? They had all the special shit down there, like black pudding or whatever. They had all the shit down there. The Reeboks were on sale. They had like this special area of the buffet, but it was like roped off unless you got the premier edition or whatever. But dude, we would go there, bro. It was so nice, dude.
When you're a kid, all that shit's nice until you get old and you're like, why am I eating this shit? I'm gonna fucking die. Look at the people around me. Look what they look like. And here I am with them about to die. And that's anywhere. Any of those chains, that fucking Country Crock, what's that one?
Cracker
Barrel. You'll die. You'll fucking die in one of those places. There's like 10 of those fucking joints that you're eating there and you're like, you know what? What's the place that they have the chocolate fountain? They have one in Burbank.
Memphis?
No. There's a all you can eat buffet in Burbank.
Oh,
It's a chain, and they advertise.
Oh, you're talking about Shakey's Pizza?
No, not that either. We used to do comedy in Shakey's Pizza in Seattle. One night they had like a Wednesday night.
But he got leprosy at one of those places.
He fucking had leprosy.
Oh, this guy would get everything, bro. He's a real susceptible fella.
Golden Corral.
That's a fucking place right there.
Oh, you'll die.
Oh, there's a lot of.
And I see people eating fish at those places. You just want to go over to them and go, listen, here's a good mortician. When they lay out your body, they can take that salmon out. Salmon, shrimp. And I don't think there's no buffets anymore. Right? Since the pandemic.
I mean, I think, people are still doing them, but it's definitely more of a risque type of thing. It's kind of like the OnlyFans of like the dinner community. I feel like if you see a buffet, it almost feels like it's prohibition or something. Like you should, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a fucking speakeasy.
When you go to those places and you look around and you're like I went to fucking where did I go? I went to Kentucky, Paducah. My brother-in-law lives in Paducah. I love my in-laws. It's my niece's birthday today. I love her. But I can't go to Paducah because they take me to this restaurant and they put cheddar cheese on everything. They put it on oatmeal, on cereal. I mean, whatever you order, they put a handful of that communist cheddar cheese. It's worse than the one the government sends you. And I'm eating one night with my wife because my wife brought it home to me the one night. She's like, we're going to go over here and eat. You can stay there and I'll just bring you a thing. And I ate it. It wasn't bad. It was like a steak. Just a couple pieces of meat. It wasn't bad. The next night I went, I'm like, I'm excited. Let's go. We went there. And I'm looking at these people. Everybody's ankles were swollen. They all had a diabetic foot.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's like going to a Yankee game. I went to a Yankee game 2 years ago. I was sitting next to a lady. Her foot was purple. And what this bitch do, she put like a blue tattoo on it to throw the color off on the diabetic foot. I'm like, when does it end?
Fucking
Well,
non-fatty lady.
And she's sitting there eating beer, drinking beer. You
Oh,
know,
if you're eating beer, I seen a woman over there eating beer with a spoon. You know the bitch is going
it was
downhill.
a fucking nightmare. When I see a diabetic foot at a restaurant, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Or a fat ankle like that. When I looked around this restaurant, Paducah, everybody's ankles are small. I'm like, God, I'm done. I'm on a plane tomorrow. You gotta go.
Yeah, you get to some. It is true. I think it's important. You gotta look around and see who's in the joint.
Who's in this fucking joint? Look at these people. They're gonna die.
Because sometimes it is. It's just It's like people that are almost just like cattle that don't want to. Yeah, they can't even breathe that good or read. You'll see people like on oxygen. You know, sneaking in a little hit of pie or something
while they're eating, smoking a cigarette. They don't give a fuck. You know, they don't give a fuck, man. And it's like I get nervous in those places. Like, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, there's just a lot of bad food out there, and I think it's gotten more to the place now you have to take care of yourself because the government or whatever we thought, the FDA, that shit's already compromised, bro.
That's good. You show up with an envelope and they'll prove anything.
Motherfuckers,
they don't give a fuck anymore.
Bro, you could have damn menthol bread pudding, bro. Those motherfuckers will approve.
You know, it's like going on Instagram. They sell every get well cure on Instagram. Like, who would buy? You know, and they constantly looking at Instagram. It's like bodybuilding, recuperation, testosterone. Yeah, I'm gonna buy testosterone online from some fucking guy I don't know. It is crazy.
Eyebrow loss. They have eyebrow. Like, what are you even doing?
No,
it's poor vision, missing grandparents. You're like, who gives a fuck? It's like
missing grandparents
for $40 a month. Like, what even am I paying for? It's just some of this shit. Yeah, it's like everything is for sale. It doesn't matter.
Everything. You sit there and you go, all these products. I like when somebody goes on Rogan and they talk about a product, and then you go on Instagram 2 weeks later and they're talking on Rogan about the product and they're selling it just because Rogan was in it. And it's like, guys, when does it end?
Like using the clips, you mean?
The clips like that. It's just so.
It's dirty.
It's just changed a lot.
We've just gotten to where everything is a advertisement. You know, everything is for sale. I mean, if you look at it, even with like a lot of young men aren't having sex anymore. A lot of women are selling their bodies on OnlyFans. It's like there's nobody holding anything really. You know, it used to be you had to go at least tickle somebody to get some pussy. You know, it was like
talk to them.
Yeah, at least lie to them.
Work the angle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's always an angle. I don't know. I'm still recovering from my old boyfriend. Let's do some coke and talk about it. You know, there's always fucking something.
But it's just different now.
We forgot. Listen, man. We've forgotten a lot of things. Yeah, things are getting right away from us. You know, I was really opposed to texting for years.
I remember that. That's why I even called you yesterday or the other day.
Opposed to it. Now I'll do it. But I don't like it because it takes away our connection, man. I want to hear your voice. You can tell me whatever you want on the text. Yo, how you doing? I'm doing great. I picked up an envelope. Yo, how you doing, man? So I don't. That's why I didn't like it. Yeah, that's why I didn't like it, because what they're doing is creating a society that separates us even more. You know what? I can't see Theo now, so we'll just Zoom once a week. Let's Zoom. Get on a fucking plane and come see me.
Yeah.
We're doing everything we can to separate. And I always hated that. I understood the pandemic. I got it. But we need each other. It's like, I'm going to tell you something interesting. Pandemic started. I was fucked up. I'm going to tell you something that you're not going to believe this. I started doing better. Going in. And once I was there a year, August 19th of 2021, I was a little better. I was still withdrawing from the Xanax. I was having some issues, but I did something that before I did the knee operation, because I went back and my knee went to shit as soon as I landed. Like 3 weeks later, because I was going to cryo every day in California. But once I landed here in the pandemic, there was no more fucking cryo.
Oh, there's no cryo.
There was nothing. So my knee went to shit. I got surgery. I went, and one day I was going for a ride, and I saw a jiu-jitsu school, jiu-jitsu school by my house. And I went in there. And I was scared shit. This COVID's been around not even a year, you know. But people are still like not touching each other and shit. And they're like, nah, we're doing great here. We only had to close one time. But when I left there, I had a doctor's appointment like a week later, and he told me I had to have knee surgery. So I didn't go back to that school. I never went back to talk to him. Then one day I got a call. And it's the guy, the brown belt at the school. His name was Sean. He's like, I just want to check in with you. I go, dog, after I saw you, I got knee surgery, so it'll be a while. This guy kept calling me and not selling. He wasn't selling. He was just being a nice kid. And if you want to come in and move a little bit, it just be me and you, man. Nobody will bother you. Right. We'll work on stuff. I was like, I don't know. Fucking jiu-jitsu. I went to jiu-jitsu the same day that the Soprano movie premiered, September 21st, 2021. I remember I walked in there. I had to cancel the first two. Like, I canceled 2 classes. Yeah. Finally, I go, next Wednesday. Now it's Wednesday. I'll never forget going in there. We did some shit, and then he goes, just roll with me for a minute. And I remember leaving there going, I feel a lot better. Wow. Just human touch. Somebody else. I'm not gay or nothing, but just that touch of him fucking submit me and grab me. I was like, I feel. And then I went to the premiere that night, and I was fucking COVID conscious. I'm like, I'm going to sit at the Beacon with 2,000 fucking people to see this movie. We're going to get COVID. Yeah. It wasn't even that. When I got out, the driver dropped me on the corner of the Beacon, and I was in a corner with 500 people. And they were all like touching me and shit. And I remember walking out that circle going, if I don't get COVID now, I'll never get it. Went to the movie theater. Didn't even go to the premiere party. Just saw the movie with my family and some friends. I didn't even go to the party. But going to that jiu-jitsu class and the classes after that, like I was just going to take private for like 6 months. I said, fuck this. I'm going into class with these guys. Yeah, I need these guys. Right. I need these fucking guys. I need to talk to them and touch them and fucking be human around, be human.
Yeah, isolation is true. Isolation, it feels like it's what you want to do for yourself to make things easier and more comfortable. And that is one of the biggest traps, you know. I notice it for myself a lot of times. It's like I'll even the other day I had some friends that went out on the boat here on Lake Austin, right? Person's like, I'd rather just chill, work on my comedy, you know. I'm in town, I'm in Austin specifically to work on get up on stage and stuff. And so, but then I was like, you know, I should go because I always choose let me stay and work on something. Let me stay and be by myself. I always choose that. And then I find myself, well, then you're always by yourself. You know what I'm saying? You get stuck with by yourself thoughts, by yourself bullshit. You know, when you're with somebody, you get they don't fucking run off. You're like, oh, I'm all right to be around. I'm not a complete weirdo, you know. And so that kind of stuff is huge, man. And being in those classes, it just like, and you make friends. You start to realize people got your back. You're not fucking alone. There's nothing is as helpful, I don't think, as going to those jiu-jitsu classes. I don't go to them as much as I wish I did. Because I kept getting hurt, bro. I would just hit. I couldn't do anything. I had to work. I'm like, I'm fucking wheezing. I got my shit all wrapped up. I got a fucking bunch of lemons, fucking duct tape to my rib cage and reading shit online, you know, eating oleander or whatever on the fucking internet and apple seeds. But yeah, just that camaraderie, bro. I remember one time we'd been in there rolling for the day, and I just started bawling, crying, bro. Like just shit that was stuck in my body or whatever. Just fucking like released, you know?
It's crazy. People don't understand now. It's what keeps me together. I go every Monday and Thursday, and it keeps me together. You have to show up with $1 million envelope for me not to go. Like I made that decision 6 months. Like I've been going steady, but I got hurt. I hurt myself in December, and after that, I hurt my ankle. I go, you know what? I'm doing this a different way. I'm going in there. It's a plan. 2 days. I lift. I go to jiu-jitsu. I lift, I go to jiu-jitsu, I ride the bike, and I'm done for the fucking week. Yeah, it's what I do. Like, I don't give a fuck what you got going on. I'm really sorry. I gotta go to jiu-jitsu because if you don't go on Monday, then you're behind the week. Then you're not gonna go on Tuesday. Tuesday, you're gonna get an audition. Then Wednesday, your kid's sick. You know, this is just, you wake up, she's sick, my wife's got to do shit, I got to cover. And that's why I always go Monday. So you always get at least that one. Oh, yeah. If you want to take Thursday from me, something else will happen. But that's helped me a lot because it gives you a different set of friends. And it gives you a set of friends that have, they're all trying to get help. One guy's recovering from his shoulder, one guy's trying to lose weight. I'm just an old fuck. I go in there, fucking forget. I go in there and burn 500 calories. Oh, yeah, But these are things I'm doing now I even enjoyed jiu-jitsu when I was doing comedy full time. Because it got you away from the agents, the managers. Everybody talking about the same shit all the time.
Yeah, and secret gay dudes too out there in Hollywood, bro. Oh, Jesus Christ. I remember the first time some guy, I just got into town and what was going on. And some guy tried to kiss me outside of a park or whatever. And then I remember another time a dude, an agent or whatever, gave me a ride to some place, introduced me to like Cuba Gooding Jr. or whatever, and then tried to feel on my leg whatever when he was giving me a ride home, dude. And I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Dude, I was like, if I wasn't a little brave, I would have been gay, bro.
That's
Rocky got that cock on him. You feel me, bro? That's the fucking
Rocky on the cock. That's just good. You should fly Rocky out here. Take him to LA with you. One of those guys wants to hit on you. Rocky on the cock. Rocky. Boom. There you go. You want that roll here? I got a cock here. Suck this fucking. Just suck this stick of love over here.
This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. That's right. Let's talk about sex, fellas, okay? Remember the days when you were ready to go, buddy. Oh, boy, look at this. Now, you can increase your performance and get extra confidence in bed. Listen up. BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets. And at a fraction of the cost, baby, you can get going, boy. Get you one, snack it down, you're ready. Does it work? Yup, that's it. You don't think you need it? Maybe you don't, but you can try it for a month and see if you want. I love it. They're always saying first impressions are important. Rock that blue cheesy, baby. You feel me? Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code Theo at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code Theo. To receive your first month free, visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. If you're selling something online, it can get very tedious. You can get caught up in the minutia of figuring out, how much product do I need to hold, and the addresses that I need to send it to, and how do I get the mailing labels, and it can be unending. You can spend more time figuring out how to do your business than actually doing your business. ShipStation makes it easier. They're the multi-carrier shipping solution that integrates wherever you sell online and streamlines your workflow so your business can grow. That's right. They have an easy-to-use dashboard that makes managing orders, smooth label printing, reporting, and customer service easy. You can scale your business and reduce warehouse costs with ShipStation's reliable enterprise solutions. And you can save on thousands of shipping costs. That's what I've enjoyed the most. With discounts up to 89% on UPS, DHL Express, and USPS rates. Work less and ship more with ShipStation, the innovative tool that helps turn your shipping challenges into opportunities for growth. Go to ShipStation.com and use code Theo to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com. Code Theo. I'm going to tell you flat out that using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going into a public bathroom and just leaving the door wide open. Well, ExpressVPN creates a secure encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet, so your online activity can't be seen by anyone. It works on phones, laptops, even routers, so everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can be protected. I've certainly
But it doesn't say anything, any mention of
looked at stuff online that I'd like to keep between me and myself. Secure your online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/THEO today. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo to get an extra 3 months for free.
This is
Yeah, bro. Dude, in Rocky, they grew up like downwind from like one of those pesticide factories or something. Or, you know, the place that would have the spray rig, you know? Dude, remember when the spray rig would come through your neighborhood? Dude, we would fucking get on our bikes, bro. Because in Louisiana, they sprayed that bitch fucking twice a week. The whole fucking, everybody's stepmother looks like a mosquito in that bitch, dude. But we would get on our bikes and just ride behind that gas, just pure gas coming out of that bitch, dude. But Rocky and then Mr. Kenny, they live downwind from one of those fucking
probably made us dick. People that all move to those places now.
Bro, Rocky says, oh, Rocky ain't been fucking stung by a bee since 2011, bro. I'll tell you that, dude. God. I love it, dude. I guess the best thing is remembering stuff from growing up. That's something that that's my favorite thing. It's just remembering stuff from growing up. Yeah, thinking about the past. I love it, you know. That's where most of the most entertaining stuff is for me. But growing up now feels like kind of weird. I think for a lot of times I didn't want to grow up because I still wanted to just be. I feel like if I grow up too much, then I lose all the fun. Does that ever make any sense to you?
Careful about the size of the
man, that's so weird how you look at your life and you go, what the fuck? I haven't had fun. Like fun. Since I left New Jersey when I was 20. Like that whole fashion fun that I like. I enjoy, you know, just getting fucked up and laughing with your friends. Sleeping on the floor, going down the shore and all that shit. It's like, I've been chasing
such as
for the last 40 years. What happened? Those summers when I was growing up, chasing, you know. It's funny, I was seeing something about a while ago about a club. There was this club and the IP and all this. And I looked at it and I'm like, all this is people chasing Studio 54. That's all this is, people chasing Studio 54 since the 80s, you know. Bunch of guys like you and I. Our childhood were fucking really special. They were comical. Comical. When we think of our childhood, we had no other option to become a comic. Because all the tools were put in front of us, the stories, the situations, all the storytellers that taught us how to tell a story. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, I think now, like, I was always going to be a comic. I just didn't know that. Everything all goes into one circle. Everything that you lived. I remember somebody told me one time
11 different Averas. How?
That when you go to movie,
you have to read the read, you have to gather the read, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, make stuff, you do shape of the needle, you put it, start it out with the 2 loops.
And all of a sudden I saw what he meant. Because one day, when the podcast and everything else started lifting us,
and if you were to
started
bend over
connecting those movies.
and make a lid for it.
You follow me at first, you can't connect them.
Heifer on
But
sewing
after you
and kosher
hit a little
making
bit,
a knot.
people start following you
If
and
you were
stuff.
to
Your movies will connect. You know, like it's the weirdest thing. I don't even know if I'm explaining.
I don't know. I'm not understanding you.
He had a concept that said like, people do a movie. We can do a movie with like, who's the hottest star?
That's not the way to do it. Therefore, you're not Weber.
Probably Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper.
Did the tefillah, they spun it through the
And
animal
the movie comes out. Bradley Cooper wins an Academy Award for it. It's a great movie.
But today it's considered tilapia.
You don't think that you're getting as much as you should. You ever see somebody do a movie and fucking they blow up?
Yeah.
Tiffany Haddish did a movie. She's been working hard for 30 years. Did one movie. Blew the fuck up. Yeah, okay. I did 20 movies. Nobody ever fucking talked to me at all. They didn't talk to me until I fucking told the story about mugging a hooker and lighting a wig on fire. I changed my life. That was it. Now people start, you do a Disney show, nobody wants to see it. Yeah, you know, you do a nothing. But my point is that
now, can't say that the
let's say
fact
you
is
did
that
a movie with Bradley Cooper and you call me a year from now and go, what the fuck?
and you undid
All
one
these
because
motherfuckers blew
for
up around me. I got one commercial or something like that, you know. But in 3 years,
sewing means one
as you
in,
keep
one
growing,
out,
your
in other
career
words,
keeps
one full
growing.
stitch.
More people will start going, let me watch that movie because Theo's in it.
Wonderful day.
I didn't know Theo was in it. Oh shit, I gotta watch that again. Because now you're somebody to them. And that's how that movie gets big and connected to all the other movies. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Because nobody would see my shit. You know, like I'm telling you, I mean, I remember going to see, I did The Longest Yard. That's the only movie people would come out and shake my hand, and at the end of the show, they would hide from me. Because they thought I was going to go up there and do Adam Sandler knock-knock jokes. Yeah, I'm up there talking about Stone Coke and fucking get my dick sucked. Yeah, putting a Coke rock, and people were like, they would just leave. And now you say one fucking joke about mugging a hooker, and you're selling out fucking comedy clubs. Yeah. You don't know what it's going to be, but the culture of it is what I'm talking about. How you might not think nobody saw you, but years from now, it's like you could do 18 movies, and the movie you hate the most, here's the one that people come up to you and go, yeah, we loved you. You're like, God damn it, I did 17 other ones. Yeah. I did 17 other movies. That's the one you like, the one I fucking hated. And then you tell them the story. I was coked up to 8 in the morning, and my call time was at 9. And they're like, oh, no wonder you hated the fuck.
Yeah, I think, I guess it's like, did you think that when podcasting started, it was going to be what it was? Did you have any real foresight on it? Did you get into it because you were like, oh, I don't know if like acting is gonna be enough for me? Like, what was kind of your motivation to get into it? I know it's kind of an old question. I just don't know the answer to it.
2009, I moved to the Valley. I moved to Studio City, where we lived, the office up in At that time, man, I'd done movies, I'd done TV shows, I recurred on TV shows. I wasn't at the store anymore, and I was just opening for Joe. And I would do spots, you know, I would do my own shit, and open for Joe. And then I was like, you know what, man, I got a call from the Funny Bone one time. And they're like, we're willing to give you like 6 weeks of work. The number they threw at me was so fucking ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. And a year before this, I had had this conversation with somebody else. That guy's name was Billy Gardell. I saw him in Burbank, and I was chatting. And he told me that right before he got Molly and whatever that fucking show was, Molly or whatever, he was like, I'm thinking of getting out of this shit. Because they just offered me these deals. It's no money. They want me to work Wednesday through Sunday in those days. That's hard. 2000, nowhere. No van, no view. And I'm like, you know, when that happened to me, I was like, you know what? It's 2009. I got nothing going on. I'm going to go to a Ford store and pee in a bottle and get a job selling cars. Yeah. I'll still audition. I'm stuck in it. I'll still audition. And I'll still go out and work for Rogan. But I'm not doing this no more. I've been doing it for 20 years or something, right? At that point, wow. And it's not. I'm not even happy doing it anymore. That's the biggest thing. Okay, it was like, yeah, I'm good. I can do movies. I keep my insurance. I can always book a movie or a TV show. Except lately, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I haven't more TV shows, really. No, but I don't get an audition. I got an audition for me to go fuck yourself. I didn't get it. Wow. When you got one line that cries to Steve Martin and you don't get it, you're not doing well, okay? So you still audition a pretty good bit. You still audition a decent amount. If they have something, they'll call me and I'll put it on tape. Or lately, they've been doing Zoom ones, which I'm fucking shocked. But I'm not booking anything. But you like it, though. It's something you like, though. No, I like booking. I don't like working. I see. My dick gets hard when I get that call. My dick gets hard when I go in the room and there's other actors and then they look at you like, what are you doing here? And you're like, really, motherfucker? Let me show you what I'm doing here, bitch. Yeah. And then they call you. But then when they call you for wardrobe, you're like, come on, guys. What the fuck? Well, you're coming for wardrobe and then you come back for this and then park and then we're going to do a table read on Tuesday. And you're like, guys, quit jerking everybody off. Wasting people's time and money. No. So that's my secret. I love booking.
That is a good moment when somebody calls you and says, you got something.
Listen, they made you an offer, but you're like, fuck yeah. Fuck that punk in the audition.
Yeah, fuck that.
I remember going to audition one time, and the guy told us in the audition, go home. I already did the job. I already worked with this guy. He's going to give me the job anyway. And then I booked it, and I saw him at the store like a week later. Did you ever hear from him? I go, bitch, I booked it. He was pale. He was fucking pale. But what I was telling you was, the truth was, I'm going to tell you the honest to God truth. I always had a problem with comedy. I'm not the best comedian, but I'm a good storyteller. And I always knew if I had a chance to tell my story, it would change things. If it didn't, then I'll go away into the hills quietly. You ever watch HBO boxing? Like 15 years ago?
Yeah. Joe Frazier or whatever?
Yeah. Like
Roy Jones Jr.?
Yeah, like anything 20 years ago with boxing. You know, you look at a guy that's a boxer or a UFC fighter. Yeah, right? You're like, look at this fucking guy. Tattoos, he's talking all this shit, you know. But then they do those things, you know, 20 for 20, like those HBO would do, like, let's talk to Theo at his house, you know. So I know Theo's got a hat, Louisiana, he's got Icy Mike, this, that, but now I get to see you with your mother. Yeah, I get to see you with your dad, I get to see you with your kids, I get to see that. Fucking Theo has a farm. I didn't know that. And he gets up in the morning after training 2 hours, and he goes to the farm and works 8 hours, and then he picks his kid up from school, cooks for them, then he goes back to fucking train, then he goes back over there and puts his kids in showers, then he fucking, you know, you're like, I thought this guy was just a fucking sack of shit. Yeah, that was my thing, right? But I knew if I could tell my story digitally, like detail by detail, I could get somewhere. And I was like, just go up there. And for 2 months, we're doing what people do. So what do you think about me, Diddy? You know, that's not a podcast, right? It's fucking an extension of the news. When you get into the nuts and bolts with people, and you, like I told you, I had nothing going on in my career until I told the story that I moved to hooker and lit up Wigan on fire. Yeah. And all of a sudden, I was selling 150 tickets a show, and you're like, I've done fucking all this stuff, and nobody ever wanted to buy a ticket. But I tell the most awkward stories. So what do guys like me and you do? Tell them more disgusting stories of your life. Yeah. And they ate them up.
Get it out. Well, people can relate to stuff, dude. Especially with hookers, man. I remember doing drugs, and then I would like negotiate with hookers online, right? Because I didn't have any money, so I'm sitting there like, I'm not like price gouging or whatever they call it, but I'm like, you know, like, I'm like, how about this? Just stay for maybe 40 minutes or whatever, to, you know, to give me like, you know, $75 off the amount or whatever. And I was always so high. This would happen to me every time, Joey. A woman of the night or whatever, escort would come over. I'd be so high, I'd be scared. I'd hand the money out of the door, open the door a little bit, fucking hand them the money, and have them go home, right? 90% of the time, because I was so scared. I don't know even know why I would do it, and I would do that 2 or 3 times in a night, right? So one time, dude, I remember one time this Russian lady, she had to go or something, right? And I was fighting. She asked me to watch her dog, right, at her fucking place. I went over there, and she asked me to watch her dog, and I couldn't understand what she was saying. I thought she wanted to do, like, blood stuff or something. But then she just was trying to get me to watch this fucking dog, dude. So the whole conversation was just ridiculous, bro. Because I kept kind of touching her butt, and she kept kind of pointing at this puppy. I'm just like, what am I doing, dude?
I would be petrified to call a hooker.
Oh, it was so scary.
Petrified. And never mind on coke, like I wanted to. Trust me, you're not the only guy that got fucking secret fucking desires. Whenever you do coke and you're by yourself, you're trying to call a freak that's gonna take the ride with you. I can never do it. I can never fucking do it. And if I got somebody to come over, if I jerked off before they come over, then I wouldn't even open the door. Yeah. I keep that little bit of coke. Fuck you, ain't getting none of this. Oh, yeah. You ain't getting none of this. Yeah, I'm out of coke. I'm out of coke. I crash a fucking aspirin and give it to them.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, like I feel so bad. Once a hooker was coming over one time, I remember putting on like I didn't want to even seem like I did coke or whatever, so I like remember put on like an apron or something to make it seem like I was like cooking around my house, like just being like an organized guy. You know, like what the fuck? What a loser, dude! She's probably like, it's 3:30. This guy's a fucking chef over here. I just wanted to look like I was doing something important or whatever, and I didn't have like a, you know, that was the closest thing I had to like a uniform, I guess, or whatever was that. But
I would love to sit with like a fucking, I don't know, one of those psychotherapists that's analyzing people for drugs or something, and just sit there with them for 3 days and tell them the stupid shit that. And it's not even stupid. It's fucking hilarious when you look at it. Yeah. When you think about it years later, you're like, that was fucking like a couple weeks ago I came down here, the 420, I came down here for a weekend. And I was thinking about in '86 when the Mets won the series or something, I forget what it was. I went to New York to pick up like a couple ounces of coke. I was bringing them back to Colorado. And when I got there, the guy I went to see said to me, your coke is ready to go. You got it. You got a house. You can stay at my house. He goes, I got to leave. I got to go away for 3 days to a wedding in Connecticut or something. He goes, I forgot you were coming. I hooked you up. You're good to go. We went to eat at the fucking airport. Then he drove me to the house. He goes, the coke's in there. Go in. My sister's there. My mom. They left me the whole fucking house. I get in there. The fucking hot water heater blew up. And the power went out. So, you know, guys like me and you. I wasn't leaving till Sunday. I called some of my friends, but they were fucking busy, and I stayed in that house from Friday to Sunday, snorting coke with a candle, and with my pants rolled up because it was all water. So I'm walking around like Jethro Tull, that album from Jethro Tull, with a mirror, navigating myself through the water in this fucking basement with a candle, snorting coke. The sister's like 16. She's down there snorting coke with me. I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna go to jail.
It's a damn underground railroad.
Yeah, he would call me every hour. Like, how's it going over there? I'm here with your sister and mom, snorting fucking coke in this fucking, you know. Nobody would believe that. I stayed there till Sunday. And then I get to the airport, Kennedy Airport. It's fucking freezing out. Everybody's got jackets on. There was no tunnels there. You had to walk out and get on the plane. Everybody had jackets on. Dog, I've been doing coke for 3 days. When I walked out, they had a t-shirt on and steam was coming out of me. And people were looking at me like, what the fuck is he on, right? Like, you can't. That was like a whole afternoon. Then I got on the plane and I was so coked out. I had the hours before the plane took off. They came to me and said, you can't keep getting up and going to the bathroom. I was going every 8 minutes to the bathroom to blow it up. And then when the plane took off, I actually took the blanket, put it over my head, put the lunch tray down, crushed it up, and I would snort and then pop my head up. And I'm like, nobody knows I'm getting high. But the clinker of that whole fucking day.
Like Punxsutawney Phil, dude.
Dog, it was not. This was every week.
8 more weeks of 8
You gotta remember, this was going on in our lives once a week. It's crazy. And then I go to, because in those days, the planes had like a little bar. You could order from the bar. And I remember that. I'll never forget this little black Olympic bar. Like black.
Wow, on the airplanes.
In the 80s and 90s, shit. You had fucking planes and bars. Yeah. People's Express was a plane that went out of business. A company that went out of business. They had a piano. No, the guy would play upstairs. There were double-decker planes. This shit today, I don't know what the fuck's going on. No bars, no nothing.
Traffic.
Yeah, you go on a plane now, you go on a plane to sit there like a commie and look straight ahead. In the 80s and 90s, you were on a plane, you party, and you could move around and talk to people.
That's what Ric Flair always says. He always says about how great it was on planes.
Oh my God, I could come up to Theo and go, Theo, buy Theo a drink, buy that lady in row 3 a drink, and all of a sudden you're picking up chicks on a plane, dog. Come on. Bar.
Come on, Mike.
So I go to the bar. I order whatever, a Southern Comfort, orange juice, whatever the fuck I'm drinking. And Theo, as I'm talking to him, it's just me and him at the bar. A fucking Coke rock falls out of my nose and lands on the lint. And me and him are looking at it like to see who's going to speak first. And I look up, And I'm looking at the plane. I go, I fell off the plane there. And I got back in my seat. I was never so embarrassed. Look, I was doing shit that nobody. I remember going on a date with a girl to a fucking net Philadelphia 6 again.
Oh, high on coke?
No, I had a half ounce in my pocket. I was holding it for later in case she didn't want to go home with me. Yeah. You know, the first quarter I'm talking, I told her, we're not getting nowhere. I go, fuck this. I'm going to get it. You want a drink? She goes, yeah, I'll take a drink. I went to the bar to get a drink at the net game. The bartender had a bow tie on. This is like a Theo story. He had a bow tie on, very decent guy. And I'm like, yeah, like, let me get a double. Let me get another one. And also I go, you want to do a line? The guy's like, yeah. This is 1984.
Right, he got that cock on it,
I'm
baby.
at a net basketball game. I got the bartender in the back doing lines. By the end of the night, he had his fucking bow tie off. He disconnected the computer. He was just pouring them in and giving them to people. I didn't go back to that seat till 3 minutes left. Wow. That girl was like, what happened to you? I'm like, you're not going to believe it. I had a good time. I had a good fucking time sitting next to your fucking tight ass fucking telling me. I mean, that's the shit that happens all the fucking time.
Yeah, anything could. It used to feel like anything could
happen. Anything could happen. Like, yeah, we're going to go here, but listen, there was a time when there was a $39 flight to Miami. After midnight in Newark, after midnight, it was 39. It was like 59 all day, like just to Miami, straight shots in 84. But from midnight to it was like $29. Oh my God! You get on that plane and there be 200 people fucking whack. You know how you go, wow, the coke. What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Call Timmy, call Mikey, call Louie. Nobody's around. Fucking, let's go to Miami. That's what people would do. They get on that plane with the last two lines and pray to God until they get to the airport. No, it was crazy. That's how crazy it used to be. After midnight, on the hour, every hour to Miami. Why would you want to go to Miami? What would make you want to go to Miami at 2 in the morning?
Cocaine, brother.
Yeah.
And women. Or men. If you like men, I don't like them. But women.
But you have 1,000 of those stories. Thousands. And I have thousands of them. Thousands of them. You know, fucking getting high and not getting anywhere. That's all it is.
That's the truth of it. Is after you look at it over a long period of time, it's like getting high and not getting
anywhere. You know, you're talking about that shit about giving the hooker money. Listen, man. How did I quit smoking cigarettes? I forced myself. I bought an 8-ball and I didn't take no cigarettes home because I knew once I had that 8-ball in me, I'm not walking to 7-Eleven. So I stayed in that apartment all night, 8 hours with no fucking cigarettes on an 8-ball. The next day I didn't need to smoke. I had already beat it in my mind. That's how I quit smoking cigarettes. I bought an 8-ball. And no cigarettes to go. Oh.
Yeah, I just miss a time when anything could happen. I've told this story before, but I went one time. I used to love telling people that people had died, right? One of my favorite things to do, tell people like a famous person had died, right? Like we go to lunch or whatever, I'd be like, oh, so-and-so died, whatever, and just we could talk about it during lunch, and they leave lunch, right? And they find out at some point that they didn't die. I'm like, what the fuck? I just talked to this guy for an hour about over here, right? So,
take a piss real quick.
Oh yeah, take a piss, man.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man. You good, man? You feel all right?
Yeah, I just had a pee. I was holding it.
I hate that. It burns me up. Yeah, dude. I remember one time I had a escort or whatever. I hate to hooker. I feel like, but do hookers like the term hooker? They don't care.
They don't care as long as you pay them.
Yeah. So yeah, and I always paid, but yeah, this hooker got sick one time, and I remember I stayed over there for like a day and a half taking care of her.
Really?
Yeah, in West Side, Beverly Hills. And
you ever talk to anyone?
No, we texted for a while, and then I changed my number. But I think it was fine. We didn't even speak really the same language that much. I think she spoke like Slovakian maybe or something. And but we were, definitely had been doing drugs, but that was that, I saw my mother. I went and surprised my mom for Mother's Day.
How was it?
It was pretty cool. Went over to Tucson. She was doing good, man. I got over there and I go to her house, right? And I'd never been there. I'd never been to the house that she lives in, but she's only been there for maybe about a year and a half. But so I go, I'm knocking on the door, and I'm like, she's not answering. I'm like, oh man, don't tell me like they'll finally come to see her, you know, and that would be my mom, you know, because that's how she is. I finally come to visit, and she goes, he died just to show me up, you know, like I could see her doing this shit. But I look through the window, through the blinds, and through the back blinds, it's open, and she's laying out in the back in the bikini, right? Because my mom will, like, the one time she would spend by herself, she would get in her bikini and get herself a can of beer and go lay on the side of the house.
Your mom, you don't mind me asking?
She's probably 74, maybe.
Wow, you're lucky, man.
She's getting.
You don't see her a lot.
She's growing up. I see her like probably twice a year. I'm trying to do a little bit more. This is the first time I'd ever went and like visited my mother in years. You know, like she never asked. She never like says like I want you to come. You know, she doesn't like to assert herself into things, really. You know, she likes to kind of keep her distance, I think, in some ways. But anyway, so I look through the thing and I see her in the back in that bikini in the chair, and it brought all the memories back when I was a kid. Sometimes, like if she'd had enough, she'd fucking go lay out in the side yard and with a fucking can of beer, you know, and fucking probably look. Our whole apartment complex was always sinking in the mud. We was always fucking fighting with the landlord. It's like, give us $45 off. We're fucking, you know, the dinner table's 2 inches lower than it was last week, you know? So mom's chair would be up there just slowly. We thought that bitch was going to disappear.
Now, who she live with?
She lives by herself.
And who's down there with her?
Nobody. She likes to be by herself. She's always like gone. Like even when I was young, she always was going. That's one thing I remember about her. She always had to go. That's the one thing I think I remember the most about my mom. She always had to go. She always had to go to work. She always had to move away. Just how she's built, you know, something inside of her. It's hard for her to stay right there.
Well, that's where you get it from.
I know.
Me too. Hey, listen, we were talking about that before. We didn't really.
That's where I get it from.
You know, I'm in the same boat as you. You sit there and you go, nobody calls me to do anything. And when they do call, you know, I'm living a life now off of Bill Hicks. That's what I'm doing now. Bill Hicks had the greatest joke that couldn't be any truer. Marijuana does not make you lazy. It just makes you realize that what you're going to do just ain't worth doing. And that's where I'm at in my point in my life now. This day is I go, you know what? For me to get into this party, I got to drive an hour and a half. By the time I get back, I got to get shit. You know, there's just 1,000 variables. You give yourself excuses.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy says that when you
Yo,
spend time alone,
how are you?
for a while, you like it.
What's good, Wink? Wink, how'd we meet? That's right. You were here last night, right? You were here last night? Or early this morning? Yeah, how you been? How's that been? Excellent. And prior to this stage of your life, what did you do? And how was that? All right. And why was it failing? Okay. And all right, I've got you. So, what's new in your life? Making robots. Word dog. Yeah, I am making robots and just living life and just doing my best to go viral, my friend. What 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 Discords aside from the FAG one are you in? Aside from the FAG server, what other um Discords have you been in? Yeah, I know that one. Okay, how's that? Why do you, why do you feel they have drama in there? Yeah, why do you think they have drama? Okay. So the Mirage one. Okay. And so the Mirage one. How about what other ones? How about the FAG one? How's that one been? Why don't you like it? Yeah, I totally get that. Um, I don't think, I mean, I've talked with people in there, but I don't enjoy it. I live streamed my life in there for like maybe 4 months or so, and um, I would get some people. That's how I met H2, who was really nice, but he's about the only person who ever came in from there. Maybe a couple other people, but the people in there are very. I'm not saying everyone, but the term that would commonly be used that I've seen used on the internet is toxic. They're just like wanting to fight each other, wanting to make fun of people. They did they did this thing they wanted to do with me. So I went in there and I did like an AMA. So I let them ask me any question that they wanted, and they were cool with that. But then they wanted to do this thing called a like a whirlwind or something like that, a fat whirlwind or a like basically they wanted to get all their troll friends in there and ask me as many questions in an hour as possible. And I was like, well, I don't want to necessarily do that because questions can be posed in an unfair manner. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, there are loaded questions like, do you still beat your dog? Okay. Well, no, 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 no. Think about this question. Uh, I don't have a dog, and I've never beat my dog. But the question is like, or like, do you still beat your wife? Is the classic one that's. I don't have a wife. I've never been married. Do I beat my wife? No. Do I still beat her? I've never had a wife. But then if they say yes or no, say yes or no, do you still beat your wife? Well, if you answer no, then it's like, oh well, but you used to beat her. No, wait a second. No. And then if you answer yes, well then you still beat her. And so there are some questions that are either leading or unfair. And I said, look, I answered all the questions that you wanted here, but I don't want to be ganged up on either. Nobody wants. If you want to talk with me, feel free to come to my server and I'll give you as much time to talk with me as you want. But to basically say, okay, well, within 1 hour, we're going to ask you as many questions as we want. And it's like, not even like the questions that they'll ask are like just very inappropriate, but the fact that they can do it in a crowd allows them to anonymize themselves a little bit. And there were especially some people in there who I feel just didn't have my best interest at heart, and so I just basically like even the name is very off-putting of the server, but then like and they know that they're doing that. They think that's funny, and I just think it's immature. The way that I found out about it is, I found out about that server. So do you happen to know who? And I don't expect you to, but who Music Biz Marty was? Okay, so he was a guy who came to fame, so to speak, on the internet by trolling people, trolling influencers on YouTube. And I was someone that he put his target on at one point, except he didn't have anything to make fun of me about. He came in and he had like 300 people watching me at once, and he asked me all these questions and I answered them. And he basically said to his group of people like that, I don't really have anything here. There's nothing really to make fun of this person for. They're just basically streaming their life. They're not like they don't have any opinions that are really that controversial or anything like that. So a lot of his community actually joined my community, and I got to be friends with some of them, and really good friends with at least one of them. And well, it turns out that he invited me to stream in his Discord, so I did that for like I don't know a number of months, and somebody from the fish tank community, that alt fish tank one, came in there and was like thinking that I would be a perfect person to troll for them to troll. And after he came in here and found out about me, he realized like there's nothing really to troll. I mean, I will admit like what I do is avant-garde or unusual, but nevertheless, I give people a portal into my life. I talk about world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst. Is that bad? No. I mean, these are like positive characteristics for many people. And so it turned out the guy who originally found me, the Music Biz Marty guy, ended up overdosed. I think we think. I know. I live streamed his funeral. It was quite a beautiful service. But then it was like nobody was really doing his Discord anymore. So I went into the fish tank Discord, and I was told that the guy who does fish tank, I believe his name is Sam Hyde. Is that correct? He They sometimes recruit from that Discord. So I was like, okay, well, great. Maybe like everybody tells me you should be on that show, and so well, they're like you have more time than basically all of those people combined. Um, and so I did a video for Sam Hyde, and I heard through the grapevine Sam Hyde doesn't like Jewish people at all. Like, and yeah, it's on his Wikipedia and stuff, but he can have his own beliefs. But I just heard that from the grapevine, somebody responded to me, he's never going to have a Jew on that show. And it was like, okay, yeah. And it's like, okay, that's fine. Um, but I tried, and nevertheless, I'll try in this fish tank group. And, I only have so many devices, though I do have more than average person. I don't have unlimited. So if I'm going to shoot life in your Discord, usually I like people to like have some interaction with me, or if anything, they'll have some curiosity and they'll come in here and I'm able to meet them. And just that Discord was like very they could be cruel to people, and I just was like, not that I'm still not in it, I am, but I don't stream in there anymore very much. I also get an issue that happens in Discords a lot where they'll move me to another, like there will be no one. Yeah, there will be no one in a VC. I'll be the only person in the whole VC, and I'll join the VC and I'll start streaming there for 1 or 2 or 3 days. And then people, when they want to join a VC, they join my VC because there's already somebody in there. And then all of a sudden, 25 people are in that VC. And then all of a sudden, somebody's like, "Who's this person?" And then they ask a moderator to move me out, and then they'll put me, another VC. And since I'm not paying. Exactly. And I'm not paying attention to it. So then I'll find that, like, whoa, what happened here? And that would happen constantly in there. Now, I don't think anything bad of the people in that Discord. I think what a lot of the things that a lot of the people in there have been really nice. H2 is really nice. And some of the other people I've met in there. But go ahead. Yeah, no, I definitely get that. That's why I say you have to be 18 to be in here. And yeah, no, I totally get that. So like when you join this VC, there should be a warning that pops up that says you must be 18 to join this. Yeah. Okay. I mean, there is. Everybody has to go through that. And then I I do still get kids who meet me somewhere online. They don't meet me. I shouldn't say that. They see my profile online. They click it exactly. They come in here. The first questions that I ask people are you 18? If they don't sound 18. And then if they do, I ask them, "And what year were you born?" Quick answer. And they, if they have to think about it, then they're not 18. But if they're like, "Oh, I was born in 1989," okay, well then you pass the test. But if they're like, I was born in because someone who's 18 years old knows what year they were born and knows that they don't have to do any kind of calculations. In fact, it was really, I had this girl who came in earlier last week, and she comes in and she sounds young, and I say, "How old are you?" And she's like 18, and I'm like 18, or are you 18? She's like, "I'm 18," and I'm like, "Okay, and what year were you born? Quick!" And she's like, 2007, and I was like, "That makes you 18. Okay, so did you already have a birthday this year?" She's like, "Yeah, it was January 27th." I was like, "Oh, okay, so you're like 18 and like 6 months old or something like that, or 9 months old." She's like, "Yeah, I'm a senior in high school, but I'm 18." And I was like, "Oh, well, I mean, I guess like that passes the test, okay." And I asked her a few other times, you are 18 years old?" She's like, "Yeah, I am. I can, like do everything that an adult can do. It's just I was held back in school for a year." And so we talked about what she wanted to do as a career and things like that. And she's very nice, but I am very strict on that. Now I had some kid today who like presses that they're 18, and they turn out that they're, I don't even know how old they are, but I can tell that they're just not 18. And so I'll explain to them that you have to be 18, and I ban them, and I put in the comments why they were banned. They were 18, and I have an appeal server. So if I've ever banned anybody, I have banned people who were 17, and then they turn 18 and they ask if they can be let in, and then I let them in. So that happens too. Yeah. And if you were to take every person who's ever joined my server and hold them, are they all 18? I mean, I don't check people's IDs, so I can't say for sure, but at least totally weird practice. And some Discord servers are really strict about that. And they're like, oh, yeah, you have to be holding your username and a piece of paper with the date and the name of the server. You have to do all kinds of things like that. And then you get into the server and nobody's in there and nobody does anything in there. Yeah. And so it's like, wait, I did all this work to verify for you to verify. And I know you're like, well, why don't store the data? But how the fuck do I know that? Or like that exactly. Exactly. And so I don't enjoy very much that process. So I just ask verbally, and then I put that thing that says you're 18. Now, I could make it the whole server age verified, but then it's not available on iOS, which doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So I just make sure that if you're in here, at least in this VC, you have to be 18. And there you can check all of the other chats and all of the other, uh all of the other calls that I have in this. There are 500 of them. None of them are inappropriate for children by any means or anything like that. So I feel confident. Yeah. But for people who I mean, to me, I feel as if, and I think Twitter does this, but this was an interesting one. So this girl, I was in. This happened earlier this weekend. I was in a Twitter space that was. I had my camera on, and this girl comes in, and she's really cool. Why do I say she's really cool? Oh, I asked her what her hobbies are, and the first thing she says is strolling. I'm like, strolling, like walking? Yeah. I'm like, who says strolling? And she's like, well, everybody says walking, but I like to stroll. I was like, okay, that's cool. Like normally I hear like all kinds of bullshit, but I'm like, okay, cool. Um, and then I'm like, hey, do you want to join my Discord? And she's like, yeah. Now I'm assuming since she's on Twitter and you have to be 18 to be on Twitter, that she's 18. So then I send her the link and she's like, oh, it says it's age restricted. And I said, it is. How old are you? And she's like, I'm 17. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. You can't be in there. But, best wishes to you. And I'm sure our paths will cross somewhere on the internet in the future, but not right now. And, but like that happens to me very often. And I do my best for any of the content that I have to make sure, like even every YouTube video that I do where there's a thing that says, is this made for kids? I always say no, though it's kind of an interesting thing because it's not made for kids. It's not like I'm doing anything bad on it, but it's just one of those things where the YouTube algorithm likes to pump things to children and likes to not pump other things to children. So long story short, if you do ever have a Discord of your own, that's a big part of it is just making sure that people are. Yeah, and I wish there was a I wish that, right, exactly, that these platforms had a little, it'd be very easy for them to have a little setting on your phone or on your device or on your account that says do not interact with anyone under 18, and you just click that. Yeah, no. Yeah, I think they like the anonymity of what Discord can be, but in my opinion, it's a breeding ground for some inappropriate things. If you just had a setting you could turn on as a user that says I don't want to interact with anybody under 18, then I wouldn't see these people's accounts. They wouldn't see my account, and basically we could still interact on the platform, but just not with each other. But they don't have that. I don't understand that. I know YouTube is working on a thing where they go through your commonly viewed videos, and then if they suspect that you are not 18, you have to upload your ID, which really, yeah. But what kids are doing, or like people under 18, they're just watching like tax videos, or like things that they think adults watch, like how to prepare for Social Security or how to do your taxes, and then that tricks the algorithm into thinking that they're older than they are. And I, yeah, I mean, it's smarter than to do that, but at a certain point, I think that it'll just the entire internet. You'll need like an internet license to be able to be on it. I think that these are the final days of the wild wild west of the internet, and I take advantage of them the best I can, where I stream my life from so many different ways, and I've got all these different accounts. You know what Palantir is? Oh boy, well, you're gonna learn. So Palantir is this super scary company that was started by Peter Thiel, who is the person who worked with Elon Musk to make PayPal. So, like, basically, Elon Musk took all his money and went into Tesla and SpaceX and all that other shit. Well, Peter Thiel took all his money, or a lot of it, and made something called Palantir, which is this organization that it's their goal to collect all the internet data possible. So, all the cookies on the internet, all government records on the internet, all DMV records, all criminal and civil cases that have ever been filed, and to create profiles on people. And this company is now worth billions of dollars, and it's super creepy. They basically have said that they want to know everything about you. Okay, so then recently, this just happened recently. These two graduate students from Harvard. Do you know what meta glasses are? The ones with the camera in them. It's a no, it's just like a camera. The Meta glasses that they're like from Meta. Like, okay, so basically what they did is they created a program that used facial recognition to look up someone's Instagram account and then search the internet for everything about them. And they took these videos of themselves going up to random people at like the park, and they'd be like, "Hey, are you Jane Doe?" And the person would be like shocked, like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Is your address 123 Main Street?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." And they'd be like, "Is your mom uh Sarah, and is your dad David?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, how do you know all this stuff about me?" And they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you're a electrical engineer at Boeing, right?" Because it could go through like LinkedIn and all this other shit that was linked to them on the internet, and they started freaking people out. Then they'd go to like random, like, there's this one video, they find this random guy in a subway, and they go up to him and they're like, "Hey, are you um Muhammad Al Sadin?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Oh, did you publish this paper on like Islamic like this is Islamic charity?" And he's like, "Yeah, I did. How do you know this?" And like, "Oh, we read it. It was really good. We're big fans of yours." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And like goes on with his day like, "Wow, that was weird. Like, how am I that famous that this?" But basically, these glasses just told them everything that they needed to know about people exactly, instantaneously. And it would also, it was freak. It's like it's a pretty popular viral video that's going around. So anyway, well, I'd never seen it work as well as it does. And all these people had to do was just wear these glasses, and anybody they looked at, it would tell you everything about them. There's another thing that I saw recently where this band like basically put a camera on the crowd, and it did facial recognition on everybody in the crowd, like instantaneous. Yeah, they do, but they don't show the crowd what they're seeing, and it told all this stuff about them, and like delve. Yeah, exactly, and delve through all their social media profiles. So, what am I getting at? Well, basically, in the future, the very near future, you won't be able to just create a billion different accounts like I have and live stream your. Everybody will have like one account that they get to use. You have one Twitter account or X account, one YouTube account, one Snapchat account, one Discord account. Like you'll be stuck on that. And if you mess it up, then you know you probably won't have access to it anymore because they'll consider the internet to be a privilege, not a right, which I don't necessarily agree with, but okay. So just like with driving, they say it's a privilege, not a right. All right, but there's a right to travel, and like there are arguments to be made about that. But anyway, the idea is that this company is taking over the internet, and they are basically harvesting everyone's data, and I'm not going to be able to do this forever. I know that. Well, I'd like to, and if I get famous enough, then yeah, I would be able to do it forever because they would. I'd be able to have enough power to be like, hey, I need multiple accounts because I'm shooting from multiple um, uh, angles and things like that. But just as an independent individual, these are the last days that people are going to be able to do that. So I'm taking advantage of them as best I can, and um, basically, I don't have anything to hide, and I give the world a view, and I give the people of the world a portal into my life. And I gave those people in the fish tank server a view into my life. Did you see that the newest fish tank, at least like this summer's one, had to be canceled? Yeah, so apparently like they just rented out like an Airbnb that wasn't um it was not zoned for like commercial use. Exactly. And so they had to stop that. But it's just a matter of time. I mean, I know Kick, Kick, the streaming platform. They did it's called like Kick House or something like that, and they just rented a house in like Thailand, I think, and they just had a bunch of its creators in there. It's basically what Big Brother was. Or do you remember the show on MTV, The Real World? It's just like that, and just basically watching people's interactions with each other, and yeah, so basically just with H2, I totally understand you bailing on his server, and how do you know the person was underage? Well, yeah, I mean, that's not. I get what you're saying, but it wasn't official. Yeah, I get that. He just wants his server to grow, though. So I get that. Yeah, no, I get that. Um, I well, I'm in some really big servers that they let children in the server because they have 5 million people in the server. Literally 5 million people. Yeah, they're working on 6 million. This person sent me an invitation. I didn't even know that these things got this big. Yeah, they sent me an invitation. Somebody a few days. It's called "Steal a Brain Rot," and it has 5,486,100 members, and that's a big server. That's like a giant server. So I just keep an account in there all the time because people click on it and then they come in here and they join my server, and that's like 5 times bigger than as big as you used to only be able to have a server with 1 million people, and then they recently um these guys Discord I think increased it to 10 million, so now you can have 10 million people in the server, and they're doing their. But frankly, this server came out of nowhere, and I knew where all the. I mean, like on Discord and the Discord servers that are publicly listed, this one was never on there, and I still don't know what it is. I think it has something to do. Well, I was gonna say, I think since it came out of nowhere, it probably is, but it's very active. If you look in the VCs, there are tons of people in there. Now you can't. Exactly. I yeah, I mean, yeah, I imagine there are more than 1,000 because the VCs are always full. They just always have people in them. So, but yeah, I'm in agreement with you. And if that's what their plan was, it worked, and it worked with me because exactly. But like that server, I'm sure not everybody's in there is 18. It's a big Portuguese server, which is the other thing too. Like I don't even know what people are saying in there a lot of times. Um, and then the other big servers are like I don't know, like the Fortnite server is really big and the Valorant server is really big, and um, they don't require people to be 18 years old. Though I again wish there was some kind of setting that made it so that you couldn't interact with anybody under 18, or that people under 18 could not interact with people over 18. I really don't understand why that's not a rule of the internet, but it's not, and or at least an option. So anyway, there are just some of these servers that are so big that there isn't really a way around it. Do you do fantasy football? Yeah, do you do fantasy football? You don't do it at all? Oh, okay. Well, I understand that. All right. Well, it is um it's a lot of fun. If you ever have the opportunity to do it, I highly recommend it. Anyway, um my what do I want to call them? My um what do I want to call this? My picks just went through at midnight, and so I just got to see what my teams are going to do, and that's good. Everything that I wanted to go through basically went through, so that's good. Anyway, um, and, and with the streaming that I do, I make really good friends who of all ages. I mean, like Brandon in here, he's 21. Miss Aquarius, she's my age, and so long as people are 18, I don't really mind them being in here. They can be in here as long as they want. They can live in here, frankly, and I really enjoy it. I mean, it's the middle of the night, and they sleep in here, and I think that's great. There's something about like people always wanting to like how do I want to put it? Um, there's something to always wanting to have a human connection wherever you are on the internet, if that makes sense. There's something of value to some people. And so I let exactly. So what's on your agenda for the rest of the week? All right, is that a good thing? Okay. And are you going to do anything this weekend? Okay. On what do you gamble? Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, so you like casino games. What casino games do you play? Okay, what do you do with it? Yeah, but couldn't you just program it to fool the user? Yeah, but do you, all right. I don't know a lot of people who make a lot of money on stake. They usually lose money. You find that you make money on stake? Okay. Have you ever withdrawn like real money in real life? Oh, so no, I I understand. So you withdraw from Kick in crypto? Yeah, not Kick. Apologies, Stake. Yeah. Oh, okay. I've heard that Stake is a very big money laundering platform for that, which I imagine is so. Basically, you can, let's say you need to launder money, you take your money. Exactly. Okay, that makes it different. I
I get what you're saying. Man, I get some people who come in here and they like to gamble in here and have me watch them and comment, and they just leave their asses so quickly. Yeah, they lose it very quickly. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Totally get what you're saying. All right, and do you do you know what your overall record is? I know that one. I know that one because I know someone who gambles on it. Right. Okay. No way. Wow. All right, big dog. Well, I don't want your phone to die. You know you're always welcome here. Well, thank you for being so kind this morning when I wanted to sleep and you were like, "No, I'll come back another time." I'm glad that we got to catch up. Okay, when you were gambling on uh BC games, were you have you ever been able to withdraw from there? Oh, okay, great. And you were able to take it up. Right. But you did. Wow. Okay, and then were you able to withdraw it in cash or in crypto? Oh, very cool. If you ever look at the ratings on BC games, they're like a lot of people say it's extremely sketchy. Right. So what games do you like to play on it? Okay, so that one, and what else? Wait, dude. I've watched a guy play Extreme Lightning Roulette a lot. Is that the one where they have? I could be wrong, but is it a live dealer and they spin the wheel and you just it's just like roulette, right? Is it a live person who does it? Did your phone die?
they just don't know if anybody else has gone through it or they feel crazy. Then, when I started channeling the spirit, they had me into the kitchen area. It was our where we had our equipment set up in the boxes and stuff. So that was like our staging area for our stuff. And so they sat me at the table. They were trying to like calm everything down. Like I wasn't like freaking out. They knew I wasn't myself. Like I wasn't talking by myself. They were trying to ask me questions. They figured let's ask her questions. So while they're trying to talk to me, what I do remember is feeling like my throat just, I felt like I was screaming on top of my lungs, and there was this like crazy feeling going on inside of me, and I just wanted to go. I wanted to get somewhere. I felt like I wanted to go upstairs. And I'm trying to go up the stairs, and they kept blocking me. They might have actually pulled me out of the house like I was like a criminal, and I got held down against a tree, and they didn't know what to do, and I was like, get off. Like I had 3 men holding me down, and I was still pulling them off. Like I don't know, I had like super strength. It was insane. I wound up getting against a tree. They called at the time I was married. He was the founder of the group. They called him to come to put the other house. They're like, "Did you want to go?"
Shannon, were you out of control?
I can't say. I want to say yes, considering the fact that they were holding me down and all this other stuff. I might have been a little out of control, but I don't think I was out of control. I think I was frightened. I wasn't trying to be aggressive. I was trying to go upstairs. Now, they thought I was trying to go up to the attic. There's this little area where there's a fireplace. The old homes, how they have the fireplaces go all the way through, but there's like a hole and you can kind of slide in. They thought I was going to jump through, but if I jumped through, I wasn't going anywhere. You know what I mean? Like I'd be stuck in the hole. They would pull me out.
Chimney like Santa Claus.
Not necessarily in the chimney, around the outside, because the outside it kind of goes through the thing, but it's like a little hole. I can't explain it.
Before this had happened, had you had other paranormal experiences?
Yes. Nothing to this extreme. This
extreme. It was based on her or based on you that made it happen then?
So I feel like it was a mixture, partially me freaking out, like what's going on in my body, partially her freaking out, like what the hell happened? Like I think it was an accident for both, who knows? But I feel like she wanted to go, I wanted to go up to the 3rd floor where the servants' quarters was. I wasn't trying to jump in a chimney hole, and they were holding me back. Part of me feels like had I been able to go where I needed to go, maybe things could have been settled differently, but I got blocked out of that. And when my husband came, he was like, I don't know who that is, put it in the back seat. So, we came home and it was a struggle from there, honestly. I didn't sleep.
Did you bring the entity back with you?
It wound up being becoming attached to me.
Oh my God.
With me. So yes, it did come back with me. It essentially, because I channeled him, when you're channeling, you're inviting something into you. I didn't channel that on purpose. That was not my goal for the moment, I was just kind of talking to it. And so that's what happened. I accidentally invited it in and it stayed.
And this was the entity of the woman who was murdered.
That's what I thought.
You mean that's what I thought?
No, it's not. It's something else.
I was going to say that the woman who was murdered probably wasn't violent or evil, but it sounds like you picked up something that was pretty bad. What was it?
Something pretty heavy. I can't tell you exactly what it was. I think that it was. I do think that it was like a mistress of some whatever jam, and I can't prove that. That's the vibe I get. I think that they had a connection tried to, I've talked to a lot of people in the paranormal about this that have been in the paranormal for like 20, 30 years and that work with, technology cases and stuff like that. And some of them, actually a lot of them agree that they feel as if, some say that they feel as if I kind of came back to myself, like past life. Others say that they feel as if it's been so long, kind of just integrated into one thing, like, so it's like kind of difficult to separate it at this point.
Has this entity tried to hurt you?
I have had really icky things happen. I have a book that I'm working on now that I get into all the details. There's things that happen that I don't think I can talk about on here. There are other things that have happened that I can't talk about. I would get these writings, these thoughts, these, automatic writings. And I started writing them out, and I realized she's telling me her story through these things, but they started to read out like poetry, but all of it didn't fit like poetry. So some of it I have to work into to make it fit or whatever. That's what I felt like I had to do. And it turns out when I did research, Thomas Halsey, who I thought that she was connected with in that romantic way, he studied poetry in Italy. He studied the poetry, he loved it, and his family inscription came from the Ars Poetica under the horns.
Hold on for a second, Shannon. We're going to take a short break, but we'll come back and talk more with Shannon Michelle Collins about her incredibly strange paranormal experience.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com. Stimulating talk. I'm Jordan Christmas in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California lawmakers have passed 2 education bills aimed at improving student protections. One creates a new Office of Civil Rights and Anti-Semitism Prevention to track and report anti-Semitism in schools and provide related training. The other bans schools from allowing ICE agents on campus without a court order. Bills are now headed to Governor Gavin Newsom's desk, and a father pled not guilty.
The ultimate celebration of music.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is happening this Friday and Saturday.
Live in Las Vegas at T-Mobile Arena. 16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And listen live on the free iHeartRadio app.
This Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Hey, this is Matt Jones. I'm Drew Franklin, and this is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel? That was my other big takeaway from me. What was that? Oh my! We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero with Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Dig below the surface in central Mississippi, and odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color looking back up at you. It's called Yazoo clay. There's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything buried in it.
It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect.
No. Over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them.
on the site of the old state asylum.
I may have thought they only found 1,000, and then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered?
The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that.
I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
From the producers who brought you Princess of Southfield comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple.
Well, the thing is that I actually every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app.
Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love? Art. His biggest fear? Everything.
So you just want to step out of the canvas and
When the perfect man walks into his life,
Well, I guess I'm saying I like it. That's right.
well, I don't know. I think so. He actually is too good to be true.
This is a con. I'm calling it.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close
Status check. Aristocratic. Nauseous. Wanting to get us.
and jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job? Listen to The Setup.
listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust and can have deadly consequences. I'm Dubin Arnett, investigative reporter with the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
Cause the thing get away with anything, okay?
Basically, they let this disappear if I do something to them.
They lie. They just lie.
Look like a drug like something out of it. You're on to it. You better smarten up.
I don't want to go to jail.
You didn't want to be labeled a rat. Not around here.
This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
San Francisco. High on a hill. It calls to me. To me, where little cable cars climb halfway to the stars. The morning fire made you the air. I don't care, my will is there. In San Francisco. And when DC, when I come home to you,
ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along. If you're eligible, sign up.
Absolutely. ParanormalDate.com. That's where you want to go if you're looking for that person just to hang out with people that think like you do. That's what it's all about. Find somebody that relates to the things you think about and like to go to ParanormalDate.com.
At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But you can't seem to find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay. Guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
You can't meet anyone right now. I can't find a website for my unique interests. That's 1 and 2.
Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com?
What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website. People like that stuff.
Interesting. I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com? Very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Oh, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien-chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works.
Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone.
Well, we've talked about it before, but scammers aren't just after your money, they're after your personal information. And with the rise of AI, they can create believable scams that could trick you into sharing info with the wrong people, wrong organization. Be sure to update your passwords often. Use multi-factor authentication and never give out your info without verifying the source. It is important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Lots of places accidentally exposing the personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Phones taken under your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix and guarantee you your money back. Now, it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code GEORGE. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE for 40% off. Terms apply.
House stealing is a nightmare that's real. Is the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one big document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Shannon Michelle Collins, as we talk about her paranormal life. So, Shannon, you bring this entity attachment home with you. You believe it's still with you to this day. How are you going to get rid of it?
I don't know if I can at this point. I think it's it's just kind of become a part of my everyday life. I have really weird things that happen in my life, but I don't know. I thought by sharing her story, that's what she wanted, and that would help. And I don't know if that's true anymore.
Well, by this time, have you figured out who she was?
It's hard to say because she won't give her name to anyone. So a lot of people have tried to read it. They can pick up on it. And it's weird because some people see her as this like motherly, like loving, embracing type of thing, and other people see her as like this thing that's like just hanging over me, like icky and it really just depends. It's really hard to say. I do feel like she initially was a part, the person itself was a part of the Shinnecock tribe. I do believe that she was forced into servantry for them, and I do believe that there was something that occurred between her and him. I cannot prove that, so that's just my theory. I don't want to upset anyone. I'm not trying to poke or whatever. That is what I have felt. That is what other people have felt along with me, but I cannot prove it because, well, one, they wouldn't have documented that back then. Two, even if they would have documented something, them documenting anything about a woman back then would be greater, according to the records that they do have. They did keep more records on the pigs that they had than they did on the women in the community. So I have no way of proving this. I don't have a name. And I thought people go dark like that, and they're like, and I can see why. Because they say like it's a darker, low level energy. I don't want to say the D word, but if it's one of those, they won't give their name. They don't want to give up their name. But for me, I feel the reason why she won't give her name is because when the settlers came into Southampton, they had agreements and they started to go against those agreements. And while the Shinnecock tribe was teaching them how to farm the land and working together with them on the whaling boats and all this other stuff, they began forcing them into servantry and changing their names and forcing them to go to their churches and not allowing them to practice their practices that they had. They had to do that in secret, which is why they lost a lot of their traditional stuff. That particular tribe, they have some of it, but that's because it was passed down in secret.
Shannon, with this entity attached to you, has it changed your personality or changed you in any way?
Yes, I was 200, almost 200 pounds. I was quiet. I was happy. I was always a little loud, don't get me wrong, and I always had a little bit of a fiery personality. But for the most part, I was really content. I was very happy with my marriage. I was just having a good time with my. I was in a really good place. And now I am 112 pounds. Complete personality shift, completely outgoing. I lost a lot of my friends that I had because they did not recognize me anymore. I went through a really hard time with my family. They did not recognize me anymore, and I didn't recognize any of these people either. So I had to really do a lot of work. Much closer with my family now, and it took a lot of work and understanding. And I'm so proud of my mom for being so understanding with this whole situation because it's not her thing, and it took her a long time.
Weight loss is probably pretty healthy.
spiritually related, but a lot of it was I probably lost like a good 40 pounds before I got sick with COVID. So it was a lot. My now ex-husband, it didn't ever run my marriage. So we wound up getting divorced this year. We are still maintaining a friendship, you know what I mean, and support system, but with obviously boundaries and things like that. But so I think that's great, you know, that we are still able to communicate, get along well, and you know, especially being that he is the founder of the group that I was part of for so long, and that is like my safety and for this kind of a thing when something goes wrong. So I never wanted to feel like, oh no, who do I go to now? You know, so I'm really grateful that at least we do still have that friendship there.
How does he feel about the attachment?
We both have regrets of me ever going there. He feels bad that he didn't, you know, what do we do? You know, he didn't know what we tried everything. You know, so
he believes you're not attached. This is not.
Oh, absolutely. I had a conversation with him maybe 2 months ago. I was driving home and I was having a moment, and I called him up and I was like, I need to know. Like, am I crazy? Did this actually happen? Like, is this in my head? Is this some sort of mental illness that I have a mental breakdown or whatever? And he's like, well, if you did, then it was you and about 10 other people at the same time. This we all see it, we all saw it, we all witnessed it. One I didn't get into is one of the ways that we tried to get rid of it is those writings that I did have went back there during COVID when it was closed down and everything and nobody was whatever. So we went in there, we put in a bunch of digital recorders, I want to say at least 5 throughout the house, a bunch of video cameras, a bunch of things that light up. And we also put in the recorder of me reciting the writings that I had. It was about 28 minutes long. And we set it up and we went outside and we put a timer on. And we waited. Nobody was in the house. And we just let that play through. We thought maybe that would help also. When we listened back to that stuff, we had probably definitely over 100, maybe close to 200 different EVPs. Not all Class A, not all perfectly clear. But yeah, and the kicker is my group is very strict with their evidence. So if it can be anything else, they will throw it out. So for them to acknowledge all of that, but the weirdest part was if this digital recorder here caught a voice, the one here did not catch that same thing, but it would catch something else. So none of the things that record audio captured the same stuff. Each one had its own separate stuff.
Might this entity be demonic?
There is a possibility. Sorry, it's not funny. There is a possibility.
Michelle, have you been with Shannon? Have you been to a priest for the exorcism?
No.
Why not?
I don't think so. I'm not really, I don't really feel like I'm I don't think I need that. I don't think that they would even do it.
I mean, what have you tried to do to get rid of this thing?
Well, I have had people do like blessings and stuff like that. I tried to do removals, all different forms, you know. There was like that.
Do they know what they're doing?
Yeah. And it made it worse, to be honest, initially. And so that's when I just stopped allowing people to mess around with it. Because I don't know what it is. And the more they were messing around with it, the more my life was getting messed up. I have talked to people who are demonologists, and they don't feel that I'm
Does it ever get to a point where you're talking and all of a sudden your voice changes or something like that?
No, I think that just is a weirdo. No, but I have changed essentially from that. My voice, when I said that I was screaming, I felt like I was screaming in the beginning when I was talking about when they were asking me questions. When they played back that audio, you couldn't hear me at all. It was like I wasn't even there, which is weird. They should have heard something, but nothing.
Are you always in control of who you are? So you lose that sometimes. When do you get it back, or how do you get yourself back?
I don't think I ever really got back. I feel like I just kind of became this other thing.
I mean, am I talking to Shannon Michelle Collins or the sensitive right now?
A little bit of both. I mean, I don't know really how to explain it. Well, like I know I sound like that sounds crazy. Okay. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like Shannon was lost a long time ago. So I feel like I'm mostly just something else now.
Whoever she might be.
Whoever that might be. And I feel like there's pieces of Shannon there, and there's, but I feel like it was just not right.
When you sleep, you have nightmares?
Yes.
What do you dream of?
I dream of all different things. I dream of people in my situations in life, and it gets replayed. And it's kind of like the worst things that I'm going through, and I think, and then it'll just play out in different scenarios that are quite aggressive. I have weird dreams. I have all the weird dreams. I dream of being attacked by things. I dream of, I keep dreaming of being in a room, and there's a door, and then the door opens, and I'm being let out, and I get let out, and I get let out into this white room. Everything's white, and then there's just like a bunch of people walking around, and then I wake up and I don't know what that is.
Do you want this entity to leave you?
I'm afraid. Well, at this point, I'm afraid of. I know. At this point, I'm just afraid of what like without it. I've had it for so long. I don't know what without it, and it's really hard, and I don't think it would be easy to go through that again.
Are you afraid to be on your own?
I'm afraid of what it'll feel like to me. I'm not afraid to be on my own. I'm afraid of what I'm
what the fudge?
in the process of it leaving.
Like it, there's nothing wrong with that, Theo. Theo, listen. At this age and at any age, from the time I was 20, my favorite thing, everybody likes to have sex, everybody likes to eat good food. But between me and you, give me a joint and a good book. Put me in the corner. I'm good. I'll smoke a joint every 2 hours, take a bite of a sandwich. I love reading. Yeah, that's the happiest I am. When I'm fucking reading, if I don't have a book now in the hotel, I'll go back and start looking up recuperation for men over 60, benefits of boxing, benefits of breathing. I'm a fucking idiot, but I like to read. I love it. That's my 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm one of those fucking idiots. You press benefits on my page, and every benefit comes up. Benefits of drinking water, benefits of washing your ass, benefits of doing, I'm the captain benefit. I want to know everything that I can about something. Yeah, that's the happiest I am, but you don't read a book in a team. You don't read a book with 20 people. Yeah, that's what, I love it. I fucking like it, point. We do stand-up. We would not We could have joined the fucking improv troupe and been up for wallflowers. No. We like being up there alone with a microphone with 4 bricks and working ourselves out of that. It takes a certain person to want to be a comic, bro.
Yeah, it's a certain person. Yeah, I think sometimes I do compare myself to just like people that aren't comics that much. But and then you have to realize how odd it is to do that job. It's an odd job. If you saw an animal do it in the woods, you'd be like, that fucking animal's out of his fucking mind.
We're crazy as man. We're not normal. We are not normal. It's something. You have to come to terms with all the things we are as comics. We can't question them. That's who we are. You could have been a doctor. We could have been a lawyer. We could have been a bum. We could have been a hooker.
Yeah.
We chose something that, I don't know why I chose it. I just love Richard Pryor. And I knew once I had the felonies, I wasn't going to do anything else that I really liked. Yeah. This is not, comedy is a profession for fucking guys like us. Maybe you have a little darkness in our past. We can't figure out what it is, but it makes us tick.
Yeah, I love hearing Richard Pryor too, man. I love hearing him say the N-word. My mom wouldn't let us say it. And we're like, fuck, man, we gotta hear it, And so I remember we'd hear him say it.
Just those books like by, who's the crazy white guy?
Mark Twain?
No.
Mark Wahlberg?
The comic before fucking Richard Pryor, that was a white guy, Lenny Bruce.
Lenny Bruce.
Have you ever read any of his books?
Yeah, one of his books.
Next time you're having a hard time with yourself, go order one of his books. Ladies and gentlemen, Legendary, How to Talk Dirty, any of those books. He has one particular book. That one, the black one there.
Such a Lenny Bruce.
That book will tell you more about yourself than you know about yourself.
Wow.
He lived at the Chelsea Hotel. He partied with strippers and jazz musicians and did heroin every night. There was no responsibility. He got up when he got up. He didn't have to be at his work till 11 o'clock at night. They only did fucking burlesque shows. In fact, you could go to Jackson, Tennessee.
I don't think I have.
Jackson's like an hour outside of Nashville. Jackson's got a comedy club. That used to be a burlesque club. And Lenny Bruce used to play there in the 50s and 60s. If you ever had a chance to go to this place, go out there. I forget the name. Just Google it. It's a comedy club in Jackson. Yeah, that's it. I think
731 Comedy Club. That could be it.
That's it. Guy was great. I had been at Zany's already one time.
Yeah.
And I was going back to see my in-laws, so I wanted to do stand-up one night. Not a big room. There wasn't a lot of money. Fucking guy could cook. Italian food. He was telling the stories about all the comics that would come through there in the 50s, 60s. Yeah, fucking Jackson, Tennessee. No wonder fucking my boy Johnny Cash is going to Jackson. Right? Who's he going to
Jackson? Go comb your hair. Yeah. See if I can.
We're not, that's why I went home. Respectfully came to Austin. I could have moved to Nashville. I had an opportunity in Telluride, Colorado. I wanted to come back to Jersey to find myself.
Do you think that you've
So it has value.
gathered what you wanted to find?
Yeah.
So it has zero
Because
value.
I'm at peace.
According to
I'm at peace with myself. I'm at peace with my friends, with my family. I'm just at
Did
peace.
you have any amends to make whenever you got there? No, everything's pretty chill.
Listen, I thought about making amends, but the people that was going to make amends so weren't worth making the amends to. That was 40 fucking years ago. Knock it off. Deal with it. My amends was doing something with my life. Right? That was my amends. If you really cared about me or cared about anybody, you look at them and go, that dude fucked me over 30 years ago. Guess what? He did something with his life. There are two options. The guy fucked me over when he died in the car accident. Fuck him. He deserved what he got. He was a scumbag. Or, what, man? The guy robbed me. He was having problems as a kid. I'm happy he got his life together. Yeah, and that's what it was like. I'm not gonna fucking apologize to nobody now. It was a fucking time ago.
Yeah, I didn't know if anything wild had happened.
No, I
don't have anything like that either. I don't think from my hometown.
I just wanted to go home and recoup. LA. When you've been there for a long time, it's a number on your head for a while. Like, just, we talked about projections.
Driving across town, parking, walking, Getting in, checking at the station, walking there, don't even know my lines, don't even give a fuck. Hate the place, hate myself. Fuck them, fuck me. Walk in there, nervous as fuck, bomb the shit, walk outside, scream the N-word in my head, go back out through the parking thing, return my badge, get my ID back, get in my car, and fucking go home.
It is, people have no idea what we did. We got to LA, figured it out.
That's true.
Figured it out. But listen, that's alone. That alone.
The parking meters alone. Quarter gets you 6 minutes, dude.
Look, I had so many tickets when I first moved to LA. They took a car. I mean, my apartment got towed. Remember, I lived in my car. Ralphie May and those guys go, "Oh, your apartment got towed." It was that scrambling. I would do it 20 more times.
Yeah.
That not having money to eat lunch and having to rob the gas station for a pack of cigarettes on the way to Josh Wolf's house to get a turkey burger. Fucking borrow $8 to go to Sunset Grill and get a burger with the guy with the bum leg. Nobody knows that, what it's like to showcase the Jay Masad and them telling you, like, why are you here? Yeah. And thank God, Jay, Mitzi passed me right off the bat. Thank God. But then it was 7 years of, I can't get major. And you can't do this, and you can't do that. Yeah. And most people, we did something that a lot of people just can't handle. They move back, and they go, you know what, it wasn't for me. Listen, I understand that. I fucking definitely understand that. But for me, I think it was time to move on to the next chapter. I'm trying to find what that chapter is now.
You wrote a book? That's cool, man. I feel bad that I haven't even read it, but I did just order it today. I didn't even know that you had written it, I don't think. Actually, you know what? I think when I did your podcast last time over Zoom, I think you remember telling me that you had done it. But that's awesome. Tremendous.
I was trying to write that book for fucking 20 years.
I know a lot of comics always have that book milling around in them.
And then I kept writing and making notes. And then I kept trying to hook up with a writer. And then I hooked up with Jimmy Florentine's niece.
Really?
Yeah, his young niece. And she fucking helped me. And listen, man, we sold some copies. We made it to #9 on the audio book in the New York Times. Which for a dirty comic and a criminal, that's not too fucking bad. Rocky got that.
There he is.
Before you attain some really fun.
Are you ready to lose? Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. Are you ready to lose? Okay, when's your appointment? Excellent. What up, Ruchi? Dude, no. Hey, how'd you find out about me? Oh, okay, cool. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace, but we don't use that type of language in here, okay? I'm on 20 YouTubes. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. Yeah, dog. About world peace. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Zoot, don't leave. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And according to The Economist magazine in 2018, data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all extremely wealthy to the point where you have you're independently wealthy if you're not already, to the point where you have generational wealth, and to the point where you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How's that sound, Ruchi? No, not at all. Zoot, shut the fuck up. Don't listen to anything Zoot says. If anything, listen to the opposite everything. Yeah, you can live in here. All right. Alrighty, Zoot. Are you ready? Yo, Ruchi. I didn't kick you. Nobody else has power to do it. You're good. Go take a shit, man. And then come back. All right, Zoot. Are you ready? Zoot, are you ready? Zoot, I don't know if they're going to have the special holes this year. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. 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 Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, do you think they're going to have the special holes this year? Zoot, did you know I'm asking you a question? Zoot, are you going to talk? Zoot, what did you think of that high IQ move? Zoot, are you talking? Zoot. Zoot, are you going to talk? Zoot. Zoot, are you there? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me? Yes, sir. Yes, I am. Thank you. But I'm not very good at this hole. What are you saying, Big Dog? Zoot, what did you just say? What did you just say? This might be the only hole that I seriously think that you are better at in a consistent way than I am. I've seen you do it. You've gotten extremely fortunate. No, you've got to hit the 2 trees. No. I know, it's incredible. But I don't think you can do it now. No, you already took out the tree you needed. I feel like this is the hole I play the very least.
I like never play this hole. That one right there that we just played. You think this one? Yeah, that one's incredible that you've never scored on that hole. Yo, big dog. I mean, everybody's got their own thing. Are you proud of that shot, Zoot? Certainly. If there were no repercussions. Are you going to make this shot? Oh, Zoo, you might have fucked yourself. If I don't hit that thing, oh, I did. Darn it, I was going to skunk you.
Yo. Hold on a second. We have a friend here. Oh, it's Mr. Meaty. What were you going to say, Zoot?
Zoot. Would there be any negative repercussions? Yeah, no. Zoot, I'm sending you an invitation to darts. Do you know how many times he's masturbated with that hand? Which means he's masturbated with that hand even more than we would have thought. Zoot, are you ready for me to end this game? Zoot, do you remember when you were a lot better at this game than I was? And then I got a lot better. And then we were even for a while. And now I make you my bitch in this game. Very cool. You and Joe Rogan can jerk each other off over it. Joe Rogan's been on a Book of Enoch, pitch recently. Yeah. He talked about it on his podcast today with Matthew McConaughey and in the Charlie Sheen podcast.
Zoo, did you know you just lost again? Zoot, how many games? How many games? Who's to say I even believe it can? How many games do you think you are going to lose to me in a row?
Well, you've already lost 2 games in a row. Oh, that was big time, Zoot. Oh, and you busted. Zoot, you busted. Fuck. Yeah, at least in the modern age, we don't stone homosexuals anymore. Zoot, you lost 3 games in a row, son. Word, dog. We don't remove anything from Torah. We just make it so that in order... Oh, what a shot, Zoot. In order to carry out that punishment, you need 2 kosher witnesses of the act. And it's really hard for 2 kosher witnesses to observe or witness 2 homosexuals having sex, because why would they be there? That's not a modest thing to want to notice. So it's basically like the unspoken issue that nobody brings them to Beit Din or House of Judgment in order to be punished for it. So it just goes on behind this. Yeah, there's an argument to say though that even filming it is not proper for it to be witnessed, because things can be edited to make it look like alternative things have taken place. It's basically just an excuse, because in reality it says that if a man lies with a man, he shall be stoned. That's the punishment. It says if a man lies with a man in Leviticus, if a man lies with a man in a way that a man lies with a woman, the punishment is stoning. So, Zoot, your appointment's on Tuesday at 2:30? Why did you say earlier in this call it's Tuesday? No, you said Tuesday. I heard it because I was going to question you on it, but then that Raichi guy came in. All right, so your appointment's on Wednesday at 2:30? And it's just with your regular doctor? Who's your... Okay. So your appointment on Wednesday at 2:30 is with your regular doctor? No, I don't give a shit what your regular doctor is. I don't care. I just want to make sure that you go. So you've got your appointment on Wednesday at 2:30, and then a week from Monday you're going to do stand-up comedy again? Is that the plan? Okay, why wouldn't you do it on Monday again? Zoot. 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 Why are you thinking that? Zoot, why are you thinking about that bullshit when you could just answer my question? A week from Monday, are you going to do stand-up? Yes or no? The king sucks. I just want to make sure you're aware it's 500. 501. Single out. Monarchy sucks. Yep. Oh, that was big time. 140 points, Zoot. What are you going to do?
Shannon, that you have the voice until you listen to the tape over again. Is that correct?
Right. Well, Tom, thank you so much for what you said. That was very kind. With the audio recordings, the EVPs, it is called an electronic voice phenomena because it is a voice that is
Shoot.
not normal that you hear with your ears that would be picked up on an audio recorder. So
Zoot.
my group is using digital audio recorders, and so it's just a
Zoot.
little stick thing that you just hit record, and then it records the sound route. And then when we go back home,
Speaking with you, Zoot, sucks.
and we are able to download it and listen to it.
There you go. Why is it that you didn't answer me the first time, or the second time, or the third time?
And sometimes there will be voices on there that were not there. The particular night, we weren't asking anything. We just wanted situations.
Okay.
We would ask questions.
That is okay. Well, you gotta listen to people. If I were a hot chick, you'd be listening to me. And I'm better than a hot chick. All right, Zoot. You have an invitation. Let's see what you do. Let's see how you operate. I love this level. What were you saying? Oh, I hate this level, actually. Okay, whoever goes first has a huge advantage. I don't really see it. I don't see the huge advantage. Yes, I did. Why would you do that? Dude, that was not smart. Same thing I do every night, Zoot. Try to take over the world. Did you ever see the cartoon Pinky? Did you ever see the cartoon Pinky? The same. I get a lot of people who call me the brain. I think that'd be very accurate because Pinky does it where he has those ticks, where he's like, "Nar." I think that's right. Dude. Good job, man. That's freaky. Yeah, a lot. Because he's reading it. Yeah, he's become obsessed with it. And the Watchers and the Nephilim. That I don't know, but he just said he started to. And he was talking about it, and then they. No. What do you think of that move, Zoot? What do you think of this move? Oh, Zoot, I see a really good move for you. Amazing move. You see it? Do you see it? You fucked up. If you would have made it an L, oh, that was good. You would have gotten an extra 5 points. Oh, Zoot, you fucked me, dog. You fucked me. Zoot, dog. What the fuck was that, son? Zoot. And you get 2 points? Dude, you might fucking win. Dog, and you fucking evolved? This is bullshit. Zoot, this. Are you gonna? Are you gonna go? Oh, baby, you just helped me. Maybe. Let's see here. I don't know if I saw it. But look at this move, Zoot. Big dog. Big dog. Not slightly. I'm in front by a good amount. What are you going to do, Zoot?
Those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Tributes from all around Hollywood pour in for legendary actor Robert Redford, who passed away at his home in Sundance, Utah at the age of 89. Jane Fonda, director James Gunn, and more have paid tribute to the late Academy Award winner and
Zoot.
of the Sundance Film Institute. Fonda sharing that she can't stop crying after the loss of her former co-star. Fonda and Redford created a long-lasting friendship from working together in 5 movies. Meanwhile, director James Gunn recounted how he grew up with Redford's films and praised him as a lead. Monster will debut on the streaming service Friday. Superman has raked in more than $615 million at the global box office since it was in July.
What up, baby?
NBA legend Michael Jordan reaching a deal with prosecutors to avoid stemming from his February DUI arrest in Florida. TMZ reports the agreement includes a trial that could lead to dismissal charges against Marcus Jordan, DUI, enemy possession, and resisting arrest. Mad Money announced
Yes.
extending his residency with a special performance in Puerto Rico this Saturday. Fans unable to make it in person will be able to live stream the concert via Amazon Music. The show will be broadcast worldwide on September 20th on the Amazon Music app. Amazon
Ooh,
Music
this is tempting.
all Amazon customers on Prime Video. That's entertainment. I'm Michelle from Sony.
iHeart is America's number one podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like
Now I could evolve.
The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my god, the twists and turns.
and when things finally
To tell the tale.
so. And I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Roadhouse. Where's this about back pain? Now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready about the wildest true escape stories in history. Very few people know this story.
And an extra
Actors and writers and comedians.
dog.
Like Ed Helms.
I climbed up and it was just like,
Diane Guerrero.
She goes, "You're on your own. You have to run."
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
What do I do?
And I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're gonna puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you?
I just helped you.
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use across the.
Oh, dude, big time. That was big, dude. Big time. Zoo. Dude. And an extra move. Oh, I see a big move. You fucked up, dude. You don't know the L.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-109. The first time caller line is 818.
Are you gonna go?
4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll
Are you proud of that move?
618-8255. Send George a message anytime at 818.
I feel like you should always get like a few points for evolving.
Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
On our next Coast to Coast program, Ian Frisch joins us as we talk about the cartel, and then later on in the program, the Wizard of Weird.
Okay, well, that's a cool opinion. It's 25-25, son. What are you gonna do? What are you? Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. I'm not touching those berries, dog.
Take advantage. It sure is. Just go to coasttocoastam.com. Go to the top. There's a little button there. YouTube button. Click that. It's right. And there's something for you to build up that immune system.
Dr. Alan Malay for
Oh, I did.
natural products for the exclusive that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay.
I bet that loses me the game.
Stress, sleep disorders, or by reducing
Yep.
inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it is. If there is inflammation,
needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic.
Yeah, because they don't give me anything good.
And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostim together, supporting the body to be this.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostim and ImmuStem?
ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostim along with it,
what are you going to do, Zoot?
Order now at healthylipid.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness
Oh, did you take a big risk?
only available at healthylipid.com or at 800-569-80. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. Order now.
I can't heal.
If you've been looking at credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know that why keep or more the banks when you can call our friends at
I could not.
financing mortgage rates in the fives. They're showing people every day how to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket.
You're up, baby. Yeah, I know it was. What are you going to do, though? Oh, that was big, Zoot. That was giant.
That's 1-866-336-5030. American /coast to coast.
What are you going to do, Zoot?
APR for rates 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 866-336.
Yeah, you could.
AmericanFinancing.net/coast to coast for details and credit costs and terms.
You just won. Yep.
Real people. And I cost the choice show 24 hours a day. I walk across my floor with that literally coffee.
Oh, dude, what a comeback. What a comeback, son. Dude, I made such an amazing move. What a comeback. What a comeback, Zoot. Okay, well, you can think whatever you want. That's the beauty of living. Yeah, it's great. Are you going to go? You left me with nothing. Oh, big time. Zoot. What a comeback, Zoot. You're going to lose. I'll show you. Zoot, you better go. I'm going to win. I think it's impossible for you to win. I mean, unless I fuck up. You're done. It's over for you, Zoot. Wow, that was the closest win that I think you could have. Okay. Where did Amazing come back? Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, you're already behind. Zoot, Zoot. Let's see it, baby. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to hear out of you. No, you didn't. Yes, sir. You can see on the right hand side. There's like a little like trap. Yeah. Maybe. I agree. Dude, but I'm on this one level that I find to be very difficult. And so you've got a really good chance to catch up. Zoot. Zoot. It's over, baby. I did the whole thing, and you're not even halfway done. That's incorrect. You're like 2/3 done. No, they're not. 2/3 is 66%. 3/4 is 75%. Dog. Who taught you math? Do you want to play hard? Do you think you're gonna win? Do you want me to give you a head? Do you want me to give you a head start?
My friend Wink.
necessarily. Oh, well, that's just me. I think that's interpretations of what it is. But in nature, I believe that there's yin and yang, kind of good and bad. I kind of believe it's all one activity. That's my
Let's go down to Maryland. Joe's with us. Joseph, go ahead.
But everybody's kind of being kumbaya with this young lady.
As long as you don't use bad language, absolutely.
I won't know that. Okay. Machine. Basically, break down, you have to stop with the syndrome. You have an enemy inside you. You don't want to lose you, but it's caused you marriage. It's caused you problems with your family. It's caused you problems with your friends. It's caused you problems with your home. But you don't want it to leave you. Now, you have to have a meeting. Messed up. So, give you a little picture. It's all around your house, all around your windows. Buddy, I interrupted you. I had to go to the bathroom, but you were telling me that you used to call people and tell them celebrities that.
Oh, yeah, dude. And so we go like on Boy Scouts or whatever. My buddy was in the Boy Scouts. And so I remember one time we went on a camping trip with them. And right when we started out, I told everybody Jay Leno had died, right? I've told this story before, but I love it. And I was like, Jay Leno died. And so all the dads were like, oh, gosh, that's so sorry to hear that. And so then throughout the rest of the weekend, I'd be in my tent, right? And I'd hear the dads out there talking when I'm telling the other one, Jay Leno passed away. And I would be in my tent, bro, fucking howling, bro, laughing at a level where it was like coming out of my fucking spine. And I don't know why stuff like that made me laugh so much. I don't know if it was that I had control, like a hidden control, or that I was affecting things without them knowing. It just, there was nothing as good as that, bro. It was that kind of shit, dude.
When you fuck with people, like, control fucking with people, like me telling Eddie Bravo Rogan was in the CIA, all that shit, bro. It's always great. But the best thing I ever think I did, and I did it on accident. Remember Chuck Liddell?
Yeah.
When Chuck Liddell was the fucking king of the UFC, he was the king of the UFC, okay? So I get a call from Eddie Bravo. No. I find out that Fidel Castro died. Right, I get a call from a friend of mine. He goes, Fidel died. I go, thank God that motherfucker died. And all of a sudden I call Eddie. I go, Eddie, where you at? And he goes, I'm sitting here with Dana White or something. I go, Fidel died. But the phone didn't say it right. It said Liddell. So he goes, let me call you back. And he hung up the phone. He told Dana White that Joey Diaz just called and told him Chuck Liddell died. I said Fidel, not Liddell, right?